All right, looks like we're set. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Friday, March 19th hearing of the Environment Committee. We have a long list of those testifying on the bills before us today, and I'm eager to get started. But before we do that, does my co-chair, Representative Gresko, have any comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, we're good to go.
Okay, and Senator Minor, any comments?
Good morning, everyone. Good to go.
All right, well, I know our other ranking will be joining us very shortly, and so I think we'll just get started. Welcome, Commissioner. Good morning.
Good morning. It's great to see everyone. Thank you so much, Senator Cohen and Representative Gresko, Senator Minor, Representative Harding, and members of the Environment Committee. My name is Katie Dykes. I'm the Commissioner of the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. And with me today to help answer any questions that you may have are Deputy Commissioner of Environmental Quality, Betsy Wingfield, our Deputy Commissioner of Environmental Conservation, Mason Trumbull, as well as Gabby Fragon and Chris Nelson from our Materials Management and Compliance Assurance Bureau, and Nicole Lugley of our Central Planning Office. We'll try to be brief. I want to thank the committee for raising a number of bills that are directly responsive to the waste disposal crisis that Connecticut is facing. Together with two other municipal leaders in our state, I launched the Connecticut Coalition for Sustainable Materials Management in the fall of 2020. Matt Knickerbocker and Laura Francis came together to co-chair that initiative with me. And together we have worked with over 80 municipalities from across the state who signed a pledge to participate, and many more than those 80 municipalities have also attended meetings. The coalition, or CCSMM is the acronym, committed to working together to share experiences and engage stakeholders and seek creative solutions to develop sustainable alternatives to waste disposal. Approximately 30% of the tons of municipal solid waste sent to waste energy facilities or landfills for disposal every year is comprised of food scraps and yard waste that could be tipped and recycled more affordably at an anaerobic digester or compost facility if cost-effective transportation and collection can be arranged. And about 40% of annual MSW tonnage consists of paper, glass, plastic, and metal that could be diverted through recycling programs. So we think that it's really important, and I appreciate the committee's support and attention to providing for tools that can help scale up the diversion of these valuable materials out of the waste stream as a way to regain self-sufficiency, enhance affordability of waste disposal costs for towns and businesses across the state. The CCSMM convened 4 working groups that focused on extended producer responsibility, increasing recycling, addressing organics collection and diversion, and reducing the municipal solid waste generated. And we also issued a public request for solutions. At the end of the last year, we published a menu of options that synthesized all of the best practices and recommendations that we heard through the process. And we committed to further action at our meeting in early January of this year. No individual action will solve the waste crisis alone, but collectively, we can scale up a whole host of different approaches that will reduce MSW tonnage sent for disposal, and that will make a major impact. So with respect to the bills before you today, I'll just say briefly, Senate Bill 930, which is the act concerning food waste diversion and anaerobic digestion facilities, is directly responsive to the recommendations that were contained in the CCSMM menu of options. DEEP strongly supports expanding the mandate for diversion of organics. We also encourage the committee to consider either reducing the threshold generation rate or expanding the types of generators that are covered, rather than increasing the distance surrounding a composting or anaerobic digestion facility. We learned through the CCSMM that the cost of transportation is one of the biggest obstacles to moving organics to such facilities. And we also learned that the source separated organics can be more cost effectively tipped at anaerobic digestion facilities if transportation can be arranged. So for that reason, we would encourage the committee to consider the focus on expanding the mandate as opposed to expanding the distance threshold. For Senate Bill 928, This is an act concerning recycled content for products sold in Connecticut. This is also directly responsive to the recommendations that were contained in the CCSMM and will encourage the development of stronger markets for recycled materials. We're already pleased to see companies like Urban Mining locating manufacturing facilities here in Connecticut, in Beacon Falls, that will help to provide for higher value for recycled glass, for example. And we think that there are more opportunities like this that will boost the value of recyclables, lower the cost of recycling for municipalities, and create jobs and economic development in our state. And recycled content standards create the environment and the market signals for that to happen. We look forward to working with all stakeholders, other states, and regional organizations to develop consistent standards on a regional basis and report back to this committee on those opportunities. Senate Bill 926 is an act concerning the presence of PFAS in certain consumer packages. This supports as well our CCSMM recommendation and recommendations of Governor Lamont's PFAS action plan issued more than a year ago. The bill follows a regional model that we've been working on with the Toxics in Packaging Clearinghouse, and we believe it will align well with initiatives that we are expecting to move forward with in other states. Implementation of this bill will reduce potential consumer exposure and reduce the introduction of PFAS into Connecticut's waste stream. Senate Bill 1037 is an act concerning solid waste management. Also, this is an initiative that supports a CCSMM recommendation by taking key steps to modernize Connecticut's bottle bill and working to incentivize unit-based pricing programs at the municipal level. While Connecticut was on the cutting edge when the original bottle bill was established in 1980, we can learn and embrace the approach of later adopters to increase recycling rates and support a robust circular economy. By increasing the redemption value to 10 cents and increasing the handling fee to 3.5 cents on par with neighboring states, and as well as expanding what items are covered by the bottle bill and requiring reverse vending machines in some locations, we expect that this bill will see a significant increase in the percentage of containers that are recovered and successfully recycled through the bottle bill program, again, alleviating some of the pressures on our remaining disposal capacity in the state. As the committee heard at its informational forum on February 8th, 2020, unit-based pricing programs have the ability to reduce the generation of solid waste by almost 40% immediately after implementation. Those savings are become permanent. However, initiation of unit-based pricing programs are often met with some resistance and questions and concerns in communities when they're first introduced. And so providing technical assistance, startup funding, and especially educational programs to engage with residents is critical for successful adoption of unit-based pricing programs. And these are the types of things that we would be able to accomplish if this bill is implemented to establish an incentive program for those municipalities that wish to move forward to adopt unit-based pricing solutions. Funding for such incentives is key, and we've offered a few suggestions to the committee in our written testimony, suggestions that we had also talked about through the CCSMM process, such as expanding the solid waste assessment fee by ending the landfill loophole that exempts landfilled waste from paying the $1.50 per ton fee that generally applies to waste that is sent to waste energy facilities for disposal. Finally, I want to thank you for raising Senate Bill 929, an act concerning penalties for the taking of striped bass. Striped bass are the most important recreational sport fish on the Atlantic coast. And in Connecticut alone, over 100,000 anglers spend approximately $110 million to take over 800,000 fishing trips a year for striped bass. This is hugely important in our state. DEEP is concerned about the current depleted state of the fishery, and we've been taking action to support a healthy population. While it may sound counterintuitive, just looking at the language of this bill on its face, to reduce the penalty from a misdemeanor to an infraction, currently most of the striped bass misdemeanors are not prosecuted, or nollied as we say, due to the excessive caseloads that are carried by our judicial system. So we believe that reducing the penalty will actually empower DEEP's Environmental Conservation Police to issue a citation that is effective in deterring poaching activities that harm striped bass populations. This change will streamline the enforcement process. It'll align with other sport fishing violations. It will increase the effectiveness of our officers while reducing the administrative burden on the judicial system. And we think that this is a really prudent approach to help protect this striped bass fishery that is prized by so many across our state. So with that, I thank you for your attention this morning. You've got a lot of important bills before you. We've also submitted written testimony for your consideration on the other 4 bills on your agenda this morning, but in the interest of time, I'll stop there and would be delighted to take any questions that you may have for me or for my team.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. I do have some questions, but I'm going to go in order here because it looks like we have some questions and comments from committee members first. So Senator Minor, followed by Representative Callahan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commissioner. So I've had some people inquire about this transition with regard to Senate Bill 929 from a court requirement to an infraction. And the questions have been those of number one, how an infraction would play out given the fact that we share Long Island Sound with New York and Rhode Island. Mm-hmm. And so assuming that all licenses, saltwater licenses of the 3 adjoining states would be acceptable to fish in Connecticut waters, if an infraction were issued to a New York resident, would there be any accompanying penalty that goes along with the infraction?
So for this, let me turn to our Deputy Commissioner, Mason Trumbull. Mason, can you unmute?
Hey, good morning, folks. Thanks so much. Senator Minor, I believe so this would be a $75 penalty per fish that is over the limit. To be honest with you, I'm not exactly how that would apply to anyone, whether they're in Connecticut, New York, or elsewhere. But I'm not exactly sure how it plays out on the coastline as far as the borders go with our neighboring states. So I can definitely get back to you with some more specific information, but they would have to pay the infraction no matter what state they are from.
And to stay on that, so is it intended that the infraction amount would increase beyond the first infraction? So if a person had 2 fish more than the limit, would that be a doubling of the $75?
Correct. So that would be it'd be $75 per fish. So it would be $150 for 2 fish.
And in terms of enforcement of a slot limit, one of the things that I've heard from marine fishermen is that because the slot limit is so tight, 1/4 of an inch while you're bouncing around on the boat might actually get you a $75 ticket. While if you were faced with having a court session, you would probably go to court and argue that based on your measurement, it wasn't 1/4 of an inch over or under that slot limit. What happens with over and under slot limit size? Same penalty?
I think what our concern is that many of these violations are not actually being adjudicated just because of the burdens on the court system. And so I think we're comparing, obviously, we have to ensure that there's reasonable application and enforcement of these rules, that we're not being, that we're being judicious in how we're applying it to achieve the deterrent effect that we're aiming for. But I think in comparison to, the opportunity for these types of 1/4 inch issues to be adjudicated, I think that the challenge is that we're not really seeing those being adjudicated in the courts.
Right. And so, Commissioner, all I'm trying to do is forward some questions from anglers. The number of individuals that probably leave Warren to go striped bass fishing are pretty small. I do recognize the status of this fish in terms of the quantities, and I have supported moving in this direction. And I'm not saying I've changed. I'm trying to make sure during the only public event we'll have to discuss this, what the ramifications are. And the last question was, would this infraction carry with it also a suspension of someone's fishing license?
So regarding your earlier question, Senator, with the quarter inch issue, that would be the same penalty as far as $75 goes. However, our ENCON officers do have discretion in the field to, issue a citation. And so they would be able to manage that, with some common sense in the field. And then regarding your question about license suspensions, we have a process for suspending licenses here in Connecticut. Where that would make a difference is suspending a license in another state. We would not have the ability to do that. So we could issue a fine for someone in New York or Rhode Island, for instance, with a New York, Rhode Island license, but we would not be able to suspend those licenses. However, we would be able to suspend licenses in Connecticut, which we have a process to do that based on the number of infractions.
And so lastly, would the first infraction carry with it a 1-year suspension? You can get back to me on that.
I'd have to get back to you on that before I say on the record. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
And I appreciate the opportunity to be able to respond to these important questions coming forward. So we're glad for the opportunity to clarify the implications of this proposal.
Thank you, Senator Minor. Okay, Representative Callahan, followed by Representative Gresco.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commissioner.
Morning.
I appreciate you being here and other members of DEEP being here. On 929, as what Senator Minor was mentioning, having worked for the courts for years, you're right. A lot of these things did get nollied. I would just hope that with the fines that there's, like Senator Minor said, a little bit of leeway. If you're a quarter of an inch off, let's not slam these people and suspend licenses. But I completely understand where you're coming from. Might as well get some fine money out of it rather than a handful of nollies. So, and then regarding 924 and staffing of DEEP in the passport to parks, I read your written testimony. The out-of-state money that's supposed to be coming in for the invasive species, I forget what it's called. So if I'm naming it wrong, please help me. The stickers for the invasive species, I believe.
Yes, that is correct. The invasive species stamp.
Is there the problem we see is there should be quite a bit of revenue coming from that, but there's really no one enforcing it. And I may be exaggerating, but there should be a lot of money. Our residents are paying this passport to parks, but the stamp, there's really, I don't know who's checking for it. Is there anyone on the water or out there checking for it?
Yeah, so our ENCON officers are able to check when they do boat checks. It's not a physical sticker on the side of the boat. So that is something that we could look at potentially changing in the future to make it easier to enforce. But right now we have noticed that the out-of-state revenue from that account is less than what we would expect it to be. And so that is something that we're aware of and are looking to mitigate.
Great, because as you know, we have we have a large contingency from the Candlewood area on this environment committee, and we have quite a huge issue with invasives this year with the introduction of zebra mussels, and we are finding them more and more. So I would hope that, and right now, if it's an electronic stamp, there's no reason to stop a boater because there's nothing displayed. I'm hoping we could take a look at that, and also. Regarding that, thank you very much for your answer. And Commissioner, with the staffing, for instance, I know that probably in 22, I read in your written testimony, you're probably looking at a lot of retirements on Candlewood Lake here in the northwest corner. We have there's a Candlewood Lake Marine Patrol that came out of the fact that there's so few DEP officers available to patrol Candlewood that now the municipalities in the Candlewood Lake Authority have to pay the bill to put people on the water. So I'm hoping we can get the proper staffing levels for deep. And also when our municipal, the CLA, they operate under 151B as lake patrol officers, they can't do any custodial stops. And as you know, it's a very busy lake. And then if there are people out there drinking and they stop someone who's under the influence, they can't detain them. They have to call a DEP officer who probably is somewhere around the western part of the state and could take over an hour to get there. So these are the issues that pop up, and they're safety issues. And during this pandemic, Candlewood has gotten quite a bit more use. So yet DEP still schedules, for instance, prize fishing tournaments. They don't schedule them. They permit them on Candlewood to the tune of about 150 to 160 a season, but yet provide very little law enforcement on the water. So I'm hoping in the future we can have this conversation and hopefully get proper DEP staffing of conservation officers, so this cost isn't transferred to the municipality.
Yes, thank you, Representative. Appreciate your concern there. We have seen an explosion in our calls for service to our in-kind officers. Our calls for service in state parks and forests have tripled over the past year, just due to the massive increase in outdoor use. And so, we are doing our best to try to mitigate that this summer. One of the strategies that we've taken is to increase our seasonal staffing of in-kind officers, and we've been able to do that in a new way that makes us able to hire seasonal officers who are unarmed, which will allow them to handle some of the urgent but lower level things such as parking and smaller concerns, and that will leave our in-kind officers more free to address the ballooning calls for service across the state.
Thank you. And lastly, I thank you for the renovation that's planned at the Squan's Pond launch here on Candlewood. And I do hope that there would be an effort to collect the fees earlier than 8 a.m. because the launch is mostly full by then, and you miss all the fees by that time. So thank you very much for addressing my questions, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Next, we have Representative Gresco, followed by Representative Chafee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to stay on the fish for the time being. Representative Callahan basically asked what I was going to ask, but in one final question on that would be how many ballpark NCON incidents are there that involved the striped bass, but eventually were not adjudicated on an annual basis? How many are we talking about here?
Yeah, thank you, Representative. We get about 400 calls for service each year for striped bass. And so, some of those, right now we have to issue a misdemeanor. And so that does a couple things. It's more paperwork for our in-kind officers to actually do that too, which makes it more difficult to, respond to the calls for service. And then we also, the same issue with the court system. So this new system is going to allow our officers to more easily write that citation. It's more efficient for them, not just the courts, but also for our officers as well.
Thank you for that. My second question, I guess, would be for the commissioner, and we're gonna pivot over to the bottle bill, for lack of a better term. And I've been approached by the haulers, and they have reminded all of us that they have a recycling plant planned here in the state, I believe, Bristol, but and they feel like if we expand the materials in the bottle bill, they will not be able to make this potential recycling facility a positive, because all of their material will go away, for lack of a better term. So I would be interested to hear what your response is to that.
So I think that we benefit, in our state from having both our single stream programs that have been in place for some time and the infrastructure built around that. appreciate the efforts that the hauling community has been making through their own private investments in updating and expanding those facilities. Obviously, there's opportunities that the haulers see that to enhance the quality of the material that they're able to recover through the single stream programs, and to be able to find better markets for those things. And that's what we're pleased with those investments that we see the haulers making into those programs. At the same time, the bottle bill has coexisted alongside of our single stream programs, and has also provided, has been providing great service. We think that this expansion can work. It's overdue to enhance the bottle bill program. I'm pretty confident that Connecticut's been served well by having this diversity of redemption and recycling programs, and that will continue into the future.
Thank you, Commissioner. And my final question goes back to SB 926, the PFAS in packaging. And I've read some of the testimony in a nutshell. Some of the concerns about it are that not all PFAS are created equal, and I'm wondering if a breakdown or a differentiation of the different types of PFAS could potentially address some of those concerns.
So Representative Gresco, Betsy Wingfield, I certainly understand the concern that you're raising, and the fundamental question is, do we regulate these compounds as a class, or do we regulate them individually? They're a very interesting group of compounds, and there is some very detailed information on some of them. Because the class is so big, there has not been analysis that's been done in terms of the impact on all of the compounds. However, they are closely related, and we believe that without adequate data that the specific compounds are not problematic, it really makes sense to look at them as a class, because typically the data on the potential impact of the compound significantly lags the use of the compounds. The other interesting thing about PFAS is that what we've learned is that you can sometimes use one in the manufacturing process, but when you're actually done, it might have morphed into a very close speciation of that product. So I think it makes sense, given what we know about the most widely used PFAS components, to regulate them as a class and look for alternatives that will meet society's needs for what these compounds are really good at, but not impact both human health and ultimately the waste stream. Because as we look at really increasing the amount of composting and other things we do, it's really important that we keep it out at the far end of the waste stream also. So doing that source control in the beginning makes great sense.
I think one of our, again, building off of what Betsy said, the compounds that have been most studied, the information indicates that we have significant concerns around their health impacts. And if we simply move to eliminate those from the waste stream, what we're possibly doing is sending a signal to the industry to ramp up the manufacture and the use of other compounds in this class that are less studied and where we know even less about their impacts on human health. And given the broad range of compounds that are in this family, again, the significant costs in terms of trying to mitigate or address the contamination from these chemicals, we think it's just prudent to treat them as a class in order to not exacerbate or facilitate unintended consequences that could become much more costly for human health down the road.
That's all I had, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. And next we have Representative Chafee, followed by Representative Harding.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commissioner. Thank you for being with us this morning. I have a few questions. One on SB 926, the PFAS bill. I saw there's a line in there it looks like it's kind of creating a loophole for post-consumer recycled materials. I was just curious about that. If the intent of this bill is to remove these from the consumer stream, allowing the carve out for post-consumer materials, doesn't that kind of weaken the bill? Or I just wanted your thoughts on that. I'm sure the intent is to have a market for recycled materials, but I was curious what the purpose of the carve out is exactly.
Representative, can you please provide me the line number that you're looking at?
Oh, sorry, it's section 10. I think it's line 56.
I'm sorry, give me just a moment to find that.
Sure.
Yeah, so Representative, I'm going to need to get back to you on that. I really want to make sure I understand the specific question you're asking and talk to my staff. I don't think the intent was to create a loophole.
Yeah, if you
I
want
think
to
the
touch
point
base.
is, and this goes back to my earlier comment, sometimes the compound's not specifically put into the processing intentionally, but it ends up in the final product. And I believe that's what it's trying to address.
Okay. Thank you. It seems like SB 929 is the hot topic this morning, so I do have a couple questions on it as well. I was curious if we go to the infraction model, is there any way we could still keep the elevated fines for striped bass? I have some pretty serious concerns about the population decline. I know that NOAA, currently states that the species is overfished and the population isn't really at an adequate level for reproduction. So I was just curious if there's any way we could keep the elevated penalties for that species and still go to an infraction model.
Yes, Representative, thank you. So right now, our goal is to standardize it, like we said earlier, to make it efficient. We're looking at that $75 limit. We are concerned about the striped bass declines in population, as you are. We did a couple things over in 2020 to change the regulations from to make the slot limits smaller, and then also to implement the circle hooks regulations as well. So this is definitely something that we could explore, but right now we are looking at that $75 limit, which is consistent with our other, fines and penalties across the board.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I know we have talked about this, and I appreciate your time, speaking on this subject, and I look forward to working with you all in the future on this. Can local law enforcement or state police give infractions for fishing violations, or is it only NCON officers that are allowed to do that?
I believe it depends on the specific violation, and I'll have to get back to you on that one, Representative. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, my final question is regarding SB 1037, the bottle bill. I've talked to a few people. It seems like there's some concerns with this bill. I've heard from many people that, especially in urban communities, there aren't any places to return the bottles and get your deposit back. And it's kind of overburdensome. I've heard stories of people that, they need to take a 30-minute bus ride to return bottles, and the cost of the bus ticket is more than they get in the return. So I don't know if it's new language in the bill or not. I saw that there is language kind of mandating when a facility is reverse vending machine. But I'm just curious if there's anything we could do to kind of get more deposit return centers, in these communities that have problems with mobility or transportation?
Well, thanks for that question. Yes, I think that the increase in the handling fee will help with that. We have had, I think our handling fee has not been adjusted in many years, and it's now lagging as compared to inflation and over more than a decade, and it lags the handling fee that's at New York or in Massachusetts or in other comparable states nearby. So I think that will help. And Deep works closely with redemption centers. We think that they provide some of the most cost-effective and convenient return options for folks. We do believe that the increase in the handling fee will improve the economics for those who operate redemption centers and provide for more convenient access for consumers, which is incredibly important to the success of this program.
All right, thank you. Thank you for your work on these issues and speaking with us today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Harding, followed by Representative O'Day.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Dykes, for, as always, your leadership and for coming on today and testifying. Just first, while we're on the topic of the bottle bill, and I think the subject has been raised in different ways, and I'll mention it as well. But some of the discussions with haulers on this issue, they seem to indicate that by reducing the amount of plastics that are put into the single stream, based upon this, by expanding the bottle bill and also raising the bottle return to 10 cents, will decrease as I said, the plastics in the single stream, and they're saying that that's something that they make money off of, that they're successful with recycling. So in turn, would the rates for trash collection and hauling be going up if we implement this, because the haulers will not be able to trade in the plastics in the single stream? What are your thoughts on that?
So ultimately, I think that, the thing that we can best do to help improve the economics of recycling in our state and frankly across the region is to enhance markets for recycled materials and onshore more of the processing facilities for making new products out of recycled materials. That's why I mentioned urban mining in my opening comments, is because we need to attract more of those facilities here. The recycled content standards also will improve, and ultimately, whether it's material that's going through the bottle bill or material that's going through the single stream programs, we know that to the extent that there is a better market that's valuing those commodities, and helping to improve those commodity prices for the recycled content, the recycled material, that is what will really make a difference for municipalities in terms of the cost of recycling, for example. But let me add, I know our team has also been looking at this closely, and let me turn over to the team for additional comment on the interaction between the bottle bill and the single stream programs.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Representative. The question, I think, really needs to focus on the decrease in the cost of recycling. The expansion of the bottle bill will include more glass containers, and as you know, the cost for recycling is based on tonnage. Removing the glass from the single stream recycling will reduce the costs for the municipalities, and it will create a higher quality recyclable material through the bottle bill management of those materials. We know for a fact that bottle bill material is of much higher quality than single stream recycling material. So there are markets for that material, and the cleaner the material, the higher the costs are, or the higher the revenue can be for those materials. So it is definitely a positive move when you're looking to expand and include more glass in the bottle bill. The plastics, yes, the haulers do use the single stream recycling and the deposit material that is placed in single stream recycling to enhance their revenues. But if we do move to an extended producer responsibility, the cost of recycling immediately goes to the producers of those materials. The municipalities no longer have the costs associated with those materials, nor do the MRFs, the material recovery facilities, have to process that material, which adds to the tipping fee costs. So hopefully that answered your question.
That's a good explanation, and I appreciate that. Thank you. If I may, Madam Chair, just following up on the same bill, Representative Chafee raised the point, and it's a good point, in regards to redemption centers. In the greater Danbury area where I'm located, and there's a number of folks on this, colleagues I have on this committee that are in the same area. There's very few, there's no redemption centers generally locally in this area. And so, this model, would we still continue to have these bottle returns in grocery stores like they are now? Or would any of that change based upon implementing this model and therefore, be solely the redemption centers would be solely responsible? How would that operate through you, Madam Chair?
The redemption centers, we've had a decline in recent years of the redemption centers that have shut down. And that is a factor of the handling fee. So the reimbursements that the redemption centers realize do not cover their expenses. And that's the unfortunate part of having a handling fee that hasn't changed in decades. So the increase in the handling fee will help greatly help support the establishment of additional redemption facilities, so standalone bottle redemption facilities, just as there are, a handful, down in the southeast. I think we have about 15 across the state, but that number has reduced in recent years. There is no move to remove the reverse vending machines from retail establishments in this bill. And as a matter of fact, the bill also requires for retail locations that sell bottle deposit beverages, a certain square footage will be required to have reverse vending machines available for their patrons. So it would actually expand the number of reverse vending machines available for consumers.
That's great to hear, and thank you for that. Moving on, if I may, Madam Chair, to the report regarding the stamp and the revenues from the boat stamps. One question I have is just the level of enforcement now. Has there been any level of enforcement for out-of-state boaters conducted by DEEP? I know this has been a very different year. We only implemented the boat stamp the previous year, and then of course we've been working with the pandemic, which has changed a lot of things. But has there been any level of enforcement or planned activities to address enforcement since the implementation of this program?
Thank you, Representative. The answer to that is yes. Thank you for bringing up the pandemic and the increase in calls for service that we've had. That stressed our in-kind officers across the board in all areas of enforcement, including the AIS stamp. One of the, we have looked at this pretty specifically as far as increasing our, water patrols. This past summer, we did actually work in collaboration with the Coast Guard on some specific instances to try to help, enforce boating in certain areas across the state. But this is an area that we know we need to continue to enforce, like many other areas across the state. It's an area of stress on the resources and our ability to do some broad scale enforcement. But this will be our second season with this, and we look forward to trying to get more revenue from this program.
Okay, and thank you, and I appreciate that. I just echo the comments of some other members and some of my colleagues here in terms of enforcement. As you know, there's an increased fee for those individuals out of state that are in our intercoastal waterways here, primarily within our lakes, and the Connecticut River here. Where I'm located, I'm fortunate enough actually to have two of the biggest lakes in the state of Connecticut in my district, in Candlewood Lake, and I have Lake Winona as well, which are two of the biggest lakes in the state. So we do, and being right near the New York border, we have a lot of out-of-state boaters from New York. And I know that with the registration process, all of our residents are paying this fee. And, the thought process is the out-of-state boaters, should be contributing as well. And we need to ensure that there's some level of enforcement to ensure that the out-of-state boaters are paying their fee, because this is a critical program to address critical issues within our intercoastal waterways. And we need to ensure that if our residents are paying into this, that certainly out-of-state residents are paying into this as well. With that said, there's been a lot of discussion, and this is seemingly the Candlewood Lake Committee. There's a lot of my colleagues that are that have Candlewood Lake in their district, and including myself, as I said. One thing that a lot of individuals that are associated with the lake, whether it be the CLA or different organizations on the lake, is that they've seen a significant drop in presence, in DEEP's presence on the lake. So do you know what the current status is in terms of, during the summer, is there a DEEP officer on the lake? How many, if so, when? If you could answer that. Thanks.
Yes, absolutely. So we have a dedicated officer who is dedicated to the Candlewood Lake Patrol. However, as first responders' job duties describe, if there's another emergency somewhere else, our officers will often respond to that, leaving gaps elsewhere. And so that's the struggle that we saw, over the past year with the increase in use is just our officers' ability to respond to the overwhelming increase in calls for service across the state.
Well, I do appreciate it, and I think that's all my questions. I thank you for your answers. And the one thing that I continue to urge, I look forward to this piece of legislation because I think it's important to kind of oversee how we're handling, these funds, what we're investing in, and I really would highly recommend to consider, as I think you've mentioned, taking on more seasonal staff to ensure that there is a deep presence in our lakes. For safety purposes and also for enforcement purposes in terms of the boat stamp. So thank you very much for taking the time today and your hard work on this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative O'Day, followed by Representative Mashinsky.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, to you and your staff for being here and testifying. I've only been here for 8 years, so Representative Piscopo could probably give me a lesson on this. But the bottle bill is, I'm embarrassed to say, I don't get it. So I probably will end up meeting with you, some of your folks, at a later time to get more detail. But when did we start this bottle bill? When did we start collecting a nickel? Was it 40 some odd years ago?
So it's
1998.
there we go. Sorry, go ahead, Gabby.
1980.
1980. So we started collecting a nickel in 1980. And at some point in time, I will tell you, I've become a connoisseur of non-alcoholic beer. And truth be told, I will tell you, Sam Adams is fantastic. The new non-alcoholic, for any of you people who like beer, the Sam Adams is really good. But anyway, I went to return. I'm like, I want to return all these bottles. So I went into my supermarket, and there was a line out the door with people with shopping carts filled with cans. And I asked the person in front of me how long they've been waiting, and it was 45 minutes, and there were 6 people in front of them with shopping carts filled with empties. The system's broke. So, I like the fact that we're modernizing it or trying to. But at some point in time, that 5 cents used to be given to the people who were handling it. Is that correct? Like, how did that work and how did it change?
Thank you for your question, Representative. The bottle bill deposit has been the allocation of portioning of that 5 cents has been established for a number of years and has not changed. So the redemption centers get 1.5 cents per container for their work in ensuring that the bottles are in good condition and get to the remanufacturing process or the brokers appropriately.
But I'll say, Representative, so there's kind of two important revenue streams here. One is the handling fee, which distributors are pay to those retailers who are taking in and providing the redemption services, as well as the redemption centers. They are currently paid $1.50 cents, I believe it is, in a handling fee for every container that's redeemed at their facility. And that's a really critical piece of this program, is to ensure, from the consumer's perspective, from the Sam Adams connoisseur's perspective, we want we want that bottle to come back into the system and get repurposed. So we want to ensure that consumers are able to get their 5 cents back. And in order to make that happen, we need to have accessible and convenient redemption opportunities for consumers, as well as for gleaners, folks who collect the bottles and bring them back in bulk. They also provide a critical service to this program, as well as, that's an important revenue stream for many individuals in the state. So providing for accessible and convenient redemption opportunities is important. Our handling fee has not been increased for a very long time, the 1.5 cents. It's not kept pace with inflation. And the redemption centers, for example, these are private businesses who are making investments and need to meet payroll. And when the price per unit has stayed fixed for so long, there's just not the money to make the economics of running the redemption center work. So, the bottle bill, the bottle bill has been with us for a long time. But there have been discussions on ways to modernize it that have been going on also for quite a long time. I think that the bill that is up before the committee today is the closest we've seen folks come. There's a lot of different stakeholders who are involved in this bottle bill process, and folks have really, I think, been working hard through a coalition to try to reach some compromise that would work. The increase in the handling fee, in my view, to 3.5 cents, it's on par with where Massachusetts is, with New York is, where New York is, and it will provide a much more reasonable amount of revenue for redemption centers and others to be able to cover the costs of providing for redemption. And I believe that improvement to the system will mean that more redemption centers will be able to open. We'll have, and will be more accessible in communities, especially to take that high volume redemption opportunity, as well as providing for those reverse vending machines and other types of opportunities to be accessible, both for, a consumer who's bringing back what they used for their home consumption, or for folks who are collecting bottles and bringing them back to a facility.
So right now we've got 5 cents. And 10 other states have bottle bills out of there's 10 other states?
Yep, about 10, yep.
And 2 have 10 cents. What states have 10 cents?
So that would be Michigan and Oregon.
Okay. Of the 5 cents that we currently have, 1.5 cents goes to the redemption centers. Where does the other 3.5 cents go?
Right. So the 5 cents is separate from the 1.5 cents. The 5 cents is the deposit, which is returned back to the consumer when you redeem the container. The 1.5 cents is then a handling fee that is paid from the distributor to the entity that's doing the redemption. So that's separate from the 5 cents.
Gotcha. All right. So
yeah.
How will this bill fix the redemption centers problem we have?
Right. So my view is that increasing the handling fee will improve the economics for redemption centers, so that they will be able to, I think some of them have closed over time because of the low handling fee and the lack of revenue for them to provide for redemption. We believe that the increase in the handling fee will help.
Has has the industry said that will help, that will create these redemption centers?
That's what we've heard. Yes, from the coalition.
Okay, so the coalition's on board with this bill?
So I'm not here to speak for the coalition, but I can say that we are supportive of this bill from Deep's perspective.
Okay, so
Mhm.
let me ask this. Who out of the involved parties, who's at the table in discussions with this legislation that's in favor and who's opposed, to your knowledge? Or how is that process going as far as negotiations?
So I'm not in a position to speak to that. I know you've got a lot of testimony from various folks, and I'm sure you'll be hearing from members of the coalition who've been working on the bill later in the hearing. But I just can point to our testimony and say that we're supportive.
Right. What's going to prevent people from New York, Rhode Island, and Massachusetts coming to our redemption centers and getting a dime as opposed to the nickel that they're getting up there?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, I mean, I think that's a really important question for us to consider. You know, we've been looking at that within Deep. We've talked with some other, for example, the Oregon, the state of Oregon that does have the 10-cent redemption value. We've heard a little bit from them about some of those questions and whether they've run into those issues. I think that there are some enforcement opportunities that can be implemented to help reduce that kind of cross-border redemption. I think my team could probably speak to some of those particular practices that can be put in place. But overall, I will say the feedback that we received from Oregon was that that issue is something that can be overcome. For example, by establishing a redemption center could establish a limit on the number of containers that can be redeemed at any one time, for example, by a customer, or there may be other sort of technology improvements that could enhance that type of enforcement.
All right, so Oregon doesn't have a problem. I mean, Oregon obviously is a little bigger than Connecticut, but so Oregon does not have a problem with cross-state deposit redemption?
I will say that I think what we heard from Oregon, and again, their bottle bill program has some different, its structure is different from Connecticut. So it's a little bit of an apples to oranges, but they have more of a central program administrator that administers their program. But the bottom line is that we've heard that there are strategies they've implemented that have overcome this as a challenge.
All right, at some point, I'd love to hear those strategies because I'm curious as to how we're going to prevent that. But I guess my last group of questioning surrounds paragraphs or lines 9 through 16, or I'm sorry, 20. It looks like we're expanding what the deposit applies to. Is that fair to say?
I'm so sorry. Could you repeat that question? We're expanding?
Sure, we're expanding what the deposit applies to, the containers.
That's right. That's correct.
And what are we expanding them to include?
So let me turn to Gabby or Chris Nelson to walk through those specifics.
Thank you, Representative. So the proposal is to clarify some of the beverages that have been recently introduced into the market, such as the seltzers, the hard seltzers, and to ensure that there's a clear understanding that they belong in the system because they are a seltzer product. The other aspect is to include alcohol based, spirit-based beverages, and also wine-based beverages. But there is a caveat on the language. I don't have the language right in front of me right now, but the caveat language is to determine whether or not there is an effective market for the use of the wine bottles and spirit bottles in cullet or in the manufacturing of fiberglass. So there is somewhat of a phase-in to, I think, 2023 for that material. But it is intended to capture that material that is currently going into single stream recycling and pull it out of that and into a better system for recapturing that material and being able to market that material.
So
I'll
this-
just add, I have the language in front of me. There is proposal to expand both carbonated and non-carbonated beverages. The carbonated beverages would include an addition of hard ciders and hard seltzers. Non-carbonated beverages would be included to include juices, juice drinks, tea, coffee, kombucha, sports drinks, energy drinks, things like that that are currently not in the bill, in the program.
5 Hour Energy.
Not sure.
So for my friends in the house know that I generally keep a case of it with me just in case I need a little pick me up. But these bottles, as I understand it, will be redeemable then?
That's not clear yet, and I know there are some size restrictions as well, so I think we'd have to see what size those are to determine whether or not they would be in.
So that's my point. I guess wine bottles and what do other states do collection for wine bottles and vodka bottles, so to speak? Do we know?
Yeah, some states do include wine and spirits.
Okay.
And I think Maine also collects the small nip bottles as well.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, everybody. I will, Madam Commissioner, I will try and make a point when I get vaccinated, and maybe we can meet in person and I can learn more about this.
Yeah.
I agree that the current system is broke. I don't know if this is the answer. I guess my last question, if I could, Madam Chair, I believe, Commissioner, you said that we need to enhance markets for recycled materials. How does this bill do that?
Well, certainly we know that we've heard that the containers that are recovered through the bottle bill program tend to have a higher, basically the quality of the returned material tends to be higher because it's not intermingled with other types of recyclable materials, and so it has a greater it tends to then yield a higher value in terms of resale and reuse. So I think this is one of the reasons that there's been, growing support for the bottle bill, including from beverage distributors and manufacturers who are moving towards, for example, 100% recycled content for their containers because they see the value. Their consumers are, very sensitive to the impacts of plastics, for example, on the environment. And so it's a value add to their products to be able to provide for 100% recycled content containers. And this is a program, for example, that helps to ensure that we have that circular economy going on with containers and that the containers are coming back in a condition that enhances the ability for them to be reused. But separately from that, I'll say that we have the opportunity for, through recycled content standards, are things that can help set minimum content standards for certain types of products across our economy that, again, creates that signal and that investment requirement that will enhance the market and the demand for materials that are being recovered, whether it's through the bottle bill or it's through the single stream program. When we create a market for those commodities, for that recycled content, it enhances the value of those recyclables. And so for municipalities who, previously were paid for the recycling when there were Asian markets for these commodities, now those markets have closed. Creating those markets for recycled content here in the U.S. Will again help to rebalance and increase the commodity value of recycled materials. So that was really the intention of my comment there. But would be delighted to talk with you more about that, as well as on the issues around cross-border redemption and strategies that could be used there. DEEP has staff. That we have limited staffing that where we're able to provide for some support compliance assurance and enforcement with respect to the bottle bill. But we certainly have a strong interest in ensuring that the bottle bill is successful as it currently stands, and hopefully as if this bill goes forward in this improved version. I think we'd like to see, share opportunities to enhance deep staffing so that we can support that enforcement, or have the opportunities to provide some oversight or other types of engagement with the bottle bill framework to ensure that some of those best practices that we've seen from states like Oregon to reduce cross-border fraud are actually implemented.
Well, I would just say one comment that, the bottle bill now, I mean, I pay an extra $1.20, or consumers pay an extra $1.20 for example, 24 pack, I think, is that right? And it doesn't work. So now we're going to double that. And it doesn't, so I'm afraid if we double it, is it going to work? Because the money that we already do spend on it isn't working. So I don't want to put more unless it's going to work. So I'm looking forward to working with you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And sorry I took so long with my questioning, but I appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative. We have Representative Michelle, followed by Representative Harrison. Representative Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Dykes. Sorry, I'm multi-zooming again, as usual, as we all are, I know. So looking at my notes, I'm looking at and I lost the bill number again, with the striped bass, that bill. I just wanted to know, I have several questions. The first one will be the equipment. You're talking about fishing seines, long lines, and trolls. And now we know a lot more about this equipment. And for example, trolls and trolls, TRAWLS, what they do is they're hooks that go, nets, sorry, that go on the bottom, and they shake up the sediments on the seafloor. And what it does is it releases the carbon that the seafloor is absorbing with dead sea life or other types of life. That's one. So it releases emissions that the marine environment is actually capturing. And also, as it shakes the sediments, it also shakes pollutants. And what happens with those pollutants is they raise up and with the phytoplankton, and animals end up, so that pollution also mixes up throughout the food chain. And so I was wondering if there was any consideration, especially since we're trying to curb our emissions and several things. And I like to say that the oceans or that the marine ecosystem are our front line of defense against climate change. It's good to go and knock out the source of emissions, but there is a system that is protecting us currently, and we don't want to harm it. And on the contrary, we want to help it. And so there's certain equipment there that's really something that I think is passé. They're old methods. They're not great for the environment. And that would include trolls. That would include long lines, which are indiscriminate and catch, so you're going after striped bass, you put a long line. I wonder what percentage of fish will actually be the striped bass. And then fishing seines seem to also be indiscriminate. And it's hard to release live caught by the seines alive back into the water, which you could do with fikes, for example, more easily. So I was wondering that would be my first question. Is the DEEP actually considering to move forward in time and actually help us modernize and maybe eliminate some of the worst methods of fishing?
So Representative, this bill, our striped bass fishing in Connecticut is only recreational rod and reel. There is no commercial fishing for striped bass in Connecticut by state law, and this bill would not expand to commercial fishing for striped bass.
So then the lines 27 to 30, what life are we talking about in those lines, please? Thank you.
Let me pull it up, or in the meantime, Deputy Commissioner Trumbull, if you have the the bill
And
in front
then,
of
yeah,
you.
I'm talking about Bill, Senate Bill 929. Sorry about that.
Mhm.
And thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Let me pull that up. But in the meantime, I think those methods are not used for striped bass in Connecticut. So I may have to get back to you on this while I pull up the bill. But there is no commercial fishing for striped bass here in Connecticut. So
Right.
I can definitely get back to you on that.
But what's curious in those lines is that we're talking about determining the specifications, materials, and dimensions. And if I see that, then I tend to think that maybe somebody's using trolls, somebody's using long lines, somebody's using seines. And I'm not sure why this is in this text. And I'm now curious as to who is allowed to use this type of equipment in Connecticut waters.
Mhm. So just to be clear, I think the lines that you're referring to, which I believe starts on 2122, that subsection 7, right? That is pre-existing language. So we're not seeking to modify that language here, but we have no intent to expand, for commercial fishing for striped bass.
So is there any chance that we can actually edit existing language to be a little bit more modern and protective of, at least in text, so that this kind of equipment, by whoever does not read language properly or laws properly, doesn't think that they can actually use a troll in Long Island Sound or in our Connecticut waters? And same thing with seines, and it's really seines, trolls, and long lines that are really bothering me in the text. And I think that should be consideration by the DEEP, especially when we're trying to curb emissions. To have wording like this in our textbooks, like such as trolls, should probably be something that we should consider removing from commercial fishing, for example, and not talking about striped bass for any fish. Then my other question was, you said that DEEP has around 400 cases of misdemeanor charges for improper taking of striped bass. Was that what you said?
Not quite, Representative. Thank you. We have about 400 calls for service for striped bass each year, and so not every single one of those calls for service ends up in a misdemeanor. Like I said before, the process for issuing a misdemeanor is lengthy, both for the officer and for the court system. And so I think what this new bill will help us do is help our officers be able to issue more of those citations than they were able to issue misdemeanors.
Well, then let me ask you, let's go a little bit backwards. What percentage of those cases are not adjudicated in the courts?
That's a great question, Representative Michelle. I don't have exact data for you on that. I know that this issue was exacerbated over the past year with the COVID and the court system. So I know it has gotten worse even over the past year, and we are very concerned about it.
Do you know how many misdemeanors?
I don't have exact numbers on the amount of misdemeanors we issued last year. No, but happy to provide that for you.
Yeah, could you please make it available to the caucus? I mean, to the committee, please. And you did use a word that raised my attention. You said service. So when you say a call for service, can you describe what a call for service is, please?
Yeah, sure. So that is, thank you, Representative. That is just a call for ENCON officers. Most of those calls come through our dispatch, similar to a 911 call. Although this is specific to our DEEP Environmental Conservation Police. We have a DEEP dispatch number. Most of the calls come there, although certainly sometimes calls come through other methods as well.
All right, and so okay, because service sounds, it seems like it's more like when somebody's calling the DEEP concerned about something and calling dispatch, or it's okay. I'll leave it at that. I thought the word was really interesting. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you both.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Harrison, followed by Representative Wilson.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commissioner. My question really relates to this bottle bill. The system's broken, and I think I can even agree with Representative Chaffee, Representative O'Day. I hear it from people in my district. I experience it myself personally. You go to the, the grocery store where you bought the bottle, and God forbid that you bought it from a different grocery store because it doesn't get returned. So now you've stood in line for a half an hour. You've waited to return your thing. It rejects it. And what I find over on the side is a pile of bottles that people are frustrated that they can't get returned. So have we dealt with this in this new version of upgrading these redemption centers, or asking for the grocery stores to take a greater number of these bottles, even if they don't sell them?
Thank you, Representative. Yes, so redemption at grocery stores and other retail locations, the law only requires them to accept returns of beverages that they sell, which is restrictive. That is understood. Redemption centers take any and all that have deposits.
Understood, but I think that's the frustration. I think that's, even to the point of whether you have to take a bus to get someplace to get them returned to find out they can't take them, whether you're driving in the car, the redemption center, let's face it, in some of our, not city areas, you could be driving as much as a half an hour away to do the right thing. So, and there's not enough of them. There aren't enough. And so back to my point is, what you find is that's why people are either putting them into the single stream recycling, which is not, what we want to see done, or, they're putting them on in the garbage right at the retail location. So what are we doing to assure that we fix this problem?
So the increase in the handling fee will definitely address this issue through the establishment of additional redemption centers that will take I think almost every bottle. There's some private label bottles that they may not take, but for the most part, redemption centers take the majority of bottles that have deposit, since they don't sell the material, whereas the retail stores do restrict. The other aspect, the other aspect is through a different program. For example, the Oregon program is overseen by a representative organization. And so their redemption locations take anything and everything that is sold in Oregon. There is no limitation on in that program to the retail locations products that are available for purchase, and only redeeming those materials that they sell.
So have we done any survey to guarantee that we're going to have an increase in redemption centers if we do this?
I think we, oh, go ahead, sorry. Go ahead, Gabby.
It's based on the experience of other states, and we have clear data that an increase in the redemption increases, the increase in the deposit increases redemption. So there is definitive evidence that there is a commensurate increase in the material that goes back into into the market for recycling into bottles again.
So, and that's only out of 2 states that are doing it. So what's happening with the handling fees in the other 8 states that are 10 cents? And are, do they have enough people that have redemption centers?
I think some of the representative, I think that one of the most important indicators of redemption, what we might expect to happen here is looking at the percentage of containers that are returned in states that have moved to a higher deposit value as well as increase the handling fee. And those redemption rates, exceed 80%. It's a significant improvement on where we are today with our bottle bill system, which is about 50%. So, I think that is an indicator, as well as I think, I'm sure you'll be hearing from some of the redemption centers who may be testifying later today that are, we've heard from them that they anticipate with the increase in the handling fee, which will increase 2 cents above what they're currently receiving and on par with where other states are, will provide for a more, will provide for the economic signal for them to be able to invest and expand redemption opportunities here in the state. But what if we look at the status quo and what customers are experiencing, the customer experience today of redemption, it is a reflection of the many years that have gone by with no increase to the handling fee. What we're seeing out today, the experience that we're familiar with today, reflects the fact that there has not been an increasing investment in the redemption infrastructure here in the state for some years.
All right, and then I guess I'd like to ask a second question, if I might. In the 10 other states that have a redemption or, bottle bill and a redemption fee, what happens in those states to the unclaimed dollars?
It is a mix. Some states have it go to a general fund like Connecticut does. Other states may have those unclaimed deposits going to dedicated environmental recycling funds. And in some states, I think the beverage distributors keep some of the unclaimed deposits. So there's a variety. Representative, I could get you a table that summarizes all the kind of properties of the bottle bill programs in the U.S., if that would be of interest.
Thank you. That would. I guess let me feed on that then. Is it possible then for the state of Connecticut to use money that's unclaimed to help increase the fees for the handling instead of increasing it to 10 cents?
Well, I do believe there's a provision in this proposed bill that does have a portion of the unclaimed deposits going back to the distributors, which they could pay to pay that increase in the handling fee. The increase to 10 cents is to encourage a higher redemption rate. 5 cents that we currently have in place, if that 5 cent deposit was adjusted for inflation from when the program was created, would be somewhere between 15 and 20 cents now. So a nickel to get someone to return a bottle is not quite the same as it was 20, 30 years ago. And we have seen that when that deposit is increased to 10 cents, there is a big jump in the redemption rate.
Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Representative Harrison. Next, we have Representative Wilson, followed by Representative Dillon.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Dykes and your team for being here. Going through the gauntlet, I guess we have a feel, especially on this bottle bill, and that's where my questions fall here this morning. So, I mean, as we've heard from Representative Chafee and Harrison and O'Day and others, we all know that the system appears to be broken. But what we haven't heard a lot about this morning is the way that a lot of folks in my district choose to do that recycling and redemption, and that's through donations to nonprofit organizations like their fire departments, their churches, their community organizations, which is the way my family happens to do it. And I can't remember how long it's been, but at least a couple of years as redemption centers closed down and then also stopped taking the glass bottles. So let's say for those people who enjoy an adult brew and prefer to have that adult brew in a glass bottle, your only choice then is to go stand in line. because if I give it to my local fire department or church to return, they're told no thank you when they take it to the redemption center. And so I can tell you that in my yard right now, kept behind a building, I have 4 very large, approximately 50-gallon containers that are just sitting there waiting for a solution for me to be able to return my bottles. And I'm just wondering, when you put this together and say, okay, well, the new funds are going to encourage redemption centers. And then, oh, by the way, if we're going to add spirits and wine, these centers are going to have to increase the size of their facilities capacity to be able to accept all this glass that they haven't been accepting. And we heard testimony in previous sessions and on previous bills. I'm thinking about the minimum wage. A lot of these redemption centers, I believe, closed or let people go because they couldn't afford to pay the new increasing minimum wages. So it's kind of an event of unintended circumstances that we're going to be dealing with here. And my question is, how much conversation has your department had with these redemption centers as to what their ability to up the capacity and provide the service to the residents of Connecticut is going to be?
Well, thank you, Representative. I think that it's really what we've heard from the redemption centers who we work closely with is that the handling fee being frozen in time at 1.5 cents has just not made it economic for them to be able to expand and provide for more redemption centers across the state. It's also challenged the economics of some of the existing facilities. And so we've heard from them that, one of the most important things that we can do to provide for more convenient redemption opportunities, which is our goal with this program. We are, we think the bottle bill is a way to obtain lots of high quality material being returned. It can be very effective, but the fact that the handling fee has been frozen in time has, challenged the economics for supporting that convenient and accessible redemption that we want to ensure consumers have. So this increase of 2 cents in the handling fee, we think, is a very critical piece of this bill. The fact that you have it seems like a lot of different entities who have come together to come up with this compromise language suggests that we have the real opportunity this year to see this bill go forward, and potentially with this improvement, which I think would solve a lot of that problem of providing for more convenient and accessible redemption in communities across the state.
So is the short answer, Commissioner, that you have actually had dialogue with these redemption centers and they have given you positive indication that they're going to be able to handle the increase in capacity?
Yes, that's correct. And I know you'll be hearing from them later today, so you'll have the opportunity to hear directly from them. I don't want to speak on their behalf, but yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Representative. Representative Dillon, followed by Representative Mashinsky.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm toggling back and forth between 2 meetings, and so I apologize if I'm restating a question from earlier. I have a question about those little bottles called NIPS, the little liquor bottles, and unlike Representative O'Day, I don't have a visual here. I don't keep them actually. Would they be covered by the language in the bottle bill?
Representative, we have made a suggestion as to some language changes that could be helpful as it relates to wine and spirits in our testimony. The language is a bit confusing. So to that point, I can't answer your question.
Just a quick comment. The cleanup of our parks in Greater New Haven is a very intense community effort, and very often what we find is containers or rubber duckies that were tossed from cars or that started somewhere else, maybe were dropped into a gutter and were carried through the stormwater and got yorked up in another one of our neighborhoods, so that the original intent years ago to educate the neighborhoods, assuming that it was the fault of the people that lived there, was inadequate, because in fact what we had to look at was behavior of others and also the stormwater system. But the interesting thing was that the people from the School of Forestry have been looking at the trash, and I think it's very helpful to look at trash as evidence, and to see what's there. And what they don't find is things with a redemption value. What they find is things that have no value to anyone or were unintentionally dropped. And the plague of some of our neighborhoods is the NIPS bottles, which are very easily carried through. And I don't know if we have an affirmative policy with the hotel industry or any higher education facility that's allowed to have a little bar in there, and they have conferences. But it was my understanding, because we've had very energetic conversations about this, and I actually met with some of our alders about a variety of issues a week or so ago, that those little nip bottles don't necessarily fit into any of the equipment that does recycling now. And if so, I can't begin to tell you how strongly some of our local people feel that our quality of life has something to do with getting control over this, over the trash that we really didn't generate. And if there is a problem with the NIPS and the equipment, it would be helpful if the department could look into it.
Thank you, Representative.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I will say just briefly that we do recognize that, including NIPS, I mean, these are a challenge in terms of litter, especially outdoors. Our outdoor recreation mission within the department, means that we share the concern that you're expressing, and many communities are expressing about these containers. Including the NIPS in the bottle bill would certainly cut down on littered nip bottles. But I think there's some logistical questions to work through. So we'd be happy to talk more or have more dialogue with the committee about this challenge.
Thank you, and we'll be happy to provide some photos. There's very high interest here. Thank you very much for your work, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. And I just did want to clarify, I know there is testimony requesting clarification of the language. I do believe it's the intention of this bill to include the 50 mL, which are referred to as NIPS, as we've been calling them. I also know and recognize that there will be representatives from reverse vending machine companies testifying throughout the day. And so I'm hopeful we can ask them those questions about their preparedness to accept redemption of those small bottles. So we have Representative Mashinsky followed by Representative Parker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My hand raise function went off for a while, and I didn't do it. So I don't know what happened, but I do have two questions. First is, just so the committee members are aware, we did have a 90% return rate at the beginnings of the bottle law. I worked on the law myself, And we did have 90%, which was a phenomenal return rate. And we did have recycled materials. Glass was made into more glass based items, and we had the plastics were made into fleece for clothing, for outdoor clothing. So when you have the pure stream and the good return rate, it's actually a marketable product. The Redemption Center in my town has been struggling to stay alive, and we've gone through several owners, and it's been closed in between owners, and that's because they haven't gotten a pay raise in 40 years. They need the 3.5 cents. And I have talked to them enough to know that they will expand to additional sites, and they will expand to the urban areas if that they get that pay increase, which is long overdue to them. And the main experience is that if you go up there's a Redemption Center practically on every block, because the rate they are paid is enough to make a profit and to hire workers. So I hope that my store in Wallingford will prosper and expand based on the increase in the redemption rate. But the question I wanted to ask was, we were handling our solid waste in state, and now that the waste energy plants, the larger ones, are closing, we face a shipping of our waste at very great expense to out-of-state landfills, maybe 500 miles away, which is going to be really expensive for our state and our municipalities. Is there a way we can, I guess this is a commissioner question, is there a way we can divert some of the older produce or perhaps produce with blemishes to food for the hungry, where they could come by and pick it up every night at 11 o'clock on a bin outside the store or something like that, before we have to send it to a composting facility? We have people that need food, and they would take blemished food, and then we have a pretty high organic percentage of our waste that we now have to think about composting or shipping out. Is there a way we can do both things at once to take care of more hungry people, and and not have to put everything in the compost facility?
Well, certainly, Representative. So first off, as we strongly believe at the department that our response to the waste disposal crisis that you described has to prioritize sustainable materials management opportunities, diverting material out of the waste stream. And in part, that's because we see so much valuable material that could be more affordably managed, not as municipal solid waste. Towns and businesses are paying increasingly high costs for tipping this material for disposal to send it to be incinerated or buried. And so, to the extent that 30% of our waste that's being sent for disposal is yard waste or food scraps, it's important for us to look at every option that we have to get those valuable organic materials out of the waste stream, and as a way to minimize disposal and enhance affordability. We have, through the CCSMM process, working with over 75 towns, we had a specific working group looking at best practice for organics and yard waste, food scrap diversion. And following the EPA hierarchy for organics programs, the first and best tool that we should reach for, especially for food scraps, is donation for human consumption where that's appropriate. So we would be glad to share some of the recommendations that came out of the CCSMM specifically on donations for human consumption. It's not appropriate in every context, but I think that is certainly the most preferable in terms of getting the best value out of materials that can be reused. There are several networks in place that are already working on this issue of trying to rescue food for human consumption. And I know that there's some liability protections that are in place. We have fact sheets that are posted on DEEP's website to help advise folks on the rules around and liability protections related to food donation. And so, you know, I appreciate you raising this as a priority, because it's something that we've been, you know, trying to do more outreach and education around.
Okay, I think we have to do a better job, I guess, of reaching out to the food chains to get them to do this, because I personally know people that go to the dumpster and wait, and they wait until the worker comes out at night with the produce they're going to discard, and then they try to, you know, get them to give it to them. But that seems like a crazy way to do this. There should be a more recognized way where they're put out on a table or something where people know they can come every day at a certain time and pick up the older produce and take it home without having to raid a dumpster. That's just unacceptable to me. It's a waste. It's a waste of money. It's hard on the people who need to get this food, and then it's just not the highest and best use to put it in a dumpster, wait till it goes to the composting facility. In my view, it's not the highest and best use. I hope we can formalize a way to give it a higher use.
I think that Public Act 12-123, which is enacted in 2012, provides for protections for people who donate food for potential legal liability. So we have on our website fact sheets that we've put together to help people better understand the protections that they have under those bills, to help people link up with some of our food donation, our food banks across and rescue programs across the state. I know that Food Rescue US is working in Fairfield, New Haven, and Litchfield counties, and they help to recover and distribute, fresh foods from supermarkets and surplus food from restaurant kitchens. But certainly, and we know at schools that the pandemic has interrupted some of this, but there have been best practices around, sharing, food sharing tables and so on for kids. So there's a lot more to do here, but I appreciate raising this opportunity, and certainly we'd be happy to work on, additional measures we could do to enhance this.
Okay, well, thank you, Commissioner. Thanks,
Thank you. Thank you, Representative. Representative Parker, followed by Senator Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Dykes and your team for being here. Briefly turning back to fish, as an avid, if not always successful, striped bass fisherman myself, I want to thank you for the work that you're doing here. Briefly, just want to call attention to my colleagues to the fact that of all of the fish that are taken from the stock, up to 50% almost are a result of recreational catch and release and post-release mortality, which is why the work you're doing on circle hooks is so important, and some of the other work that's happening. So I thank you for that. And then just in terms of this specific bill that's come up, maybe a request. It seems like there's information you folks are going to be gathering from a lot of questions that have come up from colleagues. Would be interesting if you could share how our neighbors in Massachusetts and Rhode Island and New York are handling the infractions. There's been conversations about continuing to escalate fees or other things, and just would, I don't ask for the information right now, but if you're gathering that would be helpful to see so we can put this in context. But mostly just want to say thank you for the work you're doing.
Well, thank you, and thanks for your support for our striped bass fishery and for recreational fishing, and so we'd be glad to provide that information to the committee.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Minor for the second time, followed by Representative D'Amico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I wanted to go back to Senate Bill 1037 and ask the Commissioner, in trying to, I guess, prepare for a level of support on this bill, do you know to what degree all the stakeholders were involved in the development of this language? And so I would ask specifically about distributors, whether distributors were at the table and had kind of signed off on this package?
So, Senator, I really commend the folks who've been involved in these discussions, but DEEP did not lead the coalition process. So I really am not in a position to provide an answer to your question.
Okay. And in terms of evaluating this plan versus any other plan that's been proposed this year, was there any contemplation of the Oregon model by the agency?
Well, I'll say that we did meet with the program administrator for the Oregon program. I think so to that extent, I think through the CCS-MIM process, we had folks from Oregon who presented, and I think the recording of that presentation is up on our website. We also did some individual outreach to Oregon. There's a lot there's a lot of different things to explore with respect to the Oregon model, but one of the big takeaways for me is that our program and the Oregon program have really evolved from very different places. So I think that we find that there's some best practices or experiences that we could borrow from Oregon. It speaks to some I think their program also confirms, the importance of having investment in the system. Here, in our case, that would be done through the increase in the handling fee. There, it's more privately managed, but the investment in the system that provides for more access and convenient access to redemption, I think, is really important. But I'm not really. This is probably not a helpful answer to your question, but if there are more specifics in terms of the Oregon program, I'm happy to speak to or happy to answer any questions you have on it.
So one of the things that I was rather intrigued by about the Oregon model was the fact that what is currently an Escheats program that goes off into the abyss of state government would actually, in the case of that model, if I understand it correctly, go to a nonprofit whose sole charge is to work on materials handling, whether it's through redemption, whether it's through other methodologies. That seemed to be a rather striking difference to me, that when I look back over the years, I think one of the biggest deficiencies in Connecticut's program is that single stream has tended to draw what otherwise would be deposits into a system where they're seldom recovered, and then the cash is swept into the general fund. So assuming we still operated in a two-stream system, single stream, and a more robust recycling, front-end recycling separation program, why wouldn't that be a better program if those dollars went into a nonprofit as opposed to the general fund, where the only use could be reinvestment into the mission, so to speak?
Again, I think the two programs have really evolved from a very different place. I think that the Oregon program has been built around a regulatory requirement that did not prescribe certain fees or for reinvestment, and the private market, and the distributors in Oregon have developed a more of a EPR type program that they're managing, but without those different elements specified. Meantime, here in Connecticut, we have a lot of infrastructure, a lot of investment that's been made by redemption centers and retail stores, and with the reverse vending machines and so on and so forth, that has built up over time and has been providing for redemption, albeit even under diminished handling fee, successfully here in our state. To my view, and again, we have heard discussions about modernizing the bottle bill for many years, and the folks who've been working, I think you have different entities who've come together in this coalition to work on a compromise that is a real chance to move this and enhance the Bonneville framework that we have. And I think that it's important. I think we're supportive of moving forward those improvements. To shift to an Oregon type model would involve a much more fundamental change, I think, to the structure of this program and might set us, undercut some of the fundamentals that have developed successfully here in the state. So we see this bill really building on our Connecticut model and helping to ensure that through the handling fee and so on, that we have adequate investment in our model so that we can provide for high redemption rates, convenient access here in the state. So I'm not sure if that's entirely answering your question, but let me turn to my team in terms of any other aspects of your question that I've missed.
Just say for, what we know of the Oregon program, we have seen some other aspects as well, which, we could try to emulate here. In Oregon, the stewardship organization that oversees their redemption program, they oversee all the enforcement. They can advocate for newer technologies, reverse vending machine technologies, where as opposed to now where we are all redeeming one bottle or one container at a time, there are bag drop programs and other technologies that haven't yet made their way into Connecticut. A product stewardship organization could advocate for that. And the other thing they do is they help make sure that there are redemption centers spread throughout the state to make sure that people have convenient redemption opportunities.
So I guess that was what I was kind of getting at. There's no, look at, and if I say administration, I don't mean this administration. There is never an incentive on the part of an administration to cough up $35 million to a nonprofit agency to handle something when you've had the flexibility to do with that money as you've chosen. And that was kind of the striking difference that I thought we might try to move to, at least in terms of a conversation. So we're not going to resolve this today. Chris, I appreciate your comments. Yours also, Commissioner. I think there are good things in both. And so I'm hoping that as this conversation continues, we can find a way to get even more people involved in this process to see if there is a better model that might be a blending of the two as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Minor. Representative D'Amico.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, and your team for your answers to all of our questions about these very important bills that we're doing today. And I particularly want to congratulate you for your stamina. So I will not, I'll try not to belabor this too much longer. I have a couple of questions about Bill 926. Having to do with the PFAS in consumer packaging. So my overall general question is, how is this this prohibition going to be enforced? I saw the language that had to do with certification. Just as a practical matter, how does that get enforced on a daily basis once this goes into effect?
Representative, we appreciate your question. One of the things that we really like about this language is that we have been working with some of our neighboring states to develop similar language, and we're really hoping that this language can be adopted and that the ban would go in consistently across multiple states, and that the industry will then respond to it in a very prompt manner. We're going to have to be selective on where we do enforcement and what we do enforcement on, depending on what exactly is happening. But I think what we've seen in similar circumstances is that market pressure comes to bear and addresses this. And so we'll have to use our limited resources to do enforcement where we can. I don't know whether Nicole wants to add anything to that.
Thank you, Betsy. This program, it's based more on a self-certification. So it puts the onus on the manufacturers and the suppliers that they get certified. So even the department can, there's timelines there that the department can ask, make a request for that certification, or even the way the bill reads, even the public can ask that. And then add on it. Then the department would be in the position to verify it, and then it's at its discretion move towards enforcement. But this bill, it's not just about Connecticut. We work with the Toxics and Packaging Clearinghouse, so it really is an effort, with a regional effort with other states that that we work with, similar to, I mean, this PFAS in packaging, it's building upon this toxics and packaging, the longstanding statute that's been in place. So the department has worked with this coalition before, and staff has worked with that. So again, it's the department's discretion. We would still need to verify.
Okay, no, I appreciate that, and I know this isn't the first, as you say, this has been going on for a long time. So this would just be an extension of that, I imagine. But so I appreciate that. So then I guess I'm looking at some of the testimony that was submitted by different companies, and they, you know, claiming that, for example, medicines are packaged, you know, some of the medicines and food products are packaged, you know, in packages that might be subject to this new law. How are we going to get around that? Are they just going to have to devise new products? Is that practical? You know, you know, are there alternatives, or is this going to cause a real problem, you know, to the consumer if we go forward with this?
So Representative, I have seen some of that testimony also. Clearly want to make sure, especially medicines, are not potentially including PFAS or any of the compounds associated with the class of chemicals. I mean, if they're intended for human consumption. And we're really hoping that the industry will be able to innovate such that there are alternatives that can be used to replace them, so that we can minimize that risk while still providing the products that are necessary for people.
Okay, so they're going to have to innovate is the bottom line, I guess.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. And just one other question. Again, I noticed in one of the pieces of testimony that food packaging is regulated by the Food and Drug Administration. So, you know, are we overstepping our bounds here, or are we working in conjunction with the FDA, or how does this all? How do you anticipate that this would work?
So given that the law has been on the books for quite some time in terms of Connecticut law, I don't think we're overstepping our bounds, but I would ask Nicole if she can answer that question more directly.
Yep. I'm sorry. Did you repeat the question again?
Yeah, no, I was looking at some of the testimony, and it's stating that food packaging is regulated by the FDA, the Food and Drug Administration. So are we working at cross purposes? Are we working in conjunction with the FDA? Is there some kind of a problem here? Is it unnecessary? Should we just rely on the FDA to do the job for us? Those are all the questions that are coming to mind for me.
Okay, Representative, I've gotten some more information from staff. There are other states who have banned PFAS in food packaging, Washington, Maine, and New York. In addition, we can always be more conservative than the FDA. We can't be less conservative than the FDA.
Right, more stringent.
So we can be more stringent.
Correct.
Okay, that's fair enough. Okay, all right. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Lagay for the second time.
Sorry, Madam Chair. Just real quick, Madam Commissioner, you said that DEEP did not take the lead on this legislation, the bottle bill. Who did?
I think there was a coalition. You know, I can't speak to all the members. Maybe someone on my team can speak to that. But there's a broad coalition that has been working on this for some time.
So who in the coalition and who took the lead in the coalition? If you guys could, if anybody could answer that question.
I'm going to turn to my team if anyone wants to chime in.
The question was who was leading the coalition?
Who are the members of the coalition, and who took the lead with this legislation, if you know?
We had the opportunity to meet with, there are a number of stakeholders that have been working on this topic for some time. Again, we did not, I want to defer to the chairs for the answer to your question. I just don't know that we would be in a position to answer it accurately.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Commissioner Dykes and Representative O'Day. I think it's always sort of been the prerogative of the chairs of the committee to work with various stakeholders and work to craft legislation that keeps in mind some of the things that we heard. We had an informational hearing on this subject and took some of those pieces in mind, but this is not purely a bill that was crafted from one group. It is, there's some information from a coalition who I'm sure we'll hear from later today. I could not tell you exactly who's in the coalition. I'm obviously not a member of this coalition myself, nor do I anticipate any other legislators or members of the coalition. So we'll be able to ask those questions later, who comprises membership. I can tell you that myself, I've had conversations with distributors, I've had conversations with manufacturers, I've had conversation with haulers, I've had conversations with, DEEP and environmentalists, all sorts of various stakeholders here. And, I know Representative Gresko has done so as well. So this is sort of a compilation based on the information that we received at the informational hearing, as well as information from what is going on in other states. This is what we've come up with. And here we are at public hearing today to hear more about what may work for the various stakeholders and what may need some amending.
Okay, so I was just wondering, there's been a mention of a coalition that has been proposing this legislation, and so far, I don't know who the coalition is, but okay.
Are you talking about, I'm sorry, Representative, are you talking about the Sustainable Materials Management Coalition that the commissioner mentioned at the top of her testimony?
I'm talking about Bill 1037.
Right. I know. I want to clarify because there are a couple of, there's the coalition, Connecticut Coalition for Sustainable Materials Management, which is a group that DEEP did put together of municipalities. And I know we'll hear from the leads of that coalition. I just want to be clear that the members of that coalition did in fact request a modernization of a bottle bill. And I know that we'll hear from them later on. I know CEO of the town of Bethel, Mr. Knickerbocker, will be testifying. I'm not sure if First Selectwoman Laura Francis will be testifying. They are the leads of the CCSMM group, and I know that there were recommendations out of that group as well for a bottle bill. So I just want to be clear that there's multiple coalitions at work here.
Gotcha. Okay. So as I did some research, so my understanding is in 2009 is when the skeet or the money that was uncollected was swept into the general fund. And now that money, I guess it's about $30 million that's uncollected goes to the general fund. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. So prior to 2009, where did that $30 million plus or minus go?
So Chris Nelson, I think you'd be the best to speak to some of this history.
So prior to the money being redirected to the state general fund, the beverage distributors held on to the unclaimed deposits. One thing to keep in mind is that the redemption rate was slightly higher at the time, so the dollar amount may have been less. We have estimates that was maybe in the $20 million range in the 20s, but certainly over the years, as the redemption rate has dropped a little, the value of the unclaimed deposits has gone up over time. But it was in the 2009-2010 timeframe when that shift occurred. It was the same time that water was added to the bottle bill, that the unclaimed deposits started going to the state general fund.
Okay, so the distributors took that 20 million, or it didn't get redeemed, so they split it up based on their sales, presumably, or I can ask them about that. But so is there any, so redeemers and the state are going to benefit from these revisions because they're going to get more money. Is that fair to say?
I think redemption centers will benefit, yes, because they'll collect more in handling fees. And that also goes to the grocery stores. They'll collect more in handling fees. They get reimbursed, or they get paid the handling fees on a per container processed basis.
So if the redemption rates stay consistent, which we're hoping they don't, but if they do, the state will get, instead of 30 million, it'll get 60 million, plus or minus, if we double the deposit.
I think if the redemption rate stayed the same and you doubled the deposit, yes, there would be more money going into the more money in unclaimed deposits. But certainly the expectation is that the redemption rate would go up.
And I think that's based on, what we've observed in other jurisdictions that have implemented a higher redemption value, is that consumers are then more motivated to participate in the redemption. The increase of the redemption value plus, this is very important, the increase in the handling fee ensures that we believe that the investment will be there in the redemption facilities, right, to ensure that there's convenient and accessible access so that consumers will have the opportunity to then bring the containers back. But we have seen, so that's where we've seen the increase in the redemption value bear out in Oregon and Michigan, states that have very different structures even to their bottle bill redemption program, have both seen a significant increase in redemption, which means consumers getting their 10 cents back, and at the same time it means that the sheets that is not a revenue raiser, if you will, to the extent that those are going to the general fund.
But I mean, look, those facilities to redemption centers have got to increase, because I'll tell you right now, I'm not waiting in line for an hour and a half, 2 hours to collect 10 cents per bottle or 20 cents per bottle. I mean, so there's going to be a time lag in that, the redemption centers. Who's paying? So the people that are going to be paying more are going to be the consumers, at least initially, if they don't get their 10 cents. And the distributors are paying that increased redemption fee, correct?
That's right.
So are there any, so the people adversely affected by this bill are consumers and distributors. Is there anyone else adversely affected by this, if consumers don't redeem, so consumers who don't redeem and distributors are adversely affected by this bill? Is there anyone else that's adversely affected by this bill financially?
Again, I'm not sure I accept the premise, because I think that we've heard from distributors, again, they're looking to move toward, they want this material to come back, because many of the distributors and the beverage manufacturers are looking to adopt higher recycled content standards for their containers. So there is a benefit to them in investing through the handling fee in the redemption infrastructure of the bottle bill that provides for these containers to be returned to them.
So we're going to hear from there are distributors going to testify in favor. I'm sorry, I haven't read all the testimony. I'll do that. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time, and thank you for the second time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative O'Day, and I appreciate that we have a robust agenda today, and a lot of questions come up as we go through the hearing process. So certainly, if you need to ask questions for a second time, that's fine. It helps all members of the committee. I am now going to exercise my prerogative as chair and ask some of my questions that I have been waiting to ask. And I do have several on multiple bills, but I'll start with the solid waste management bill, since that's what we've been talking about, 1037. And And I do have a question. If you could speak to a little bit, Commissioner, your thoughts on just glass in general. I mean, we heard a lot from CCSMM that glass was a particular issue. I assume that's because of weight and tipping fees. If you could speak to that a little bit on why this is important. And then I'd like to ask you a little bit about your thoughts on the glass piece of this, particularly as it pertains to wine and liquor, because I think that, we will likely hear from the industry today, and I don't want to make assumptions, but that there might be concern about moving wine and liquor bottles into the bottle bill. There's an opportunity here to sort of keep them out of the deposit system, but to use them in other productive ways if they can in fact be used as cullet. And I'm wondering, we heard a little bit about urban mining. I'm just wondering if there are other possibilities for cullet as well. So 2 questions there, but both pertaining to glass.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Senator. Yes. So with respect to glass, we know through the CCSMM process focused on the working group focused on increasing recycling and the work that DEEP has been doing on our waste policy issues over the time, for some time. Glass is a complicated material for our recycling programs, especially for our single stream. It's heavy. It breaks it then causes a lot of wear and tear on machinery, on conveyor belts and other types of machinery at the MRFs. And so and finding value for the glass, especially coming through the single stream program, can be challenging because of the breakage, the mixture of colors, and so on and so forth. So, for that reason, we think that there are a number of ways that we can help to implement things that will turn that tide. Certainly, the focus on recycled content standards. I mean, you mentioned urban mining. To the extent that we have facilities that are being located here in our state that can utilize the glass. We have haulers who are making investments in infrastructure that will, help meet the specs for those types of facilities. I think that's really important. It is a really critical piece, and because it is so heavy, being able to find effective ways for recycling of that glass is really important. It can be a cost saver for municipalities. But let me turn to Chris Nelson on our team to follow up with your additional questions there.
I'll just add that, we have heard from the glass recyclers that there is a huge demand for bottle bill glass to do glass-to-glass recycling and take glass cullet and make it into new glass containers. But because of the contamination levels that come from the recycling facilities generally, those glass recyclers don't take into a lot of the recycling facility glass. That will be material now that maybe Urban Mining Northeast will be able to handle and process into their Pozzolan product. But we know there is a big demand for glass, and we know that if we're able to capture it through bottle bill rather than single stream, it's much more likely to be recycled into new glass containers.
So would it be the department's position that you'd rather see wine and liquor have a deposit on it?
I think that's one way of capturing the glass. I also think, we've seen some towns take some initiative, and HRA in the western part of the state, they've started the glass pilot collection where they're collecting their glass containers separately from single stream. And that's a much less contaminated stream. So I think, including in a bottle bill is one approach, and also we can also try to foster other diversion programs like what we've seen in HRA to capture glass that way too.
Okay, so that's sort of how the bill is written right now to be able to come up with a solution, that wouldn't create a deposit on those glass bottles. But I'm wondering also about the timeline. If this, we heard at the informational hearing from Urban Mining, we heard from Housatonic Resources Recovery as well, that while intentions are good and that we'd like to get there, we're not quite there yet, in that Urban Mining is still needing to reject some of the glass that may have been previously thought to be acceptable, but because of some contamination, that's been not accepted. And so do you think it's realistic, for all the folks to come together, all the stakeholders, distributors, Urban Mining, or other, Housatonic Resources Recovery, other stakeholders in this process, to come up with a plan, to do this by July 1st of 2024, as stated in the bill?
I would just, that's an ambitious timeline. I think we know what has to be done. If we want to try to take that approach, it would take some time to implement it.
Okay. And another question I had, does anybody from the department have any idea who has the highest knit sales in the nation and statewide? Do we know that? I've heard rumors.
I've heard rumors that it's Connecticut residents as well, but I have no data to confirm that.
Okay, we'll have to ask some of the distributors that. As far as the unit-based pricing piece of the bill, I mean, would the department run some sort of education campaign to let municipalities know about unit-based pricing? Do you suspect through CCSMM that there would be interest, especially tied to incentive programs, and would that be enough then to get some of these pilots going?
Great question. So there are a number of, through the CCSMM process, obviously, we identified a number of different gaps, resource gaps that DEEP is experiencing, as well as municipalities, in terms of being able to fund a number of different needs associated with scaling up effective unit-based pricing programs. We have been able to, through one-time monies, for example, fines and settlements received through some of our enforcement cases, in other types of grants that we've received, we've been able to support technical assistance for towns who have been interested in pursuing unit-based pricing. But we certainly have not been able to respond at scale to the demand for that type of support with the limited resources that we have at our disposal. I believe that there are a range of different things that we can invest in to support municipalities if we had incentives available. One, consumer education and outreach is incredibly important. We heard during the CCSMM process that there are a lot of myths floating around out there about unit-based pricing programs. People think that it will increase illegal dumping, and people have questions about, I think there's a lot of misunderstanding about even what the program will mean in terms of cost savings for municipalities, or being able to hear from the experiences of municipalities who've implemented this successfully is really helpful. But municipalities are often really limited in the resources that they have available to respond to a lot of consumer questions that come up, especially on social media, when these cost saving and sustainable measures like unit-based pricing programs are proposed. So that, having incentive funding available that could support those kinds of tools and those kinds of education campaigns when a policy like this that is so consequential is under discussion, I think would be very, very helpful to ensure that everyone is properly informed about how the programs work. Another place that I think would benefit from incentives for unit-based pricing is around some of the upfront costs. So there are a lot of different ways to design a unit-based pricing program. One is a bag-based program. Another would be a cart-based program where residents would have, would be able to select from different sized carts and pay different prices based on the cart size, for example. But for a cart-based program, there are upfront costs associated with purchasing those carts and distributing those carts. For bag-based programs, we've heard from some jurisdictions who've, thought about being able to provide for free bags for the first, first time period of implementing the program, and then allow residents to purchase additional bags if they wish to. And these are different ways to kind of get people familiar with the program. People may not even be aware of how much trash they're putting in their cart every week. So being able to have these sort of like first steps into a program can be really helpful to overcome some of those fears and concerns that people may have. But there are upfront costs associated with those investments. We know that over the long term, based on all the data from municipalities that have implemented unit-based pricing, that the savings are there and more than offset the cost of some of those upfront expenditures, but that we simply don't have kind of revenues available to assist towns with grants or what have you to help them overcome some of those first steps. And then finally, I would say we also know that pairing the rollout of a unit-based pricing program with adoption of a food scrap program can be very, very effective. It gives consumers a place to put materials so that they can avoid having to pay for the cost of disposal. So that's really powerful to give people that choice. Obviously, it helps to divert the organics. People are more likely to participate in a food scrap program if there is unit-based pricing in complement with it, because it incents and rewards them for doing that. There are some, again, upfront costs for providing for a food scrap program and getting it launched that incentives would also help to support. So that's why we've highlighted funding as an important part of our finding incentives and funding for these sustainable initiatives is really critical. As you can see how excited I am to talk about it. But so we think that this is a really prudent way to go because it provides choice for municipalities about whether to move forward with unit-based pricing. It puts that decision-making with it, for municipalities about whether this is a good step for them and for the residents, but also the incentives and the tools, the resources that are available for them to do it successfully in a way that helps to educate and engage citizens about what this can mean for the environment and for their cost of living and the municipal budgets and so on in their town.
Well, thank you for that, Commissioner. And it's as if you have your eyes on my notes right now, because my next question was, do you envision needing to incentivize a food waste diversion program? But I'll follow that up with, are municipalities seemingly, through the CCSMM process, are municipalities seemingly ready to implement a food waste diversion process? And, were you hearing more about through that group or elsewhere, do you envision it being more static composting sites, or do you envision it being more diversion to facilities such as a quantum biopower or pulping stations or whatever that may be, that process of anaerobic digestion?
Mm-hmm. Actually, the answer is all the above. One of the things that has been really insightful for the department in working on the CCSMM process, we have large cities, we have small, rural communities, all spread all across the state who have joined into CCSMM. So it's given the benefit of a diversity of views and circumstances to our efforts to weigh, the efficacy and the applicability of different approaches. We surveyed our members in January after we issued the menu of options, which laid out a number of best practices, includes some of the ones that you just mentioned. For example, putting a collection facility at a transfer station so the residents could have a drop-off location for food scraps. On the other, promoting home composting and being able to provide for free equipment and training for folks to be able to do home composting. I put on one end of the spectrum all the way up to implementing a voluntary or even a mandatory food scrap diversion program, curbside with curbside collection or co-collection, where you segregate the food scraps in a colored bag, put it in the bin with your trash, and then it's manually or mechanically separated at the transfer station. So we heard from about 20 municipalities of the 75 that started off in CCSMM who indicated that they were interested in pursuing some kind of food scrap collection program, whether it's curbside or co-collection. Since that time, have also heard from some additional communities that are looking at implementing those programs. So I think that there's good demand. We hosted a organics infrastructure kickoff meeting in the end of February, again, under the CCSMM banner, but open to, the public at large. And there are, we heard from some, developers about need, the opportunities to scale up more anaerobic digestion, commercial compost facilities, adding food scraps to leaf compost, at transfer stations and so on. I think the general sense that I have, Senator, is that we will be able to, it's not going to be a challenge necessarily to develop more processing capacity across the state. The big challenge is getting the material, diverted, establishing the programs to collect the material to be able to send to those processing facilities. That's our real challenge. And so that's why I firmly believe that this bill, being able to provide incentives for some of those upfront costs, technical assistance, education, and startup costs for collection programs is critical to be able to support more anaerobic digestion capabilities, whether it's, and commercial compost capabilities. They will build it, but we have to come. And this bill will help us do that.
Yeah, I would venture to guess that you may have more than 20 municipalities once incentives are on the table as well. In terms of SB 928, the recycled content, are there some materials that could be subject to a standard sooner than later?
Yeah, I think that, yep. Thank you for that. So we have been participating in some regional dialogue about recycled content standards. This is one of those places where, I know Governor Lamont is a strong believer in trying to work regionally and have consistent standards as much as we can here in the Northeast. Dense states, but small states, it's really, we can implement these kinds of standards more effectively and cost effectively, and have a greater impact on the market when we can do them in harmony and consistently with other states. So we have been having some of those discussions on a regional basis, and that, I think we want to follow the lead of some of those regional discussions and prioritizing the different standards that we would recommend to move forward sooner than later.
Okay, thanks for that. Quick question on 926, the PFAS and consumer packaging. One of my questions was how many states had adopted this. I think my question was answered. I believe 3, Washington, Maine, and New York is what I was hearing. How many are in the consortium of the Toxics and Packaging Clearinghouse?
Let me turn to my team for the answer to that question.
So how many, so in the Toxics and Packaging Clearinghouse, so right now there are 8 states in that. And they're all the ones that were working on this model legislation in terms of.
So in addition to Washington, Maine, and New York, the other states, and I'm assuming that means that there's left that are still working on moving PFAS and packaging forward, or did I have that math wrong?
Well, excuse me, I'm sorry, Senator, but you were breaking up there.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. So you mentioned there's 8 states in the Toxics and Packaging Clearinghouse. 3 states have adopted PFAS in packaging law. I'm wondering, does that leave 5 states that are working on PFAS and packaging law currently?
So states have been working on the food packaging. I mean, they're still working on the toxics and packaging, the PFAS in this broader legislation. There's some that are still working on that.
Okay. Are there several that have legislative proposals right now, just like we do?
Yeah. There's several that they're working on this legislation. They've all worked on the model legislation, and they're trying to work with their legislatures.
Okay. Okay, appreciate that.
So right now, it's as you said, it's Washington, Maine, and New York that have the PFAS in food packaging. You know, this approach also that the Toxics and Packaging Clearinghouse is taking is model legislation, like I said, building off of this current law that we already have, and adding the PFAS element to it, along with lead and mercury and the other elements.
Great, thank you. Moving on to the anaerobic digesters on farms. Can you speak a little bit to, my understanding is that there's a federal permitting system as well as, you know, what goes through DEEP, and you really need to be navigated and coordinated, you know, to save off time in terms of permit, you know, the permitting process. Wondering if it's happening currently to speed up the permitting process, and what are the components of that? Because we do, it's my understanding that there's air permit required for farm digesters. I just wonder if you could.
Great. Thank you, Senator. And it's a little bit hard to hear you, but I get the question is about the different types of permits involved in on-farm anaerobic digestion permitting, federal and state, and the interplay of that, and particularly with respect to air permits. So first, I want to note that we appreciate the questions that we and the interest that we've heard from a number of different legislators about the permitting process for on-farm and for anaerobic digesters. And so we have put together a fact sheet that we'll be sharing with the committee today, and that's being posted on our website, that highlights all of the different permits that could be implicated for, you know, for developers who are seeking to build an on-farm anaerobic digestion facility. The fact sheet is pretty comprehensive because we want to try to cover the gamut of what could be implicated, but something that's really important to share is, you know, we have a commitment across the department to improving the transparency, efficiency, and predictability of our permitting processes. We've just celebrated the final major milestone in our 20 by 20 initiative, where we've developed expected timeframes for each of the permitting processes that we implement. We've also established through that initiative a concierge office. So we have dedicated staff that are available to work directly and be an interface with developers as they're looking to start through the permitting process and as they're working through the permitting process, including we always encourage folks to have come in and meet with the department through the concierge office for pre-application assistance, so we can help people, you know, go beyond the fact sheet and be able to walk through exactly what will be needed at what stage. So you know, there are the federal permitting that we implement. You know, DEEP administers those federal permits for air and water. There are also comprehensive nutrient management plans that are developed by the USDA NRCS, and so. You know, happy to maybe at this point I can turn to Gabby or Betsy to walk through the specific requirements, you know, that DEEP oversees. But I think the clear issue here is that while DEEP is issuing these permits, particularly air permits where we've gotten questions, we are exercising authority that's delegated by EPA, and so those air quality standards are something that, you know, are really set and implemented through federal or through delegated federal authority. DEEP also, I think as the committee is aware, or Connecticut is out of attainment for, you know, certain types of criteria air pollutants. And so that means that there's perhaps additional stringency to our air permitting than, for example, if one were comparing to even other parts of the Northeast. Let me turn to Betsy to be able to answer that question.
Yes, and Commissioner Dykes has done a great job of providing an overview. James Albus will be providing the committee the fact sheet on on-farm AD, and you will see that a number of permits are required, as Commissioner Dykes said. So the solid waste permitting is basically done solely under state law, and we are working hard to streamline that, and there have been some legislative proposals that would do that. In terms of our delegation from the federal government under the Federal Clean Water Act and the Federal Clean Air Act, we operate under a combination of state and federal law, but there are specific procedures that need to be followed with those permitting programs. And we need to make sure we're being consistent. So sometimes those permits take a little bit longer than just permits that are operated under state law. And as the commissioner said, under the Clean Air Act, the permitting process and the standards that are in play are related to what your ambient air quality is. And we have some significant challenges in the state. So while we've heard comparisons to timeframes for air permits in, say, northern upstate New York, they have very different air conditions than we have in Connecticut. We want to make sure that we are being consistent and protecting our air quality for all citizens of Connecticut at the same time that we're facilitating and supporting the development of these facilities. And I think those are all the permitting programs that are included. Yes.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And I thank the committee for their indulgence of my lengthy questions. And I thank you, Commissioner, and Deep Team for being with us today. I don't see any other questions, and we always round you out at about 3 hours. So be true to form. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the time, and we look forward to providing some follow-up on the specific questions that were asked, and appreciate the committee raising these bills today.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, next I think we have Representative Foster, and if I have this correct, Representative Foster is maybe yielding her time to the members of the Connecticut Farm Bureau. Is that correct, Representative?
That is correct. I will simply do a brief introduction.
Welcome.
Thank you. It is a pleasure to be before the Environment Committee. So to Representative Gresko, Senator Cohen, and ranking members Minor and Harding, and the rest of the Environment Committee, it's nice to be with you all on this lovely Friday. I have submitted written testimony on House Bill 6503, 6408, and Senate Bill 1031. And although I'm ceding my time, I ask you to please take a moment to look over that. Is particularly in SB 1031, I requested a minor addition that would make a pretty substantial difference to those with contaminated wells and groundwater in my community, and it would mean a lot to me and my residents if you would consider that friendly amendment. But I plan to cede my time to my constituent and friend, Seth Baylor, who's the owner and president of Oak Ridge Dairy, a fifth-generation dairy farm and the largest dairy farm in Connecticut, Joan Nichols, the executive director of the Connecticut Farm Bureau, and Kais Orr, who is the owner of Fort Hill Dairy, which unfortunately is only the home to the second on-farm anaerobic digester in the state of Connecticut. It's the first to contribute electricity back to the grid, but I'm confident that this team can explain to you some of the challenges that farms have been facing in trying to get anaerobic digesters, which is the impetus for two bills that are before you today. And I'd hope that you'd give them their time and consideration, and I'm confident that they can answer a lot of really informative questions for you all. So thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Representative. Welcome to all of you.
Thank you, Senator Cohen, Representative Gresko, and Representative Foster for allowing us to present to you today and hopefully answer any of the questions you have regarding the opportunities put forward for additional on-farm anaerobic digesters in the state of Connecticut. So my name is Joan Nichols. I'm the Executive Director of Connecticut Farm Bureau Association, and with me today is Seth Baylor and Kais Orr. So we are here today, and I did submit testimony on House Bill 6503 in support of this bill. Our support and what we're asking for is we feel that there's an opportunity for additional anaerobic digesters in the state of Connecticut. These AD projects provide a revenue stream to our farms. They solve a multitude of environmental issues. And also, we've heard a lot of robust conversation about the need to address our food waste situation in the state of Connecticut. So these on-farm digesters can solve a multitude of problems and still generate additional income for the farm. We realize they're complicated and they're expensive projects. One of the requests that we have in HB 6503 is to change the law so that there's the potential for on-farm digesters to accept more food waste than what is currently allowed in the law, which is 5%, and still allow the farm to be permitted as a farm digester versus a solid waste facility. We've suggested language that rather than coming up with a specific percentage as is currently identified in the law, that we propose that the amount of food waste that could be taken into an on-farm digester and still be permitted as a farm digester versus a solid waste facility would be tied to the farm's comprehensive nutrient management plan. These are required plans. They're prepared by the USDA Natural Resource Conservation Service. And the purpose of these plans is to develop a comprehensive conservation and management plan, takes a holistic approach to all of the inputs and outputs from the farm to address all of the environmental issues. In addition to changing the threshold for food waste, we're also requesting that there be some form of expedited permitting process for these digesters. We appreciate hearing from the commissioner that the agency has provided the fact sheet. We think that's helpful, but there still needs to be a more expeditious permitting process. And we have the two farmers with us today. Seth Baylor is at the tail end of, I believe, his permitting process, and Kais Orr has been through the permitting process. So I would defer questions both to myself, but also to these very astute and experienced farmers. And last but not least, we did provide written testimony in support of HB 6498 regarding solar facilities on farmland with a requested amendment to add somebody to the siting council that could represent the interest of agriculture. So with that, I appreciate your time and happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Joan. It looks like Representative Parker has a question for you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Joan, for being here. I appreciate what you shared. Can you just sort of help us contextualize this a little bit further in terms of the overall landscape of farmers in Connecticut that are interested in doing this work and how they've connected with DEP over time? And I know you mentioned you have two folks here that are doing it now, so maybe they can speak, but if you could just put it a little bit in context for us.
Sure. So right now there are, as we speak, 2 anaerobic digesters on farms. One has been in place for many years. It's on the Freund farm up in northwestern Connecticut. They take manure from their 300 head dairy, and they just take manure. The more manure goes into their digester, produces electricity for the farm, and then the solid waste that is at the end of the digester goes back into their patented cow pots manufacturing facility, which uses the manure and the digest from the digester, the solids to go into their cow pots. Kais Orr just launched her digester, which is producing electricity back to the grid. She is using manure, cow manure from her dairy herd, as well as taking in food waste, and I'll certainly allow her to elaborate on that. There's a third digester that is in the permitting stages, and that's at High Tone Farm in the Paracchio family in the town of Coventry. I believe they are also being permitted for manure as well as cow manure, and then Seth Baylor is cow manure only, and then the Cushman Farm in Eastern Connecticut, where I reside, is looking at cow manure only, but also taking in manure from the Hillendale Farm, which operate the large poultry egg processing facilities in 4 towns in Eastern Connecticut. So those are the projects that are either in place or in the permitting or in the process. I know the Miller Farm up at Fairview Farm in Woodstock, it has been exploring an on-farm digester for manure only. They're also about a 15-head dairy. It's my understanding, and I'll let the farmers speak to this more so than I can, but in the research that I've done, when you're on the smaller dairies, the 500 head, dairies, 700 head dairies, you almost have to complement the anaerobic digester with other organics coming into the farm. And right now, food waste is that product, because on the smaller dairies, they're just not economically feasible to run manure only. On the larger farms, like Seth's farm, and I'll let him speak to his operation, as well as the Miller Farm, which is about a 1,500 head dairy, as well as Cushman's is around 1,700 head, plus the manure from the poultry operation. On the larger farms, it makes it more economically feasible to do manure only. But we have a lot of farms in our state that are on the smaller side. They're in the 300 to 500 head. And so I think there's the potential for more of these digesters to come online. But again, the reason we're here today is we need a favorable regulatory climate. They have to be economically feasible for these farms. And again, I'll let the farmers speak to the permitting process and how complicated they are. But that's sort of where we are. We're right now just under 100 dairy farms left in the state of Connecticut. And I'm happy to answer further questions. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Go ahead, Seth, or I defer to.
So Seth Baylor here. So our industry, the dairy industry, is extremely committed to carbon intensity and carbon footprint in being part of the solution. If the process was more streamlined and there's plenty of financial funding for these projects, they're pretty capital intensive, so there's a lot of partners that would partner up with any farm. It's just the process is so cumbersome that it's taking a lot of it's probably discouraging farms from even considering it. To answer your question, so if the process was easier, all the community is pretty small and the industry is very committed, so there would be a lot more farms interested if the process was smoother.
Thank you for that. And sort of following up there, and maybe Joan, from your perspective, understanding there's about 100 dairy farms in the state, and hearing that more would be available to get into this if the regulations were changed a little bit. Can you talk about the impact you think that would make on the viability of the industry overall? Is there a struggle currently, and could this change, especially as it affects the smaller farmers, help make a difference in a broad scope? I know you've mentioned a handful that we're talking about now, but presumably there are, dozens more that could get involved.
Yeah, and again, I would defer to our farmers, but on a large scale, our dairy farms have to diversify. Unfortunately, their income, if they're just selling milk to the co-op, they're tied to the federal milk pricing system. That's a system that to some extent is out of their control. So in order for them to keep the farms viable, sustainable, and actually to have these dairy farms in the state of Connecticut in the future, there needs to be a diversified revenue stream into the farms. They're all looking at reining in their expenses. They're all looking at increases in utilization of technology. Some of the farms are going to on-farm robotic milkers, and I think Kais could speak to that. But the revenue stream that could come in from the on-farm digesters really helps it's another revenue stream for the farm. It also solves a multitude of environmental issues, but I'd like to turn this over to Seth and Kais if they'd like to weigh in as well.
Yeah, I guess just on a financial viability of farms, it's extremely challenging. You know, we're trying to produce safe and healthy food, and you know, the dairy farmers are usually the last person to get paid. So is it challenging? Absolutely. Would digesters help? They would be a help. But the financial end of dairy farming is very, very hard. And just say in the past 5 years, this year was the first profitable year. And if it wasn't for the USDA sending some money relief for farmers, we would have had a loss again. You know, and we're just trying to produce safe and healthy food for our community. So it's extremely challenging industry, but it's a very rewarding industry as well. So hope that helps answer your question.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative D'Amico.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks, Joan and Seth for being here. And now is Kais available also? Because I heard the name referenced and with regards to, I guess, the manure aspect of all this. So could I ask a question about that? Oh, great. Oh, there you are. Okay. I'm not, I didn't see you on my screen. Now I see you there. So there you are. All right. So just curious to know, on your facility, you strictly are processing manure. Did I hear that properly?
Yes. So we are strictly just processing our own manure. And then we are also taking in food waste, and that food waste then is then after, so the digester has our own manure, food waste from all over. We've been taking in Chick-fil-A grease, we've been taking in biodiesel, the after product, old beer, so a variety of different things. And from there, the digester takes that, and then an output of ours is two things. One is putting in our own fields, that liquid product after the manure has been through the digester. And the second thing is a solid separator. And that solid separator is to help our bedding up our cows.
I see. Okay. And so you said you end up with a liquid product. Okay, and is that considered to be fertilizer, or are we talking about something different here?
That's cow manure to fertilize our fields.
Okay, all right, and I'm just curious, and again, I'm not a farmer, so I'm going to ask you some ignorant questions here, but I'm curious to know. So the fertilizer that you end up with, would you say it differs in quality from the traditional fertilizer that we're all used to, and how so?
So after the digester has taken the manure and the output, there's actually a lot less smell from the manure from the digester. I
guess that's a good thing.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
So you can pick up our solid bedding, and there's no smell. You could put it in your garden and your neighbor wouldn't know you were fertilizing. So it's pretty cool. And the liquid fertilizer, so the digester has taken out that methane, the smell, so there is no more smell. So it's definitely a pretty cool process. We welcome you guys to come out, see our digester. If we want, if it's something we want to put a tour together and have everybody come out, I'm totally, okay with that.
Fine with me. So just curious, did you say that you end up using it yourself, and you also, do you offer it for sale as well, or you just strictly use it on your own property?
So the separated bedding, the solid, we only just got that up and running last week. So we don't have enough to sell. But hopefully, in the next few months, we'll have a lot more to sell to consumers. But that is the plan, to sell that separated bedding over time.
Great.
Right
Thank
now,
you.
we're just mixing separated solids, and we're taking in Hull Forest products, sawdust, and mixing the two products for bedding.
Great. Okay. Thank you very much. So if I could, Madam Chair, I just want to ask a question of Joan. So Joan, this not an expert by any means, so I'm learning all the time. So I'm curious to hear about something that they do in Vermont called Cow Power, and I'm just wondering how if you could, I don't want to take up a lot of time. Just curious if you could give me a brief description of how that differs from what we're doing or contemplating doing here in Connecticut.
Right. So, and I can appreciate how complicated an issue is, and I also am not as well versed as I'd like to be on this, but I keep learning. So there's the input into the digester and the permitting of the digester and the economic feasibility of the digester for the farm when they're selling, whether it's power, or earlier in the session we learned about, we had participated in a public hearing on the biogas end of the digester, which is, I believe, where Seth's project is going, is producing biogas, as is the Cushman project would be biogas, versus Kai's, which is electricity. We've been asked to look at Vermont Cow Power, which is a program that started up in Vermont over 20 years ago, and whereby consumers within the state of Vermont can choose to purchase their electricity supply through a program called Cow Power, provided by Green Mountain Energy. And basically the consumer says, I want to buy my electricity from the dairy farms that are producing electricity through anaerobic digester. The consumer pays an additional higher rate for that. So the dairy farmer gets a premium rate for the electricity that comes out of those digesters. And that has how the farmers are paid for the electricity, which is another complicating factor on how all of this is rated, which I am not an expert on, but maybe other folks on the call are. But it's basically a way in Vermont that they've done this to incentivize providing a premium rate to those dairy farmers that invest in anaerobic digester, and it allows the consumer to check purchasing their electrical supply from dairy farms within Vermont.
I see. Okay. And again, we'll talk more about it later. I just wanted to get just a basic idea. Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate all of your input, all of you. Thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm willing to put a fact sheet together on what Vermont Cow Power looks like that I'd be happy to share with the committee.
Sure. That would be great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Representative D'Amico. Senator Minor, followed by Representative Pong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I move on to my real question, Joan, would you give me a call when you get a chance? I wanted to talk to you about stormwater, the stormwater bills.
Absolutely.
If we were in the LOB, we would, go meet out in the hallway. But anyway, if you would be so kind, I'd appreciate it.
Sure, absolutely.
I'm curious as to whether there is a tip fee charged for people that leave food waste at the farm to be used in digestion? If anyone with a digester could answer that question.
I would defer to Kai's on this. I believe there are tipping fees that go to the farm for different different distributors of that need to get rid of their food waste. So Kai's, could you weigh in on that, please?
Yep. So yes, there is tipping fees on that food waste. And we work with the companies on a price, and everybody differs on a price. And that's how we get paid, is through the food waste, through that company. We have a food waste receipt that the people, when they are here, when they drop their food waste off, they fill out the date, where they're from, who's dropping it off, and how much they're bringing, and what type of food waste it is. And then I gather those food waste receipts every Monday, and those food waste receipts are then sent to our digester partner, and she emails out the invoices. She does the invoices.
And the last question is, when the food comes to you, is it unpackaged or packaged?
For us at Fort Hill Farms here in Thompson, we can only take liquid food waste. Our digester partner, AgGrid Energy, is putting in another digester in Coventry, Connecticut. And they will be able to take liquid, and also they'll have an auger for taking food waste that will be put into like a silo, and that auger will then send it to the food waste to the digester. We will be putting one in an auger and a platform silo, but not until future. We wanted to get in. We wanted to just get this process going for liquid. And as we're going, we're learning that the next process that we need to do is put in a auger and a silo for food waste that is, bulky. So we can only take food waste that is unpackaged. That we, for now, our AgGrid Energy digester partner can take food waste in packages at her other digester in Massachusetts, which is Woodger's, and they have a depackager. That's a whole nother business too. So you have, three businesses. You have the dairy farm, the depackager, and then you have the digester.
And so given that it's not packaged, it would then come to you in kind of a bulk by weight. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Oh,
that's all right. Just for the digester at Woodger's, they can take food waste packaged, and then that just punctures a hole and squeezes out whatever food waste is in that package.
Great lunchtime conversation. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Senator Minor. And next we have Representative Pomp, followed by Representative Horn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, Kais. It's good to see you. Again, I think we talked when you were on the Young Earner Prosperity Roundtable, and you brought some great perspectives then. And I wanted to thank you so much for being part of that. I care deeply about our young entrepreneurs, especially those who do this kind of amazing work. So thank you for being here. And Joan, good to see you as well. I know we learned from the Farm Bureau at your wonderful annual legislative dinner about the problems of the permitting of anaerobic digesters. Can you just summarize from your perspective briefly for the committee who may not have had the privilege of hearing from you directly? Is the problem that the permit itself is too complicated and extensive, or is it really about the lag time of getting the permit through the system? What exactly is the problem from your perspective with the permitting, if you would, please?
Kais, do you want to go ahead and take that, and also Seth?
So for us, we started this digester project about five plus years ago. My father started, this was his dream to do a digester. My father passed away in 2018. They did a lot of permits. Well, in the couple of years that he was still alive and trying to get this digester rolling. From 2018 till now, till 2020, we were in the permitting process was a nightmare. It was like, we thought we were good, and then the next thing you know, there was another permit behind us that was affecting us, that we couldn't, keep going. So it was not a smooth permitting process. I understand you need to have some permitting process, and that's okay. But if we can shorten this, every permit costs well over $1,000. I don't have, $1,000. Not every, all farmers, that's a chunk of change coming out of your pocket. So if we can shorten the process, and maybe you pay somehow like a section of permits, at a decreased price all at once, or, something. But the permitting process, it took us from 2018 that I've been in this process, 2018 to 2020. Spring of 2020 is when we started our construction. That's a chunk of time.
So it sounds like it's a combination of the length of the process, the cost, as well as the number of permits. It sounds like it's got some problems on many layers. It sounds like it's not just about the time, is what I'm getting at. It's also that there are too many, too expensive.
Could I speak on that? So just to simplify a digester, so a cow eats 100 pounds of food a day and converts that into milk and uses about 75% of that energy that it's eating to produce milk and keep the health of the cow. 25% of that energy that cow eats, it produces into manure. So really what a digester is just replicating a cow's stomach to take that energy that's left over and turn it into an energy. So it's 25%. What you're doing is replicating a cow's stomach and converting it into energy. That process is, we already have the manure and we're just spreading it on the land. What the digester is doing is you're just taking the manure and holding it for 21 days and then going back into the system again. So it's really not more than just adding a tank, but the level of complexity, we've been working on this project since 2015 as well, and we still haven't started construction yet. But the permit process, we work with several developers in groups that have done digesters in other states. We go in the time when we get to the permit process, we're on our 4th digester company that finally is getting us across the finish line, but 3 of them gets to the permit process and throws their hands up after a while. So do I know what the issue is? Not really, but it's just the level of complexity that it's really just another step in the process that we're already doing. And it doesn't seem like it should be that complex, but there is a level of complexity that I'm not sure where it is, if it's where the issue is, I guess.
Well, thank you for that. And I'm so sorry to hear that. It doesn't seem as though, it sounds like we can do a lot better as a state government. I think it behooves us to support you guys more than apparently we're doing. So thank you all very much for your testimony. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Horn. Representative Horn, followed by Senator Haskell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And nice to see you, Joan and Kais and Seth. It's really valuable that we have you here, because I think there are so many things that we think we know when we read anaerobic digesters, but there's nothing like hearing from you specifically. And my first question was going to be what Representative Palm just asked, for you to elucidate really the specific challenges about the permitting process, about which I've heard quite a bit. And I definitely agree with my fine colleague that there has to be things that the state government can do better to serve you all, who are incredible entrepreneurial reserve for the state. And I want to, at the risk of Senator Minor's comment about the lunchtime conversation here, I actually have, I know the Freund's farm quite well. And I think this is something that Kais mentioned a minute ago about the solid product coming on here, that it actually lends itself, possibly to a number of different uses. The Freund's farm in Canaan uses it to make cow pots, and I would love to visit your farm, Kais, and the Freund's farm. That product is not just for pots for plants. It's used in packaging it's used in food packaging. I mean, you would not know what it was. It is rather astonishing, the process and the entrepreneurship and creative ingenuity that has gone to try to deal with so many problems that anaerobic digestion sits in the middle of trying to resolve. So I'm echoing the comments of my prior the prior speaker about we need to do better by you in order to help you move ahead with this process. And I encourage you all to check out cow pots, and I'd love to visit your farm as well, Kais. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Horn and Senator Haskell.
Thanks so much, Madam Chair. Good to see you. And thank you, Kais, for your testimony. Greatly appreciate you being here. I just wanted to ask one quick follow-up so that I could better understand how anaerobic digesters impact nutrient management and groundwater safety. Could you take just another moment to sort of walk us through what that looks like?
Sure, I'll address that very briefly, and then again, I'll turn it over to Seth or Kais, who are far more astute in the subject matter than I am. But right now, up until anaerobic digesters started being proposed or built in the state, the manure that comes from the cows, and in Eastern Connecticut, especially the large poultry operations, and we've had the large poultry operations in Eastern Connecticut since the 1980s, and there's millions of chickens and thousands of tractor trailer loads of chicken manure, and the manure historically has, and still does, is used as a natural fertilizer on the fields. But with that are considerations for all of the different phosphorus and nitrogen levels and all of the other nutrients that come out of those out of that manure. It's used as fertilizer in the field. The plants, utilize it in plant production, but there is some residual that's left over. And we can't impress upon you enough the fact that the other benefit of the anaerobic digester is that it also is going to help solve some of these nutrient loads, especially the phosphorus loads in Eastern Connecticut. And on the Cushman farm, they're going to be taking in, if they build the digester, we'll be taking in the manure from their 1,500 head dairy plus the chicken manure. When they take the chicken manure in, one of the end results of this is phosphorus. And what they're really looking at doing is the potential to add another piece of technology to the end of the digester that can then take the phosphorus and turn it into a saleable, usable fertilizer to be shipped to other parts of the country where they actually have to mine phosphorus for fertilizer. So there's another economic benefit to this, but I'd like to just impose upon you thinking about ways of incentivizing these farms to add in this technology that has an environmental benefit at the other end. But I'd like Kais and Seth to speak a little bit more about the nutrient management.
I guess just from we don't have the digester yet, but environmental groundwater and all that. So So the digester heats the manure up to 100 degrees and holds it there for 21 days. And that eats a lot of the fiber. So as it goes through the process, it's perfectly set up for that phosphorus removal and nitrogen removal. So at the end of the day, the technology is not quite out there for that aspect to bring to large scale. There's a few farms that have it, but that's going to be within the next 3 to 5 years. There's a lot of research going into that, but the digester is like the first step to put the material in a perfect position with the temperature and it holding in that process to put it through a phosphorus removal system. So that's a great first step for that removal.
Understood. Well, thank you both so much for your answer. I'm excited about this legislation. It sounds as though, an ancillary benefit is that it's really going to take groundwater contaminants out of the manure, and I appreciate your advocacy on this issue and your time with us today. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Haskell.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Chair.
That's okay. We passed the baton. Joan, Kais, and Seth, thank you for your education for the most of us on the committee here, and again for your testimony and for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Next, we're going to go to Representative First Selectman Camillo. Fred? Do we have Fred? And following Fred will be Matt Knickerbocker from Bethel.
Hi.
Here we
Sorry
go.
about that. Sorry about that. I was in another meeting. Good afternoon. Senate Chairman Cohen, House Chairman Gresco, Ranking Senator Minor, and Ranking Representative Harding. Good to see you all. Thanks for allowing me to testify this morning. Having served on this committee about a decade ago, I appreciate all the work that you guys do to keep our state green, clean, and healthy. It's even if it's virtual, it's good to see you all. I'm here today to testify in support of SB 1037, an act concerning solid waste management. This bill just expands the number of bottles and cans that can carry a deposit, thus creating an opportunity to have even more items disappear from our municipal solid waste streams at a time when every single municipality in the country is facing increased costs. When this was first enacted over 40 years ago, many products didn't exist at that time. So in addition to the aforementioned chance to reduce some waste, it's just bringing the bill up to the present day. The bill also raises handling fees, and if enacted, would bring Connecticut in line with its neighboring states, as well as keep the redemption centers in business and avoid the cost shifting over to cities and towns when these centers are forced to close due to declining revenues. That in itself is a job saver. When we expanded the bottle bill to include water bottles a few years back when I was with you all, I immediately noticed around my town the debris on the roads and in the parks and at the fields was disappearing. That proved to have a positive effect on the environment, but also it helped to reduce the tonnage of the municipal solid waste. SB 1027 is a classic win-win for the municipalities, the state, and the environment. So again, thank you for bringing this bill forward, and thank you for consideration of it.
Well, thank you, Fred. And I don't see any hands up, but I just wanted to ask a quick question before we let you go. Never mind. Representative Piscopo has a question for you.
Okay.
Thank you. Just a quick comment. It's good to see you, buddy. I sat right next to you. Sat right next to you in this committee, so I remember the debate well, and it's good to see you. And I miss you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I miss you too. Good to see you, Representative.
Oh, that was it. Okay. Next, we're going to go to Representative O'Day, followed by Representative Mushinski.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and good to see you, First Selectman Camillo. Your expertise is more associated, I thought, with the last bill and discussion, but the manure talk. But on a serious note, my friend, I'm a little surprised on your support of 1037 in the sense that do you have any concerns that by increasing the redemption rate from 5 to 10 cents, since you're on the border of New York, that you're going to see an influx of people redeeming in Greenwich? And I love to visit there, and I'll certainly plan on bringing my New York cans there myself. But do you have any concerns about that?
No, it's a great point, Representative. That's the one part of the bill that I'm not a big fan of, because I think the 5 cents does work. But out of respect for the rest of this bill, I'm not making a big deal about it. It's been 5 cents, for 40 years, but certainly, and so 10 cents is, another 5 cents is not a huge difference because of that time elapsing since 1980. But I don't think it's needed. But again, it's just one part of the bill. The rest of it, I think, all makes sense. And I don't think that is egregious enough to oppose the bill. So, and as far as your point about people coming over from here, I don't think so. But if they come over, we will welcome them, and hopefully they'll stop and have something to eat at one of our great restaurants in Greenwich.
Thank you. I will say my concern is not only that, but also right now, the bottle bill that we have, and since 2009, when the money's been swept in by the state, Connecticut is the only, as far as I know, of the 10 states that have a bottle bill, Connecticut's the only one that has swept the money into the general fund. And I think the redemption centers, we need to figure out a way to, obviously, hopefully with increasing the fee, the ability will increase in getting more redemption centers. But I do appreciate your testimony, Mr. First Selectman, and it's always a pleasure to see you. Miss you, my friend. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry.
Thank you. And Representative, for you, if you come here, since you're such a great guy, we'll charge you 12 cents.
Thank you, Representative O'Day. Next is Representative Mashinsky, followed by Representative Reyes.
Hi, Fred. I'm glad to see you again in your new job. And thank you for your support of the bill. This has always been, in all of its history, it was a bipartisan bill. And your coming up here reminds us of that. So thank you. On the border question, wouldn't the reverse vending machine folks can program their machine to recognize an out-of-state bottle? So would that help solve your problem?
Yeah, thank you, Representative. It's good to see you, and it was great working with you on these issues many years ago. Now, I don't know if it will be a problem or not. I really don't. I certainly appreciate Representative O'Day's concern, and we'll take a look at that now. But I don't foresee it being a problem right now. But we'll, as Howard Cosell used to say, time will tell.
Okay, thank you. And I hope you're enjoying the executive life.
I still miss you guys. I really do. Thank you.
We miss you too. We miss you too. We liked working with you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Don't do that to me. Thank you, Mary Mashinsky. And Fred, you probably don't miss the commute, but we miss you too. And next is Representative Reyes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and First Selectman Fred Camillo. Good to see you, my friend. It's you're looking good down there, and I am pleased to hear you come and speak in favor of the bill. And understanding that maybe you don't like the whole, the bill in its entirety, but I love the fact that you're putting yourself out there and speaking on behalf of a border town, that in general that you're supporting this bill. And I appreciate that, and I think that speaks volumes of who you are. So good to see you, and thank you for your support.
Good to see you, Representative. Good to see you. I miss serving with you.
Likewise, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Seeing no other hands raised, Fred, the Representative O'Day took my question about the border, but what I was going to also ask you was, check right out of my head. That's why I write things down. I was going to say that the consortium that has been gathering and meeting amongst themselves, as Mary was saying, has entertained the idea of technology being an aid in this going forward. So hopefully, that would be somehow worked into the future as they innovate following this. And as far as the Sheets money, this bill does start the process of sharing some of that Sheets money with the industry that we will be asking to innovate. So Fred, thank you again. Good seeing you. And please don't be a stranger.
Absolutely, Representative. I miss you guys, and I certainly will see you and maybe stop on your town on my way to Hartford when you guys open up eventually.
There you go. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Next on our list is Matthew Knickerbocker, followed by Chris Cambiari.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Is my audio coming through okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So thank you, Representative Gresco, Senator Cohen, and members of the committee. It's great to see you again. I guess I'm getting to be kind of a regular at these things. So I wanted to testify today on behalf of several of the bills. I'm going to pick up the ones that Commissioner Dykes mostly spoke about. So SB 926, the PFAS limitation, 930 in support of anaerobic digestion, 928 on recycled content, and especially 1037, the so-called bottle bill. In true political form, I had some prepared comments. I'm going to throw them away. And I really want to spend a couple of minutes and try to address some of the questions that I've heard come up in your testimony this morning, especially from Representative O'Day, who asked some good questions, Representative Harding. And really what this bill does, I personally consider this bill to be the single most important piece of environmental legislation since this legislature adopted single stream recycling in the original bottle bill many decades ago. And what it does is it changes the economic landscape to improve consumer behavior in recycling and to do a good thing for the environment. Now, several of the questions that I've heard had to do with cost. Will there be a cost impact of things coming across the border? Will this impact the haulers? Will this impact the material recovery facilities or the so-called MRFs? But I would like to remind everybody that what we're dealing with, and as co-chair of CCSMM, there already is a big cost out there, and right now it's fallen on all of our taxpayers. Recycling has gone in the past 3 years from a break even to maybe very, very slight plus financial arrangement for many of our towns and cities to a multi-million-dollar cost that is landing right on the backs of taxpayers. And this bill will help address that and is probably one of the most effective things we can do. I think it was Representative Mashinsky, if I made my notes fast enough, even made a comment that when the original bottle bill was introduced decades ago, and the original single stream recycling, the compliance rate, the recovery rate was upwards of 90%. And what we've seen in the decades since then is that has gone down, 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 where today we're recovering only 25% of the glass that could be recovered. And the reason for that, quite obviously, is that it's just simply not economically worth it for so many people to do it, whether it's the consumers to take the time to separate it, whether it's for the grocery stores to have a convenient means of recycling, or for the redemption centers. Addressing this bill, the things in it, the increased fees for redemption, the increased fees for handling, fix those problems and put us back on the right path. I do want to also mention, and I hope I'm not being redundant and boring people, but I just want to before I close, I just want to touch a little bit on the difference between the haulers and the MRF operators, the material recovery. And I think it was Representative Harding's question, will this affect the haulers? The haulers in Bethel, my town, like most other smaller towns in Connecticut, are contract towns. We don't have a municipal waste management system. It's all done by private contractors. So the haulers pick up from point A and they deliver the recycling material to the MRF operator, to the facility. They charge their customer to move it, but then they have to pay to get rid of it. And right now, the tipping fee is quite astronomical, mostly because of China no longer accepting material. So any amount of glass that is removed from that stream actually benefits the hauler because it reduces their cost. Now, so you have to look at, because they are charged by the weight and glass is extraordinarily heavy, that's an outsized cost to the hauler. So passing this bill actually reduces the cost to haulers and improves their business model. Now for the MRFs, I do know that some material facility operators have raised the concern that taking this glass out of the stream takes away some product that has some value to them. That's undoubtedly true, but we have to keep in mind that not all glass is created equal. Only virgin glass that is the type of stuff that you get in beverage containers, your pasta jars, pickle jars, the liquor bottles, the wine bottles, that glass has value. Anything else in the stream, broken mirrors, broken drinking glasses, coffee mugs, anything that has a glass content is not only not valuable, it's a contaminant. And when it mixes in with the machinery at the material processing facility, it devalues things that otherwise would have value, such as cardboard.
Matt,
So,
Matt, we're going to have you to sum it up.
well, I was right there, so thank you for that, Representative Gresco. So while there might be some realignment of values along the line, there's also great increases in value in reducing costs. So I will stop there and see if anybody has any questions. And once again, on behalf of Bethel, CCM, and the CCSMM, we're strongly in favor of these and the other bills I mentioned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Matt. We have a question from Representative O'Day.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for your testimony, Matt. I do greatly appreciate it. This has been very educational for me. So when you say that there's other savings, or I don't know how you phrased it, but there's other cost savings in the bill, can you just elaborate on that a little?
Sure. I have a chart here. This is from the Western Connecticut Recycling Authority, HRRA. What this shows, that we base we negotiate our contract pricing based on recyclables based on a blend of products or materials. And it's like any other commodity market. The value of those things that are recovered change from day to day and from month to month. So there are 9 basic categories. So they range from corrugated cardboard to mixed paper to 4 different categories of plastics, steel cans and other metals, aluminum, and glass. So glass, so how much it costs to get rid of recycling if you're a hauler, and how much that MRF operator can recover on the other end by selling those materials depends on the mix. So right now, glass is only, it's about 20% of that whole mix. And 40% of the glass that comes in is not recyclable. So if you reduce that whole volume of glass, it does reduce a little bit of what otherwise might be valuable, but it also reduces the cost factor. Because glass right now as a whole, if you take everything that goes into a material processing facility, some has value, a great amount of it does not. The net is actually a negative value. Last quarter, it costs most MRF operators about $85 a ton to make glass go away. So it's not really contributing to the bottom line, it's actually dragging the bottom line down. So it stands to reason a bill like this that takes a great deal of that recyclable glass that can be reprocessed, that gets it out of the stream, benefits everybody.
In looking at I'm looking at the Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection statewide waste characterization study. My reading of it is that about 96% of recyclable containers are actually recycled. Is that true to your knowledge?
You know what, I would have to get back to you on that and look at their statistics. I don't have access to that right now, but I imagine it's including plastic bottles and paper and all that other stuff.
I guess my point is right now there's a lot of recycling going on. And I'm just trying to figure out a way that, look, I'm paying 5 cents for bottles and I go to redeem. It's going to take me an hour and a half to get my $1.20.
Yeah.
That's broken.
Oh, I totally agree with that. I would like to look into that more because I personally, in my town, I've never had that problem. You know, the grocery, we don't have a redemption center here. I just use the grocery store or, you know, the wine shop when I bring things back. I've personally never had that problem, but I do believe that the increased incentive that's in this bill for redemption would fix that. And I know it's only 2 states, but Michigan and Oregon, Michigan happens to be where I grew up originally, have had, not only have they seen an increase in the number of redemption centers by going to 10 cents and a higher handling fee, but they've actually created a net increase in jobs related to that. So Michigan and Oregon have that. Other nations also have it. I know some of the provinces in Canada have seen the same. So, and then again, to go back to the original comment I made from Representative Mashinsky's comment earlier, as the value decreased through inflation over the years, we saw the redemption rate drop from 90% to what it is today. So I do believe that this would fix that problem in your neighborhood. Now, might take a couple of years, but yes, it would get there.
All right. Well, thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for the question. I appreciate it.
Next, we have a question from Representative Dillon.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, and thank you for your testimony. You mentioned the importance of 1037, and when you did, you cited the single stream recycling, and I wonder, would it be fair for me to conclude from your remarks that you supported single stream recycling?
Yes, absolutely.
And I wonder if you could share the reasons for that.
Well, I looked at single stream recycling at that time, and just by coincidence, that law was passed just as I graduated from college in Michigan and moved to Connecticut to begin a career. And I looked at that as a way to influence consumer behavior and increase recycling across the board by making it easy. And it did. It was very successful at doing that. It is still a very, although there's some problems with it, as we've seen with glass contamination and some other things, it still is a way that consumers can easily do the right thing, recycle materials, put it back into the remanufacturing stream, and do a good thing for the environment. I do recall very markedly that when that law went in, and I think one of the representatives mentioned it just a little while ago too, the amount of litter that I saw on the side of the road decreased very substantially over a short period of time. So, you know, can we tweak it and make it better? Sure. Can we do things like adopting EPR programs to do an even better job of making materials that are more easily recycled and more easily remanufactured? Yes. But as a basic foundation, yeah, I believe single stream has been a good thing for our state.
Well, full disclosure, I filed an amendment, I think it was 2 years ago, to eliminate the single stream system by this year, putting in anything else in its place. And I know our mayor at the time that passed also supported that, which had a lot to do with some complications in New Haven. And actually, I had the same issues when I was a local official. I guess I've always respected your testimony because you seem very practical, whether I agree with you or not. And And so I always look for your testimony, but my concern is that you have to separate somewhere. And the question is who pays, and I don't want to argue, you know, it's a problem that we all face.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah.
Well, you're talking about source separating, right?
Yes, sir.
You know, I actually, for our little mom and pop transfer station here in Bethel, which does not take commercial loads, we continue to source separate. But the only reason I didn't really talk about that in my testimony is that requires an enormous public education campaign to get people back on board. And I do know that some states are moving in that direction. I think Virginia is one where they have neighborhood redemption centers. They're just basically big bins like you see in the Metro North train stations in New York that have different size holes in them. So you put colored plastic here, colored glass there, clear glass there. And those are, they're gaining some traction. I think it's going to be a long time for that. I think we have to take some baby steps in the meantime, but I would support your notion on that overall over the longer term. I think ultimately that's where the entire Western world probably has to go. Unless somebody invents a machine that's so smart it can do it automatically, but I don't see that happening anytime soon.
Thank you very much. It's an important issue, and I appreciate your answer and your appearance. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your indulgence. I just have one question of Mr. Knickerbocker. That's all.
Thank you, Representative Dillon, and seeing no other hands raised, thank you, Matt, and for your time and for your testimony.
Thank you. Sorry I ran over. Have a good day, everybody.
It's okay. Next, we have Chris Cambareri, followed by Rob LaFrance, followed by Ann Ulick.
Good afternoon. Thank you. That was very good pronunciation. My name is Chris Cambareri. I am the second generation business owner of the Willowbrook Spirit Shop in Cromwell. I am environmentally conscious, and I have been redeeming bottles at my store for 31 years. Our recycling storage area in my store sometimes includes my personal truck, as I need every bit of floor space in my store to sell my products. This has been a normal business practice for me for many years. If wine and liquor bottles are added to the bottle bill, my small business will now face a new dilemma. I'm not going to buy a bigger truck, so do I remove some of the items that I currently sell, or do I take over part of my tenant space next door? Both of these options are very costly and are very real. I do not have the answers to the recycling issues in Connecticut, but as an industry veteran, I can assure you that adding a nickel or adding a dime or adding wine and liquor only adds to the current problem that we have. Please consider another option on this major issue with viable solutions instead of Band-Aids and kicking the can down the road for our kids to pick up and pay for. Please vote no to Senate Bill 1037, specifically the addition of wine and liquor being included in the bottle bill. Thank you. Do you have any questions that I can help you with?
Well, you took the words out of my mouth, Chris. Thanks for taking the time to give us your testimony and give us for what you experience on a daily basis. And yes, there is a question, Representative O'Day.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony. I was looking for it online. Have you submitted it yet? Any testimony?
I have not.
If you could, I'd really appreciate it, just because so that I can make reference to it if in the future. But
Yes, sir.
I don't know. So you've been in business for how long?
Family owned and operated for 45 years. I am second generation, so I've only been here about 31 years.
It's a good run. So, what happened? Did you notice a change in how you do business in 2009 when the money was swept from distributors to the state?
I didn't feel that impact. No.
Okay.
That was not part of my store. That was from a distributor and the state.
Gotcha. So
increases come every year in prices. That one's buried in there. The state, the distributors lost the money. The state gained the money.
So your concern is frankly just a practical one about where you're going to put the extra bottles that we're adding to this, the wine and the alcohol.
Yes, I don't want my issue to seem petty at all. It seems petty, but the big issue is certainly recycling in the environment. But from a small business standpoint, this is something that impacts me directly. Fortunately for me, I do own my own building. However, I look at where I'm going to put these. And right now I have a bag in my truck outside. One of the distributors picked up the keg that was in there this morning, but I have limited space. I do have a tenant next door. If wine and liquor were to be added to this bill, the small problem that I face is where am I going to put these? And would I have to take part of that tenant space that she needs herself? So it's a real problem for me. It doesn't solve the environmental issue, but it's a problem my small business faces.
And I certainly didn't take it as a minimal problem and as a complaint. That listen, small business are the key to our growth of our economy. So I appreciate your efforts and you running your small business for these decades. So thank you for coming out and giving us your testimony. If you could submit it, that'd be really helpful for us.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative O'Day. Next, we have Senator Minor with a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So thank you for being here. Chris, I think I hear you saying that you are very much in favor of trying to make the system better, especially as it pertains to dealing with the environment. But I think it really posed a boots on the ground problem with what this bill does. So my question is, if the state were instead to look at a next generation program that moved redemption away from retailers in a large way, if there was an expansion of the bottle bill at that point, would it matter to you?
That would be great, but not just for me. We need recycling centers to handle grocery stores, department stores. Liquor stores are not the answer. The green, brown, and white glass are not the answer to our bigger problem of recycling in Connecticut. So I am for what is best for me. That's what I testified on. But certainly I am environmentally conscious. So where are we going to move? How are we going to modernize this so my kids don't pick up the pieces to this? This is a worldwide issue, and we have to start here to try to solve this. And I appreciate everyone's efforts today, and I'm being educated on things that I didn't even know about. But again, I've been in this a long time, so I've heard a lot, and I do know a lot as well. But I don't have the answers. But I'd love I'd love to help solve the issue, but I don't think by me collecting wine and liquor bottles that's not the answer. That's just a Band-Aid.
And so I guess that's my point. So you're not opposed to increasing the products that may go into a more robust program. You're concerned about the impact of increasing the product under its current model with no real plan to get to the other step. I mean, there has been a discussion about
yes, sir.
Creating a nonprofit that would actually get the proceeds and would develop a statewide network of redemption centers so that the impact on small businesses like yours wouldn't exist. If we didn't force people back to their local liquor store to redeem their cans, bottles, and whatever, we wouldn't be in this jam with folks like you.
Nobody's in a jam. We're happy to service our customer however we can. The end game is what we're all looking at here. Whatever is best for the environment. Liquor stores are not the answer. Me storing wine and liquor bottles to be collected at another time is not the answer. Again, I don't have the answer, but something bigger than us would help. Yes, recycling centers for all types of consumer goods.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 799.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you, Chris, for your testimony. I just want to ask you one quick question before you head out, and just clarification for the members of the committee. You store the returned items at your location until when? Until what happens?
When I get deliveries every day from different distributors. If my Budweiser distributor comes in once a week, I store them till they come in. And the pandemic has spawned something different with this whole thing. So they've always been unsanitary. Now it's a whole new issue of safety, which my employees, I handle all that. Since the pandemic, I'm the return guy because I don't want my employees to have any issues.
Well, hopefully we're on the back end of that. So, Chris, again, thank you for your time and for your testimony.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we have Rob LaFrance, followed by Ann Hewlick.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. I know it's going to be a long day, and it's already been a long one, but Chair People, Cohen and Gresco, Ranking Member Minor, and Harding, and Vice Chairs Slapp and Palm. My name is Robert LaFrance, and I'm the Director of Policy for Audubon, Connecticut. Audubon, Connecticut is the local state office of the National Audubon Society. I'm here to talk today about two bills. Senate Bill number 924, which has to do with an act concerning the staffing and resources of the DEP, and another bill, House Bill number 6498, which is an act concerning the siting of solar facilities on farmland and core forest. I'll start with Senate Bill number 924. The bill requires that the agency actually submit a study to the Environment Committee to talk about how it's going to deal with staffing resources into the future, to deal with some of the significant issues it's going to face as a result of retirements that we know are coming forward. A large portion of the department staff will be retiring, and it's going to leave some big holes. And I think the Environment Committee is being smart about trying to better understand how that reorganization of the department is going to look. We all know that the Appropriations Committee is going to look at the financing and funding elements of the department, but to actually understand how the department will work into the future, I think is a really good value for your money to get that accomplished. And the reason I say value for your money is because I believe that in order to do this appropriately, you need to make certain that the agency, DEEP, has enough financial resources to actually conduct a meaningful study. I think it's going to be really important as a blueprint for the department moving forward, specifically and most importantly, having to do with enforcement. And you'll see some testimony from Save the Sound. I just want to focus my attention from being a former member of the Environmental Conservation Branch and their council. The department's enforcement office, it's basically its law enforcement division, the ENCON police officers are at a historic low level in terms of their existing funding. I believe they're down to like 42 officers when they should be up around 70 or greater. That's a problem. It's a problem that we're going to have to face, and it's a problem that we're all facing in terms of, I think we talked about striped bass earlier. We talk about all of the other things we try to do in terms of enforcement in the wilderness. If we don't have ENCON officers who are really the most dedicated, hardworking, and courageous people I've ever met, we're really going to be in trouble. So I just ask that you take a closer look at that, make certain that we give adequate money available to make certain that that study gets done in an appropriate way. I know the governor has put some resources to it, and I hope that the agency has some additional things to deal with on that. I'll also say on that, with the transition, I think we need to start taking a look at our colleges and universities. There are a number of folks who are coming out with degrees in whoops. I think I spent a little too much time on that. Let me quickly go to, and then I'll move on. Could say a lot more on that. Happy to answer questions on that.
Yeah,
But
Rob, we're gonna have to wrap it up on 6498.
sure, 6498, thank you very much. Fairly extensive testimony on it. I really believe rather than using a megawatt limitation, folks should be using an acreage impact as a result of to figure out how the impacts are going to be. My main focus in terms of my testimony is to try and get away from farmland and forest development. There are better places to do it. I talk about a couple of those places that have happened. We should be looking at rooftops. We should be looking at parking lots, and we should not be going into our forests and farmlands. We can do a better job of it. We just pay attention to it. And I think there's a lot happening here, and I'm happy to answer questions on that as well.
Well, Rob, thank you for your testimony, and I do not see any hands raised at this moment, so we're gonna have to circle back with you if we have any questions.
It's a long day, and I appreciate the time. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Next, we have Ann Ulick, followed by Olivia Rinkus.
Good afternoon, Senator Cohen, Representative Gresco, Ranking Members Minor and Harding, and the distinguished members of this committee. I am speaking in support today of Senate Bill 926, the PFAS bill, but I've also submitted testimony on the bottle bill 1037. So you all know PFAS chemicals or forever chemicals pose serious, long-lasting environmental harms and have contaminated the environment and wildlife worldwide, in addition to humans. A January 2021 report documented more than 2,000 sites in the United States, in 49 states, known to have PFAS contamination. When products containing PFAS are disposed, they end up in our incinerators and our landfills. PFAS chemicals are not effectively broken down in incineration or are emitted through the stack. They also leach out of landfills, contaminating groundwater and soil. Packaging containing PFAS generally cannot be recycled or composted, and it is often a single-use product that contributes significantly to our waste stream, which you all know is a major concern right now. This bill will have a really positive impact as more packaging without these chemicals can be recycled and repurposed and composted. PFAS chemicals also harm wildlife and public health. You may hear that the older versions of these chemicals are the ones that are harmful, and newer versions or short chain PFAS are safe. That really is not a fully true statement. We know that even these newer versions are bioaccumulating in fish, marine mammals, birds, and other animals, as well as in humans. We know that PFAS contamination also leads to economic harm for towns. We saw this in Windsor in 2019 with the spill of the firefighting foam into the river. That completely shut down fishing. It shut down kayaking and canoeing business on that river. And it lasted for months, and there's still concerns about eating fish in that river. Lastly, we know that packaging containing PFAS is a large, unnecessary source of environmental contamination, and reducing this product source is really turning off the tap of future contamination. We know that many manufacturers, retailers, businesses, and restaurants are moving in this direction. In fact, we just learned that Seaman Paper, based in Massachusetts, just announced a line of PFAS-free paper goods in their product line. So we know it can be done. It's good for business, it's good for the environment, and this is a way to, again, turn off the tap of future contamination of these very toxic and very persistent chemicals. So we are strongly in support of Senate Bill 926. We hope that this committee passes it, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
And thank you for taking the time to give us your testimony. And we have a question for you from Senator Minor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Two questions. Would you provide to the committee a copy of the report that speaks to bioaccumulation of PFAS in fish, please?
Yes, I'd be happy to. I actually
thank you.
referenced it in my testimony, but I'll send it around.
Thank you. And the other question I have for you, Senate Bill 1037, an act concerning solid waste management. You've titled the bill the bottle bill. Is that the totality of our issues with solid waste?
No, no, I think, yeah, I apologize if that was confusing.
No, it wasn't confusing. I appreciate your answer. Thank you.
I was trying to rush.
Thank you, Ann. We have a follow-up question now from Representative Reyes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to see you, Ann. Just
good to see you, Representative.
A couple quick comments on the on the PFAS bill, and I know that we've had several conversations on that in the past. I'm interested in the report. Were you able to see? Did you ever see a report from DEEP and how it was reported? How the spill was reported and how you found out about it, and when was it actually determined that you could actually catch and eat the fish rather than catch and release?
You mean, excuse me, Representative, you mean specifically the report from DEEP on the contaminated fish in the Farmington River?
Right, that's right.
Yes, no, that's an excellent question. I was very much involved with that and very close in touch with DEEP and the residents from Windsor. There was a lot of concern about, you know, a lot of people in Windsor fish from that river and eat the fish, you know, as sustenance fishing. And there was a lot of concern for many, many months about that residents shouldn't eat that fish. And then over time, as DEEP was able to actually monitor fish tissue samples, they were able to detect extraordinarily high levels of PFAS in the fish. And again, because these chemicals are so persistent and don't break down and bioaccumulate, there have been still even recent warnings of only eat fish from that river once a month or something like that. You know, so it is a real concern, and not just for the Farmington River. We know this is probably likely in many communities across the state. So yes, I was aware of that report. I'm in constant, I've been working very collaboratively with folks at DEEP about this. I would like to see even more monitoring and reporting, you know, of these kinds of instances. I think DEEP in general has done a good job with the resources that they have. And we'll need to continue to monitor. Do they need more resources to do more monitoring of these rivers and waterways going forward? Because again, that's affecting not only the fish and the wildlife, but public health who ingest those fish, as well as the businesses. I spoke to the mayor of Windsor so many times, and he owns a little Bart's. It's like this famous restaurant in Windsor right on the river, and nobody was going there because they were just concerned about being near the water. And there was a kayak and river company that had to shut down for a while. So it is a real concern for health and the environment.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Ann, for the feedback and the answer. And I want to continue this conversation with you along the lines of sewage bill right to know. So thank you for your advocacy. Thank you for testifying today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative.
Okay, next we have Representative D'Amico, followed by Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it. Hey, Ann, good to see you. Thank you for coming to testify.
Good to see you.
So I have a couple questions for you about Bill 926, which is the bill about PFAS packaging.
Yes.
And I asked this question of the folks from DEEP earlier today, and I just wanted to see if I get a little more information from you if you're able to provide it. So we received some testimony stating that not all PFAS chemicals are the same, and they shouldn't all be categorized together. And specifically, they were talking about fluoropolymers. Are you familiar with fluoropolymers?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the testimony that I'm looking at says that fluoropolymers' unique combination of properties enable packaging critical for the storage of medicines, medical devices, and other products. So I guess my question is that true? And are there alternatives which would make this solve this what seems to be a problem that's being presented to us?
Mm-hmm. No, thank you, Representative. I think it's a little misleading, frankly. So this bill is talking about packaging. And there are PFAS chemicals in a whole host of products, including some medical devices and products. This bill is not addressing that. So I think we have to be clear on that. So that's one. The newer versions of PFAS, this class of fluorinated compounds, is very concerning, as you all know, for both health and environmental reasons. And even the newer versions, the industry will say, well, there's no evidence of harm. There's no evidence, there's a little evidence of harm because when you have more than 5,000 different variations of these chemicals, they can't be fully studied to prove causation of harm. But what research is showing and consistently has shown is that even these shorter chain, these new versions of these fluorinated chemicals are showing similar harms, health harms in mammals, in wildlife, and in humans. They may not stay in our bodies as long. That's one of the arguments. Oh, they don't stay in your body as long. Well, still, they still get into the environment and contaminate and cause harm. So I would just caution the committee members to be mindful that the people that are making those arguments are industry folks that benefit from using these types of chemicals in their products. I feel personally, and I am, I have a strong science background, and I work with, as well as I'm a nurse, I work with independent scientists all over the country. And I feel very confident that the message that Betsy Wingfield gave earlier about the importance of regulating PFAS as a class is very much in line with what I'm hearing from independent scientists, frankly, not only in the US, but all over the world. In 2015, the Madrid Statement, which was a group of more than 200 independent science and health professionals, came together worldwide and said that we should be banning this class of chemicals. It's now 2021. So I feel pretty confident that this bill is not broad, as the industry is saying. It's actually pretty narrowly tailored to packaging. And therefore, it's reducing a significant source of contamination to our environment that will cause future harm. It's not talking about medical devices that we insert in your body. So don't get sucked into that, is my view. And I'm sorry to go off, but it just gets me.
No, No, I appreciate I appreciate that, Ann. So I guess, you know, and just to follow up on something that you had said earlier. So I think I heard you say that other states have banned certain versions of PFAS and are finding alternatives.
Yeah.
So the alternatives are available, and okay,
I can give you some example. McDonald's has come out and said that they are no longer going to use PFAS in their food wrappers and their French fry containers across the world because of the harms they cause. Whole Foods, a whole bunch of restaurants. And again, this paper producing company in Massachusetts called Seaman Paper just came out with a line of paper products that doesn't have PFAS. So businesses are doing it. We can do it.
Okay. No, I just wanted to, you know, when I see testimony, you know, obviously, you know, you have to look at it and consider it. And when I have someone with your expertise, I wanted to, you know, just have you comment on that. So I appreciate it very much.
I appreciate you, and I'm sorry I get a little, you know.
I appreciate your passion. Thank you very much, Ann, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Next, we have Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just real quick, thank you so much for your testimony. And I think you just answered my question. Representative D'Amico asked it, that there is food packaging now that is certified not to contain PFAS, correct?
Yeah, there's quite a bit, and companies more and more are shifting. And I think you'll hear from some of my colleagues later today that, yeah, businesses are shifting away from this because they share the same concerns that I've expressed to you today. So it's actually, businesses are finding that it's good for business because customers don't want, when they find out that there's these toxic chemicals in products, they don't want that. So it's actually good for business.
And how is that certification process of not containing PFAS done? Is that through whom?
So so companies can self-certify, or there are independent third-party certifications. You may have heard of like Green Seal, Clean Production Action. Those groups actually test and certify products, and then they give them a label like Green Seal, and that indicates to a consumer like me, like, oh, this is a good product that without these toxic chemicals. So that's a pretty common practice.
All right, thank you very much for your testimony, and thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm going to go get some ice to put my 5-hour energy over. I'm getting a little tired.
Those aren't healthy. Don't drink those.
I know my stomach tells me they're not healthy, but they keep me awake.
I know.
Thank you, Representative O'Day. Next, we have Representative Chaffee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for speaking with us today. I have a question. Some of the language in the bill, Section 10, line 56, it talks about the use of recycled material as feedstock. And the way I'm reading that, it almost seems that it will exempt materials that contain PFAS if it's post-consumer recycled materials. I was just curious about your thoughts on that, if you were reading that the same way, and you know what you think of if that is the case.
I did hear that question earlier, Representative, and I thought it was a very smart question. And I had the same question. I believe, and I know Deputy Commissioner Wingfield was going to get back on this particular issue, but I believe what they're trying to do, and I support this idea, it's tough. What they're trying to do is restrict intentionally added PFAS chemicals in packaging. And yet we know that some manufacturers use recycled feedstock that may, without their knowledge, have have those chemicals in there, and they have no way of knowing that. So I personally think it's a way for our state to shift the marketplace, but also acknowledge the very real business aspect that people may be using materials, packaging materials that have recycled content, and they have no way of knowing that there may be those toxic chemicals in there from contamination or from just the previous whatever purpose that material was from. So I don't have a problem with it. I think that's what the intent of the language was. And I have, again, I've worked with DEEP for a long time on this. I think they've been very methodical about it. So I'm not overly concerned about it, but I think it's a very good question. And it flagged it for me again today when you raised it.
All right, well, thank you for the information. That was kind of my thought process along it as well, as, it's making use of recycled materials, and obviously
because we don't want to, we don't want to stop that. But on the other hand, we're now learning, this is all kind of happening. This is relatively new. We're now learning that these chemicals are in so many things. So it's a balancing act, and we don't want to stop businesses from using recycled materials. But on the other hand, we've got to turn off the tap of future materials coming into the marketplace that will continue to contaminate our waste stream, our composting, all of that, our farms, all of that.
Yeah, I agree. I guess my main concern with it was if we're constantly just rechurning these materials into new materials, when are we actually going to cut them off? So thank you for the information. I appreciate your input on that.
Thank you,
Mr.
Representative.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ann, for your expertise and for your testimony.
Thank you, Representative.
And I do not see Olivia Rinkus, nor do I see Stephen Downs. So we are going to move next to Ashley Collins, followed by Manthan Bhatt, followed by Alan Walensky. Ashley, here you go.
My apologies. Hi, my name is. Good afternoon, esteemed committee members. Thank you for hearing me today. I'm here to speak in opposition of Senate Bill 1037. I come here as a member of the Voices of Women of Color, also as a consumer who does happen to recycle. While I understand that the measures of this bill is to increase, people's willingness to return and get a return investment, I think it's also important to highlight the fact that while we're talking about increasing the value of the refund, we also need to consider the food insecurity that people in certain settings are already facing. So I live in Hartford. I have no issue with getting to my local redemption center or a grocery store that's outside of Hartford to return my cans and bottles. But when I look at the other residents of the same area, it's important to note that many of these areas do not have a major grocery store. So those residents within these areas won't have access to returning these bottles to the grocery store. As someone who uses my local redemption center, which is actually about 15 minutes from my house on the other end of Hartford, I faced where the redemption center did not take bottles that did not come in a full box set. So, Representative Tom O'Day, I know you called the 120 on the deposit, right? So if we increase it, that's $240 in return. But if I take it to my local redemption center and he does not take my bottles back because it didn't come in a 24-pack or the 6-pack, that's a loss for me. Which in turn I throw in the recycling bin, which is fine because my family is able to do so. But for the so many other families that cannot do it, this presents a problem. When I talk about food deserts, I'm talking about the areas in which there are no major grocery retailers. Within the city of Hartford, there isn't one. So you're talking about a bunch of consumers coming back to try to figure out how to get these cans and bottles back. Our primary source of being able to buy these things are the local bodegas. They're already at an increased rate when you go to them to purchase your food items or your beverage items. So you're saying to the consumer, hey, yeah, it's 10 cents increase for you, but if there's no redemption center and the added price at the local bodega, you're causing more food insecurity for the individuals that don't have access to these additional resources. This is something we need to consider. While I'm all for recycling, I'm all for improving the process. We need to remember that it's just not the major cities or the suburban areas that have the equity and the ability to take part in it. We need to consider those that do not have that ability. And that should be considered when you're voting for Senate Bill 1037. There was another.
You're muted again.
I'm so sorry. The laptop is really finicky today. I'm going to submit my written testimony, but I just want us to think about that part, about the food insecurity, about the fact that a lot of people don't have access to the places to return it, the fact that some distributors don't, the redemption centers do not take the supplies back. And then, I was listening to another testimony about the smaller business, wine and other alcohol retail businesses. It has to be something that's beneficial for everybody, not just the business owner, not just the retailers, not just for the redemption centers. This needs to benefit all of us, because just like the previous gentleman, I don't want to pass this on to my own daughter, but I want to make sure it's something that we can all achieve together. Thank you for listening.
Well, thank you, Ashley. And you do have a question from Representative O'Day.
Thank you very much, Ms. Collins, for your testimony. Just thinking as we do this, what if one of the thoughts I had was if you sell a product, then you're required to take it back. But what if we say you won't get the full 10 cents, you get 5 of the 10, and then the bodega can take that back to the redemption center for the other nickel? I'm just trying to think, is that something like, what would you think would be a better way to do it?
A better way? I mean, that's a plausible way. I don't want to take away from that, but there's a bigger concern, because we need access to the retailers first. So that if I want to go buy a tea, let's say, because I'm looking at the non-carbonated beverages, because everybody doesn't drink seltzer water or alcohol or whatever. But if we're adding 10 cents deposit to a tea, right, or a sports beverage, and if I was a low income resident who's already budgeted my groceries, you're now adding 10 cents to my bottom line when I go to the grocery store. So now I'm making a bigger decision if I can get to the grocery store. If I go to the bodega and I send my child and say, hey, grab yourself a Gatorade in preparation for your sport activity, I now have to come more out of pocket. So even if that retailer does get an incentive of getting 5 cents back, where are they going to put it? If we're not familiar with the urban settings, the bodegas are corner stores. They're not big areas that have the space and opportunity to expand and include these pieces. So I think that when we're thinking about resolutions, we need to think about everyone that's impacted, not just those of us that have the ability to get to these places and the means to, because you have to think about it, the average consumer in an urban setting doesn't necessarily have a car. Ride sharing is challenging. Bus rides are challenging. I don't know many people that will get on the bus with like 4 bags of cans. In my house, we collect 20 of them before we go. Everyone can't do that. So we need to consider the options. We're talking space, we're talking time, we're talking accessibility.
So overall, I'm sorry, did you say you have submitted written testimony, or you're going to?
That's a work in progress. It'll be sent over today.
No problem. I just want to make sure I wasn't missing it. So thank you very much. And so are you in favor of 1037 as is, or you are opposed?
I am opposed. There are some things that need to be looked at deeply, and we need to not just look at it from a position of economic privilege, but about accessibility for all of the consumers in the state of Connecticut.
Fair enough. Thank you very much, Ms. Collins, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley, for your, we have one more question for you. It's from Senator Minor.
I'm here. Sorry.
Hi, Ashley.
Hello.
So one of the things that I hoped was going to come out of this conversation this year was a greater deployment of what I would call opportunity. And so I think people are inherently good, and I think most people don't choose to litter because it's an easy choice, let's say. Sometimes it just is what it is. And if we redesigned this recycling redemption solid waste program in state of Connecticut, so it does provide those opportunities first, and then provided everyone with the ability either for redemption of a product locally or another way to place those products perhaps in an enhanced recycling facility. Is that what you'd prefer to see?
That would be much more feasible to me. I know that there was mention of a nonprofit, like using the funds to go towards a nonprofit that would help. I think that's also a possibility. You know, I think that redesigning the process and making it more accessible. And there's another point earlier this morning that referenced educating the consumer, because you're absolutely right. No one wants to just throw a bottle on the ground, but depending on where you are, if you don't have the means to recycle it and get your 5 cents back or your 10 cents back, it's the garbage or wherever you are. That's the unfortunate reality. You know what I mean? So when I can't recycle, I throw it in my bin. But if there was somewhere else for me to educate and incentivize my neighbors to bring it to, that's definitely a much better option.
And so you think in terms of your community, if we focused on, I'll call it re-education, because certainly 30, 40 years ago, there was an attempt at this, and I think it's been fairly good for a long run here. But that doesn't mean that the design or the education used back then necessarily hits the target now. And so if we were to develop a different system that had actually kind of sequestered all the money so it doesn't go into the general fund and allows that all to be played back in either as opportunity and or education, that's the kind of a program you'd prefer.
Definitely. And something that I know someone else mentioned earlier, access to the redemption center. It's much better. The single stream system seems to be the best option. We're always open to things that are better, but just something that's accessible to everyone. We can't just talk about, you know, things that are accessible to some people and it's not to others. So
thank you. I appreciate being here.
Thank you.
Ashley, thank you for your perspective and for your testimony. We're gonna take a pause here and go back one. Stephen Downs did come back to the room, so we're gonna go to Stephen Downs, followed by Manthan Bhatt, and then Alan Walensky.
There? Yep. Hello?
Go ahead, Steve. We hear you and see you.
Okay. I'm Steve Downs. I'm the president of the Connecticut Package Store Association. We are opposed to the proposal of the Bill 1037, which expands the deposits to wine and liquor bottles. The Package Store Association returns approximately 50% of the bottles of most people, and I haven't heard too much about how many bottles the package stores actually return. It's also redemption center and grocery stores. In my store, we have no extra room to store wine bottles and other stuff. On Saturdays right now, we have 3 people that actually just sort bottles for people. And most of these people actually hate going to the grocery stores because they hate the machines, putting one person at a time. Most of the time people come in our store and most package stores, they just walk in with 30 pack. They can say, we have a 30 pack, $1.50. They're in and out, it's 1 minute. So another legislature, actually probably 10 seconds. You don't have to wait 6 hours. So I think the package stores have to be part of this solution and the problem that people were talking about right now. And the idea returning wine and liquor bottles when the consumers actually already hate the bottle bill, you know, is not very good right now. So it's like, get off track, sorry. So in general, I think we just have to find a different solution to this problem. I know I've been in the business since 1980, right when bottles return started. And that was part of our model, to get people in our stores by returning bottles and cans, and it's worked and it still works. And I think the supermarkets have gone the other way by putting machines in which people actually hate and they reduce labor. We actually still pay people to return the bottles. And so I think we have, if you're trying to go to wine and liquor bottles, we don't have the space and we can't pay the people that do it. So I think there's another way to do this. And I think single stream is people love and they hate the bottle return. So there's got to be a future and a different idea and a new solution. So that's my quick thing to the problem.
Stephen, thank you for your testimony and for your patience so far today. You have a question from Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Downs. I didn't see your testimony. Did you submit testimony yet by
I was
chance?
a little late on the testimony. Sorry about that.
No, not at all, sir. I just would ask that you please submit it so
Okay.
that it does matter for us so we can look at it.
There are a lot of consumers that don't really like the bottle return. And I think there's got to be solutions. I was in Walmart, not actually Home Depot, the other day buying a faucet for my shower. And the packaging for that took me 5 minutes to get into the packaging and then eventually throw that away. And then we seem like we're being penalized for selling wine and liquor bottles. And it is like, okay, let's figure out this solution. But everyone understands there's a problem, but I think not the solution everybody's coming up with is not that good.
So your issue as you own a package store?
Yeah, I have 3 liquor stores but we have pretty big bottle returns. I have 3,000 square feet allowed to bottle return. I have 3 people on a Friday and Saturday just taking the bottles. Literally, the people come in and we try to get I saw you earlier, you're saying 6 hours. I'd have you out in the store in 2 minutes.
Yeah, no. I wasn't 6 hours. It was an hour and a half. So I asked the person in front of me, but
I'm trying to sell another product to you at the same time. Another beer, like you were saying, non-alcoholic beer. I remember that. Where the person at the Redemption Center is not selling another product. And I can tell you right now, the Redemption Center is not going to make it at 3 cents. I mean, right now, when the bottle return started, minimum wage is $3.37 an hour. Even if you're making a penny and a half, 3 cents, you're not going to make the numbers make a Redemption Center to work. I mean, it's just business 101. Sorry to hear it.
No. So your solution would be the single stream and get rid of the deposits altogether?
No, because I'm not totally against that, because I think the bottle deposit actually works as a litter bill. I mean, people pick litter off the street, so there's a fine line. I don't think people throw wine and liquor bottles on the side of the road, but they do throw beer cans and soda. So that's your job to figure out. But I don't think wine and liquor is not thrown out of a window that much of a car, and it's not a litter issue. I think the bottle bill ends up being a litter issue. And not to expand the thing, but I walked my dog over next to the high school. And over the period of years, at one time, my kids used to pick up bottles and cans, then water bottles and stuff like that. Now the only litter that's left is coffee cups and McDonald's cups. I mean, so what do you put deposits on to get the litter picked up? It's 2 different issues, I think.
Fair enough. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Downs, for your testimony.
Bring the package stores into the issue, because I think we return 50% of the bottles and cans right now. And, we're not in the talking points right now.
All right. So your testimonies, you have are you aware of whether the package stores were brought in as part of the coalition?
I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Downs. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative O'Day, and thank you, Mr. Downs, for your perspective and for your testimony. Next, we're going to go to Manthan Bhatt, followed by Alan Walensky, followed by Jim Marpy.
Thank you, Chair Gresco. Can you hear me just fine?
Yes, you're all set.
Great, thank you. And thank you, Chair Cohen and Gresco, for allowing me to be here. And my sister lives in Connecticut, and the best part about my year is seeing my nephew in Guilford. So can't wait until I go back, but when the pandemic is over. I'm with the Advanced Medical Technology Association. We're here to express our concerns about Senate Bill 926, a bill that would ban PFAS in packaging. AdvaMed is a trade association that represents 400 of the world's leading innovators and manufacturers of medical devices. As innovators and providers of the most critical life-saving and life-enhancing equipment purchased in the United States and globally, we oppose legislative efforts that fail to recognize the significant importance of medical devices that use fluoropolymers. The Food and Drug Administration doesn't just monitor and control medical devices and drugs used in the U.S., it also ensures the packaging used is safe and effective at keeping contents clean and germ-free. The packaging used to seal and deliver medical devices is tested to ensure it will protect the sterility of instruments and implants, and One thing that I've learned working in the state government world is that there's a trade association for everything, and there's actually a trade association for this. It's called the Sterile Barrier Association. And they go over multiple reasons why a product would need a PFAS in the packaging specifically. And so, I can go over some of those specific examples. Let's say you have a graph that's made out of a PFAS material. You make that graph with the idea that you want to have sterility assurance throughout the life cycle of the product, right? And so part of that is making sure that you can sterilize that product in the packaging, right? So you have pallets of medical devices that go into a chamber that get sterilized through multiple different methods. There are 3 primary methods that medical devices are sterilized with. One's a gaseous method, and another is an ionized radiation method as well. And so if you have the graph, let's say, that's made out of PFAS, then you want the packaging as well so that you don't have sterility assurance issues. This is a big issue with things like cellulose packaging, for instance. Cellulose packaging can absorb certain sterility products and thus might not be appropriate for certain uses, especially if it's with a different product that has PFAS. So let's say you have a medical device that's made out of PFAS and the packaging is different from it, you're going to have sterility assurance issues. So, and so that was the main testimony we wanted to give today. These fluoropolymers are very important for the medical device industry to provide a safe and consistent supply of medical devices, and we look forward to working with you on this important matter. And I'm happy to answer any questions or refer them to my committee of about 150 different PhD environmental health and safety experts and get you all an answer to this timely issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bott. And you have a question from Representative O'Day.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, just real quick. Sir, I was looking for your testimony. I couldn't find it. Did you submit any testimony, written testimony?
Yes, I did. There was an email and I sent it and it just this morning, but I can try again, and it's has my signature and everything.
Okay, I'll go through the chairs and just make sure if you could forward it again to the chairs, just to make sure we get it. Thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, Representative.
Thank you, Representative O'Day. Next, we have a question from my co-chair, Senator Cohen, followed by Senator Minor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Bott, for your testimony. First, would love to welcome you to Guilford anytime, my hometown, and glad to hear that you're able to visit from time to time. Second, I just wanted to know, does your company or your device have to produce different packaging for any other state that does not contain PFAS?
No, and I can't wait till I go back to Guilford first and foremost. But so Washington, Maine, and New York have very different PFAS packaging laws than the proposal here. In Washington and Maine, they very much limit it to food packaging, from my understanding, and it goes a couple of steps farther in Washington State, where food packaging is that's regulated must be comprised of materials originally derived from plant fibers. So we haven't had a state issue on this, and if we did, I suspect there would be access to device issues. I think it'd be very difficult for a company to change their materials quickly with FDA, especially with their current load of applications and things like that. You would have to reapply. Packaging is regulated by FDA, and it's very tightly regulated, and part of that is building sterility into the product. And so if we had issues, there would be patient issues that we'd probably hear things on TV about. So.
Okay, I appreciate that.
I hope that answered your question.
So just to clarify, you only need to make, you only have one line that contains PFAS in the packaging, and you do not need to accommodate any other state or worldwide law.
No, I mean, there might be, yeah, no. I represent the trade association, so we have about 400 companies, and I have yet to hear of any issues in the U.S. And I don't do a lot with Europe, but I don't think I've heard anything in Europe either. But I can go back to my global team and get you an answer to the global portion of your question.
Okay, and just, we did hear that our Department of Energy and Environmental Protection is part of a consortium, the Toxics and Packaging Clearinghouse. They've already moved in this direction and have for quite some time banned the use of certain chemicals in packaging. Is this something that your industry is looking towards, the possibility of PFAS being banned in packaging? And if so, is there some plan in place for the industry to make accommodations?
Yeah, so the Toxics and Packaging Clearinghouse has mostly limited their activity to heavy metals before PFAS. And I believe their model legislation has just come out in the last year or so. I don't quote me on that, but our industry is always looking at material compatibility issues and material science. And, there's a whole $100 billion industry based on developing better materials for medical devices, and then those eventually get to the consumer market as well. I think we're always looking for the best materials to work with, and part of one of the big portions of that equation is sterility assurance and making sure that the products that we're delivering to our hospital customers and others is sterile and safe and germ-free. And I think that's especially important during the current pandemic. But so we're always looking for better materials, and we probably spend more than any other industry trying to get better materials for our products. And
I appreciate your answer. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Next, we have Senator Minor, followed by Representative Dillon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here. So is there some language that you might suggest to the committee to ensure, at least at this juncture, that we don't take a step too far and begin to impact the medical community? I'm thinking about all the effort that we're putting into COVID and life-saving measures. And if we somehow impede that effort right now accidentally, it's certainly not something I want to support. So do you think there's some language you could come up with for us to improve this bill so it doesn't affect the medical community?
Thanks for your question, Senator Minor. There is some language that I can share that would generally exempt the medical device industry. These exemptions exist in various other state laws, but I used to work at the Colorado legislature, and there would be these bills that would have just a pretty long list of exemptions, and we would call them Christmas tree bills. And when you're adding exemption after exemption onto a bill, it usually is a sign that maybe the underlying policy might be a little too broad. And I think that's what Washington State and Maine found out. But I'm happy to share some language with you, Senator Minor, and anyone else on the committee related specifically to medical devices. But this bill is pretty broad compared to the other state bills on this issue. So, I just recommend maybe reining it in a little bit, to align more with what other states, are looking at. But don't want to talk for any other industry, though.
I'd be happy to take a look at another state that you might recommend as well. I think the people that have been involved in putting this bill together are pretty serious about what they want to do. There were some statements made earlier that I can't remember exactly how it was said, but it almost sounded to me like pay no attention to the medical community. That's not what this is about. But as an individual that is representing a large part of a segment, at least, of the medical community, I'm taking very much to heart what you're telling me anyway. And I think if you could send that to our clerk, so that each of us would have an opportunity to see what your recommendations might be. That would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Minor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Next, we have Representative Dillon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sir, could you restate the name of the group that you are representing?
The Advanced Medical Technology Association, ADVAMED, ADVAMED. We're the world's largest trade association representing medical device manufacturers.
Advanced Medical
Technology Association.
Okay. And I'm not
Sorry,
saying,
I talk really fast.
no, the last three speakers didn't have written testimony, and it's helpful sometimes to understand testimony if I know what group people are representing. And so thank you for providing that. And any information you can provide the clerk with that in addition to your testimony would be very helpful.
Thank you for your service, Representative Dillon.
And thank you, Mr. Bott, for your testimony. Moving on to Alan Walensky, followed by Jim Markey, followed by Kamora Harrington.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Alan Walensky, and I am the owner of Max's Package Store, a now four-generation family-owned liquor store established in 1946 in East Lyme. As a matter of fact, next month we will be celebrating our 75th anniversary. I'm also a past president of the Connecticut Package Store Association and co-chair of the Legislative Committee. I'm here to speak in opposition to Raise Bill 1037, a bill that would increase the bottle bill items. I have also provided written testimony through the email address. There's been a significant amount of conversation today, except that most of it hasn't discussed the liquor stores and how we play into all of this. Since 1980, the bottle bill has not solved the trash problem. It has moved beer and soda trash into the liquor stores of Connecticut, as other retailers who generate so-called trash like so-called container trash like Starbucks and Dunkin' Donuts are ignored. It has caused storage and cleanliness problems, and the return methodology for wines and spirits would be vastly different and vastly more onerous than it is for beer. Beer is sold by wholesalers with exclusive franchise territories. Wines and spirits are not. While beer bottles are relatively compact and the majority of those containers are uniform in size, the same cannot be said for wine and spirits. The majority of sizes of wine and spirits bottles sold are 750 milliliters and 1.75 liter bottles, and would require vast amounts of additional storage space that do not generate revenue. It is difficult enough for most stores to house live inventory for sale, never mind this dead inventory. The verbiage of this bill is confusing and contradictory as the definition of non-carbonated beverages, where it seems to exempt spirits of 2.5 liters or less and exempt 50 milliliter bottles. As I'm opposed to adding the items to the deposit law, I don't have a problem with these carve-outs. The section on exempting wine and liquor bottles if the recyclable rates exceed 80% is seemingly unattainable in determining the number or percentage of those products in the waste stream, especially as reverse vending machines are used and as you insert bottles and cans into those devices, the products are shredded, so it's almost impossible to keep track of those. Municipalities have instituted solid waste stream solutions that have now become problematic because much of the volume of recyclable containers are now deemed contaminated if any liquid or food remnants remain in the container, and that includes the rinse water that we use to clean them. Adding products to the deposit law that will be returned to liquor stores does not solve the problem. In fact, it exacerbates the storage and health problems, especially as we are still in the midst of a pandemic. The mandate of raising the deposit to 10 cents and increasing the handling fee increases the cost of the inventory and the retail price of the products. And mandates to install reverse vending machines at certain large retailers is simply a generous gift to that industry. I would suggest that this committee consider the recommendations of our lobbyist, Carol Hughes, to revamp the entire deposit law in favor of a container tax that would address all and more of the items being considered in this bill, from mayonnaise jars to ketchup bottles, soy milk, coffee cups. It would start to address recyclable containers of all types and not burden retailers and consumers with the cumbersome and unhealthy practice of returning trash to retail stores. I would also welcome, I'm finished, would also welcome any members of this committee who are deep to come to a liquor store, especially in the summertime, to work in a bottle return area and see what we have to deal with and the volume and the uncleanliness of the products as we have to deal with remaining beer, cigarette butts, and lime wedges in the bottles that we have to handle as we take them back. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Walensky, for your testimony. I still see a hand up from Representative Dillon. I don't know if it's from last time or not, Gaia, but can you put her hand down? But in the meantime, we will go to Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say thank you, Mr. Walensky. I see your testimony here. I haven't had a chance to review all of it, but so your proposal would be to just have a something cent tax on all containers across the board?
Yeah, we're not handling all of the recyclable products that are out there. You've got a lot of glass, you've got a lot of plastic that are not included or handled in the bottle bill as it is. And I've been doing this since 1980, and returning trash to retail establishments where we're handling live product really isn't the answer. I think fixing the solid waste, the returnable stream, so that we can clean up the flow of returnables so that they don't become contaminated, or that we can separate out the better products is really the way to go. There's so much more that could be put into the waste stream recycling that isn't handled by the bottle bill and would take it out of the retail shops.
I mean, I hear you, and I'm certainly not arguing with you, but there is an argument that, having a container worth 10 cents, somebody's going to pick that up and return it for money. So there is it does work with cleaning up litter, don't you think?
It does to a certain extent, but you're not handling all of the litter. The package stores don't generate, and once again, you're blaming the product for the behavior of people. And I think there are better ways to handle it.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Also, there were a couple of other comments. I think Representative Mashinsky mentioned something about cross-border sales, and I think you did too, Representative O'Day. Yes. My store is 20 miles from the Rhode Island border. We've been dealing with cross-border returns with Rhode Island, who does not have a bottle bill. A 10-cent discrepancy would only increase that. And years ago, Anheuser-Busch was requested to put on a separate UPC for deposit states. They refused. A UPC on a can of Budweiser is universal across the country. There is no difference, and there's no way to separate those types of items out of the recyclables.
How much do you think you're taking from Rhode Island? I mean, do you have an estimate percentage-wise? 5%?
Well, we're still a fair portion away from Rhode Island. That is a better question to ask the people in Pawcatuck. But I would assume that if you're just taking your bottles back to the liquor store, if you cross back into Pawcatuck, there was an old Seinfeld episode that they were taking their bottles and cans to Michigan.
Yeah, I remember that. So, all right.
So
thank you, sir.
The border towns are better to answer that question. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know if it's Madam Chair or Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative O'Day. Next, we're going to go to our House Ranking Member, Representative Hardy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony here today. My question is you mentioned something to Representative O'Day in his question. You think that there's better mechanisms to address this. Can you just elaborate just quickly, what specifically you mean by that? What do you think is the optimal way to address this issue?
Well, I believe the optimal way to address that is through the single stream waste line. Everybody's got a bin of some sort. Our municipality, I live in Waterford, I work in East Lyme. They have the similar 55-gallon barrels that get picked up on a bi-weekly basis. Everybody's used to putting in recyclable materials, glass, plastic, aluminum cans, newspapers. If we could fine tune that better, we all were educated to placing the correct items in the blue, green, whatever color bin we're using in whatever municipality. If we can clean up that waste stream so that the recyclable materials are not contaminated the way that they now have become. I spent 12 years on our Board of Finance in town. The towns used to have an income stream due to the recyclable materials, and now it's a cost factor because of the way that the recyclables have now been quote unquote contaminated. If we can address that, clean that up, and make it profitable again, it's very easy to walk outside your back door, put all your recyclables in the bin, have it taken care of by the municipalities as part of your tax base, and clean up the environment, clean up the retail shops, and don't have to worry about whether or not I'm going to get spilled in beer because the consumer didn't clean out his beverage container the way that they were supposed to.
Okay, well, I appreciate the answer and thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Walensky, thank you for taking the time and for sharing your boots on the ground perspective of this.
Thank you very much.
Next, we're going to go to Jim Marpy, followed by Kamora Harrington, followed by Louis Rosado Birch. Mr. First Selectman, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman Gresco and Chairman Cohen and ranking members Minor and Harding and the other members of the Environment Committee. My name is Jim Marpy. I am the First Selectman of Westport, but I'm also the chairman of the Greater Bridgeport Regional Recycling Interlocal Committee. That was a mouthful. More easily referred to as GBRIC, which is made up of 11 municipalities, including Bridgeport, Fairfield, Easton, Madison, Monroe, Southbury, Stratford, Trumbull, West Haven, Westport, and Woodbridge. I'm here to speak in support of Senate Bill 1037, which we believe will encourage the separate recycling of glass bottles of all types, which contributes significantly to the cost of solid waste management and the associated carbon footprint. I know First Selectman Knickerbocker explained some of the economics of this earlier. I won't get into too much of that, but I will talk about that briefly. Keeping clean glass out of the single stream recycling process through an expanded deposit and redemption fee is a positive step in reducing the environmental impact of single stream recycling, as well as the taxpayer cost of solid waste management. While single stream is successful in many ways, we need to incent a behavior change when it comes to including glass in that stream. And let me explain my rationale. Glass is currently the heaviest component of our single stream recycling, and glass in the single stream gets contaminated from other recycling streams such as paper and plastic, and also contaminates other recycling streams with tiny bits of glass shard, making other recyclables like recoverable paper, old corrugated cardboard, and plastic less valuable. As such, glass should not be in the single stream and would be better for the recycling process if it were separated from the beginning. We've heard about a number of different ways that might take place, and I won't go into that, but that's the point I wanted to emphasize. Currently, there is a demand for clean glass at a newly formed glass processing facility in Beacon Falls. The end product coming from that clean glass out of the glass processing facility is a concrete additive that significantly increases the strength of concrete while not requiring the energy input that would normally be required in creating the normal additive it replaces. As such, the process for making concrete becomes more green by reducing its carbon footprint. There's a significant positive financial impact from the operational possibilities offered by this bill. For Westport alone, one of the smaller municipalities in the GBRIC, using some conservative assumptions regarding recyclable clean glass tonnage in our recycling and solid waste streams, we estimate an annual cost avoidance opportunity of $85,000, and potentially 10 times that across the entire interlocal group. These are taxpayer dollars. There is also the likely increased value of other recyclables, which will be cleaner for not having glass in the recyclable stream. So in conclusion, the town of Westport and GBRIC favor the passage of this bill due to its financial and environmental benefit for our constituents. Thank you for your consideration today.
Thank you, Mr. Marpy. I do not see any hands raised in the room. Again, thanks for your patience and for your testimony.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Next, we have Kamora Harrington, followed by Robert Simon. I snuck in there, and then Louis Rosado Birch.
Hello. Thank you for having me here. Hello, beautiful humans. Hello, committee members. Thank you for holding this hearing today. This has been a long day. I know it's been a long day for you, but I've truly enjoyed it. in that, so Stephen Downs and Alan Walensky, I had no clue how closely aligned I was with package store owners. So it was wonderful to hear you speak. I'm here today to speak against SB 1037. My name is Kamora Liella Harrington. I am the founder and visionary of Kamora's Cultural Corner. We're located in Hartford, and we serve we primarily serve Black and Brown families. And I'm going to ask you to consider this bill being an extra tax on poor people that may not have been considered. Again, as I said, I've listened to people speak, and it's been wonderful to hear how we're aligned in many ways. One thing that I understand and know is that there are differences in how we can return our bottles. So getting to redemption centers can be really, really hard. When I talk about the package store owners and hearing stuff that completely aligns with where we are, the grocery stores don't take the bottles that don't come from their stores. The grocery stores, very often those machines are down. So I hear from the people who are recycling how much they hate bringing their cans and bottles to the grocery stores. It was wonderful hearing that the folks at the package stores are hearing the same things, because that's a place where there's an issue. I'm not sure if folks here were aware that that's an issue. Those spaces, aside from the fact that very often the machines don't work, they're dehumanizing, and they don't take all of the products. So single stream, I've heard people bring up a few times already. Single stream to me seems the way to go. It already exists. People know how to put stuff in the blue bin. People know how to put stuff in the green bin. We can do that. When Ashley spoke earlier about the disparity in prices, she was completely right. When I'm going to a store on Albany Avenue to buy a soda, it's already costing me a lot more money than it would cost me if I was buying that from Stop and Shop in Glastonbury. When we add this extra tax, which really is an extra tax, I'm then shouldering the burden, and I've got to then figure out how to get to the place where I bought it from for them to take it back. And I'm really hoping that that place is open and the machines are working when I get there. On Wednesday night, so every week, the Kamora's Cultural Corner, one of the things that we do is we hold open community conversations for absolutely everyone who wants to show up. And on Wednesday night, we had this conversation. And as we had this conversation, we got to wonderful solutions that are outside of just adding this extra tax. Now, one of the conversations, or one of the arguments that came to us, was that there are folks who supplement their incomes by collecting bottles. And I just want to share right here, Ashley, when Ashley shared that in her family, they always collect at least 20 bottles before they return them, that's $1. And right here, 20 cans is $1. Right here, the conversation is, you know what, if we can flip that dollar to $2, then haven't we made someone's quality of life better? That's a little bit insane. We're discussing what this looks like in terms of litter. We were talking, so there are folks here who care very much about their communities, very much about their neighborhoods. And one of the things that we got to hear from folks were, well, the bottles and cans that are recyclable are gone, but the nips are still there, the other packaging is still there. So this isn't really addressing litter. And our communities, we're watching people pick up the cans and bottles that they get the nickel for, but there's still this extra issue. So I would like to ask folks to go back to the drawing board, discuss what the actual issue is, and then figure out how we can address that by bringing in all of the voices, not just bringing in the voices at the end of the conversation. And I did.
Laura, thank you for your testimony. And you have a question from Senator Cohen.
Thank you so much, Kamora, for your testimony. I think, you bring an important voice to this, and I'm appreciative of that. So is your position that we should no longer have a bottle bill in the state of Connecticut? Like we should just, do away with that and come up with a better solution?
Off the top of my head, yes. And I also think that there needs to be a lot more conversation. So the easy solution for me is single stream, but I would love to have a lot more voices take this issue much more seriously and discuss it ad nauseum, because I'm sure that there ends up being some issues there as well that I haven't considered.
Okay. Yeah, because I do hear a lot, not just from the Black and Brown community, but statewide about gleaners who are doing this for income. These are the people that are collecting bottles and cans even at 5 cents. So not so much like, well, these folks will, actually gain dollars by, the expansion of creating, the 5 to 10 cent deposit, but just simply that folks are making an income off of this. So I would just be, I'd be curious about that, how deep that runs and if we'd be creating another issue by removing the bottle redemption system altogether.
Yeah, and as we think about who we should be talking to, those are the folks who we should definitely be talking to, because what we're hearing is they're cleaning our communities for us, right? And they're picking up stuff, but they're leaving the stuff that they're not getting money for. So I'm sure, just like the liquor store owners who spend many hours on Saturdays with this problem that they've then thought about, I'm sure that the folks who are collecting bottles on the side of the street and leaving other litter there have thought about this much deeper than any of the rest of us have.
I think you're probably right. Thanks so much, Kimora.
Thank you, Senator. Next, we have a question from Representative Harding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you so much for your testimony and for your advocacy here. One question I have is if you could elaborate from your work, some of the struggles that might come with also carrying in all the bottles and cans for individuals that may have, limited transportation ability, particularly those that may be using public transportation to get to the grocery store. Do you see that as an issue as well?
Yes, and I want to add to that, carrying out, because let's consider the person who somehow figured out, perhaps they got an Uber, perhaps someone dropped them off, but somehow they got to the grocery store to redeem their cans. And once they got there, the machines were down. If that person was depending on any of the money that they redeemed for their bus ride home, they've lost their cans, because who in the heck is bringing 3 huge bags of cans on the bus to go back home? So my idea on Saturday morning, when I've got my bags and we see the folks, right? So, come up with the visual. I've got my bags. I've done everything that I have to do to remove my dignity to walk down New Park Avenue or wherever with my bags. And I get there and the machines are down. In those spaces, if you've never returned cans in one of those spaces, they don't smell nice. They don't feel nice. They are not welcoming. But I did everything I needed to do to get there and the machines aren't working. My choice at that moment is to leave this income there and let it go, or carry it back, and I don't have the bus money that I thought I was going to have. So really, when we think about the barriers, there's so many transportation barriers, and that getting there and finding out that you cannot do the thing that you thought you could do is really upsetting.
Thank you so much for your testimony and for your advocacy and bringing this issue to light. This is very important, and I do appreciate your advocacy and your testimony today. Thank you so much.
Thank
you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Harding. Next, we're going to go back to Senator Cohen for the second time, followed by Representative O'Day.
We got a relationship. What's up, Christine?
Thanks for the indulgence. And you just have me thinking, Kimora, really, so I really do appreciate your testimony. So we're talking about, potentially, how we could make this work if we had a bottle deposit, if we didn't, if we had a higher deposit, if we didn't. And, we also are hearing from municipalities, right? And the cost of trash removal, it has skyrocketed, tipping fees from the haulers skyrocketed. That includes single stream recycling. Do we not think that potentially those fees are also overburdening communities, low-income communities? And, is that a trade-off? Because work certainly weighs a lot. And this is sort of one of the issues that we've been faced with as a committee, right? What do we do with the heavy weight? There's other bills that we're hearing today on food waste and organics and separating food waste. Part of that is because it accounts for a lot of weight in our waste stream. Same goes for glass. And the end result of separating all of this out would be ultimately to reduce taxpayer burden, right? They're obviously paying for this, for the cost of trash removal, for hauling. If you live in an urban center, it's often wrapped up into your taxes. So I just wonder what your thoughts are on that. And I don't expect you to have a solution for me. I just, I'm asking you, as I'm considering all of this, to also consider that. And, is that something that anybody's looked at? Really? What is the cost to trash removal for our low income community?
Yeah, I've thought about it and I don't have a solution. So actually, when we were talking about the folks and we were talking about picking up litter, early thought that I had was, perhaps we can figure out a way to pay folks for the wait. But I'm also a resident of Hartford, which is a capital city. We can talk about the tax money that we don't have. That's a whole other conversation I'd love to have at some point. But I didn't offer that as a solution for this issue. So I don't have a solution, and I don't even really have an idea of a solution, but that's definitely a very real issue that we need to think about. In our conversation on Wednesday, one of the things that we talked about was the weight of glass. One of the women who belongs to our community is an artist who does glass blowing and does a whole lot of glass work. So the conversation was like, hey, so can you possibly use a ragu bottle? Like, will that work? Well, no, for the art that she does, it doesn't. But the idea of the weight has come up as an issue. It's not an issue that I've got any clue how to handle or address.
Yeah, well, I appreciate your honesty on that. And there is, a piece of this bill that attempts to address that. I don't know ultimately if that's the solution, but, using glass cullet as, another use, so reuse of the glass, is certainly a potential solution that could minimize the cost of waste removal and keep some of the wine and liquor bottles in particular out of the deposit system. So that might be a solution that gets at, both issues. But again, appreciate your testimony and your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. And supposedly it's not hard to make a cheese tray out of a wine bottle. We heard all about that on Wednesday.
Thank you, Senator Cohen. Next, you have a question from Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Ms. Harrington, thank you so much for your testimony. I apologize if you answered this. I was back and forth, but I don't see your testimony listed. Have you submitted it, or is it?
I did. I submitted it early this morning.
Okay, if somebody else sees it and I'm just missing it, I would just hopefully we can find it. But thank you. When I brought in my empties, what was it, probably a month or two ago, I had a similar situation. There was a line, but I was able to drive back, and I never even thought about people who are disenfranchised, who don't have the vehicle. They may need bus money to get back. That's something that I didn't even think of, and so I'm glad you brought that up, and something I neglected to think about, and I'm sorry that I didn't. But so I appreciate your testimony, and please continue your advocacy. It's helpful to us. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative O'Day, and Ms. Harrington. Thank you for your perspective, your boots on the ground information, and for your testimony.
Thank you so much. Have a beautiful afternoon.
Thank you. Next, we have Robert Simon, followed by Louis Rosado Birch.
All right. Thank you, co-chairs, vice chairs, and members of the committee. Appreciate the opportunity to speak to Senate Bill 926 related to consumer packaging. My name is Robert Simon, and I'm testifying today on behalf of the overall American Chemistry Council in respectful opposition to S926. We strongly support the objectives of environmentally sound and sustainable packaging, as well as overall chemical safety. Indeed, we worked constructively with the Toxics and Packaging Clearinghouse, the organization that the commissioner mentioned in her introductory comments. And we've supported the current version of Connecticut law, which is being amended. We've also played a leadership role in helping manage the specific PFAS chemistries that are the subject of this proposed legislation. However, in its current form, this legislation is just so incredibly broad and lacks some of the scientific rigor that we think is critical. And because of that, this is going to have significant unintended consequences for Connecticut. I would like to just emphasize 4 key points today. One, you heard from some earlier testimony about this chemistry. It is important to recognize that this is a diverse universe of chemistries that are used in a broad range of applications: electronics, semiconductors, medical, automotive, aerospace, and packaging, as well as alternative energy. And it's just not scientifically accurate to group them all together or to treat them the same. This includes liquids, gases, solids. In no other chemistry do we group all those together, and it's not appropriate to do that here. There's actually been a lot of work done in this space, and it's important to recognize that there are specific PFAS of concern, and we support focusing on those. There's also appropriate subgroupings of PFAS, which we think are appropriate. And that has been recognized by National Academy of Sciences, the Environmental Council of the States, as well as various states that have looked at this issue, and they've explicitly recognized that you can't group all these together. Second key point, you heard from some other testimony, but because this is so broad, the current form of this legislation will have broad unintended consequences on a number of sectors. We are not just talking about food packaging. We are talking about medical packaging, agricultural packaging, automotive packaging, industrial and other consumer packaging. So it is very broad. There's a lot of different uses and important uses there. And in that regard, this is going to have an impact on overall product performance and packaging performance that are important here, particularly in the medical space. And just wanted to emphasize that point. And just to make one critical example, none of the current COVID vaccines or the COVID testing regimes would be possible underneath this law if it were enacted. So it is very relevant, it's very real, the potential unintended consequences. And I'll start to wrap up here. The other two things I just wanted to mention is that, one, this is in conflict with federal law, including Food and Drug Administration review for key food and medical packaging applications. And lastly, this is going to create an unworkable patchwork of state packaging requirements. No other state has considered this, or I should say no other state has adopted such a broad approach here. And in fact, we're only aware of one other state, New Hampshire, that has even considered this, and they have opted not to pursue it further in this legislative session. So wanted to emphasize those points. In conclusion, we think if this legislation is considered further, it should be refined to focus on specific PFAS chemistries and uses that are a real priority. We would support that, and we think there are opportunities to take a more targeted approach and look forward to working with the committee and other stakeholders to address these issues. So appreciate the time today, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Simon. You do have a question from Representative D'Amico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Simon, for coming in and offering your testimony. So I'm a little bit confused, but I guess that's not unusual, but hopefully you can clarify some things for me. So I was under the impression, perhaps mistakenly, that this legislation only is directed towards consumer packaging and more specifically with regards to food. And now, and of course, I appreciated your explanation about medical equipment and medical supplies. So could you help me just clarify that whole situation?
Sure, I'll try, or at least be happy. And I don't think you're the only one who's sometimes confused on some of these issues, myself included. Okay. I think it is important to be precise here, though. And I heard some earlier testimony that I would agree. This does not apply to medical products, but it does apply to medical packaging. So that is very much in scope here, unless I'm misunderstanding or misreading. So. And I would also emphasize, I think you heard correctly, I heard some other testimony that at least 3 other states have restricted some PFAS substances in food packaging, and that is accurate. But this bill is much broader than that and pulls in these other types of packaging, many of which don't use that type of PFAS chemistry. And I think you had asked a question earlier about fluoropolymers. Those are very different, and they have been assessed, and they don't degrade. And I think that's an important recognition here, because the way it groups all these things together, you're actually bringing in quite a bit of different types of packaging, including some high performance packaging, think things like all the blister packs that pharmaceuticals come in, or cold medicine. Not to mention, as I alluded to, sort of the current distribution mechanisms and packaging for the COVID vaccine and testing reagents. So hopefully that's helpful. I also think it's important to be clear here, because I think there's actually more common ground than some people would acknowledge if we focused on specific PFAS chemistries or subcategories and specific uses.
So thank you. I appreciate that. That is helpful. But I do have to ask you a couple more questions, because one answer leads to the next question, and I'll try to be brief. So it was suggested earlier that other locales, other states, other manufacturers have found a way to come up with a replacement or a substitute for some of these for some of these products. So now maybe they were just referring to food packaging. Wouldn't it be possible in the 2.5 years that this bill is slated to go into effect? Literally 2.5 years from now, shouldn't the medical establishment be able to come up with an alternative to make that problem go away?
Two quick points. So one, I think you are, well, I can't speak for some of the other folks who testified, but I think you are right, is that what I heard was they were speaking specifically to food packaging.
Okay.
And I'll come back, and then I want to come back to your broader point, though. So one, I think it is important on food packaging to acknowledge that even, I think I heard in a reference to McDonald's. McDonald's has announced a phase out of this PFAS chemistry in certain packaging by 2025. And that's in recognition that in some cases there aren't alternatives for all the food packaging applications. And Washington State, which has been looking at this issue and just completed an alternatives assessment, came to a similar conclusion. There are alternatives available for some food packaging applications, but they also recognize that in some food applications there weren't. So that may seem like splicing hairs, but it is important as we talk about this. To your broader point, though, I think for whether it be medical applications or other packaging applications, I can't really speak to that. I would defer to maybe the AdvaMed folks who were here earlier. I think it's a real question as to whether alternatives would be available or could be innovated in that time frame. And part of that also relates to the safety of those alternatives. You wouldn't want to just substitute any material unless that product's been tested by the FDA, has been authorized by the FDA. Those packaging then have to go through recertification to meet certain standards. I'll use the blister pack, which requires, prevents oxidization of critical medicines. You do that the wrong way. You've hurt the actual product and now made it, if not at least not as effective, maybe even dangerous. So I hope that's helpful, and happy to try and answer other questions.
So that is helpful. And I'm just going to ask you one more question, if the chair will indulge me. So the proposed legislation refers to intentionally introduced materials. Does that change does that give some clarity to what's going on here, to the dispute that's going on here with regards to all these materials, the fact that it refers to intentionally introduced?
Yeah, I think I would say unfortunately not. I mean, generally speaking, we would support, that's an important distinction to make, but there's 2 points. One, some of these PFAS chemistries are intentionally added because they provide that performance and properties that you want. And then second, there's other parts of the bill that define some important factors where, let's say you might have some low levels or trace issues that would still get pulled into this. So I think there's some important provisions in the proposed legislation that would need to be addressed to make sure it really focused on intentionally added substances. But I appreciate that.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Mr. Simon, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative D'Amico. Next, we have a question from Representative Chaffee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for speaking with us today. Just a very basic question. What are some of the properties that packaging, I guess, adding these chemicals to packaging, what are some of the properties that it gives the package that's so unique or so necessary?
Sure, and your question is a good one for several reasons. So, right, I think my answer would be it depends on the packaging. So take like food packaging, and this is an area where we would acknowledge and actually are supportive in certain areas of appropriately regulating. You might use that for grease protection or overall coatings, like in a milk container, to sort of maintain the integrity of the packaging. But then you get into other applications. So let's say like medical packaging. I had referred to these blister packs. The fluoropolymers, which is one type of PFAS that are used there, they allow that product to be sealed and prevent any oxygen from entering into the packaging until its use. So it depends on the application. If it would be helpful to the committee, we have tried to work with the Toxics and Packaging Clearinghouse, which again, the commissioner had mentioned. We provided a comprehensive overview of the different types of packaging and would be happy to share that, including maybe some of the key performance characteristics that might be more relevant for certain categories than others. I'll give you another example. Take a jug for, let's say you're using a plastic jug for like a can of motor oil or a solvent or oil-based substance. You want to make sure that that jug doesn't leak, or also that it doesn't migrate out. And so from, just from an overall safety and making sure that substances like that, whether it be solvents or oil, don't get out of the packaging, that might be another example of an important use or a beneficial use.
Okay, I don't know if you could speak to the history at all, but like how long have these chemicals been used as additives in containers? Is this like a relatively new additive for these purposes, or has it been used for a long time? I'm sure it depends on the container as well, but.
Yeah, so I think two quick points, and I want to respect everyone's time. One, in many cases, they've been used for decades. So take some of the medical packaging, and so I think there's been ongoing long use. But I had mentioned earlier about the difference within this chemistry. We fully support restrictions on some PFAS. Many of the PFAS that you heard about today are no longer produced or used, or no longer produced in the United States, Europe, and Japan. But you can buy packaging today from China here in the U.S. So we think it would be important to address some of those substances, get them out of the waste stream. These are the ones that have been the focus. These are the ones that have gotten into the environment. So that also helps level the playing field. So again, I think there's some common ground here that folks could work on if there was interest.
One final question. So prior to, I guess, the invention of the PFAS chemicals, what was used before this in, medical packaging, for an example? Like prior to PFAS, what would they use to make sure it was sterile? Or
and I'm happy to try and follow up. I think that might be a better question for the medical folks in terms of how this might impact. Couldn't really speak as much to that, but I'd be happy to try and follow up and share some of the historical materials that might have been used.
Okay, thank you for your information. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Next, we have a question from Representative Dillon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This question may have been asked, but I haven't been able to find your written testimony. What was your affiliation?
I'm with the American Chemistry Council.
Okay, so you have not addressed the medical uses. Is that true? I was trying to listen.
So yeah, one of our concerns is that this legislation would impact medical packaging, and that's one of our concerns.
Because they're chemically inert, so that, they're used in like medical gowns. I guess I know people have talked about cancer, but some of the studies I had seen that troubled me involved reduction of testosterone. And there was a study involving children that lived near a plant in Ohio. I was looking for it very quickly and I wasn't able to find it. It would be really helpful if you could provide your written testimony, because it's not fair to the committee to ask too many questions, but it's helpful if we have your written testimony ahead of time and then we don't have to do that. And any information you can provide on substitutes that don't create that damage to individuals would be a very helpful thing.
Thank you, Representative. And we'll make sure that the written testimony is provided as well as some of the supporting documents that we discussed and make sure those are submitted as well. And hopefully that's helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Dillon. And Mr. Simon, thank you for your time and for your testimony.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we have Louis Rosado Birch, followed by Peter DePasquale, followed by Charles Regal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable committee members, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Again, Lou Rosado Birch, Citizens Campaign for the Environment. CCE appreciates the opportunity to testify today in support of Senate Bill 926, Senate Bill 930, and 1037. Regarding PFAS, we strongly support Senate Bill 926. We all know that PFAS are linked to a range of serious human health issues. They are used in a variety of food packaging, especially for use in fast food wrappers and takeout containers due to their nonstick properties. Washington State, Maine, and New York have all passed legislation that recognize these health hazards and prohibit the use of PFAS in food packaging. The language before you, as you have heard, is the result of an ongoing collaboration between 9 states, including New York and Connecticut, working to eliminate toxic PFAS in consumer packaging. It's a great bill. It'll protect our children's children, and we urge its passage. We also support Senate Bill number 930 regarding food waste. We very much appreciate the effort. We have a few minor changes, including expanding the food waste ban to include all major generators, i.e. restaurants, schools, hospitals, and dining courts within that 40-mile radius, or to eliminate the industry-specific exemptions altogether. Additionally, the bill should be amended to reduce the threshold from 1 ton per week to 0.5 ton per week. This will go a long way towards increasing food waste recycling in Connecticut while creating new market opportunities in our state. Finally, we strongly support Senate Bill 1037, and I personally thank you so much for introducing this long overdue update to the bottle bill. The program is a critically important part of our recycling infrastructure. The program is not broken. It still stands as one of the best incentives that we have to recycle on the books, full stop. It has captured billions of single-serve beverage containers and saved municipalities millions in solid waste and recycling costs over time, which is why nations all over the globe are moving towards adopting national bottle deposit systems. The problem is, quite frankly, that beverage distributors, trash haulers, and the beer and liquor lobbies have frankly stood in the way of progress. You heard from some of them today, have misled legislators into inaction, and they continue to do so. And as a result, the program has suffered without common sense system updates to keep up with changing market trends and inflation. The beverage companies talk about modernization, but they continue to oppose our efforts to raise the deposit, even though we know that states like Michigan and Oregon have achieved redemption rates over 80% within just a few years of going to 10 cents. They have also fought tooth and nail to keep us from including juices, teas, sports drinks, liquor nips, and other popular beverages to make up some of the fastest growing portions of the beverage market. And so in conclusion, I would simply say that this bill is an important step in the right direction. It will go a long way to help increase convenience, to create a more equitable and just redemption system, and to save municipalities money. We say don't delay for tomorrow what you can do today. Please support this bill, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Lou. Thanks for the testimony, and you have a question from Representative O'Day, followed by Representative Reyes.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good afternoon. Good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Regarding the PFAS, did you hear Ann Hulick's testimony about the certification process?
I did hear Ann's testimony. Admittedly, she's a little bit better informed on that process than I am, but I'll do my best to answer your question.
No. So there is what is that process generally?
The certification, can you clarify your question?
Sure. Who does the certification?
Under the proposed legislation?
Correct.
So the proposed legislation would, again, this is something that Connecticut DEP has been working on with a number of other states. There is, my understanding is that there's some precedence with respect to how states are addressing PFAS in different types of consumer packaging. We know that these chemicals are toxic. We know that they're in a wide range of products, and we're able to figure out pretty effectively, based on who's manufacturing those products, whether or not they contain PFAS. And so this bill seeks to phase out the use of those products in favor of consumer packaging and food packaging that are known to be PFAS and perfluorinated chemical free.
So the certification process you're satisfied with, and there are certain food packaging systems that now exist that are free of PFAS, correct?
There's actually quite a few of them on the market. As you may know, a number of fast food restaurants have begun to already phase out the use of these chemicals in their food packaging. McDonald's and Taco Bell being some of the bigger ones. They've said that they're going to eliminate all PFAS in their food packaging by the year 2025, whereas some other chains like Chipotle and a few others have already announced that they've discontinued the use of these chemicals as early as 2020. So we take that as working proof that there are cost-effective alternatives that are already widely available to the food service industry.
So, and you don't disagree with any of Ann's testimony that you listened to? As far as...
No. I think you're aware Ann is a registered nurse, and she also has a law degree. I turn to her for much of my information and kind of direction with respect to how to think about these types of toxics issues.
Fair enough. Now, with regard to expanding, I think it's 930. You want to expand it to schools? Is that what did I understand that correctly?
Sure. Yeah. So the existing, thank you, sir. The existing framework for food waste recycling, I think, is well intended, but it's a little bit too small. There's a lot of opportunity there for expansion, whether it be, I think currently, given the small number of food waste composting facilities that we have in the state, it makes a lot of sense to expand that radius. But furthermore, we think that the bill should include other large food waste generators. Yes, that would include schools and school districts, as well as hospitals. We could also be, including food courts at the mall. These types of cafeterias also we think would make a lot of sense. And again, another alternative way to address this would be, as opposed to carving out or dictating exactly which facilities this law would apply to, would just be to remove any type of specific industry reference in the bill altogether and make it apply to anybody who generates a ton per week or more and is within 40 miles of an approved composting facility. Once again, we think it makes sense to lower that threshold even further to half a ton per week. I think that's actually consistent with the way the current framework of the law is set up. That threshold has been declining over time, and we think it should continue to do so.
Any costs associated to towns to do that? Do you know?
No. So I wouldn't expect it to incur a cost on the municipality. We're talking about making sure that that private business and institutions are diverting their food waste, either recycling it to a food bank that's able to redistribute that unused food, or to send it to a composter. So we're fully supportive of curbside food waste programs. I think our view is that this is a good way to get at the bulk, the biggest source of food waste, which is, once again, at those large generators, those food service institutions.
My last questions concern the bottle bill, as it were. You don't believe it's broken?
No, again, I stand by what I said before in terms of that we know that the bottle bill, has done a tremendous job of recycling up until very recently. And part of, if anything, the program is not performing as it used to, partially because of the fact that it's out of date, right? It's become out of date because we haven't updated the deposit amount. from 5 to 10 cents, which is what, a number of other areas that are doing, that have this type of bottle bill program in place have gone to 10 cents and have seen a tremendous increase in recycling as a result. And actually, if you adjust for inflation over time, Connecticut's bottle deposit today would be something more like 19 cents. And so I think that, a 10-cent deposit on covered containers is, seems pretty reasonable to me.
So, so you're saying it's not broken, it's out of date because of the deposit amount, but out of the 50 states and 14 territories, only 10 states have a deposit bill, correct?
That's correct, but I would argue that the United States is somewhat of an outlier in this respect, and that the states, including Connecticut, that have adopted bottle bill programs have turned to this because it's a good recycling program, and we know that it not only does it have an impact on the amount of litter that we see in our communities, it also increases the quantity and the quality of recycled materials. And furthermore, it saves municipalities money. And so actually, we're seeing the rest of the world move towards expanded bottle deposit programs. Whereas here in the United States, again, we put a lot of stock in what those industrial actors have to say. And up until very recently, they have been completely opposed to any type of expansion. And now they are, they've kind of come to the table, and we hear them talking about modernization, but, they still remain opposed to the key elements that we know work, right? Including number one, making sure that there's a strong deposit and a meaningful incentive to recycle. Number two, that that you have near universal coverage of beverage containers. Okay, we know from talking to the folks at the Connecticut River Conservancy, and as well as talking to folks in the environmental justice community, that and we've heard from some of the folks that have actually come out to oppose this bill today, that what we see at the curb, in the street, at the park, at the beach, are by and large containers that are not covered by a deposit. And so that's one of the reasons why we think it's really, really important to bring those beverage containers into the program. Unfortunately, once again, what we're seeing from the beverage industry up until now is an effort to delay, distract, and derail the work that we're doing on modernizing the bottle bill. And I'm not sure that that's changed a whole lot, considering that they've come out to oppose the legislation that's before you, which I think would move us forward in a number of really important ways.
Did you hear Kimora Harrington's testimony?
I did. I heard Kimora's as well as Ashley's, and I actually really, I'd like to meet with both of them, because I think, first of all, their perspective is so important. But I think that there are a number of critical elements in this bill that are designed to increase consumer convenience and increase equitable access to redemption services. Essentially, I was taking some notes during Kimora. That was just a few speakers ago. Her argument is essentially an argument in favor of a strong bottle deposit. Number one, we know people rely on this income. Number two, we need more access to container redemption services in more areas. And number three, the containers that they leave behind are largely non-deposit containers. And so we absolutely need to hear from those voices. I would argue that we need to find new ways to get those voices at the center of decision-making when it comes to these types of policy. But I also think that the spokespersons of those groups would also benefit from participating in conversations with our recyclers at the Recyclers Coalition. I can offer them an invitation to do so, so that they can understand number one, the costs of recycling and solid waste management that are impacting our cities and our towns. Okay, just a few highlights of this. Okay, the city of Middletown used to get paid $15 a ton for single stream recyclables in 2015. City is currently paying something like $64 a ton. That's upwards of a 500% increase in recycling costs. In 2015, in the same time period, the city of Waterbury was getting paid approximately $4.25 a ton for recycling. And they are now paying closer to $74 a ton for single stream recycling. That's over an 1,800% increase in recycling costs. So this, in my mind, demonstrates why the single stream recycling programs are not a silver bullet end all be all solution to our recycling problems, and why programs like the bottle bill are actually a really, really valuable complement to those single stream programs.
All right, let me cut you off there because I want you to answer the question. So, but they testified quite eloquently about how the system's broken for them and their people in their situation, in their communities.
Sure.
And so you disagree with them that the system's not broken, but I experienced it now, not as bad as they did because I had a car. But shame on me for not realizing that, you know, I was lucky enough to, you know, I saw the line and I just took my box of blue container of recyclables and just went to my, you know, I do my own trash. I brought it to the transfer station and I put it in the right bin with the bottles. But, you know, I disagree with you and they disagree with you that the system's broken. So you would agree with me and them, I assume, that at least initially, this is going to increase by taking it from 5 cents to 10 cents. It's going to increase the cost to the consumer. You agree with that?
So yeah. So thank you again for doubling down on this point because I think it's an important one and we need to get it right. Right. So once again, I'm putting out an invitation to Kimora as well as to Ashley to come and meet with some of our stakeholders. Okay. The bill before you is the product of a years-long process. We have engaged with a number of community groups and a number of environmental justice groups are members of our coalition and have signed on in support of this bill because they understand the value that the bottle bill specifically offers the community. They directly benefit underserved communities, but once again, to their point, we need an equitable system with a meaningful opportunity to participate. And so you know, we know that pollution and waste from discarded bottles and cans disproportionately impact low-income and underserved communities, which are currently, once again, being crushed by the cost of litter removal and solid waste management. We know that low-income households are more likely to rely on the revenue generated through redeeming those containers. So, you know, so to a certain extent, I think that some of the arguments that we're hearing about how this is a tax on poor folks are a little bit misdirected, okay? Because, you know, we have a situation currently that creates waste and litter in our communities. And this bill offers an opportunity for us to make it better. Many of those communities lack access to convenient redemption options because of the fact that we have an abnormally low handling fee. This bill would address that. Additionally, the bill contains a mandate for retail chains that sell these beverages to offer reverse vending machines and to offer convenient access to redemption infrastructure. Okay, once again, so in my mind, I would disagree. I think when you step back and you look at the big picture, the bottle bill offers diverse benefits to the community at many different levels, and that low-income families stand to benefit from the proposal before you, as does every taxpayer in the state.
So let me ask you this. So here, and you know, we respectfully agree to disagree with those points, but the why not increase the handling charge from the half a cent to 1.5? No, I'm sorry, 1.5 to 3. What is it? 3.5.
Yep.
3.5. Why not do that? Increase that and leave the 5 cent deposit until the redemption centers are expanded, as you have outlined. Because until that happens, this is going to adversely impact those that can afford it least. Because I think you've agreed with me, this is going to increase the cost to consumers. There's no doubt about that. And it's also going to increase the cost to distributors. So I would submit to you, I would submit to you that you're better off doing it that way. But let me ask you this. you said our stakeholders you've been meeting with for a year-long process. Are you the secret head of this push for this bill 1037?
I don't think there's any secret that there's been a working group working together for a number of years. We have invited industry folks to the table in years past to talk about this program. I wouldn't call myself the head by any means. We have been working very closely and doing a ton of organizing around this issue. And that includes reaching out to community groups, different nonprofits, the redemption centers, many of the municipalities that you're hearing from in support of this. And we did make a number of recommendations to the committee about how you all might approach expanding the bottle bill. I would not say that we're responsible for the language that you see before you, because there's a number of areas where the committee has chosen to go beyond what we've recommended, including with the RVM mandate, which we think is awesome step in the right direction, as well as the decision to include NIPS, which we're also hearing a lot from folks that live in city environments, myself included. I'm in New Haven. I live about 2 blocks from a liquor store, and I'm out there every morning picking nips up off of my grass. Unfortunately, expanding single stream recycling and all the different solutions that the wine and liquor folks have put forward have not done anything to reduce that litter or increase the recycling of those containers. And I would just respond one last thing to your last point about the handling fee. There was a bill 2 or 3 years ago, forgive me, the exact timeline escapes me, that would have just raised the handling fee to allow redemption centers to get paid a fair market wage for those containers. And it was opposed vigorously by a number of stakeholders, including the beverage manufacturers, the wine and liquor folks, et cetera.
So when you offered to meet with you use the term our stakeholders, who are our stakeholders that you were referring to?
Again, there's a number of environmental groups that have been meeting on this issue, as well as some of the recycling industry professionals. The redemption center operators are an active part of that group. There's a number of consumer and environmental justice advocates in that group. And we also have a number of municipalities, solid waste authorities that are active participants in our working group.
Would you be willing to send the list of those stakeholders that you referred to the chairs so they can forward it on to us?
I'd be happy to.
That have been working with you for the last year, and I appreciate that. And so,
sure.
As far as the deposit amount going from 5 to 10 cents, out of the 50 states and 14 territories, there's only 2 that have a 10-cent deposit amount. Michigan and was it Oregon?
That's correct.
And
you get extra points for pronouncing the state of Oregon properly.
and how long have they had the 10-cent deposit?
Oregon was the most recent one to go to 10 cents. I want to say 2017, 2018. There's a report out on that issue, and I'm happy to get that to you as well. But one thing that I think is worth pointing out is that, yes, it went into effect just a few years ago, and within a year or two, once again, you see an almost immediate uptick in the redemption rate when you go to 10 cents.
And their 10-cent deposit, is that on wine bottles and everything else that's being proposed in this bill?
I have to take another look at that report to speak to Oregon, but I know that the state of Maine has wine and liquor bottles, including NIPS, in their bottle deposit program. And actually, some of those materials have a 15% deposit on them.
So it's more than a nickel?
In Maine, yes, sir.
So I guess my last question is, when you said the committee went beyond what we recommended, where did they go? Where did they go beyond what you recommended?
So I think again, I can't understate this enough. There's a section in there, and actually I would recommend just one adjustment to the RVM mandate. So there's a section that says any retail store with 10 locations or more in the state of Connecticut that has 40,000 square feet or more of retail space shall have reverse vending machines for, for redemption purposes. After some conversations that some of our members had with some of the grocers, I think you may, and I don't want to speak for them, but I'm getting the sense that some of the grocers are concerned that this would actually leave a number of grocers that I think were otherwise intended to be part of this, particularly CVS and Walgreens. Some of those stores start at about 15,000 square feet. And so our recommendation to the committee would be to actually lower that threshold from 40,000 square feet to any retail chain with 10 or more locations that possesses 10,000 or more square feet of retail space. So that this way you're making sure that you've got lots of access, lots of convenient redemption services at your Walgreens, CVS, Family Dollar, and all of these other chains that frankly do a lot of volume in soda and in non-carbonated beverages.
So, but where did the committee go beyond what you recommended, though?
So the thought of doing an RVM mandate had almost not occurred to us. So I think that's a really, really positive step in the right direction. We had also recommended some language around wine and liquor that essentially brings wine and liquor into the program. Our recommendation was to do this by the year 2025. You all moved that up, recognizing the urgency that the municipalities face with the glass problem in the blue bin. And so, so that's another step that the committee took. And the committee also decided to include NIPS. And so just for clarification, I think there's a little bit of confusion. This is a little bit wonky language, but as usual, the placement of commas is quite important. This legislation would include NIPS, liquor bottles under 50 milliliters of size and under. And I suspect that came from, again, a tremendous show of support from grassroots folks and community members across the state that are really concerned about NIPS. So I would just, this is another area where I feel strongly that, that the conversation around how this is going to affect costs is a little bit misguided. I mean, we continue to hear about how consumers are going to be paying more at the checkout for sugary beverages and alcohol. I feel a responsibility to remind everyone that these are luxury items, which happen to create hundreds of millions of tons of waste and plastic pollution in our state every year. And so, I would hope that rather than putting the focus on whether it's going to affect the price I pay at the pump for single-use plastics and alcoholic beverages, I think, it's our responsibility it's all of our responsibility to look for ways to improve recycling, reduce waste and litter in our community, and frankly, to make sure that the producers of that waste are paying their fair share to clean up the mess.
Fair enough. And so that's where that's where we respectfully disagree. You're more, I shouldn't say disagree. Our focus is maybe a little altered. Your focus is on the environment, getting rid of the waste, and I get it. And I don't disagree with that at all. I've got more of a concern on the cost, particularly to those that can't afford it. But I also agree with you. We need to address the pollution. So thank you for your time and your comments, Lou. And I would encourage you to bring in more stakeholders that not only from the community, but also from those that are financially adversely affected. But appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And we're working on it. Let me assure you that that's a priority for us right now. And so I hope that the two ladies that spoke previous to me will reach out, because we want to hear from them as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next, we have Representative Reyes, followed by Representative Palm.
Mr. Chair, the Vice Chair had her hand up before me. I'll wait for her to go first.
Representative Palm.
Thank you, Jerry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Lou. Very quickly, and not to put you on the spot in any way, but can you help direct us toward any studies that show where's the break point when you say that going from 5 cents to 10 cents has dramatically increased the redemption rate incentives? Are there any metrics on that? And is there I'm using the term break point, that might not be the right, but what is the amount at which people's behavior starts to change? And you don't have to answer that now. I would just be interested to know if there are any studies from other states. And then, unless you know that now, do you want to?
So I think I understand your question. I think it's a tricky one to answer. I think there are a lot of resources available to us that can demonstrate, that the 10-cent deposit is effective. Part of your question, I think the answer to it is that our state and all of the other 9 deposit states are in direct communication with an entity called the Container Recycling Institute, which is an authority on the issue. They have all the states' beverage sales and redemption data, and they're a tremendous source of information and analysis on this issue. They have lots of good information, and I'll defer to Susan Collins, who will be speaking later on this afternoon to answer some of those questions.
Thank you, Lou. And then the only other question, it's really more of a comment, and I appreciate your talking about, the responsibility that we have to include in this narrative, the responsibility that we have to protect the earth. And to that end, I would ask, we've been talking about other states and comparing ourselves to Oregon, et cetera. What are other countries doing? Because I think often in the United States, we feel as though if we haven't come up with the idea, it doesn't count as a good one. And we see this certainly with healthcare. So in terms of other countries' practices, are higher redemption rates an incentive for them? And do people willingly accept it, or do their heads explode because it's a new tax?
So let me first say that there's a report specifically about this issue, which I'll be sure to send to the committee as well. But yes, we are seeing this grow by leaps and bounds overseas. I think Australia was the last one to adopt a full-scale deposit program. Across the continent, they're using bottle deposits. The UK has also done a great deal in terms of expanded bottle deposit laws that have near universal coverage of beverage container types, a strong 10-cent deposit with mechanisms, I might add, to increase that deposit over time. And so, this is generally thought of as, one of the most, if not the most effective way to capture those single-serve beverage containers. In large part because these are the type of materials that we typically buy and consume single-serve beverage containers for on-the-go consumption, right? And so that's another area where the single stream argument kind of falls short, is because so much of this stuff is consumed away from the home, right? And so the bottle deposit ensures that even if there's not effective recycling infrastructure where you are, somebody's going to pick it up and recycle it. That's just well known, and that's one of the reasons why municipalities across the state have signed on to this effort. Recycling professionals, almost on a universal basis, understand and appreciate the value that the bottle deposit offers.
Thank you, Lou. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Reyes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Lou, good to see you. Thank you for your testimony. And I'm coming from the environmental side as well. Really been supporting a bottle bill expansion for a while now. I guess my question to you is, we've heard, and then you've already heard some of it already. We've heard from a few folks concerned about the disparity of this added cost, and my question really is, because I would have done this a long time ago. I would have already raised the fees a long time ago, because I'm a person that's constantly cleaning the streets and around the city of Waterbury. But what do you think that if we do nothing again for another session, what are ramifications? What do you think, especially with what you're seeing with our closing of the different plants? What are your thoughts there?
I think that's the question to be asking, right? Because that's our alternative, between moving forward with this legislation and not, right? The alternative is we continue to have a program that does not serve low income and underserved communities. We continue to have a program that wastes tens of thousands of tons of material every single year. That material frequently falls on cash-strapped municipalities. Right? That's taxpayer dollars. So one way or another, I think that's another piece that a lot of people miss, is that one way or another, somebody's going to pay for that material. It's a question of whether or not those costs are going to fall on our municipalities and our taxpayers, or is going to fall on the manufacturers of those products and the consumers that use them. I think that if we do not take action, you're going to continue to have a situation where the abnormally low handling fee, you're going to have more redemption centers closing their doors. We know this because we're engaged with them and we hear from them, and some of them have fallen off and have fallen out of our coalition in recent years because they simply have not been able to afford doing this important work. We're going to continue to have a situation where the NIPS are going to continue to be a problem for many of our communities. And no real pathway forward on getting the wine and glass out of the blue bin, which, as I think many of you know, DEP says that wine and liquor is about 60% of that glass. And I've seen it myself because I've been in a tank of glass literally up to my hips in all of this stuff, and it's contaminated with sauce, a lot of it, and it's contaminated with oil, olive oil, and mayonnaise, and you have tons and tons of perfectly good wine bottles that are getting broken and contaminated, and ultimately, a lot of it is being sent out of state to landfills. So this is what we've had for many years, and what I've tried to get across is that it may not be a perfect solution that answers everybody's problems in one piece of legislation, but few legislative proposals are. And when you have a starving family and you have a half a loaf of bread, you take the half a loaf. You don't say it's not a whole loaf, so we don't want it. So I thank you for your support and for your unique perspective. City of Waterbury has certainly, as I spoke to earlier today, has certainly suffered from the cost of recycling recently, and that's one of the reasons why your solid waste, your recycling coordinator, has been a great supporter of our work. So I thank you for your leadership on this issue.
Thank you for that answer, Lou. And I guess my last question to you would be, so if I say to you that this bill, the bottom bill, could actually be an economic development tool where maybe some of these recycling companies come back, you would say?
I would say yes, sir. I would say one of the groups, actually, there's a few different players involved here. Aside from the fact that this benefits consumers, benefits taxpayers, there are business opportunities here. We saw the state of New York raise their handling fee a few years back. They had a significant increase in the number of redemption centers that opened up. We also have two of the manufacturers of those reverse vending machines, the two big ones, Tamra and Invitco, are both Connecticut-based companies. So we have Connecticut-owned small businesses that would directly benefit from the policy before you.
Thank you, Lou, for your advocacy. Mr. Chair, thank you for indulging me.
Thank you, and thank you, Lou, for your testimony and for your patience.
Thank you so much.
Next, we have Peter DePasquale, followed by Charles Regal, followed by George Estrada.
Well, good afternoon, co-chairs and members of the Environment Committee. My name is Pete DePasquale. I am the Vice President of Government Affairs for Nestle Waters North America, headquartered in Stamford, and I'm a resident of Newtown. I'm here today to testify on both SB 928 and SB 1037. As many of you are already aware, Nestle Waters has been an industry leader in packaging sustainability. We've led the industry in source reduction initiatives, designing for recyclability, consumer education, material innovation, which includes, of course, the increased use of recycled content. We're committed to keeping plastic out of landfills and the environment. That's a responsibility that we share with everyone who makes and drinks packaged beverages. Making the circular economy real here in Connecticut requires both demand side and supply side public policy interventions. This means creating a public policy landscape that promotes both the reuse and the collection of beverage containers. On the demand side, we support SB 928, which seeks to explore regionally aligned recycled content standards. This will stabilize demand for recycled content and stimulate the necessary further collection investments to increase regional supply. Establishing a recycled content standards that are regionally aligned will also influence end market use so that more food grade recycled content is recycled back into food grade applications. Too many of our bottles are being downcycled. While it's great that they're being reused once in carpet and textiles, it's not the highest and best use and doesn't represent circularity. On the supply side, Connecticut's beverage container collection rate needs to increase, and significant reforms to Connecticut's deposit program are needed. The bottle deposit law has played an important role in addressing litter and promoting the recycling of beverage containers. We have been a supporter of the program, but recognize that the program has plateaued and even honestly backtracked in terms of performance. Broader structural and architectural reforms are needed to enhance effectiveness, enhance efficiency, enhance transparency, accountability, and controls, improve consumer experience and access, and also improve regional uniformity. Since SB 1037 in its current form does not address some of these key reform principles, I'm not able to support this bill at this time. Modern public policy proposals in this space are trending to require manufacturers to take more of an active role in the waste management and the resource recovery of their packaging. Oregon's progressive nonprofit stewardship model, which we've talked about today, is best in class with respect to both design and performance. We join a variety of other stakeholders who you will hear from today who strongly recommend that the committee consider policies more in line with that approach. Such an approach will reform the program architecture to support further centralizing the management of the redemption points, will optimize geographically and operationally, making sure that redemption points don't compete against each other. And I believe that that will get where most of us all want to go. I'd be happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Peter. And you have a question from Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Peter, for your testimony. And I was going through your written testimony as you were talking there. How is Oregon, and I forgive me, I don't know the Oregon model. So could you just give me a brief summary of the Oregon model and why you believe it's better than what's being proposed here?
Sure. You know, it's interesting, Representative, that both the states that we've talked about that have high performing redemption rates with 10-cent deposits are also structured in a stewardship, cooperative, nonprofit model, both Michigan and Oregon. And Oregon is really kind of looked at as best in class. And what happened there was that a law was passed or reform to their bottle deposit system that directed all the manufacturers and distributors who sell packaged beverages in the state to form a nonprofit to manage the recycling and the redemption. They use the unclaimed deposits to help fund those operations. And what the beverage companies could do working together in a cooperative, in a stewardship with a program management team is really look across the state and set up those distribution points, those redemption points, many of which are outside of retail, many of which also have bulk redemption technology, which really minimizes the transaction cost and increases the consumer experience. And it also allowed the beverage industry to go to some of those places that we've heard about today that don't currently have redemption points. And quite honestly, I'm not sure that we would get those redemption points even with the handling fee. because under the stewardship model in Oregon, you don't necessarily need to justify the economics of one particular location. You could use your whole system of redemption points to make sure that they're all appropriately apportioned throughout the state to maximize collection. And we've seen the collection rate, of course, in Oregon, go above 90%.
And looking at your enhanced effectiveness, enhanced efficiency, enhanced transparency, accountability, improved consumer experience. I will tell you, improve regional uniformity. You kind of went into some of that, but I will say the improving the customer experience, as someone you heard today, but as someone I've tried to do it, and it's not a good experience in trying to redeem the bottles. So the Oregon model, do you know how much their nonprofit costs to do that? Like what it costs?
I don't know, but I know that the committee that Commissioner Dykes referenced, 6 hours ago this summer, they actually invited the system administrator to give testimony to that committee. And what I'll do, Representative, immediately after this hearing is to make sure that you have that testimony from Oregon system administrator, where he kind of outlines not only those operational details of how they make that system work so effectively to become kind of that best-in-class gold standard.
Thank you very much. If you could send that to the chairs, and the chairs will get it out to us. So is there anything else you wanted to say about the broader reforms that you haven't talked about?
Sure. Yeah, what I would just say in stepping back is that we are very much a supporter of the deposit return system. And we're supportive of it, not only for effective environmental reasons of, that it's effective in litter control, but as a company, we're making more bottles out of bottles, right? We have got these aggressive commitments to increase the level of post-consumer recycled content in our packaging. And to do that, we need an effective, efficient way to get our bottles back, right? And so we're very much in support of a deposit return system. And I think you'll hear from other folks in the industry that are aligned with that. I think what my organization is most focused on, how do we build a program in a place like Connecticut that's getting the packaging back, is doing it in an operationally efficient way that improves the consumer experience, because not only is the deposit amount important to be the incentive, the experience is equally as important.
Agreed. Thank you very much, Peter. Looking forward to taking a look at that or the testimony from the gentleman from Oregon, and thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Of course.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you for your patience and for your testimony. I'm sure we will hear from you again on this subject as we move forward.
It's great seeing you all again. Yes.
Good seeing you, Peter. Next, we have Charles Regal, followed by George Estrada, and then Susan Eastwood.
So good afternoon, Chairman Cohen, Chairman Gresco, and members of the committee. My name is Chuck Regal. I am responsible for government affairs and the deposit system compliance for Tomra Systems Americas, headquartered in Shelton. Just for those who don't know me, I've worked in the field of recycling for 30 years, 10 years starting curbside recycling programs in Norwalk, and then the past 20 with Tomra, working in all the different deposit states in the US and Canada. Both Tomra and Envipco are deposit system operators working in states such as Connecticut, Massachusetts, New York, Michigan, and Oregon. In our systems, we integrate the consumer, retailer, beverage distributors, third-party pickup agents, and a value chain which integrates all of their roles and responsibilities. We address both material collection and the financial exchange. We appreciate the committee's continued interest in modernizing the deposit program, and today I'm here to reaffirm our industry support for Connecticut's model and to answer any of your technical questions about what to expect if proposals in 1037 are implemented. For this, I've provided testimony, pretty lengthy. I'm paraphrasing, of course. Our perspective is that Connecticut's bottle bill is convenient and a good model, but it is not performing at its full potential. It has been neglected. And in 2002, to give you some perspective, Connecticut's program was redeeming 88% of the beverage containers sold. The infrastructure and model remains capable of managing those higher volumes of returns, and we expect that with the proposed updates, it will again. It is encouraging to see that the proposed bill incorporates many of the same elements or principles that we see in high-performing systems, not just in the Americas, but in Europe and now Australia. We encourage members to reference these key principles, such as making sure that we're driving performance for the program, that we're making the redemption experience easy for consumers, that producers are responsible for the system, but also are able to use the unredeemed deposits, material values to help offset their costs and make it as cost efficient as possible while providing those services. And we believe and value system integrity. There are a few minor corrections we'd like to see in the bill, and we'll follow up with those with the committee. Just in conclusion, going forward with the committee and stakeholders, we will apply our working experience that we got from Connecticut's last update in 2009, where we added water bottles and went through many of the same concerns, discussion items that we've heard today. We've worked through those and are happy to apply that going forward. We think the sum of the parts of 1037 and the implementation schedule will engage consumers and recover more containers in a manageable way for the responsible parties and system operators like us. Thank you.
Charles, thank you for your testimony and for your patience. I had a quick question myself. Does TAMRA have the technology to expand to the juices and the Gatorades and the iced teas and specifically the nips if we instructed you to do that as a committee?
Yeah, so yes, and probably not yet on the nips. Let me explain why. So the nips are sort of a new item being considered for adding into the program, and it's important. I think it's been pretty much explained and understood that there's some litter concerns. That's the place to start. All these programs back in the 70s, the refillable systems over 100 years ago, they all started off as manual return programs. Automation, the thing that our company does and VIPCO does, is we look for opportunities to automate and integrate the needs of the different stakeholders like retailers and the beverage companies and figure out how to drive costs down for them, making it also a good consumer experience. Nips are a small bottle and it's a bit difficult for us to recognize in the machines. In Connecticut though, the package stores, there are a number of them that are selling beer, maybe some water and soda products who are currently in the program. Some of them may have machines, some may not. But I believe that the majority of them are going to be, would be taking them back manually first. Not even, machine wouldn't even really be an option because of probably their low volumes. With regards to the other containers, we worked on this bill back in 2009 when water bottles were added. Our objective is to make sure that both the consumer and the retailer have a seamless experience. So our input was to put a size limit on the non-carbonated beverages. At that time, it was less than 3 liters. We've recommended in previous years' testimony and here again that the size limit for non-carbs be at about 2.5 liters. That'll ensure a seamless process for those containers. The technology itself actually reads around the containers now versus the pre-positioning it used to be. So even when we get into odd sizes and shapes, that kind of limits have been removed. So we think the answer is yes.
Charles, thank you for that answer, especially on the NIPS, having entertained proposed legislation from both chambers and both sides of the aisle to do something in our state concerning the problem we have with NIPS, I'm encouraged by your response. Next, I have my co-chair, Senator Cohen, followed by Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And hi, Chuck. Thanks for your testimony today. I appreciate it, as always. You've been here time after time. A question just to follow up on my co-chair's question surrounding NIPS. Number one, when do you think the RVMs would be ready to take back those containers, those 50 mLs? And is there a process taking place? Are you sort of waiting for laws to go in that direction? I suspect that's the case. And what are states doing that currently have a deposit on NIPS? Is it all manual redemption? I would assume so.
Yes. Yeah, I think our experience in Maine, we're a pickup agent in Maine, in addition to being an RVM provider in the grocery stores. So our knowledge from our customers is that NIPS are being returned manually and addressed that way. That's actually the better place to start for everyone involved, because they get a sense for volumes, what types of consumers are coming in, what they're looking for when they return, how much separation is required according to brand, what kind of accounting methods are needed so the deposits can be exchanged, what are the labeling requirements. We do talk with the industry players, and so we have that ability to talk about things like labeling and packaging design. But NIPS are not really a popular item in Europe. To my surprise, doing some research on it for this question over the years, and I think for us, it's a size limit. The machines are good at reading down to about 100 milliliters, 4 or 5 ounces. NIPS are at 50, so it just doesn't really show up. But that's the evolution. The machines that you see today in the marketplace are much more advanced than they were 45 years ago when we started. So that's the process we probably take on.
And so are they, in states like Maine, are they doing it by weight in bulk, or are they actually hand counting all of the NIPS,
Yeah, Maine does a lot of hand counting, period. So it's they're doing the same thing with the NIPS.
Okay. What about cross-border fraud? What are your thoughts there?
We participated in a discussion even in Connecticut last year. Deep invited us to sit down with the beer wholesalers. It's a discussion I think is important to keep having. There are opportunities to evaluate how the system's working. Currently, the challenge with that conversation is there was no evidence, there was no clear anything to point to that there was fraud, that there was measurable fraud. There are concerns, but our focus is, as I mentioned, all those sort of key principles. System integrity is very important. That's one of the things that makes us a valuable service provider. Whether it's starting off with the machines and how there's product registration, how distributors and retailers have access to the data that comes out of the machines to evaluate maybe volume spikes. So, and we're able to, when the machines are put online, we can identify those locations where the historical, and I'm talking 20 years history of volume returns can be looked at to see what might be out of trend. So it's a concern that comes up once a year during committee hearings. And we're open to talk about it. I'm personally open to talk about it the rest of the days of the year, but we just don't have that kind of consortium type conversation going. I've gone through this process. We did it about 4 years in Michigan. The industry did seriously look at changing labels associated with beverage containers. Decided that legally it's difficult to mandate it, but voluntarily a number of beverage companies have chosen to do it where they think that there's a challenge. Beer wholesalers have a little bit of their step removed because of their supply chain, but that issue was considered, and we did have add-on barcodes, label changes on beer cans, on beer bottles, and on cans, we looked at different markings of which all the majors participated in. So it's the solutions are there. And that's just technology, which I'll ramble on. You know, there are manual solutions. You've got enforcement agents, or you've got the DEP has, the producers themselves have, in some cases, are picking up the containers. They have eyeballs on the bags. The redemption centers can serve as a layer of, in that system integrity process of eyeballing what's returned. So the thing to deal with is there is a system out there right now to manage this. You know, we added water bottles in 2009. You've got markets like Michigan and Oregon, which have a high deposit level, which have borders as well. So this is a manageable issue if there's a real concern.
Okay, and so I heard at the beginning of that you have the technology to sort of dive into this a bit and work with the distributors on it to provide some data, which might be a good initial step. But I know we'll hear from some of the distributors later. I know I've had conversations with Ross Hollander about this and other beer distributors who, you know, have to account for a certain amount of loss, and it can be significant, I guess. You know, that could be offset with the sheets, but again, that's another issue that we try to get at in this bill to some extent. Another, if my co-chair will indulge me a little bit more, and members of the committee, I just have one other question with respect to RVMs. There is a requirement in here on reverse vending machines, you know, that on retailers rather, that must have reverse vending machines who it's really trying to get at retailers who sell a large quantity of beverage containers, but modeled after New York in this case, because, you know, my co-chair and I were really trying to figure out, you know, who's doing this? How do you get out the issue of creating more redemption sites, making it more convenient, and getting at the issue of, you know, some of these retailers selling large volumes of beverages, but not really having any redemption facility available. And so New York is obviously one of those. California is another. And the difference, it seems to be, that in New York's law, and you know, as we've written it here in this bill, it's really only getting at, you know, big box stores. And my concern is that there are a great number of retailers that do sell great volumes of beverage containers that we are not getting at here. And so I guess the question is, how do we balance that? You know, how do we capture some of the retailers that have, you know, a certain number of coolers, or, I'm thinking in particular of, you know, the CVS's and Walgreens and some of the convenience stores, but not hit our mom and pops. And, you know, I think that's the balance here. And I'm just wondering what your thoughts are on this. I mean, certainly having more reverse vending machines would seem to be in Tom's best interest, obviously, but it's really in the consumer's best interest as well. We've heard from a number of people who have expressed difficulty with being able to return their bottles and cans, including Representative O'Day, which I suspect his hour-and-a-half wait may have been post-COVID. That's extensive, but I'm not, you know, post the cutoff of being able to return bottles and cans. I haven't, fortunately, had to wait quite so long. But I'm just trying to figure this out a little bit. You know, I think New York is on to something here in providing more redemption availability for consumers. But I do think we're missing a piece, and just wondering what your thoughts are and how we might be able to find that missing piece to the puzzle.
Yeah, that's it's a good one. It's a lot of it comes a lot about comes up. It's about a question about fairness, I think from the retailer's perspective. We're members of both retailer trade associations in both New York and Connecticut, and so have gone through these concerns about equity. Clearly, I mean, I even myself knew when I was returning containers, I'd aggregate them and then go to the store where I was going to do my shopping. But that's there's some equity issues, and in New York, it bubbled up over the big box stores, and so that's why you saw that language. For the most part, and this is what we asked for, was that if the intention was to incorporate the big box stores, and pick numbers that are reflective and respectful of the fact that the core grocery trade is at a certain number already, right? We're not looking to say that they need to have more machines. They are actually doing the thing. But that discussion stopped short when we pivoted to saying, well, you've got high volume stores in the smaller level that have been rising up on their sales. And so you asked the right question at the right time. And I think you start to address it by suggesting that the smaller stores have the smaller stores that are in chains have a visible place for consumers, because that's the key thing here. It isn't that the mandate exists today. All retailers are supposed to participate. The question is you're a consumer and you get a bit confused. You don't go and ask. So, and this is years. We've been doing this program. I mean, this is a habit for many people. So having something visible. So in this case, actually, I think it's an opportunity to possibly lower the limit, or even look at one thing, which is which would be sales. I don't really have great figures. One was recommended to me that maybe that if the store is doing the sales in the hundreds of thousands, maybe 100, 150, 125,000 containers a month, that's a store that's selling beverage containers. And that might be a way to address the smaller range without, like you're saying, capture mom and pops. We want redemption. You know, our principle is that any of these ideas that the thing is to make redemption easy for the consumer, to be as easy as making their purchase. So I sort of don't buy into the logic of you can buy the containers, but you can't find a place to redeem it. And if there are gaps, not because of the law, but because of how it's executed, then this is one way to correct that.
Yeah, I mean, because you're right, they are required to redeem them, but I don't know many people that would walk into their local CVS with 3 bags of cans, you know, and I think the clerk at CVS may just, his eyes may, or her eyes may bug out of their head.
Right. And not to interrupt you, but I mean, Michigan CVS is a customer because the dime deposit. When you go into Detroit, a heavy, dense, city, there are many points of redemption because the stores are seeing those return volumes. Right, maybe not 3 bags, but something. New York Attorney General has fined stores in this category. And it's sort of like the thing, just for being unaware of their responsibilities. So I think this is what you're suggesting here, is that there be more focus put on. CVS actually got, not to badmouth CVS, but I mean, they were fined in California. They got caught up in that situation too. And that's just probably of not being used to having to deal with the program and then something getting caught up. So anyway, I think what you did was a step in the right direction, especially on the equity, not just for the consumer, for both the consumer and the retailers.
Well, and I'd be curious too if I did read that in California that there was just a $3 million fine or fee, because I think that's the question too. Are these retailers choosing to opt out and just pay a fee to the state in order to do that? And I don't know what the answer is, because and certainly, again, I don't want to be picking on CVS either. It's just something that's come to mind, and they were in the news in California, so I was curious about that. But I do appreciate your input on this, and I think we're getting there in the language, but I think we're not capturing everything. And again, appreciate your input. Thanks again, Chuck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next, we have Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Regal, very much for your testimony. Certainly, you're an expert in this area. And I actually live in and represent the town next door to where you used to work, Norwalk. I'm in New Canaan. So welcome back. Or actually wherever you are now, I'm not sure. But a couple questions. I've read your testimony. And your company is involved in all 10 states that have the bottle bill, correct?
Not so much in Hawaii anymore. We sold a business out there, but we're active at some level, whether it's just selling reverse vending machines, which we do in Iowa, to actually being a system operator here in the Northeast in New York, working actually with a number of companies that include partnerships with the beverage companies.
Now, in New York, their bill it's 5 cents, but they increased the handling fee, and that improved things dramatically, at least as I read your testimony. Is that correct?
Well, it adjusted, it improved or changed certain things, right? So that at that time, they added the water category, which really, when you look at the beverages of what weren't included, that is the largest, that was the largest single category. They increased the handling fee, which addressed picked a number that addressed the concerns of the grocery trade, and also in an attempt to try to make the program more convenient. On that one, but they didn't get to raising the deposit, and I'll get into these sheets in a second here. But on the handling fee, what happened was that, yes, there were more opportunities for consumers to redeem, but it just spread the volume around. The return rates did not go up, so it did not address the issue, which was one of the targets about getting more containers out of the waste stream and litter. And so that's still an issue that has support for being addressed, but just hasn't, the timing hasn't been right. The escheats, the unredeemed deposits, were also swiped by the state. At that time, it was negotiated, or I'm not sure exactly how it came up, but an 80-20 share was established, and in a way that 20% to allow the distributors to keep that. Okay, so there is no central organization to distribute. Each distributor initiates the deposit, keeps the deposit, and now at some point has to surrender the unredeemed minus 20% to the state. And the logic being was that 20% would help offset the increase in the handling fee.
So but you recommend that the distributors be allowed to maintain 100%, correct?
We support that the unredeemed deposits stay in the system, but that isn't right. That isn't the case here in Connecticut.
In fact, Connecticut's the only state so out of the 50 states and 14 territories, Connecticut is the only one that takes 100%. Is that correct, to your knowledge?
No. Massachusetts keeps 100%. Michigan keeps 100%. Does reallocate, does not actually require that a handling fee be paid to retailers, but does allow retailers to claim up to 25% of the total fund. There's some debate on that now. California keeps all of the unredeemed and then uses those monies, but those monies are used for core aspects of the system and some non-core aspects of the system. California is not a good model to be referencing. In Maine, requires an escheating of the unredeemed if beverage companies don't participate in what they call a commingling agreement. So no, Connecticut's not the only one. It's the only one that's at this point that's actually considering correcting or allowing for that revenue share.
Well, what's the difference between, Oregon is the model you recommend, correct?
No, I think Connecticut's got a great model. It just needs to be, there's some turnkey policy decisions that could actually make it better performing. We work in Oregon. We are the technology provider to OBRC, and OBRC uses the machines or sells the machines to grocers and the technology that you find in the bottle drop redemption centers. There are some definite pluses to that program. We're like I said, we work for them. We understand their process. But if you know, in comparison to Connecticut, Connecticut has a very convenient redemption infrastructure. It has technology spread throughout it. It has a lot of things going for it, and you've got 2 system operators working within the state. It's a different arrangement. It's a decentralized program, but you've got all the aspects we're talking about seeking cost efficiencies, convenience, focus on system integrity through our company, through VIPCOs today.
Where do you live in Connecticut?
Not anymore.
When was the last time you tried to redeem in Connecticut?
Well, I don't bring my containers up there, but when I left, I grew up in Greenwich. I worked in Norwalk, as you know, and I lived in Madison before I left. So in Madison, the Big Y is where I used to return my container. Last time I returned containers.
What year was that?
Or in Guilford, that's where the Big Y is. I left in 2014.
So I will tell you, I mean, when you say Connecticut does a good job in redemption, I don't know anybody.
Not what I said. I said the model is good. I know what we've invested in. I know our customers. This is a market where I, started recycling working 30 years ago. I understand the program in Connecticut better than any. What I said was it's right now the key drivers, such as the deposit level, having a rational handling fee, and making sure that issues related to litter, et cetera, expanding the containers and the universe, those that has to be considered as well. But there are opportunities to make this program better, and I think that the proposals that have been put in this bill will actually address a number of the concerns expressed by not a number of the stakeholders. When all put together, it'll fall together.
Why do you think 48 other states don't have a 10-cent deposit?
Well, there are 40 states that don't have 10-cent deposit, but I mean, you've got the major states, you've got California, you've got Michigan, you've got New York, you've got the Northeast. They've had them for 40, some of them 40 years. I think some of it's politics, I think some of it's timing, but what you've got now that you didn't have even 5 years ago is a renewed focus on and prioritization about addressing litter, wasting. You've got challenges coming out of China with regards to just a front face pushback on material quality coming from the curbside programs, right? When I worked in Norwalk, I set up curbside programs. So the material quality has decreased, and that's what the pushback was, but that's the area to focus on today. You've got all those conditions. You've got companies like my friend at Nestle that have made significant commitments to getting recycled content into their bottles. They've done lightweighting. Like I said, this wasn't a priority 5 years ago. It is now, and that's why you see a number of states, got Vermont, Massachusetts, California is looking at reforming its program. You recently have Oregon. Eventually New York's going to be considering it. They're not considering just EPR policy, but modernizing the deposit systems. And you've got states in the Southeast and on the East Coast, specifically Washington State even, that are considering adding new deposit. So it's not I don't want to give it a sense of the picture you paint that this is not a considered and effective program.
Well, I will just tell you from a personal standpoint, it's broken, and we've heard testimony that's broken, and I agree with you. We got to fix it. When you say on page 3, bottom of your testimony, it says in 2002, Connecticut's program was redeeming 88% of the beverage containers sold, but over time, the incentive to participate has lost its power in part due to inflation. Do you mean inflation on the 5 cents or on the handling charge, or both?
It's a more economic way of trying to express it. It's not as engaging for the consumer, for the original consumer, right? So the deposit system has a sort of I don't want to say it's a fail-safe, but you've got, first you try to engage the original consumer who pays the deposit, right? And then they can get their money back. So they're never out anything if they keep that cycle going. This is a tried and true model for 100 years. And if that person decides to litter, throw something in the garbage, however, there's a secondary incentive built in to incentivize someone else to take care of it. 5 cents in Connecticut doesn't mean the same as it did back in 2002, 2003. It's just, you can look at the data. We look at other states. I don't think we need to follow inflation and pick something like 19 or 20 cents. Or 25 cents. I think 10 cents, the reason you pick 10 cents is because you can look at a state like Oregon, you could look at Michigan, and you can see that it is retaining that engagement with the consumer.
When you say on page 4, looking to establish a performance target, what's the best practices for a performance target? Like, are you talking what percent?
So I work for a business. We have, if it's not measured, it doesn't get done. The challenge with not just the deposit program, but also curbside recycling is, but we'll use those too, is if there are no targets associated with what you expect for the outcome, then what are you measuring against? And what people inherently feel that we should be getting with around beverage containers is an 85-90% recovery, right? It's just, we don't want litter. We don't want wasting, and there's demand for this material. So you can set it in, as a target. The EU recently mandated that all, if its member states had to recover 90% of the beverage containers in that market, and as a result, almost every country in the EU is adopting deposit legislation, because that's the only program that gets you there. We've tried others. We've had these conversations year after year. It's just unbeatable. So I think when we say targets, I think setting the deposit actually is the de facto performance target, and that's sort of what the expectation is.
Gotcha. So you believe that basically of the people, the states that have the fee, the bottle deposit, the 9 other states, you believe your best practices, you believe it should be 10 cents, not 5, is what you're saying.
At this point, that's where you're seeing the challenge with low redemption rates or litter addressed by having it at 10. 5 cents worked when the program started. The numbers were high when the program started. We had retailers, we had same companies that are working on it today. We're working on it then, except for water. But we're also now seeing better recovery rates for water bottles because of the passage of the bills in New York and Connecticut and Oregon.
So do you disagree? And I apologize. It was Peter DePasquale who said that Oregon was the model. It wasn't you, and I apologize. Do you agree with that? So you disagree with him saying that Oregon is the model to look at?
We have some different perspectives or needs. Pete, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but one thing I try to do is try to understand people's perspectives as we work on this policy. There is, just like, because we operate a partnership in upstate New York to manage the pickup and processing. Actually, that partnership does some of the pickup work in Connecticut, and that's owned by some of the beverage companies along with us, and we do the work. What Oregon offers beverage producers is an opportunity to have membership in an organization and have more, let's say, I think what they appreciate is better transparency. The thing about the Oregon model is that it doesn't have a handling fee. And a handling fee is a cost to the beverage companies. I don't think that's up for debate in Connecticut. I think what we want to do is make sure that if the handling fee is raised, and I think there are a lot of reasons that point to why that makes a lot of sense, is that it's invested properly. It's the system that results is cost efficient and effective, and we don't see this need to come back and raise it again, 2 or 3 years from now. But Oregon allows the producers a seat at the table. They have that kind of relationship with my company, with Envipco. There's no board set up. It's more of a customer relationship, but the data is transparent. The service is well understood. The approvals all exist. So it's sort of like when you say that one program's better than the other, I have to ask you, what are you talking about? Because, what are you interested in? Is it were the containers collected? Oregon has a 10-cent deposit. We're considering a 10-cent deposit. Are you interested in making sure you don't have a handling fee? Well, that's the difference. The transparency, but I don't see the benefits of upending the way the system is organized or the model is organized in Connecticut. And I mean the management of it. I don't see where there's going to be a lot of benefit by adopting the Oregon approach of having a single entity. We have all the parts.
So the enhanced system integrity by establishing a digital redemption infrastructure. What do you mean by that?
So we think and I think the bill talks to it partly by suggesting that more retailers have technology for consumers to make redemption easy. There are other benefits with reverse vending machines than just that self-service, 20-hour-a-day option. The machines count they actually are validating the containers, so making sure that what the consumer is giving is the right container. It also makes sure that the material quality is preserved from the beginning. We cancel the container, meaning we flatten it so you can't re-redeem it, but we're counting it, and we're counting it, it is time-stamped to that second. So we can track those volumes, and that's a kind of a customer service that goes to the brands that are in our system. That gives you optics to the program. It also would allow if the beverage companies wanted to try something related to barcodes, because barcodes are universal marking. So the machines are set up for something like that. Getting the machines online. Our companies we're working to get as much of the RVM system online so we can manage service issues, data issues, getting products uploaded much sooner when they hit the market, and get them into the machine so the machines can accept them. So getting machines online would be something. I don't know if would we like that standard mandated? So we have cooperation. We have many of our grocer customers are cooperating and making sure this happens. But having that kind of, that's where you sort of say there's a digital opportunity here. But that exists, that opportunity is going to happen. It's happening now, and it's happening because of our companies. We support that for not just Connecticut, but any market we work in. That's what we're bringing.
So what other states have a deposit on, the small NIPS or this 5-hour energy, for example?
I did some, I saw the question earlier, heard the question earlier, it tried to look. I thought it might have been included in Maine. It's not about the size. Actually, Maine has some language that excludes a nutritional beverage that is not meant to be consumed like a regular beverage. I think that's what excludes the 5-hour energies. Connecticut doesn't have that. And we also don't have a lower size limit. So likely that product would be included. I have not been able to confirm, but I think if you look at the bottle you have in your hand, you could probably see if it's stamped with some indicias from other states.
Yeah, it's not.
No CA, no OR. Actually, Oregon put a size limit of 100 or 4 ounces on a lower limit on their program. So if you see CRV, then it's in California's program.
All right, this is 1.93 fluid ounces. So I guess basically just my question is, what other states are doing a deposit on nips or 5-hour energy or smaller beverages?
Well, the policy is popping up in a number of states. I think I don't know if it's being considered now in Oregon, as they're also considering wine and liquor just as a category. That's on their agenda too. My understanding is that Connecticut, Massachusetts, maybe even Rhode Island, I think are the big NIPS consumer states. I think the state of the Massachusetts DEP has considered it. I've got a copy of the Rhode Island bill here. I can't remember it right now, but it's been on the agenda among all the Northeast recycling coordinators for a few years now.
No, my question is right now, how many of your machines or how many states are collecting for nips or smaller bottles?
No, this is a new category. This is all this is all new.
So we would be the first state to do it if this passes.
This passes this. No, you wouldn't. Maine passed it a few years ago.
For all nips and 5-hour energy type bottles?
They passed it for nips.
Okay.
I explained that the 5-hour energy is excluded because it's considered a nutritional something.
Yeah. So Maine is the only one you know of that does the nips. Do your machines read the nips?
No, Maine is actually very much of a manual. There's a lot of manual redemption in Maine. They have a very high handling fee. And as a result, there are a lot of small operators in that state. The machines do not accept the NIPS because our machines are primarily at grocery stores, and those are liquor items sold through, I think sold through the liquor agency.
So when you say they have a higher handling fee, what is it, if you know?
Maine is, I believe it's up to 4 cents, maybe 4.5 if you don't participate in the commingling agreement.
And how many other states put the deposit on wine bottles and the alcohol, the vodka handles, so to speak?
Vermont, Maine, not California. Iowa does. It's not a state, but Quebec will in a couple of years. Right now they're designing the regulations for that.
So right now it's Vermont, Maine, and Iowa are the states that do wine and alcohol bottles.
I'm sure I'm forgetting somebody. I think that's Vermont, Maine. Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Oregon has made a. I'm sorry for cutting off. Oregon has made a commitment to review it over the summer. And
but as far as they're doing it now, it's Vermont, Maine, Iowa for wine and alcohol. And do your machines read the wine bottle and the alcohol, or is that manual as well?
Oh, no, we're capable of it. If it has a barcode, which most modern day products do, the machines are, machines are capable of reading shapes or other things. But in the US, the predominant way to recognize a container is through using the UPC. That's how we have to pre-register it. And the machines are designed to read around the bottle. So they're rectangular shapes. At least for the liquor, are no longer an issue. Wine bottle, a normal wine size bottle fits right into the opening. We probably recommend, or I would recommend, I'm sorry, the same size limitations, just in case the store wants to automate. But we think that if you do a size limitation to fit the machine, we're really not excluding much. Even though, we're getting some big size liquor bottles into the machine.
So we've already been through. You recommend reinvesting the revenue generated by the system back into the system, the unredeemed deposits. And I think you said, other than California, Michigan, where I guess you can claim 25%, but California and Massachusetts keep 100%.
Oh, I should say, I'm sorry, Vermont also. Vermont passed this a couple of years ago. Iowa has a bill that just made it through the funnel to take the unredeemed, actually, I think it's studying the unredeemed deposits to understand what the volume is. But I'm sorry, Vermont took the unredeemed deposits a couple of years ago.
Okay. So the ones that do it now are Vermont, Maine, or I'm sorry, Vermont, Massachusetts, Michigan, but you can claim 25% in California.
Yeah, and Maine, if you don't, also, it's again one of those, if you don't do something, you have to surrender your deposits, your unredeemed deposits, yeah.
And I think you said that you're not, the cross-border redemption, you said Connecticut can enhance its controls against system integrity. How would you, in just a sentence or two, how do you think we could prevent that from happening?
I actually have a number of, I think I've got something in my testimony, it might be the last page, for just making a number of recommendations. This is not a problem to prevent going forward with the bill. I think that's my point, is that if the industry agrees that, or if the stakeholders agree that this is not just something you can solve through legislation that actually requires cooperation among all the different players in the system, that there are ways we can address additional concerns. I can't be much more specific because right now, we're managing, we manage system integrity every day. So you'd have to, there are measures that can be taken. There are measures that are being taken today voluntarily by companies to address this. So I don't want to, but it doesn't mean every company's doing it. So I think there are plenty of people who've made statements today that probably just are not aware of how these programs work, not aware of best practices. That's one of the things we want to keep sharing is, we've gone through this debate in Michigan and came up with a system to try to address the concerns of the beer wholesalers who wanted to see some of their territorial concerns, because there are territories within a state. They want to see some of those addressed. I'd recommend the beer wholesalers in Connecticut get more engaged with the system. But that's their sort of choice to be on their own to manage things. But they have their own system service provider. And that's a level of control that they can put into it. So that's what I'm saying is it's not a 2-sentence answer, but
all right,
I'm more on the I think there's a chance to solve a problem rather than throw up our hands.
Based on your testimony, you were not involved in drafting this legislation, I assume, based on your testimony.
I've input comments on these bills for 15 years.
Okay.
So I have to say that some of my comments have probably gotten through. I've worked on the bill in New York when some of these proposals, some of the copies, I'm going to make comments on even the RVM definition. I think could be a bit stronger. The one we use in New York and Maine is a bit stronger.
All right, and my final question, Quebec injects $15 million to help retailers modernize their equipment. Why do they do that, and why do you think that's a good idea?
Well, we work in that market. The Quebec, about, I don't want to say everything's 5 years ago, that's as far as I can remember, but the government at the time also went through a lot of this discussion and debate and realized it needed to modernize its system. The ability to get a full law or their system's a bit different. It's parliamentary. So the government has made a commitment in January of 2020 to modernize the deposit system. But before then, it couldn't get that full commitment. What it did was apply $15 million of its own money into making the consumer experience at retail better. And working with the government, we talked about specifications for what the system should have, machines online, machines capable of giving consumers their containers or their redemption immediately. And as a result, for 3 years, grocers have been investing some of their money along with the state's money and revitalizing the infrastructure. today. They've made a commitment to raise the deposit, add wine and liquor, make the program basically much more of a positive experience. This is the CAC government, which is the Center of Business Government, and we're working with them on the system design there too, because we are an RVM provider as well as the material recovery processor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Regal, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And we've been doing this since 10 o'clock this morning. It's now 5 o'clock. We've been 7 hours in. There's about 70 plus people on the list behind us. So, in conferring with my co-chair, out of respect for everyone in the room and for everyone that's waiting, we're going to limit the time for questions by members of the Environment Committee to 5 minutes, and our committee clerk will start that timing with the next person, which is Representative Reyes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief. I just been intrigued by the line of questioning from Representative O'Day and Mr. Regal, and I have a question. So 50% of the Connecticut's have around 50% collection rate from the last fiscal year, and my question to you is, of the states that are doing a little bit better, and even the ones that have the 10 cents or additional add other than 5 cents, what are their rates of reclaiming recyclables?
Oh, so the ones that the way the trends have go, you get a state like whether it's California, even Oregon before it raised its deposit, numbers had gone down to California's in the 50s now. Oregon was down, trending down below 70% before it had raised its deposit to 10 cents. And that's the same, it spurred the same response. The public wanted to see the program performing better because it provided a public service. In the Northeast, you've got, in the sort of way we look at, when we look at Connecticut, Massachusetts, New York, the programs have been performing at below 65%, and Connecticut being the worst at 50. So that's where you just sort of pivot over to the learnings of some states like Michigan and Oregon.
Thank
I don't
you.
know if I answered, did I answer your question?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. So, I saw that we're among the worst when with the reclaiming rates of the 50 states and the territories, and with all the filth and garbage that we still have around the state, it's kind of scary. But my other question to you is, on the unclaimed money, has the state always swept this money, and are you aware?
Yes, well, I'm aware. No, prior to 2009, the unredeemed deposits stayed within the system. And the, sort of the understanding of working in industry was that they would be used to offset costs related to the handling fees and pickup and processing costs. There was I think in New York, there was sort of a sense that the system was being let to fail. And as a result, sort of the industry lost its license to operate, and so sense that why keep it if they're not going to put it back into the system? I don't think most system participants think that way, but that's sort of what collectively was happening, and it resulted in something that we don't support, but what was the issue of the day. That's why we definitely support it, sort of this willingness to reinvest, I guess maybe on the state's part now, to reinvest in the system and consider that revenue share.
Well, thank you, Mr. Regal, for your advocacy, and you seem pretty well versed in this topic, and continued success to you, and thank you for supporting the Environment Committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you. Next, we have Senator Minor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And let me thank you, Mr. Regal, for being here. This whole process of running meetings and hearings via Zoom isn't easy on any of us. with respect to the chairs that have chosen to make a unilateral decision without any consultation with the two other members of leadership on the committee, I think it's unfortunate to make an announcement before we even had a conversation about doing so, especially when we have an individual before us that is certainly a significant part of any system that we would want to have here in the state of Connecticut. I am perfectly willing, more often than not, to defer to other individuals that seem to be asking good questions to help all of us understand. But what I'm not willing to do, Mr. Chairman, is to concede the authority of controlling timing of an individual member. You and I have had and will have a great working relationship going into the future. But the unilateral decision to limit people to 5 minutes can't stand. I respectfully request that you withdraw it. And I think if you go back and you look at people's participation, the vast majority of members of this committee have asked no questions. And there's nothing wrong with that. There are people that are far more knowledgeable about this subject matter than I am. And I just think in deference to both Representative Harding and myself and the other individuals that have waited hours to testify and will wait hours more to testify, the sooner we step away from where we are right now, I think the better off we're going to be. So again, thank you, Mr. Regal, for being here. Your expertise is very important, and understanding how it interplays in every state across the country, at least from my perspective, is very valuable. And so I appreciate the thoughtful responses to the questions you've gotten. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll stand by and wait to see what your response is.
Well, first of all, thank you, Mr. Regal, for your patience and your endurance. And you are a vital cog in the solution to Connecticut's issue of modernizing our bottle bill. So thank you for your participation. In consideration of Senator Minor's point, if we can look, there's more than Charles Regal on the list of individuals who are cogs in this solution that might be number 84 on the list and might drop off that because it's now going on midnight and we might not hear from them. So with that taken, if a modicum of reasonable time constraints can be factored in, I'd like to hear from other people on this list who are just as important as Mr. Regal. So thank you, Senator. And our next person is.
I appreciate that, but I just want to be clear. Did you mean to say that if a representative or senator is engaged in a line of questioning, they will be cut off at 5 minutes, or are you pulling back from that statement?
The timer will go off, but I will not cut off the line of questioning just because the timer went off. They can finish a thought, they can finish an issue. But like I said, out of respect for the individuals at the end of this list, I would just like to see if we can get to them at a reasonable hour as well. So thank you.
Well, I'm just suggesting to you that there's another way to get there without holding to a decision that you two have made without consultation to the other leadership members.
Senator Cohen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just in response, you know, what the ranking member, good ranking member is not seeing are the texts that we are receiving from other people on this list who have to testify, asking to be moved up, saying that they won't be able to stick around for testimony. This is all part of the process. And again, recognizing the challenges that we have in this virtual world. Certainly, it's not unusual for committees to limit committee members' questions to 5 minutes, trying to come up with a solution so that we can hear folks at the end of this list. Equally important, we recognize that this is not about the order in which they signed up. This is a lottery system, and so folks at the end of the list may indeed drop off. We will definitely be going well into the night, if not into the early hours of tomorrow morning. And so this is just an effort to make sure that we hear all the voices. And certainly I would hope that committee members, if they did have questions past the 5-minute time period, would in fact reach out to the person who's testifying to further dig into a subject or ask them questions. I would hope and expect that to be the case.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Rabimbis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank the good senator for her words as well. I just wanted to echo and support the ranking member, Senate Craig Minor, in his position. I don't think anyone on this committee questions the importance of every individual who has signed up to testify before us, whether that individual was number 1 or whether that individual was number 76. I also don't think that any one of us questions the importance of the members that are on this committee and their ability to ask questions. And I think that there are times that a member will stay on silent and listen because maybe the questions have been asked. And there may be other times that we might find a member who actually will ask all of the best questions that will go over the 5 minutes. So I think we need to be respectful of that. But I do believe even larger than that position is the fact that's been pointed out that the chairman of this committee has made a unilateral decision without consulting the ranking members who are also leaders of this committee of a decision in such a public forum nonetheless. I'm very concerned myself regarding that, especially as a member of this committee. Thank you for the indulgence.
Thank you, Representative Rabimbis. Next, we'll go to Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I will have to echo what my good colleagues have brought up, and especially trying to keep in light for all of us that under these Zoom circumstances, it is a little bit different than if we were there in the hearing room. In other words, if we were in the hearing room, this typically doesn't come up. If it takes us all night and into the next day, that's what we do. I can't recall being limited to any time period when once the initial, let's say, testifier is giving their 3-minute presentation, and then we ask whatever questions we need to ask. So I think we need to try to find some consensus here among the committee, in all due respect to everyone concerned. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Wilson. And hopefully, to your words, we will reach a consensus going forward. I do not see George Estrada anymore on the waiting list. So next it would be Susan Eastwood, followed by Wayne Pesci.
Good afternoon, honored co-chairs Senator Cohen, Representative Gresco, and distinguished members of the Environment Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Susan Eastwood. I'm a resident of Ashford, chair of the Ashford Clean Energy Task Force, and the chapter chair of Sierra Club, Connecticut. I am speaking as an individual today, though Sierra Club will be testifying later. I wanted to give a big thanks to the committee and to DEEP and also the CCSMM group of over 80 towns for all their work on waste management this session and all your focus on it today. I've submitted testimony on 4 bills, excuse me, 928, 930 with some changes, the bottle bill 1037, and also 926, which is the one I would like to focus my oral testimony on. I am in strong support of the PFAS in container packaging bill. because I'm deeply concerned about the breadth and the width of PFAS contamination in our water and in our bodies. In my testimony, I do have a link in there to a map of our country, which was updated in January 2021, which documents over 2,300 sites in 49 states with PFAS contamination documented. Here in Connecticut, I was distressed as a public health advocate and a homeowner with a private well, reading about reports of PFAS found in Greenwich wells several years ago. And then, of course, you've been hearing a lot about the spills in the Farmington River. There's also been sites in Ellington found, and DEEP has begun some testing of other rivers way out here in Eastern Connecticut, where I live. They have fish warnings that were issued this past summer for the Willimantic, Shetucket, and Natchog rivers, as well as the Farmington, of course. So it's not just because of one big spill. You know, this is a very ubiquitous problem, as you've heard today. How many different products contain PFAS, and actually, this class of chemicals is now found in the blood of most Americans at low levels already, and an estimated 110 million Americans have been exposed at levels above what are considered safe. This is a public health as well as an environmental crisis. I know that DEEP is planning to do more water testing soon, and they are very concerned about this issue as well. Passage of this bill will also have significant impacts on Connecticut's waste crisis. Food packaging is bulky. As we know, we're all familiar with the multiple wrappers in a takeout order from a fast food restaurant. Add to that the accumulated packaging from all the mail order deliveries we've been getting lately. So I consider this bill a win-win, a double whammy bill to win on both public health and environment, and I urge your passage this session. Thank you.
Susan, thank you for your testimony and for your advocacy. We have a question from Senator Minor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here, Susan. I don't know if you heard the testimony of the gentleman from Advanced Medical Technologies Association, but he pointed out what he thought was a concern relative to medical equipment. Would you still support the bill if we mirrored the language after other states that seem to have provided at least a soft landing for them as they continue to look at this issue going forward?
I did hear his testimony, and I have to say I would like to look into it more, certainly. I know that there are some carve-outs for medical equipment. For example, for the BPA bill we passed a number of years ago, I believe they had a carve-out for medical equipment that was important, where they felt like they couldn't find a safe alternative at that time. I mean, perhaps it could be worded in that way, you know, until there are safe alternatives available. I don't really want to speak for anyone but myself. That's my initial reaction.
And again, thank you for being here. I asked you that individually because, you know, it's important to us to know how people feel. And given the pandemic, given all the hoops that people have to go through, companies for medical equipment, we have some medical equipment producers here in Connecticut. I just wouldn't want to unintentionally create a problem at this point in time, for sure. And I appreciate very much your sensitivity to the issue and your response. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Minor, and thank you, Susan, for your testimony. Next, we have Wayne Pesh, and then followed by Donna Shea, and then Sean Seguin.
Good afternoon, Senator Cohen and Representative Gresco, Ranking Chair Senator Minor, and all of the members of the Environment Committee. My name is Wayne Pesh. I've been in front of this committee a whole bunch of times on a bunch of different issues. It's good to be back. It's good to see some familiar faces as well. I'm just going to jump onto my testimony for a minute here, just so I can get started. But so, first I'd like to start by thanking everybody on the committee and thanking you for your time and saying that we're looking to, support the efforts of this group and policy makers in the state as you look to manage the growing municipal waste crisis in our state. And just over the past 4 years, global recycling markets have shifted dramatically, and we all know, I think everybody can agree, Connecticut is at a crossroads, and that we require some new solutions. So we've been closely monitoring the Connecticut Coalition for Sustainable Materials Management agenda in their efforts. I've worked closely with both the commissioner and Chris Nelson in the past. Have a solid working relationship with that group. But if you take a look at today and for decades, the grocery stores have been there, and we've been actively engaged in not only recycling, but food waste, food insecurity, plastics reduction, and energy efficiency initiatives. But when it comes to recycling, the state's grocery stores take back approximately 700 million deposited containers annually. So in terms of scale, we're doing a lot of the heavy lifting right now as it relates to items that are being redeemed. There's some real equities in the current law. Our members and myself have been in front of this committee to voice those concerns in the past. The last significant update to the law in 2009, I believe, actually created part of the problem that we're grappling and that policy experts are trying to work through today. At that time, bottled water was added to the deposit mix, and the consumer's unclaimed deposit, or sheets, moved solely from the distributors to the state. From there, over time, a slow, steady erosion of a formerly robust collection system occurred. And then since then, the redeemed volume has doubled, and half of it's currently going into the municipal recycling stream. Meanwhile, during that time, over 30 standalone redemption centers who were helping take some of that volume closed. So during that period from 2009 till today, that's where you keep hearing that the bottle bill is broken, because there's been an erosion in the reclamation of the materials, and the recycling rates have come down. So if this bill were to be fully implemented, this is an expansive proposal, actually larger than, is that my time going off?
Yes, Wayne, if you can summarize, please.
Yeah, no, look, we're here, we're working with the committee. We're actively engaged with lots of folks that are here today, and every single person that's been testifying is either a member of ours or somebody we work closely with on something. So we like to consider ourselves in the middle of the wheel, and we're there to work with this committee and figure out a solution.
Thank you, Wayne. My co-chair, Senator Cohen, has a question.
Hi, Wayne. Thanks for your testimony, and I like the background you chose today. That's a good choice for the topic. And I just want to thank the CFA for always coming to the table on this. I know this hasn't exactly been a lucrative business for the grocery industry to be in over the past years. We're trying to come up with an equitable plan, right, with everybody at the table, which is very difficult with different interests in mind. Do you have any idea of one that we could come up with, and does this get at it, where we're able to satisfy distributors, redemption centers, and retailers, which you represent?
So first of all, I look at it even larger than that, right? So we're talking about consumers, we're talking about municipalities, we're talking about redemption centers, we're talking about with environmentalists, we're talking to technology companies and civics groups. These are all citizens. We're all kind of in this whole thing together, trying to figure out a better mousetrap based on what's out there in front of us today. I can tell you this. I know that this crisis in the municipalities, if it shifts 30% of the volume, which it will do if it goes from a nickel to a dime, and then we add new items, and then now you're at 40% more volume, and you shift that away from the municipalities, we now have a serious infrastructure problem. There are consumer issues already in Fairfield County and Eastern Connecticut, where we're underserved as far as being able to get consumers through the stores quickly because we don't have any facilities in those markets. But I would say this, and I thank you for that question, because I believe that if we make the move to a dime, the most important thing we can do is communicate to consumers as to why we did it. That's the first thing, right? Because there's going to be a lot of people at our stores that are upset by, hey, you're taxing me again. Well, I'm from the school that we're not taxing them, because if they're actually bringing them back, they get their money back. So that's my first thought. My second thought is the state currently takes the unclaimed nickel. What if we were to leave when you go to a dime and leave the nickel with the state and take the additional 5 cents and add that into the collection system? So for example, currently today, 700 million units go back through the blue and yellow bins, and that raises about $35 million a year in unclaimed nickels. This bill could go as high as 2.2 billion deposited at units. If you go 20% deposit on that unclaimed, that's 44 million. So there's actually more money in that unclaimed pool when you go to a dime, because you've shifted out of municipalities and you've added items, and you've got $44 million now. So what you do is you take 3 cents of that and give that back to the distributors for their costs, and it makes them almost whole on their costs to bring products to the store and be part of this process. And then you give the retail, I'm not talking grocery stores, I'm talking any redeemer, a redemption center, a retailer, anybody who wants to compete for business, they actually would get 3.75 cents in that scenario, which provides that business model, because they would be getting 2 cents more than they currently get, which is a combined 1.75 cent handling fee. So I think the environmentalists get taken care of, the technology companies get taken care of, the redeemers, I don't want to say grocery stores, the redeemers, where we need infrastructure, get taken care of, and the distributors' costs are now looked at and taken into consideration in this conversation as well. The state gives back a little, but they don't grow the pie above the current money that they take back on unclaimed nickels today. So
that's much more well thought out than I had intended when I asked the question. I shouldn't have underestimated you, Wayne. That's an impressive answer. But
well, Senator, let me say this to you. The one thing I didn't say, and this is so critically important for everybody to understand, I support the municipalities trying to figure out how to move these materials. But guess what? They're coming somewhere, and we better be ready, because the current 1,200 or 1,300 recycling RVMs that we have in the market and 300 retail stores is not enough to cover what comes from the municipal waste stream to a redemption model. That needs to be well thought out. And if the state gets out of the unclaimed game and takes a portion of that, which is what they take today, and puts that back into this system, almost $22 million, and the state keeps the other $22 million, we've actually got something that we can do. And I will make one more point. I don't want to go over my time. If we do not communicate this properly to consumers, shame on all of us, because that's who's gonna, I heard Representative O'Day. Representative O'Day, I'm a former beverage guy. I bring my nickels back. They're not getting my nickel. I save them, I bring them back, I wait. So I'm going to bring my dimes back too, and people who don't bring their dimes back today will. So that's what we need to understand, and we need to let them know why we're doing it, because we've got a waste crisis, and it costs money to reclaim materials and get them to the right place. So That's my elevator pitch, Senator.
Thank you. Thanks, Wayne. I've clearly met my time, so I turn it back over to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Next, we have Senator Minor, followed by Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So one of the things that I appreciated most about what I think you were saying, Wayne, was that the timing of all this is at some level equal to importance to the numbers. Because if it's not timed and scaled correctly, it could well swing things way more than people think. And when I think about the local grocery store here in Litchfield, I couldn't imagine trying to jam anybody else in that room. As it is right now, most of the time you got to wait. And that's not just here in Litchfield. So if there was a procedure, a process, an understanding that you recognize that the handling portion of this issue has not been satisfactorily taken care of in years past, what would you suggest the timing should be? Is it raise the number of items that can be redeemed? Is it raise the amount? Or is it redesign a system that provides more opportunity for redemption and increases the amount of money to those that want to get in that business to make sure that the pressure is relieved before you take those other steps?
I would say this: we're fortunate. We aren't Michigan. We aren't Oregon. We aren't any other state. We're Connecticut. We're very small. We have a very small footprint. We can figure it out. We don't have a long way to go in this state. There shouldn't be a 40-mile or a 40-minute drive to get to a location to drop materials off, right? It should be seamless. And then there's a whole social justice conversation that's been being had today that I support. And I believe that if there's a competition for materials, it actually satisfies some of those needs as well. So I think we need to look at it in the sense that, how do we make it convenient for consumers, right? So that they're not waiting in line and that it's not as much of a burden as it may be. And move it out of the municipal waste stream and recognize that there are costs to do that. I personally, Senator, would love to work with the Tomras of the world and some of these other folks to figure out how to make sure Fairfield County and Eastern Connecticut, places where we have gaps, are satisfied. And some of that the Senator got to in that the square footage piece. That should stay, right? That makes sense. You're selling lots of beverages and you have the space. Let's make it convenient for folks. So where we're at a disadvantage, all of our stores have them. All of our stores, right? So we have 300 grocery stores, but you have 400 retail outlets that have it. That number needs to expand, and the other options on the private side need to expand. And without giving resources back to the system, I don't see how that happens.
Thank you. And on that point, I don't see how it happens either, leaving it in the hands of state government. It's not going to be consistent. But thank you again. Thank you for being here.
Well, Senator, let me just make one point. I think the state's currently at a nickel already. If the state were to just keep its same collection process and allow the distributors and the redeemers to fund the system, you'll see more of a competitive and active market, and you won't have businesses saying that you're pushing me out of the state. So that's a big deal. And full disclosure, the beverage distributors and the beer companies are my customers, and the technology companies are my members. So I'm really trying to come at this from a place somewhere in the middle.
And I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Next, we have Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Pesci, thank you for your testimony. I assume you were not part of the coalition that helped draft this legislation?
There were several ideas floating around, and we made a strategic decision that we were going to debate what was in front of us, not what wasn't being debated. So, no, we were not.
Well, I would like, I mean, look, well, let me just ask this one quick question. In your testimony, you wrote that there are approximately 1,300 reverse vending machines in 400 retail outlets in Connecticut. I didn't know that number, so that's good to know. And it's important to focus on increasing those assets and deploying them in more places than they currently exist, especially in Fairfield County. That obviously is where I am, and I think there's a huge problem in redeeming in Fairfield County. What's your understanding of the problem in Fairfield County why you wrote that?
Real estate. So, the grocery stores all have them, but some of the bigger boxes don't, and some of the smaller boxes don't. So there's that piece, and there's no private business there. And that's why we need to figure out a way to stir activity and a business model around that. And maybe not do that specifically at the cost of the folks who deliver those products. They're part of the process as well, and pay into it, as will we. I mean, everybody's going to pay in a little bit, but some shouldn't give more than others, in my opinion.
Fair enough. And Mr. Pesci, if you were asked to participate in a solution, would you be willing to do that?
Absolutely.
And Mr. Chair, and both chairs, I certainly didn't mean to offend or upset anybody. This is probably out of the third committee I need to buy pizza for going long in my questioning, and I will do that. I certainly didn't want to alienate any of my friends on the other side of the aisle. If I'm hopeful that whether it's hopefully Mr. DePasquale, Mr. Regal, Mr. Pesci, Mr. Cafaro can all be part of the conversation. I want a solution to this problem that's affecting our state. And I disagree with those who say we don't have a problem. I agree with my co-chairs, and I will try and move along, and hopefully we can all commit to being part of that solution and be included in the discussion. Thank you very much, Mr. Pesci, and thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Representative O'Day. No harm, no foul. Next, we have Representative Reyes, followed by Representative D'Amico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Pesci, always good to see you. Thank you for being in front of the Environment Committee. I'll ask you the same question I asked the gentleman before. The state of Connecticut is one of the worst when it comes to reclaiming these containers. I still believe we still have a recycling problem. We don't really claim as much as we should. If we don't do this and do nothing, what would you say?
Well, I think the municipalities are going to still, be pushing on every one of their representatives in 169 municipalities in the state to do something. And I know part of the tipping point here is coming from the municipalities. So, I recognize that as well. It's part of a broader conversation around the municipal waste stream. I will make one point. I think that the value of a nickel today versus the value of a nickel in 1979 are much different things. And an affluent consumer is just going to, throw that thing in the yellow and blue bin, and a non-affluent consumer is going to go searching for it, figuring out a way to make money. And that's fine. And both of those things happen today. And I just want to make sure that, in the Waterburys, in the Bridgeports, and in the Hartfords, that we're figuring out ways to get equipment in there and solve that problem. So there's a problem there as well, Jerry.
Well, and to that point, as we continue to do nothing, these redemption centers are hanging on by a shoestring, and at the rate we're going to make the problem way worse at the rate that these redemption centers are closing. But I would like to. I've always been supporting a bottle bill since I've been in the legislature, and but I wanted to thank you for your advocacy, and you've always been a good sound person to run things by. So thank you for your advocacy, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Hey, Representative, I just want to tell you, 5 years ago, we couldn't get plastic bags and we got them, right? So that you were part of that and this group was part of that. And that was really worked really well done and everybody needed to lean in. And we need to lean in here and we need to spread the pain around and not put it on one specific place. So there are solutions. I think the split on the nickel and the nickel to the system makes a lot of sense. And it'll really set us up for the long term if we really take that seriously. And I think that's what we want to do is set something up for the long term.
Thank you, Mr. Pettis. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you, Representative Reyes. We have Representative D'Amico next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Wayne, it's nice to see you again. Thank you for coming and giving us your knowledge. I appreciate it. And I appreciate what you just said about the plastic bags. Everybody said it'll never happen,
right?
And it took a while, but it happened. So there is hope. So I appreciate that. So look, a quick question. I was in and out, so you might have answered this already, but and forgive me if I'm being repetitive. So a couple hours ago, we had a couple people testify about these machines and how, the frustration of the machines, too many of the machines are broken. So you have your boots on the ground. Are your members, is this something that your members report to you on a regular basis about broken machines, or is that not accurate?
Totally false. Those machines are pulled out and fixed immediately. We can't afford to have them down. They're monitored. We know when they're down. It happens because you're redeeming 700 million units a year. We're about to redeem 1.2 billion potentially or more. Yeah, it happens, Mike, but I will tell you this, it's not, that's not part of the problem. The problem is access. The problem is more technology and better technology. There's industrial technology today that's amazing. It's a big washing machine. You throw everything in there. And it works. I mean, if we could find the way to invest in that and get that into some of the bigger, larger locations, you're going to take a lot of this away from retail and send it to an industrial type of place. So the Girl Scouts and the civic groups and those folks can all go have a place and be very welcome.
Okay. Thank you. I just had to ask somebody who's on the front lines. I had to satisfy my curiosity. So thank you.
I was out riding bottle rooms last Thursday and I was in 6 of them. So.
Wow.
Yep.
Thanks, Wayne. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative D'Amico. And again, thank you, Wayne, for your willingness to be a part of the solution as we move forward in the state and trying to find it. Next, we have Donna Shea, followed by Sean Seguerin, and then Larry Cafaro.
Good evening, members of the Environment Committee. I'm Donna Shea, the Director for the Connecticut Training and Technical Assistance Center at the University of Connecticut. This is the first time I've ever given testimony on a bill, so I'm delighted to have spent the day with you, and I look forward to speaking with you about Senate Bill 1031. Our center, which is fully grant funded, has been at UConn for 40 years, serving state and municipal agencies. For 3 years, we have been one of many stakeholders participating on a statewide work group to help with the reduction of sodium chloride and the development of sustainable, safe winter operations through education. We are very supportive of legislation that would assist in this effort and support the intent of this bill. In collaboration with DOT, DPH, and UConn Clear, we developed the Green Snow Pro curriculum and Best Management Practices Guide for municipalities. Of the 169 municipalities, 49 have already participated in the training through our completely voluntary Road Scholar program. In my written testimony, I included a map in case you want to peek to see if your town is one of the towns that's already taken the Green Snow Pro. With additional grant funding, the T2 Center looks forward to advancing this critical topic by expanding the voluntary program for municipalities and developing an educational program specific to private applicators. We really encourage the co-chairs and other members of the Environment Committee to meet with members of the working group so we can work together to build a path forward. If additional grant funds do not become available, we will certainly still continue our work through the few trainings a year we can offer in the Road Scholar program But I really believe if we can build a foundation for this, we can sustain it much longer than a one-year effort. It's certainly a critical topic. I would also encourage the committee to benefit from lessons New Hampshire has learned from their Green Snow Pro educational partnership between UNH and the Department of Environmental Services. And New Hampshire representatives are very happy to meet with the committee and the work group to share any needed information or lessons they have learned. Shortly, Dr. Mike Dietz from UConn will share with you a great case study from UConn facilities. In my time, I wanted to share a few municipal experiences with the Green Snow Pro program. From the town of South Windsor, without this coursework and guidance, many of our crew members wouldn't truly appreciate the overall impact that salt is having on their environment or how to go about mitigating the impacts on their own routes. In our operation, you can see the team members that have embraced the less is more salt approach and those that have not through our salt monitoring program, where we can very accurately tell what a truck has put down, how much material per storm. By measuring and monitoring, we can work with operators and have seen marked improvement over the season. The town of East Lyme has come together with their Board of Education to better track salt usage and to follow the recommendations provided in best management practices. And the town of Summers brought their entire team, including all the snowplow operators, to attend the program in 2009, and they've already reduced the salt that they treat their roadways with. Municipalities want to do the right thing and can become ambassadors for us. So very happy to be here and answer any questions.
Great. Thank you for the testimony. Thank you for the support of the idea of the working out of the Green Snow Pro. Well, I'm glad the Environment Committee was your first testimony in front of a committee, and you're able to answer a question from Senator Minor.
Sure thing.
Thank you, and I agree. I want to thank you for being here. So my question is, even though they're not obligated to, is anyone from the Department of Transportation actually engaged in the program?
Yes, absolutely. And actually the director of maintenance from the DOT was on our working group as well. And yes, we've had members of the DOT go through our Road Scholar program, including Green Snow Pro. Yep.
Well, that's good to know, because I certainly don't want to speak for other legislators, but I have to tell you, it is a persistent complaint on the part of constituents that their vehicles are rusting away, their wells are being contaminated with one product or another. And in some cases, it may just be a contractor that plows their own home driveway. But I'm happy to know that there's some participation at both the state and municipal level, because by and large, I think they put down the greatest amount of the products on the road. So thank you again for being here.
Oh, you're welcome. Glad to be here.
Thank you, Senator. And Donna, thanks for your patience today and for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we have Sean Swearigan, followed by Larry Cafaro, and then David Reyes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the committee, my name is Sean Swearingen, and I'm the director with the Alliance for Telemer Chemistry Stewardship. I'm testifying today on behalf of on Senate Bill 926. Our mission is to promote the responsible production, use, and management of fluorotelmer-based products, while also advocating for sound science and risk-based approach to regulation. We respectfully oppose Senate Bill 926 as written due to the overly broad definitions and unnecessary group of PFAS. We worked with this bill's basis from the Toxics and Packaging Clearinghouse, and we welcome the chance to work with this committee and on alternative legislative proposals, including new separate bills that might focus on specific applications. Such an approach would provide a more streamlined avenue for addressing some of the issues identified by consumers without incurring some of the unintended consequences spoken earlier today. Some of the many different packaging that includes PFAS, as previously mentioned today, medical packaging, food packaging, cosmetic, personal care, and other good packaging, specialty industrial packaging, and packaging components have to provide more documentation on these examples to the committee as well. These changes from the legislation could adversely impact overall packaging and broader sustainability objectives. Furthermore, compliance, let alone enforcement, is challenging if not impossible. I'd like to cite a few examples of cases against grouping all PFAS chemistries as one for regulations. As mentioned earlier, FDA presently regulates food packaging and already has an agreement with manufacturers to phase out food packaging from including PFAS on December 31st of 2023. McDonald's professed date is 2025. The Environmental Council of States, which represents state and territorial environmental agency leaders, several of whom have implemented regulatory programs in their own states, has said many regulators and subject matter experts advise against grouping PFAS as an entire class. Vermont Department of Environmental Conservation, which is specifically charged by the legislature to develop a class regulation or explain why it isn't possible. So the review team spent over a year deliberating, researching, and discussing the potential to regulate PFAS as a class. After reviewing the current peer-reviewed literature, as well as the available toxicology data for PFAS, the review team determined that at the current time, it is not feasible to regulate PFAS as a class. Scientists participating in a workshop convened last fall in 2020 in NASEM to review the federal PFAS research program acknowledged a broad diversity of properties with this group of substances, including that PFAS substances thus present unique challenges for grouping it into a class for risk assessment. While we agree with the principles and intent of the legislation, there are improvements and amendments to be made that can make this more effective. We certainly welcome the opportunity to work with DEEP in this committee. For the time today.
That was professional 3 minutes there.
I've had some time to rehearse today.
Yeah, I was going to say, thanks for your endurance. I don't see any hands raised in the room. So again, thank you for your patience and for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we have Larry Cafaro, followed by David Reyes. Then followed by, Michael Dietz.
Good evening. Good evening.
Larry, go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, ranking members, honorable members of the committee. My name is Larry Cafaro. I'm the Executive Director and General Counsel of the Wine and Spirits Wholesalers of Connecticut. We are the folks that distribute alcoholic beverages and wine products from the manufacturer to the retailers, which are, of course, the restaurants and the package stores. We find ourselves in the 21st year of the 21st century with a whole set of problems that I don't think anyone could have imagined or articulated back when the bottle bill started in 1980. We have this incredible issue that is pounding the municipalities where the Asian recycling markets have disappeared. We have products that were unheard of, spiked seltzers and spirit coolers, and a incredible increase in the usage of nips that have caused much concern around our state and elsewhere with regard to litter. I represent an industry that to this day has not been part of the bottle bill. And there's some history to that, which I'd like to get into. But I'm here to say to you on behalf of that industry, we stand ready, willing, and able to sit down with all the stakeholders and come up with a solution, because we truly believe there is a solution to this problem, these various problems. We just do not believe it is Senate Bill 1037. You know, back in 1980, when the bottle bill was started, it was started to eradicate litter for grab and go beverages. We're now talking about expanding it to empty wine bottles, which weigh a pound, to handles of vodka, which were never envisioned as a problem of litter. Back in 1980, the word recycling was barely ever used, let alone understood in the way we understand it today, and we rely on it and its importance. Again, back in the day, many of the products that we are talking about today did not exist. Much of the technology we have today did not exist. But the key factor, the key difference, folks, which is why we believe the current system is broken, happened in 2009, when the legislature made the decision to take the unclaimed bottles that heretofore had gone to the distributors to help offset their costs and go to the state. That's when the system started to break down. Because any student of this bill and its history knows that the deposit initiators, the distributors, were the financial engine behind the success of this. And once that money was taken by the state of Connecticut and taken out of the system, I think you will see statistically a decline. And by simply trying to bandage it with duct tape and spit and polish, increasing 10%, et cetera, we're going to have a huge problem. I know my time is up, and I'll be glad to answer any questions that the committee might have.
Thank you, Larry. So I'm going to indulge myself here and ask the first question. And please, no offense intended, but your stated willingness to be a distinctive solution or an advocate for a solution is a 180 from what I'm used to hearing from the industry. So why should we believe you now that all of a sudden you're willing to come to the table and work on a solution? Because it's no secret that as we've tried to modernize the bottle bill over the years, as you are today, you're not in favor of the bill.
Well, first of all, with due respect, I would strongly disagree with you. To me, someone who's not willing to cooperate or have a solution simply says, nope, we're not in it. We want no part of it. If you recall, especially you, Representative Gresko, myself personally has sat at every table I've been invited to. 3-4 years ago, we came to the table with another group of people and proposed the Delaware model, which would have put 4 cents on every single container sold, not by rebate, but that would all go to the state to be used for recycling programs, litter programs, expanding, giving that money to redemption centers as an increased handling fee. I think, with all due respect, sir, that's being part of the solution. I've re-proposed that today, in the past, that I even went up to 5 cents. And today I'm willing to say that we have taken a good look at the American Beverage Association proposal of container producer responsibility, and we're willing to participate in such a thing. So to say, it's funny, everyone says, we want you to sit at the table and come up with solutions. And with all due respect to you, sir, it seemed like the only solution that was acceptable was to buy into the current bottle bill with some tweaks here and there. And that I have a responsibility to those that I represent, cannot do it when I believe uniquely to the wine and spirits industry, and I'll be glad to elaborate, uniquely to them because of the fact of the escheats, it would be economically unfair, more unfair than any other distributor in the current chain. And to ask a new participant to be part of a system that will not reimburse them for their capital expenditures as they just get into this system, will not reimburse them for the increased handling fee that they would be responsible to pay, would not reimburse them a nickel for the trucks they would have to change over to, the warehousing changes and infrastructure change. That is unfair when it is put on one particular industry. And quite frankly, that industry in Connecticut is really represented by about 10 distributors. So to take a problem that's 40 years in the making and put the bulk of the financial burden on 10 family-owned companies, to me, is unfair. When the state of Connecticut will not part with any money that they started taking in 2009.
Well, I would agree with you, and point taken on the Escheats money. If you recall, in some of the negotiations we've had over the years, the advocates and legislators did want to try to return some of the Sheets money to the industry in only fairness if we're asking them to do more. So that will still be part of the discussion as we go forward. But in the interest of time and other individuals that would like to ask questions, we're going to go to Representative Harding, followed by Representative Mushinski.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony, Mr. Cafaro. Hope you're doing well. So my question is in the same vein of the Sheets. Right now, as I understand it, there would be no change in the Sheets in this particular bill. Do you happen to know what some of the models are like in other states in terms of Sheets?
Well, Representative Harding, I don't pretend to be a bottle bill expert, but I tell you, I had a heck of an education listening for the past umpteen hours to this particular public hearing. And I think what you heard is that we are probably the only state that not just takes the escheats for their general fund, but doesn't invest it back into the system. You heard Mr. Regal, I believe it was, who is very knowledgeable about all the systems. He said that there are some other states that also take the escheats, Massachusetts, California, I believe he said Michigan. But he also said that all those states in one way or the other reinvest that money into the system. In Connecticut, Representative Harding, we haven't invested a dime, not a dime, in machinery, in our redemption centers, which are also so integral to this. And as has been pointed out, haven't gotten an increase in 40 years. We haven't invested a dime in technology or anything of the like. And yet we talk about, do we have a crisis? We sure do. But to go back to the model that will continue with that practice of the state taking the escheats and not reinvesting is so unfair. It makes no sense to me. And again, I don't purport to be an expert on it, but there's so many and people have brought up Oregon, where they got everybody together. They formed a nonprofit and they said, let's do this the right way. Let's talk about these things called NIPS. Let's talk about these new drinks that are out there. Let's talk about new technology to be able to get redemption centers on every corner, make it convenient for the consumer, et cetera. And by the way, I understand they raised theirs to a dime. Well, of course they did. They didn't have the competition of neighboring states. We in Connecticut are in this unique position where we're surrounded by two bottle bill states, Massachusetts and New York. They're both at a nickel. As soon as we raise our price to a dime, our redemption rate to a dime, what do you think's going to happen to consumers who happen to live on the borders in Massachusetts and New York? Are they going to redeem their bottles in New York or Massachusetts for a nickel, or will they cross the border and redeem them in Connecticut regardless of where they bought them? And that is part of the problem. I go into detail in my testimony as the other unique problems in the wine and spirits world as the way we distribute our product that would cause innumerable problems in, quote, following the nickel or the dime, as the case might be, with regard to this current system. So a whole myriad of problems, Representative Harding, based on our location, based on the industry I happen to represent, and of course, the state having taken the escheat since 2009.
Thank you for that, and I have similar concerns. Just quickly in regards to also to the escheats, do you know? And I'm putting you on the spot here, so you might not know the answer right off the top of your head. Is there a percentage in regards to returning the escheats to the industry that would make this a viable alternative? I mean, do you have an idea of, if a certain amount of the sheets were actually returned back to the industry in regards to this bill, would it be economically viable? And I'm sorry, I have my daughter in the background.
No
saying
problem.
Hello.
No problem. Representative, I think the bill itself does down the road give some level of return to the distributors. I think it goes to 18% and then eventually to 20 goes back to the distributors. But again, and forgive me, I guess I'm doing my job representing my constituency, which are the wine and spirit wholesalers. When that goes back to the distributors, it's going to go back to distributors like Coke and Pepsi and the beer distributors and the water distributors who've already had the benefit of having their infrastructure capitalization paid for by the old system. We would be one of the first new products coming into the new system where our capital expenditure will not be reimbursed or offset by any money. So if you have an equal amount of money being given to all the distributors in the system, it's not fair when everybody has already had their upfront costs paid for or offset by the old system, but the new folks in haven't. So, you know, even though I believe, and with all due respects to the drafters of the bill, it is very confusing. You know, we had DEP testify that NIPS were not in the bill. I heard Mr. Birch indicate how he would know is beyond me, but that he believes they are in the bill. And so there's a lot of confusion as to the language in the bill, but it's my understanding that the bill does contemplate some level of return to the distributors at 18 and 20%, but I could stand corrected by the chairs or other members who drafted the bill.
Well, I thank you for your testimony and look forward to continuing the conversation with you. Thanks.
Thank you. Take care of your daughter.
Will do. Thanks.
That was Steve. Next, we have Representative Mushinski, followed by Representative O'Day.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Mary, you're out in the garden there, it looks like.
Yeah, that's an I wish picture. Those are wild geraniums, but they're not out yet.
I see.
Actually, I'm stuck in my kitchen, real life. But first of all, I agree with you that when the state took the S-cheats in 2009, it definitely changed the system, no question. And I personally would give them back, and I filed bills to do that a couple of years now, including this year. However, before 2009, the distributors fought every bill I put in to give the redemption centers a raise and the grocery stores and anybody that handles the bottles. I kept filing bills to give them a raise, and the distributors kept killing the bills, even though they had the S-cheats money. So I'm not really, you know, feeling the love or the sympathy for them when at the time they had the money, they still wouldn't give these guys a raise, which is really unfair and has forced them, several people in my district, out of business. And, you know, the one that's still there is just hanging on by his fingernails. But despite that bad faith and not investing in the system when they had the money to invest in the system, I still think it would help the system if we gave back the S-cheats. And I'd be willing to do that. I'd vote that way. But I want to ask you, because you have a different product. You're not beer and soda, you're liquor. I go to the transfer station in my town, and the bin is full of wine and spirit, heavy glass, and some of the bottle bill containers that should be returned but are in the bin in the transfer station. And what that is a cost shift on the municipalities, and I don't know how you can justify that. You've got a product that you sell to the public, and the public drinks it, and then they put this very heavy container into the transfer station, and then the town of Wallingford or any other town has to ship this stuff out of state because it's not good value, it's not pure stream, and the stuff has to go out of state at a great expense to my town and the other towns. And I don't see how you can justify that. I really don't. I think you have to be part of taking this burden off the municipalities. And as far as the NIPS, I personally, every year I go out with a crew and we pick this damn things up off the ground and out of the rivers and out of the water bodies, and they're so small and difficult to deal with. They're just you sell something and you make money off of it, and your companies make money off of it, but my town has to pay, and myself and other people have to go out there and clean up what is basically your industry's mess. And I don't see how you can justify that. I think you should be stepping up and helping to take care of this. It's your mess.
Well, first of all, Mary, I appreciate Representative Musinski. I appreciate you saying what you said, but I must disagree. Wine has been sold in bottles for centuries, well before there was recycling and tipping fees and trash collectors and et cetera, et cetera. That's the way wine is sold. In fact, in my opinion, regardless of what happens, it's always going to be sold that way. So the people who distribute what is sold and has been sold that way for centuries, please don't say that, how could you dare give that up to the municipalities? The system has evolved over time. In 1990, thanks to Mr. Regal, I live in a town of Norwalk, was the first one to have curbside recycling. We were told, put your bottles to one side, put your cans to another, wrap your newspapers and separate your corrugated cardboard. And we did as told every Sunday. And then they said, we're going to make it easier for you. We're going to give you a bigger bin and throw it all in there. And we did that. And by the way, I might add, Representative Musinski, that when I put the bottles in, 99.9% of them are unbroken and pure. But when that truck comes, the haulers, and they pick it up and drop it from 30 feet, that's when they break. That's not the consumer's fault. That's not the manufacturer's fault. That is another issue that needs to be addressed. Again, in this global world that did not exist back in 1980. With regard to the NIPS, we recognize it is a problem. And by the way, with all due respect, we did step up when the legislature languished with regard to what to do with regard to the NIP problem. We stepped up as an industry, formed the 3 tiers for Connecticut, a non-for-profit, kicked off a public education campaign called Don't Trash Connecticut, Nip It in the Bin, have run several cleanups, have donated money to be the lead in the Housatonic River cleanup committee to buy a skimmer boat. We take the fact that we didn't cause the mess, but because it is our product, we want to be part of the solution. So as best we can with our money, resources, and shoe leather, we have tried in our own little way to address the problem. And what I'm telling you here today, Representative Musinski, is that our industry would be willing to be part of a bottle deposit bill. Now, you heard it here. This is an industry that heretofore was not in it. We would be willing to do that so long as it's fair, so long as it's global, and so long as everybody pitches in. But we believe that there has to be a container producer responsibility out there. It's become a catchphrase of the last decade, and we are there. So I want to assure you that as long I wasn't here back in those days, I was serving with you, but I'm here now, and that's the way I would represent and speak on behalf of my association.
Okay, but every time I
Mary.
pick up, every time I pick
Mary,
up,
the alarm went off, so can you summarize, please?
okay. When we pick up your containers, we think of you, Larry, and that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. And
Me personally?
yeah, you
Oh.
you personally is the person that flashes in my head when I'm bending over picking up this stuff from your industry. And I really think that, everyone that contributes to this and sells this stuff has got to be part of the answer.
I agree with you, 100%.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Musinski. Next, we have Representative O'Day, followed by Representative Dillon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Cafaro, good to see you. You said, quote, history as to why not involved in this bill. Were you asked to participate?
I was asked to participate in, I believe it was called a panel discussion this year. And then we had a side sort of sub-panel discussion on NIPS. In fact, this was by prior Chairwoman Bora. I remember her starting the meeting off by, let's put the bottle bill aside. I don't even want to use the term, said she. Let's just talk about brainstorming solutions. It was at that meeting we talked about putting a 5-cent, what I called recycling surcharge. Representative Gresco might recall that on all containers. You know, it's funny. I heard Mr. Birch indicate about he was knee deep, I guess, in a bunch of glass, and it had sauce on it and olive oil on it. Well, my industry doesn't make that. You know, I don't know what the point he was going to make, but the point I think he did make is, if glass is an issue, there's a whole bunch of things that come in glass containers: food products, pickle jars, ketchup jars, olive oil, etc. You know, I'll concede maybe, and I don't know this for a fact, but I'll take people's word for it. Maybe the wine and spirits containers are far more prevalent, and we will be part of that solution. But let's be honest about, you know, when we talk about glass, there's a lot of things that come in glass containers. And what we should be focused on as a state is not what's in the container, but the container itself. And if we were to have some sort of a recycling fee or surcharge on all containers, and it was dedicated, what we could do with that money, it would, first of all, it would supplement what the state gets from the bottle bill today. It would allow us to revamp and modernize the system, make it a truly producer responsibility system. And, you know, I think that's certainly something that we want to support wholeheartedly.
When I don't know if it was you or someone else had said the state taking of the nickel and a fraud. Did you? I don't know if it was you or someone else. What?
I didn't say it was a fraud. I mean, it's legal, but it's just not a good idea.
I got you. Maybe it was, I don't know, it might have been someone else, but can you just go into the 18 to 20% that the wine and spirit distributors would eventually get? How would that unfairly cripple due to the operational costs and other capital costs that you had talked about as the, I think you call it infrastructure costs and capital expenditures?
Yeah, I mean, you know, the wine and spirits industry is a very different animal than soda, beer, and water. And it's different in so many respects. First of all, the containers themselves, they are not uniform in size and shape, as is the case with water, with soda, with beer. They are all uniform. They stack neatly in nice cases. They stack on top of each other, etc. Wine and spirit bottles come in all shapes, all sizes, wide ones, fat ones, skinny ones, tall ones, short ones, etc., etc., etc. So it's just a different animal. And to that end, it wasn't until most recently, and I think the gentleman from Tomer would attest to this, that they were even in a position to have machines that redeem these things because of the odd shapes and sizes, number one. Number two, just like beer back in the day, wine and spirits is delivered in rear loading trucks, where the first stop is loaded last, the last stop is loaded first, and there's no room for empties. This truck is packed from top to bottom. It's packed that way so you minimize drive time, carbon footprint, the whole 9 yards. When the beer industry and the soda industry had to comply with the bottle bill, they had to change their model from rear loading trucks to side loading trucks. So on one bay, they had their deliveries, and in the other bay, they took their empties. Just those trucks alone, a rear loading truck is about $75,000. A side loading truck is $125,000. When soda and beer made that change, they were recouping some of their expenses because they got to keep the unredeemed monies. In today's world, there is no such thing. And certainly 18% isn't going to account for that when it's split among all those folks. Secondly, Secondly, you have all of the beer and soda warehouses have extra bays to take the empties in. It's part of what they do. They have to pick them up and take them in. In the wine and spirits industry, we currently have one, possibly two bays that are for receiving goods and delivering goods. We would be forced to build, extra bays and add to our physical plant. In some cases, there's no physical space to do such a thing. And lastly, and most importantly, when in the way beer and soda is distributed, they have territories. So if a beer distributor distributes to O'Day's liquor store, when he goes to pick up the empties and reimburse the nickel, there's a 99% chance that the empties he's picking up are the very empties he sold to O'Day's liquor store, because there's no other person that can sell to O'Day's liquor store. That is not the case in the wine and spirits distribution business. There are 5 people, for instance, that sell Jameson's. So if O'Day's liquor store bought Jameson's whiskey from 5 different people, when we go to pick up the empties, am I picking up my empties? Am I picking up somebody else's empties? Or worst case, am I picking up somebody's empties from Massachusetts because we have a higher redemption value than they do there? Those are the kind of issues that are unique to the industry. We're willing to work them out, but it just can't be worked out by tagging us on to an existing bill that, again, with all due respect, just isn't working.
I know my time, the bell went off. Just what was the American beverage proposal that you are willing to embrace? And is that part of the solutions that you talked about?
Yes, it is. That and the other thing that I mentioned, which is that surcharge. I mean, think about it. Maybe one could be a bridge till we get to the other. I know some of the criticism about the American Beverage Association proposal is, oh, it's going to take too long. And we don't have that kind of time. And I think what's meant by that is we don't have that kind of time to let our municipalities continue to suffer and to pay, nor do we have that kind of time to have our redemption centers go with the same handling fee. Well, maybe we could find a financing bridge in between that point. If the state isn't willing to pitch in anything, then maybe we could figure something else out. Maybe we could have that surcharge up until the point where we do get all of the producers at a table and come up with a real solution. In that case, I think everyone would be happy. Maybe we could take offset some of the costs of the municipalities, increase handling fees to redemption centers, hopefully making them more profitable and multiply is throughout the state. And at the same time, do some real serious planning about the 21st century issues that we face, as opposed to trying to band-aid together something that was done in 1980.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Cafaro. It sounds like you're willing to sit at the table and be part of the solution.
Yes, sir, I am.
All right. Thank you.
All along.
Thank you. Next, Pat, did you lower your hand because you didn't want to talk, or you're next?
No, I lowered my hand because I thought you were going to call on me.
I am going to call on you, Pat. You're next, followed by Senator Cohen.
Hi, Larry.
Representative Dillon, how are you?
I am great, and I just want to tell you it's good to see you.
Good to see you as well.
The nips are killing my neighborhoods, and I never think of you when I see them.
Thank you.
Be clear.
Thank you.
Your industry is not the only industry that expects the towns to clean up their messes. So I would never single out your industry. It happens all the time. We have to figure out how to get rid of all the packaging. Then they lecture us about public spending. So you guys aren't alone, believe me. But I think some of what you said really was important, and the NIPS were a question, a doorway into that. There is an issue in your industry, which I think is even more acute with the younger folks, and that is whether or not you have to do a manual system. If you're going to have small batch liquor bottles and different shaped, I think that's going to be a feature of the market. It is now. And I think you should be part of the solution. I don't agree that this should be dismantled. I'm glad you say you're willing to work. We don't have a bad history on this issue. I fear we may disagree vehemently at the end of this, but we'll both be smiling. But we'll see how it goes. I think it's good that you're here, and I hope you can work with us.
I sure will. Thank you, Representative. Good to see you.
Thank you. And now we go to.
Hi, I'm assuming we're going to me. So I think you got cut off there on my end, Joe. Sorry about that. But hi, Larry. Thanks for your testimony. Appreciate it. And I do want to say that you have been at the table and very willing to work with us as chairs, and I really appreciate that. I know, you know, in my short tenure, you've come to the table with a number of ideas. I will say, you know, interestingly, you know, this bill sort of makes an attempt to keep wine and liquor glass out of depositable containers, you know, in a way, you know, we've heard from folks like Urban Mining to reuse cullet and create something else, in their case, a cement product. You know, how is the industry feeling about that? I mean, I'm hearing from you that you'd gladly be a depositable container if it were a system where you could take these sheets and sort of pool that money either into an Oregon type model or something of that nature. We've heard from others that wine and liquor shouldn't be in the bottle bill, shouldn't be part of depositable containers. So I'm just trying to understand your stance on this.
You know, Liz, I guess there would be some that would say it shouldn't be in. And there's a lot of reasons why it might not, that many people would say that. And they're legitimate. They're not just selfish. But that said, I mean, you know, we're part of, I represent nine family-owned businesses in this state, and they're part of this state. And not to get corny about it, but they recognize that we have a problem. They live in they each have their businesses and live in their respective municipalities. They hear their elected officials talking about the waste crisis that we are facing. They hear about the NIP issue and you know, the litter issue. They're not blind to that, and they want to be part of the solution. They just want that solution to be fair. In regard to the proposal within the bill, with due respect, it's somewhat confusing, and I'll tell you why. It seems to say that wine and spirits bottles will come into the mix, if you will, I think in 2024. However, if we are able to show that 80% of those bottles, and it's not clear of whether it's just wine and spirit bottles or all containers, plastic, spirits, wine, etc., but if 80% is used in a sophisticated recycling product, that we would be exempted. It says that we would determine that by looking at data from 2023. What the bill doesn't say is, what if the following year the industry falls shy of that 80%, or goes 2 or 3 years shy of that 80%? Does that mean we kick back into the bottle bill, or then we kick out the next year if we're back at 80%? So there's those very, I think, with due respect, important details that were omitted from the bill. At least I missed them, and they need to be understood, because to jump back and into a system as costly and labor intensive as the bottle bill is for distributors is sometimes worse than just being in it as a regular folk, if you will. So that was one of our concerns.
My timer is going to go off in a minute, and I want to just ask you this question as well, because you mentioned a surcharge on the bottles and that being EPR. I'm a little bit confused about that, because what we hear so often about the deposit on bottles is that this is a tax on consumers, right? And so we're trying to, you know, explain to folks that this isn't actually a tax, because you get your money back once you bring your you know, redeemables back to the retailer. And I'm just a little bit concerned that a surcharge, I had heard some stuff from the industry that a surcharge would actually disincentivize NIP use, and that might be a good thing. I know you and I had a conversation that NIPs are actually important to the industry. And I'm just kind of wondering, is a surcharge not a tax on the consumer? At what point is that actually extended producer responsibility and not really becoming consumer responsibility, as opposed to that of the manufacturer, or in this case, the distributor?
Well, you know, I have a couple things to say about that. One is that, is it a tax? You know, listen, I was in the legislature 22 years, and I am a Republican. So of course we used to always say, if it's something new and it costs money to the consumer, it's a tax. So let's call it whatever you want to call it, a fee, a tax, a surcharge. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, it was 3 cents on every single container. You heard Wayne Pesch told me how many containers he handles in a year. And all of that went to an environmental fund that could be used. That's a lot of money. And if you didn't, therefore, maybe you would not have to raise the nickel price on redeemable bottles. So in essence, 5 cents and 3 cents is 8 cents. And it's cheaper than 10 cents. Now you might say, yes, but the 10 cents is redeemable. Yeah, well, in this state, we're doing it at about 50%. So there's 50% of the folks who buy the product who thinks it's a tax. So I get it. I guess you could have that political argument all day long. But I think as far as fairness with regard to the issue at hand, and everybody sort of pitching in or having a piece of flesh in the game, it's a possible solution. Because what I haven't heard is, this is what I keep hearing: oh, we can't take any money away from the state. God forbid we can't do that. Well, as long as we can't do that, there's going to be this problem, in my humble opinion. So if there's another way to satisfy the state financially, but more importantly, getting needed money into the system, then maybe that's the better solution. So,
yeah. Well, thanks, Larry. I know my time's up, and I just want to say the bill does start to get at that, taking some of these sheets and giving it back to distributors. I know it doesn't make everybody 100% whole, but it does start that process. And looking forward to having continued conversation with you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Larry, for your testimony and your willingness to work on this going forward. And also, thank you for the Housatonic vote. And next we have David Reyes, followed by Michael Dietz, followed by Sean Hughes.
Hi, everyone. Good evening, honorable members of the Environment Committee. My name is David Reyes. I'm speaking today in opposition of Senate Bill 1037, an act concerning solid waste management. I am currently a graduate student at the UConn School of Social Work, and I'm a resident of Waterbury, Connecticut. I am testifying in solidarity with the voices of women of color, and particularly on behalf of the Hartford Health Initiative, where I'm a project associate. Regarding this bill, the bill specifically, the seeming goal of the bill is to reduce the impact of improperly disposed waste on the environment by implementing amendments to the current bottle bill program. The primary amendment being an increase in the deposit fee associated with purchasing bottled beverages from 5 cents to 10 cents. The logic behind this increase in the fee is to further encourage the recycling of beverage containers by withholding the consumer bottle deposit until consumers have recycled the bottle through the available redemption methods. Although this amendment sounds like a good faith measure to protect the environment, it is flawed in its logic for the following reasons. Redemption data suggests that the current bottle bill program has not had a sustainable impact on recycling rates. The deposit fee and the transaction cost associated disproportionately impact people of the lowest income bracket. And the funds collected through this program are not clearly directed to environmental protection programs. To go further into these points, the current bottle program, which imposes a 5 cent deposit fee, has not been effective at increasing rates of recycling through bottle redemption in Connecticut. What we've seen instead is that in the past 11 years, the program of the number of bottles redeemed has reduced from a high of 63% in 2009 to the most recently reported low of 46%, suggesting that the increased recycling behaviors that this amendment promises simply do not occur for some consumers and are unsustainable for most consumers. The 10-cent charge per bottle disproportionately impacts the low-income concentrated municipalities at the point of purchase and at the point of redemption. This is because people of low incomes are obligated to use a higher percentage of their total income on the purchase of bottled beverages compared to wealthier folks. Additionally, they also have restricted access to their per bottle refunds because their municipalities lack redemption centers or grocers with reverse vending machines. And then finally, the non-redeemed funds collected by the state of Connecticut through this bill program aren't explicitly directed towards any environmental protection efforts. Instead, they are added to the state's general fund, which suggests that the funds earned through this program are not used to promote environmental protections and blurs the intention of this bill. In recognizing the gaps in the bottle bill program's effectiveness, equity, and transparency, I urge you to oppose Senate Bill 1037, an act concerning solid waste management.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Friends, I have the honor of taking over as chair to give my co-chairs a break. Do any of the committee members have any questions before I ask Mr. Reyes my question? I don't see any. Oh, Senator Minor, go ahead, sir.
Sorry, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here, Mr. Reyes. And so earlier I had asked a question about what if there was a plan to reinvest the Escheats money, whether it's in the current form or in some other nonprofit form, more broadly in Connecticut. When I think about my travels in and out of Hartford, I think about a number of very small grocery stores and a number of gas station, convenience stores, but there isn't really a large grocery store. And to my knowledge, there probably isn't a reverse vending machine anywhere. Am I right in that?
I believe that there's a redemption center closer to the south end of Hartford, but you are right in saying that there isn't a redemption center in Hartford.
And so, your concern, the concern you raise about people spending a disproportionate share of their income on bottled beverages and not having anywhere to redeem them, how would we best design a program, assuming that the 5 cents actually could be helpful in getting the public to police, so to speak, the streets in my community and in yours? In my community, I can redeem them, I guess is the point.
I guess the bill had language about mandating certain grocers of a certain size to have reverse vending machines or offer the opportunity to redeem your bottle. So something along those lines where mandates for smaller size stores could help in that regard. And a general public education campaign might be beneficial as well. Yeah.
So you might be supportive if those things were included? Or does it still have the same underlying?
It may just still have the same underlying effect, just seeing that I believe that there are other methods besides charging people more money to change their behavior is the root of my opinion.
I'm not trying to sway you from that opinion. I do appreciate your viewpoint. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Minor. Rep Mushinsky.
Hi there, David. Did you know that when the deposit is set at a rate where the bill is working, like it was when we first passed the bill, and it is in other states, that you can get a 90% return, which means that most people are getting their nickels back.
Yeah, I believe that was covered thoroughly throughout the hearing today. I do think that that doesn't address the issue of the lack of redemption centers in particular neighborhoods.
That's true. That's a separate question. But I did want to point out that you can have a 90% return rate, and some states do, and we did. And in that situation, the consumer doesn't lose. They get their money refunded. Now, when the distributors opposed an increase to the redemption centers went out of business one at a time. We used to have more than 22, and now we have a handful. And I don't know if you are aware of this, but do you know how many? Well, let me just give you the numbers and see what you have to say about this. In Oregon, which has the industry-run version of the return of containers, they basically restricted the number of redemption centers because they would like to keep the money themselves, obviously. So they have only 26 redemption centers in the entire state of Oregon. Now, New York, which gave their people a raise to 3.5 cents a container, after they raised it to 3.5 cents, they went from 400 redemption centers to 1,000. And I've asked for that in writing because I want the committee to see it. They now have 1,000 redemption centers. So if you live in New York, you have all kinds of options to take your containers back and get your money. If you live in Oregon, you have a restricted number of places to return. So wouldn't it make sense to help your community and your consumers if we went the New York route, do the 3.5 cents per container, and then these stores will open up and they will hire people in the cities, as happened in New York, and people will have much more opportunity to take their containers back. You know, they have 1,000 stores now in New York that take back the containers. Isn't that a better deal than 20-something stores in Oregon, 26 in Oregon?
I think as far as a better deal, I disagree. I think that is an option, and that's like a viable, or that may be the what's in the future if this bill passes. But I also think that a concerted effort at directing the funds that are currently collected from the non-redeemed bottles towards the I guess bolstering of the infrastructure that already exists in terms of the redemption centers that we have in Connecticut would do what you just said without charging people an additional 5 cents.
Okay, but if you leave it up to the industry, which we did, and ask them to raise the handling fee, they're not going to do it because we've asked them and asked them and asked them, and they don't. And then these little stores go out of business. So, you know, my experience from dealing with them is you have to lay out the rules, or they will shut down the redemption centers and they will disappear if you leave it up to the distributors to deal with it. That's my experience with them, that they just won't help, and they don't care if the redemption centers go out of business. That's my experience.
Okay, I might be kind of ignorant to this component of the issue, just seeing that it sounds like, based on what the premise of what I was saying was that if the state of Connecticut funded redemption centers, how would industry regulate that in terms of shutting them down? How would they have the ability to shut them down?
Well, they opposed legally increasing the handling fee, and they basically starved these people, and they had to shut down because they were starving. The store, they couldn't pay their employees. That's what happened. I saw it happen in my own town. So I'm just saying that if you set this up correctly, you are going to see more stores open, more places to redeem the containers, and it's also a job creation thing. People can work there. Anyway, I'm sympathetic to your consumer issue. Like to you know, I like to work on consumer issues myself, and I'm sympathetic, but I think that expecting them, the industry, to help you with your consumer issue is probably not going to happen.
Thank you, Rep. Mashinsky. We're at our limit there. Any other, Representative Rabimbus, I see you. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank you, Mr. Reyes, for taking the time to join us this evening to really present what I've been listening to you as common sense. I think there's a lot of focus and a lot of talk on targeting and industry distributors, you know, completely forgetting that there's manufacturers and completely forgetting the most obvious, which is the state that essentially has taken away all of this money that everyone keeps talking about, people reinvesting. And to your point, the common sense point, one of which has been already indicated this evening, and I think Representative O'Day talked about the inconvenience. I could further highlight that inconvenience, as you have, for the people who the most vulnerable and financially challenged. And that's not even including the people who have physical disabilities that, you know, do need to have water in those bottles, that there is a bottle, obviously, fee associated with it and a variety of other things, but don't have the time, the luxury to be able to go redeem their own money that was taken away from them. So, you know, I just, again, thank you for being here, for sharing your position of it. And I think that you are representing the real consumer. I think, you know, there's been many other places. Europe was already mentioned here. There should be a convenience. We talk about drive-through. Everyone enjoys a drive-through convenience. If there was the ability, and actually they have it in Europe, they almost have it in every corner in certain towns. They actually have a container for bottles. They have a container for plastics. And as people are making their way to their daily work, school, church, they put it in their vehicle if they have a vehicle, and they're going to go that direction anyways, and they simply drop it off. That's convenience. Those who don't have vehicles, on their walks, to have a coffee with someone, to go to church, riding their bikes. They do it on such a daily basis that it doesn't have to pile up. For those of us who unfortunately are limited in time, have children, may not have that, or disabled, may not have that luxury to stand in line to redeem. And although there was testimony that there's not a lot of, let's say, broken down vendings for these bottles, they certainly do get clogged up quite a bit. And I've seen it myself. And it's highly inconvenient to have to put it in, go call someone to come out and fix it, and then have to go somewhere else to redeem my receipt of the money that was taken away from me, as I've got kids with me, or I've got a parent I have to get back to take care of. These are real issues. And I don't think any one industry should be highlighted as the culprit, because then we're missing the big picture here. So again, I just wanted to thank you for sharing, obviously, a common sense approach in that regard as well. I don't know if there's anything else you wanted to add.
No, thank you, but thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Rabimbus. Okay, Mr. Reyes, thank you. I see no other questions. Thank you very much for being with us. Next up, we have Michael Dietz, followed by Sean Hughes. And then after Mr. Hughes, we have Philip Sheffield. Mr. Dietz.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, members of the Environment Committee. I appreciate the opportunity to provide this testimony today on HB 1031, and I will express my gratitude by being brief. My name is Michael Dietz, and I'm an extension educator at the University of Connecticut, and I also direct the Connecticut Institute of Water Resources. I've been doing research and outreach on stormwater issues for more than 20 years, and in that time, I've seen an alarming increase in the number of scientific studies that document dramatic increases in sodium and chloride in our surface and groundwaters. And the main cause of this is pretty obvious. It's the road salt that we're applying to our roads during the winter for de-icing purposes. In addition to this, there have been documented impacts to aquatic life, to vegetation, and to people. So as these chemicals make their way through surface and groundwaters, they are contaminating our public drinking water supplies and our private drinking water wells. So for this reason, I was very excited when Donna Shea from the T2 Center, who you heard from before, organized a group a few years ago in 2017 to try to adapt the New Hampshire's Green Snow Pro curriculum to the state of Connecticut. So the Green Snow Pro curriculum, very briefly, it's basically teaching salt applicators, and this is municipal, this is state and private applicators. And research from New Hampshire showed that about 50% of the salt that is applied in that state anyway was being applied by private contractors. So that's a big number. So this program teaches those applicators about the science of salt, how it works. It teaches them how to properly calibrate their equipment and how to efficiently spread that salt so it's not being over applied and you are still keeping the roads safe. And that's one point I want to make. What the Green Snow program is not about, and it's not about making conditions less safe for motorists or pedestrians. So the T2 Center piloted this program at UConn with facilities staff. I work closely with them on stormwater compliance issues. And I have monitoring that I do in a local stream. So I have basically 10 years of monitoring data where I track salt loads and export from campus. So I was able to look at that both before and after the training. And I documented dramatic decreases in the salt export from campus after the facilities staff received this training. And they did a refresher training for them the following year. And in those 2 years following that training, to save the university over $450,000 over previous year salt application rates. So I just want to stress how rare this is. So many times with environmental issues, we know that if we do the right thing for the environment, it's going to cost more money. But in this situation, it's a triple win. So it saves money, it saves the town or the municipality, the state money. It has much less salt going into the environment and causing these environmental problems that we're aware of. And it still provides safe conditions for our pedestrians and motorists. And I'll just finish up by saying that the T2 Center, the educators that are there, do an outstanding job with their program. And I'm more than happy to work with them on this into the future. And but I'll just finish by saying that they can't do this without additional funding, as they are a grant-funded operation. So I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Dietz. We have questions from Senator Minor, followed by Representative Chafee.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you for being here. So I didn't catch how long you've been working on this issue. And did it predate the switch over from sand salt applications to a kind of a brine salt application?
So thank you, Senator Minor. I've been actively researching this issue for about 10 years now, but as I mentioned earlier, I've been aware of this and researching other stormwater issues for more than 20 years. So I am aware of around 2006 is when DOT switched over and switched from a sand salt mix to a straight salt mix. So in theory, well, one of the reasons why that was done was the sand also causes problems in the environment. It clogs up aquatic habitat. It takes a lot of energy and people hours to pick up that sand in the springtime when we're done with the winter season. So they explored using straight salt as an option to reduce the environmental and labor impacts of sand. So if done properly, according to the Green Snow Pro curriculum, these pre-applications, or what we call anti-icing, can result in less overall salt use because we're preventing that bond with the road. And that's one of the key things that the program highlights, is how to do this more efficiently. It uses science to help understand how salt works and how to most appropriately apply it.
And in terms of available products, has there been any discussion or training on looking at other items that may be less aggressive, less sodium based as well?
There are a variety of other chlorides. So there's magnesium chloride, there's calcium chloride. All of these various chlorides have properties. Some of them are less corrosive to vehicles, others are more corrosive to vehicles. The problem is they all contain some sort of chloride. And the chloride is the ion in sodium chloride, or the anion, that travels most readily through groundwaters and is really what causes the most problems. So even though some of these alternative products can be better for vehicle corrosion, for example, they still have environmental consequences. There are other products, organic products, such as beet juice, brewing byproducts, lignins from tree materials. These are all applied as coatings on rock salt, basically to help it stick to the road better. So there's really no silver bullet solution out there right now that can address this issue without causing a host of its own problems. So that's why in my written testimony, you'll see that I said this is really the only solution that we have right now to reduce the amount of salt that we're applying to the landscape and causing problems. It's a proven method. We've documented that. And I guess I'll leave it at that. But the T2 Center did some earlier work. It's called the CASE report, where they did explore a lot of different options. So Jim Mahoney and Donna Shea were involved with that earlier on. So I'll point folks to that if you're interested.
Thank you. Sure. If there is something that we could look at, if you just send it to the committee, that would be helpful.
I'd be
Thanks
happy
for
to.
staying with us. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Senator Minor. Representative Chafee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for speaking with us today and for the work you've done on this. You did say that UConn saved $450,000 year over year.
2 years. That was over a 2-year period. Sorry.
Over a 2-year period. Okay.
Yeah.
What percentage of, I guess, what percentage of savings does that represent for their total salt budget?
I'd have to look back at the data on that before I could give you an answer. I don't want to misquote. I apologize.
Okay, I was just curious if we could kind of like extrapolate that to what the state generally spends and if there's a similar percentage of saving. I mean, I see this could be not only good for the environment, but also, good economically saving money for the state. So if you could send that information, I'd very much appreciate it.
I'd be happy to do that.
All right, thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. As Donna mentioned before, some of the towns were involved with that pilot training as well. And so South Windsor is an example. Mike Yantic was the person there, and they have realized some of these cost savings as well. And DOT has been really on board with this stuff from the very beginning. So they're heavily invested in saving the state's money.
Great. Thank you. Have a good night. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Chafee. Representative Horn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You may have covered this, and I apologize if you have, but I heard, I think in your answer to Senator Minor, some conversation about the relative corrosive effects of the various solutions. And I wondered whether that, I mean, I certainly hear a lot about that, not just from the state, but also from all kinds of, local, my electrician, who had a very dangerous situation with his brakes corroding. Which he feels is a result of the salt solution we're using. Whether you've looked at whether that cost savings and safety savings with respect to the corrosive effects on vehicles is included in your analysis.
I appreciate the question, but that's not my area of expertise. So I'm more focused on the water quality and the monitoring aspects. So I will say that information is in that case report that I mentioned. So I will send that to the committee. Jim Mahoney and Donna Shea would have better information on that, but much of that information is included in that case report.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, I'm going to ask if we have Mr. Sean Hughes with us, and he will be followed by Philip Sheffield. Mr. Hughes?
All right. Well, good evening, Environment Committee. Chairwoman Cohen, Chairman Gresco, ranking members Minor and Harding, and distinguished members of the Environment Committee. My name is Sean Hughes with the Connecticut Package Store Association, and I'm testifying in opposition to Senate Bill 1037, specifically to the inclusion of wine and liquor bottles in the bottle bill. As you've heard from today, Mr. Cafaro and numerous of my board members, I won't belabor the point, but over the past couple of weeks, I've contacted dozens of members of our association, specifically on this bill, and many of them have had the same concerns regarding the space to take back the wine and liquor bottles. Forcing stores to take back 100% of the products that they sell is going to force them to end up taking away from the retail shelves that they have. Some of the association members that I've talked to, especially on the smaller scale, so you're talking about 2,000 square feet to 2,500 square feet, on average designate about 500 to 600 square feet of redemption space right now, and that's just for the beer. This comes at a financial cost to the store. The owner will need to evaluate which product they will no longer carry. This will result in lost revenue for the store owner, as well as they will not be able to carry every product that every consumer would like. And talking with the, even if they lose the sale of just 10 bottles a week, and those, let's say those retail roughly for about $20, that's $200 a week. Times that by 52, it's a little bit over $10,000. The association is also concerned that in some of the decision-making with those products that they'll have to get rid of could be Connecticut-made products, which is something that the association has really tried to harp on with the Connecticut-made. Another concern that has also been a difference, and Larry Cafaro touched on it briefly, is especially in terms of beer and wine. For beer, there's a specific territory for the wholesalers. So let's say I have a package store and I sell Guinness. I just have one wholesaler that sells Guinness in my area. Or if you look at a popular brand such as Josh Seller's Wine, there's 2 wholesalers in Connecticut that have that. If you're talking about Jameson in honor of St. Patrick's Day, there's about 4 wholesalers. Captain Morgan rum, there's about 5. So, and in Connecticut, there's about 135 different wholesalers. So when it comes to the package store, you know, bringing the bottles back specifically for the wholesaler that sent it to you, you know, you're going to have to set up cardboard crates or, you know, essentially the cases that it came in, and you can't really put it in a bag or a bin because then you're talking about smash stuff. So, you know, if I have a bottle of Jameson, I have to make sure that I have the specific amount designated to the specific wholesaler that it gave me to. And I have to have that 1 out of the 5 wholesalers that it came to. So, you know, when you kind of boil it down to with 135, a package store roughly deals in maybe 30 to 40 different wholesalers. So you're talking about, you know, the dead space that they have in the back that they'll have to allocate for all those dead soldiers, essentially the empty bottles. It also, you know, kind of comes into a sanitation issue. And I had one of my package store owners down in the Guilford area, actually. And she, obviously it's just with beer, and her store is only about 2,500 square feet in total. And so she's able to keep some of her bottles actually outside in the shed. But what's happened is actually some individuals have come and stolen those redemptions and then taken them elsewhere. She's also had problems with raccoons as well. And her concern, especially, I'll just wrap up. Members are kind of concerned, especially about COVID-19. Redemption centers kind of kept going for that. So shout out to them. But also, especially with the POS system, my local guy in East Lyme said that he would have to manually go through over the 1,000 different products that he has, adding the 10 cents onto them, which is probably a couple hundred hours worth of man hours. So I see there's questions, so I'll defer that.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes. Representative O'Day, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I just have a few hours of questions. Just kidding.
Sure you do.
I'm glad some people can still laugh. So, Mr. Hughes, just real quick, you were saying that one of your clients had problems with people stealing out in the shed and animals, and what were some of her other concerns that you kind of got cut off there?
Yeah, I mean, she's, especially if you're taking back the wine and liquor bottles, I mean, you know, especially with the beer, people put the limes in, especially with the Coronas, they'll put cigarette butts, and sometimes they don't finish the whole beer, which is kind of a shame. But, you know, it just kind of creates a little bit of a sanitation issue. And I think their concern, especially with the wine and liquor bottles, is fruit flies. I know we all have them. But, you know, it's just, we just want to retail alcohol. You know, we don't want to be a redemption center. We'd be okay. I know Mr. Cafaro was talking about it. You know, we've researched the American Beverage Association model, and we'd be okay with that. We're okay with a fee. We really don't have the space to take it back. So the sanitation issue was a big one of those, Representative.
So you're willing to adopt the American Beverage Association and Organs model and work on that along those lines?
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what, our executive director, Carol Hughes, said, you know, he took part in the forum, especially earlier this session. I know that the Environment Committee hosted it. That's just put maybe a fee on everything, 2, 3, 4, 5 cents on all containers. If the glass is truly an issue, you know, because you got, not everybody drinks, but everybody eats. So, you know, put that on the salsa, the pickle, the different sauce jars, and then have that money go to a different entity and maybe dish it out to the redemption centers, maybe get some more of those across the state. I know those guys have been struggling. And, you know, I'm sympathetic to those because they're small businesses just as we are. So
the Connecticut Beer Wholesalers Association, you guys are willing to sit at the table and work towards a solution, I take it from your testimony.
Oh, I'm just a Connecticut Package Stores representative. I can't speak for them.
Sorry. I got the wrong testimony up here.
All
right. So the Package Association, you guys are willing to sit at the table and negotiate and work on this bill.
Yeah, absolutely. You know what? I mean, especially when you have so many different entities. I know, you know, obviously you don't see, you know, wine and liquor bottles on the side of the road, but obviously glass is becoming a bigger issue because of, you know, what's going on with China and the municipality. So, I mean, you know, we're always welcome to sit down with different individuals.
So did you submit testimony? Because I for today?
I did. You know what, the Package Store Association, we did. It's just kind of a one pager. I was mostly going to kind of go through verbally, and I can always have Carol Hughes send you his proposal in a written form if that's a little bit easier for you, Ms. Rodak.
That would be great, because I may be missing it. So if I am, I apologize. But if you can get that submitted to the chairs and forwarded, that'd be great.
Yeah, roger that.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. And Representative Berger Giavalo, you have the floor, madam.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Really just to comment, thank you very much for all of your input. I do appreciate your perspective and understand that this is not as simple as we'd all hope that it would be. I would like to push back on one piece, having worked for many years on POS systems, and that would actually be quite an easy fix, the 5 cent to 10 cent. So if that's, that's one of the points that is keeping you on that side of the argument, I would like to clear that up. It's really not something that can't be accomplished in a very simple manner. So thank you very much for sharing the rest of that, though. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative. Do we have any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Hughes. We will move on to Philip Sheffield, followed by Chris Phelps, and then Patricia Brune. Mr. Sheffield, are you with us? Philip Sheffield, are you on the horn, sir? Okay, we're going to skip him for now. We'll come back. Chris Phelps, I see you. Would you like to take your 3 minutes, please?
Sure. Thank you, Representative. And thank you to the members of the committee for sticking with this very long hearing at this point. I'll try to keep this short. We've submitted testimony on 3 of the bills before you today, including testimony in support of Senate Bill 926 regarding PFAS chemicals and packaging, consumer packaging, supporting Senate Bill 1037, in particular the bottle bill provisions that have been the topic of much discussion today, but also testimony opposing House Bill 6498. And again, I'll try to run through just brief comments on each of those. Regarding Senate Bill 926, there's been a lot of discussion earlier today about this. We have strong support for this bill. I would note that 2 things. One, I think I saw in testimony from the industry, maybe heard earlier as well, kind of comments that I'm going to characterize them. It's always dangerous, but generally to the effect that this is a large class of chemicals, PFAS, that we're talking about. We know that they're problematic in many ways, including their bioaccumulating potential in the environment and the potential harm to people. But there's been the suggestion I've read and heard that policymakers such as yourselves ought to tackle them on a case-by-case basis. And that if a specific chemical is shown to be harmful, then it should be removed from commerce. Our position on this issue, particularly because of the known and growing concern about these, is that has it almost exactly backwards, and that the burden should be on demonstrating that these chemicals are not harmful when used in products such as what's discussed in this bill. So that's number one. But number two is, I think there were concerns raised or questions raised about potential unintended consequences. And certainly that's the sort of thing that we would hope both proponents and opponents of this bill would come together and look at. Really, are there indeed unintended consequences that need to be addressed and should be addressed in this? And that's something I think reasonable people can do. Regarding 1037, we strongly support expanding the bottle bill, have for many years. Our organization advocacy on this issue literally does date back to the late 1970s. One of the themes that has been talked about just recently on that point is this question of, and I don't remember who asked it exactly, but whether some of the concerns that have been raised this evening in particular might be at least partially addressed by directing the revenues from the unclaimed deposits that currently come in towards maybe more appropriate uses, for want of a better way to put it. Our position has long been that the unclaimed deposits that escheat to the state currently should not simply go into the general fund, but should be directed towards environmental programs that help amplify the value we get from having the bottle bill in the first place, helping communities do a better job of dealing with litter and recycling, et cetera. A lot of other states that claim the unclaimed deposits do that. And I hear the bell going off. I'll just note, we do oppose House Bill 6498. We think this bill and the underlying statute that it amends is unbalanced in terms of balancing the need to get more renewable energy in Connecticut while also protecting our open spaces and landscapes. And we note that in our testimony, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you for summarizing. Do we have any questions from the committee? I don't. Oh, yes, Rep. O'Day.
One quick question. Sir, thank you for your testimony. It sounds like you support 1037, but with one key amendment, and that would be that the money that it skeets to the state would go back into the system to help it do better. Is that fair to say?
Partially. We currently, as you know, I'm sure the money that it sheets to the state goes into the general fund. Our position has long been that part of the design of the bottle bill, ideally, is that the large part of those unclaimed deposits don't simply reside or stay with distributors, for example. That if there's going to be a financial burden for implementation of the programs mitigating the environmental harm caused by single-use disposal containers, that it ought to be on the producers of that. But we do strongly urge, and have for years, that those revenues go into programs that are at least helpful to the goals of the bottle bill, helping municipal recycling programs, helping community environmental protection programs. I mean, the possibilities are endless. The other states that claim that claim some or all of the unclaimed deposits include, as I think you probably know, New York, Vermont, Massachusetts, Michigan. I believe every single one of those states devotes some or all of that revenue to those types of programs, ranging from clean water programs in Vermont to environmental remediation and local solid waste cleanup in municipalities in other states. That's what we were getting at more. We do think that there's an argument to be made, and we do make it, that it's not an entirely bad thing for the distributors and producers of this product to bear some of the burden, financially in this case, of mitigating the harm caused by it. There's certainly a reasonable discussion, as has happened today, to be had on that point, but that's where we're coming from.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to go back to Senate Bill 926 and try and get a sense of what your feelings are about working with the Advanced Medical Technology Association to try and mitigate some of the concerns they talked about with regard to medical equipment, some of which they rightly point out has PFAS products at some level of some type, but the switchover is considerably more complicated than an easy fix. Would you be inclined to support the bill if there was language that recognized that difficulty, as other states seem to have done?
Senator, I think, well, first of all, I'll acknowledge that particular piece is not my area of expertise. But I think, generally speaking, we would be very open to supporting modifications that that are reasonable and that mitigate that kind of an unintended consequence you're alluding to, right? Where we don't want to inadvertently, while attacking or targeting consumer packaging for food products, for example, inadvertently push necessary medical supplies off the market, for example. So if that's what you're alluding to, I mean, in a nutshell, we don't want an unreasonable or unreasonably rigid approach to this to, in essence, kill a good idea because we're not willing to have those kinds of discussions. So the short answer is yes, if we can find a reasonable, and I suspect it's possible to find a reasonable approach to that, absolutely. Because the bigger issue here is things like PFAS in food product packaging, for example.
It sounded based like on the testimony that it had been reasonable and it had been a concern that other states we're able to figure out whether it was appropriate to kind of carve them out. So thank you. Thank you for being here and staying around.
Yeah, no, thank you, Senator. It's been a long day, but as always, so far this year, this is one of the highlights for me, is being able to testify after this many hours of public hearing and see more legislators' faces able to participate at this hour than you're usually used to being able to do. So I appreciate that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Senator, you all set? I guess so. Okay. Mr. Sheffield, I see you are on there, but hang with us. We've had to shuffle the deck a little bit. We're going to go next to Mr. Steve Changaris and then Phil Sheffield. And then I'm going to ask Patricia Brune after that, please. Mr. Changaris.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me, Madam Chairman?
Yes, we can, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. My name is Steve Changaris. I work with the Connecticut chapter of the National Waste and Recycling Association, and we're the companies that collect the recyclables and haul the waste and run the transfer stations and the recycling centers. I want to say a couple of things right out of the gate. We have written testimony on the record. We're grateful for the opportunity to testify, and thank you for having the endurance to have a super hearing like you're having today. We want to just quickly point out that the recently released Connecticut Recycling Study Foundation, the foundation study showed that we're about a $1.2 billion industry to the Connecticut economy, and we employ about 4,000 people. That's a very big top line number for us as an industry. And, you know, one of the main themes that my membership wanted me to convey to the community tonight is that as we're struggling to create jobs and maintain our head above water during these COVID times, you know, we have a lot of questions about a lot of these bills and how they hurt business and they can kill jobs. So we're concerned about that to a great degree. On the actual testimony that we submitted, we gave a concept that's been talked about today, mostly in parts, but we call it the Connecticut model. And we've heard constant themes like access and convenience. We've heard a lot of intricacies about how bottle bills work and people have to go stand in front of machines. But one of the most convenient programs, one of the most widely successful programs in the country, as in Connecticut, we're a top 10 state, is recycling. And what the essence of our Connecticut model is that we're promoting is akin to what happened in Delaware. We're looking for a transition to move away from the bottle bill, go to a convenient curbside recycling system, invest in that to the degree that there are any soft spots, if there's needs to improve quality as a material or access at parks or away from home. But you're really taking a very limited resource, and that's money and time and energy of a lot of different people, and you're spreading it across a lot of different areas, retailers, packaged goods stores, towns, haulers, recycling centers. If we could just think about the overall 30,000 foot view, one program, make it work really well, we would hit very high recovery targets through a single stream and a dual stream municipal recycling program. One of the other things that you've heard about glass and about the cost to the towns, you know, the key to this is the money that is currently going into the bottle bill system would go into fund municipal recycling programs. And a key one like glass, it's a great example. There are strong arguments being advanced where maybe glass ought to stay in the single stream bin and the dual stream bin so we can get it to urban mining. But for those communities that don't want to do that and want to get it out and have the igloo system with the drop-off program, you could use the resources from the monies collected from the removal of the bottle bill fee to fund that. The economics will work. The S-cheats can be gradually met budget-wise and then weaned off, and those monies could flow into these programs to help the communities. And I'm absolutely convinced, and I'll end on the note that 40 states do not have a bottle bill. Recycling at the curb works. It's incredibly convenient, and we can make it work. It's working today. We're delivering a lot of product to market, and it's only getting better with the equipment and the technology. But I can commend you to read the testimony and to really think about this concept, because it's the simplest of, it solves mostly all of the problems that have been discussed today. We could hit the mark and divert a lot more material through our recycling programs.
Thank you, Mr. Changaris. I want to get on to Representative O'Day's question.
Sure.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sir, the curbside pickup, I can tell you in my town, they don't want it.
Understood.
And so, and your suggestion is that you use the cost that would be associated with that curbside pickup and put it towards what again?
Sir, the key here is the choice. Depending on the hauler and the MRF, and depending on the choice of the town, a town system could very easily evolve a drop-off center if you live in one of the Housatonic towns or in one of the other communities. That's a fine program. The key here is the town's gonna say, we don't want to pay for that. Well, they'll be able to pay for it from the monies that are freed up from the departure of the bottle bill. In another community serviced by another hauler, maybe on contract with Urban Mining, they'd be able to say, keep the glass in because we have a good closed loop for you and we can get it there. And the other really important point here that has not been discussed about all today, recycling was very good economically for the towns for a long time. We've gone into a market dip, a recession of sorts, a recycling market. Recycling is always cyclical. So the markets are coming back now. Fiber markets are getting stronger. Aluminum and metal pricing, things are going up. So when those commodities start to pay more value when we deliver them to market, those are going to be rebated. The values of that's going to show up back to the towns. So we're looking at the recycling system, the curbside system, as a static shot that it's expensive now. It wasn't expensive for 20 years. It's expensive now because of the loss of the markets. Those markets are going to return. And when they return, the municipalities will be again in a position to enjoy revenues from those streams. So it will work. The curbside program will divert a lot of material from disposal and help the cities and towns avoid disposal bills, if that's the choice they want to pursue.
Sounds like your association is willing to sit at the table and negotiate this.
Yeah, and not only that, but we're also a huge partner in this. I mean, we've invested tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars. One of our members currently today is in the process of siting and building a $30 million MRF. And that's just one company. I've got other companies, hundreds of thousands of dollars of optical sorters to improve the quality of their glass. Another companies where, the MRF isn't even 5 years old. So this is state-of-the-art recycling infrastructure that's been built without public support in terms of grants and fees from, aid from the state, done by private capital, aiming to satisfy the goals and objectives that are in the Connecticut Materials Management Plan and the direction of the DEP, the DEEP. They want the material recovery facilities. They want us to have universal, it's in the law actually, with co-equal access for recycling and waste services. We've built that system, and all today, no one said that system's good. I'm the first one to we've done a tremendous job in not only in Connecticut, but all over the Northeast in the country. We divert millions of tons of materials through our recycling infrastructure. And the program's working. We can deliver a quality bale that the markets will take, whether it's plastic, whether it's corrugated, whether it's metal, aluminum. We can do that job. And we are doing it, and we have been doing it, and we've been doing it as private tax-paying businesses creating jobs. And every one of those jobs, that you take away, if you take the material out of our systems and put it into, expand the bottle bill and put it into an expanded bottle bill, that's going to hurt the men and women who are working in our MRFs and material recovery facilities, driving our trucks. It's not a zero-sum game. If you take it from here and put it over there, it's going to hurt.
Sorry to cut you off, sir. I need to move on. Representative O'Day, do you?
No, thank you very much. And let me be the first to say thank you, congratulations, and help us help you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Dubitsky. Representative Dubitsky, you have the floor, sir. You have your hand up. All right. That perhaps.
Any
other from the committee? Okay. Mr. Sheffield, we are circling back to you. Thank you, Mr. Changaris. Mr. Sheffield, you have your 3 minutes, sir. Be sure to unmute yourself, Philip, please. While he's getting
on mute. Gotcha. You hear me?
Yes. Okay. We can hear you.
Oh, great. I apologize. I'm not good at Zoom. The dragons were after me, and my sword was too short.
It's all right. Go right ahead.
I'm here to discuss Bill number 929 regarding the striped bass legislation to help end poaching in Connecticut. I would like to thank all of you for taking the time today, and I'm standing up for this. So thank you, all of you. I would like to discuss what is going on in Connecticut as far as our striped bass is concerned. I live on an island on the mouth of the Mystic River, and 12 to 15 years ago, I saw a massive decline in our returns of striped bass. And going forward, I'll just read something that I prepared. This bill will allow our econ officers to write tickets on the spot for striped bass violations, same as they currently can for all other sport violations. Connecticut General Statute numbers 26-159A currently makes special exemption for striped bass sport fishing violations. It requires officers to issue a misdemeanor summons for the violator to appear in court and potentially face stiffer fines or even imprisonment for repeat offenders. This special striped bass penalty provision was added to the statute in the 1980s during the striped bass crash for obvious reasons. In theory, it's not necessarily a bad thing having a stiffer penalty for striped bass violations. If those stiffer penalties could provide more effective deterrence for striped bass poachers. Unfortunately, our overburdened court system routinely declines to prosecute fish and wildlife related misdemeanors, meaning that the offender case is dismissed without penalty, and all the time and paperwork that our NCON officers put into the case is for naught. At this point, it would be much more effective if our officers could simply hand a poacher a $75 ticket per violation. So if someone has 3 short stripers, they can get a $225 ticket rather than having to choose between issuing a written warning or issuing a misdemeanor summons that they know is very likely to ultimately result in a prosecuted case. Be clear, the DEEP put forward this legislative proposal at the request of our econ police because they feel it will allow them to more effectively enforce striped bass regulations. I anticipate that if this change is made, our officers will write hundreds of tickets next year, which will provide much more effective deterrence for striped bass poaching. As you probably know, DEEP receives frequent reports of striped bass poaching, and our NCON officers respond to hundreds of calls for this. It is an important piece of striped bass recovery strategy. I heard the bell ring. I
Yes.
have one other thing, if I can.
If you can summarize quickly, sir, please.
Yes, I can. Many of you may know George Baldwin. I am the administrator for Connecticut Catch and Release Fly Fishing. It's a group of many people, over 800 members are having me read this for you via George Baldwin. My name is George Baldwin, and I'm
Sir,
from Brantford, Connecticut.
Can you summarize it? I'm sorry, we've gone over our.
Yes. All of us are in favor of this legislation, and I would like to thank the Environmental Committee for bringing it up and hopefully bringing it to the floor. As many of us have retired younger or earlier, just for the chance to go fishing for these creatures. They are so valuable to our resource, our economy, and this is the general health of our ocean fish. They are wild fish. They are not stocked, and they are in serious decline. And we are in need of everyone's help to keep the poaching down to a minimum. I thank you for my time.
Our pleasure to hear from you, and thank you for making my day with the wonderful phrase striped bass crash. That's probably the first time I've heard that. Senator Minor, I see you have your hand up, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So we heard this morning about a $75 infraction from the DEP. And my question is, if we were to include in the bill maybe a graduated penalty, especially when it comes to the taking of more fish as opposed to a near miss on the length, what would you think of that?
I think that being that this bill was actually written by Assistant Director of Marine Fisheries, Justin Davis, Dr. Justin Davis, he put a lot of time into this. And I think the lower fee will keep a lot of those people out of the court system. If you increase it or you change it anything beyond what he's proposing, we could see a lot of these poachers just get their slap on the wrist and leave and be back at it the next day.
I actually know Justin quite well, and so I'm not, this isn't an attempt to make the bill into something that wasn't intended. But when I think about some of the stories that I hear about fish being harvested on the Housatonic River, for instance, not one, not two, not three, but dozens, it seems like even $75 per fish isn't quite satisfactory to me. But I appreciate it. I certainly, as I understand it, would expect to hear something from the agency at the end of this hearing. And so I just wanted to get your opinion on whether you thought a more
thank you very much.
And
thank you.
It might be helpful. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Chafee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Sheffield, for sticking it out tonight to testify. I appreciate your testimony, and I share in the concerns around the population decline in the striped bass. I've talked to many people in the fishing community. I consider myself part of that community, and a lot of people have similar concerns, and this is something I'm going to keep working on. So thank you very much for staying tuned in and testifying tonight. Have a good evening.
If I could just say one more thing, there's a lot of backdoor activity at restaurants going on. I'm seeing 18-inch shorts in fish markets that come from Maryland, and a lot of people are really worried about that. The juvenile index for striped bass in Maryland is the lowest we've seen it in a decade, and that is scary because if we don't recruit enough striped bass, spawning size striped bass back into that fishery, we're going to see an even longer decline. The ASMFC is doing everything they can to help, but it's just an endless loop and it's not working. And I think a moratorium is our best bet right now. Just give Mother Nature the chance to turn these things around because we're not doing it. And I live for this. I eat, live, and breathe fly fishing for striped bass, and I retired early to be able to fish for these creatures. And I hope that all of you will take that into consideration. We had a 17% increase in licenses this year. The pandemic has got people outside and fishing, hiking, boating, doing all these things, and that affects the economy. And if we lose our striped bass to greed, to people who need to catch them to keep them, I think we're going to see the end of this. And Joni Mitchell couldn't have said it better. Don't it always seem to go? You don't know what you got till it's gone. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.
Oh, you're not off the hook. You're not off the hook. No pun intended. You have Representative Michelle.
Oh, good. Thank you.
That was a good one, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Sheffield, for your testimony tonight. I have some questions for you. I wanted to know what tools, say I'm not a fisherman, like what tools does a responsible fisherman use to catch striped bass? And then what tools does a poacher or a poaching vessel use?
I believe that the best tool for fishing for striped bass may be with a fly rod. It's a single hook. It's not a treble hook. Treble hooks tear these fish to death. And double trebles on plugs are the worst. I fish a lot and I see a lot of shorts taken. And I call the NCON many times, and they're so heavily understaffed going back to Bill 924 that I believe that the DEP has the ability to be able to hire volunteers to keep a watch on this stuff without engaging, without getting involved in arrests, but deputizing them to have priority to be able to call the town police that they're in to at least hold these people until our econ officers can get there. They work so hard. They're overworked, they're understaffed, and they need our help. But single J hooks are the best thing, because anything, so there's a circle hook thing that's come into play, and that's mostly for bait fishing. But a lot of those baits are getting swallowed, and those hooks end up in their stomach. You end up having to cut the wire, the line off, and the fish swims. I am also a big advocate of catch and revive. You hear the word catch and release all the time, but way too many anglers. And this is a large portion of the recreational fishery is responsible for the mortality of these fish. And if they need a better education to learn how to revive these fish before they throw them back in the water. Many swim away and it looks like they're fine, but they've exhausted their adrenaline fighting and often end up dying.
Excuse me, sir. I feel like Rep. Michelle has another question that he's trying to get in.
Thank you.
Yeah, no,
Thank you.
So it's funny because I've volunteered with an ONG that does participate at times with catching poachers in fisheries across the world. But what would you think that poachers would typically use to fish? Like, are we talking about long lines, trolls, that kind of equipment?
Mostly bait.
Mostly bait.
Bait fishermen.
So
That's the most effective way to catch these creatures. And live eels are the predominant use.
And so would that be a big net that they?
No, some of them are using throw nets. They're not using a line and sinker or whatever. They are primarily interested in making money off of the fishery.
Right. I was just asking because I'm trying to figure out what gear sport fishermen should not be associated with sport fishing.
What gear? That's a tough question because I never learned how to use a spinning rod. I've been fly fishing since I was a kid, and it's always been the most effective way for me to catch and revive striped bass. But the gear that most of recreational fishermen use are spinning rods and lures, and it would be nice to see those treble hooks come off the lures and replaced with single hooks, single J hooks. And that would cut down on mortality tremendously.
Rep. Michelle, I think we're coming up on our 5 minutes. Are you all set?
Oh, we're beyond that.
I'm all set. You're both off the hook, Mr. Sheffield. Thank you.
Thank you for
love these fish. They're so important to our environment.
Yes.
Thank you very much, committee.
Passion
Thank
comes
you.
through. Time to get in your big yellow taxi. Thank you.
Thank you. Good night, everyone.
Thank you, sir. Okay, next up we have Patricia Brune, followed by Teresa Eichel and Eric.
It was great. It was great. They extended it for me.
Okay.
The 5 minute bell rang.
We can mute our fishermen. Thank you very much. Patricia Brune, you have the floor. You are
Hey,
with
everybody. Good evening. Thank you for letting me testify. Save the bass fish, please. Fully support that. I'm here to oppose SB 1037 as a consumer and someone who recently started working in a liquor store. I think a few things that I didn't hear about today was I've had quite an education, which is great. I think we need more of an education to consumers. I don't see the bottle program as being broken, other than that consumers are tired of having to pay and having to deal with it, especially now that everybody has a recycle can on their property. It's much easier. I try to recycle as much as possible, even though some things are not recyclable. I think, and we need to help their oceans as well as our fish and get everything out of the ocean. So that's one thing that recycling is important, but we need to find a way, a creative way to use the recycling and to keep it off the streets and etc. I think we need to have a recycling kind of campaign like we used to do with the anti-litter campaigns, where we get people out to get creative in recycling and to get these things back in, especially for those nip bottles that are nuisance. And I just find that this is a burden on small business and the consumer too, by adding all these issues going forward with having to reconfigure the store and all these infrastructures. And it sounds like it's a very complicated problem. And I think that we should take the time to go ahead and create some kind of maybe committee to address it and come up with some solutions so that we can all have a better world. And I think that's where I'm going to leave it at, since everybody else has covered pretty much what I've had to say today. And I apologize, I'm coming from the car because I left work for a meeting. So.
No, that's okay. Thank you, Ms. Brune. We appreciate your being with us. Does anybody have any questions from the committee? Any questions? I don't see any. Thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Next, we'll hear from Teresa Eichel, followed by Eric Hammerling and Nancy Alderman. Teresa.
Good evening. Thank you so much for having me give this testimony. I'm actually a resident of Connecticut. I'm not sure why it says I am in Alabama, but I'm not. I live in Preston, Connecticut. Again, thank you so much. I'm going to keep my comments nice and brief. I represent the Interreligious Eco-Justice Network. We are a faith-based environmental organization that represents religious communities throughout Connecticut. We have worked with hundreds of congregations in Connecticut, including Muslim, Jewish, and Christian communities, to help them implement energy efficiency measures, install solar, divest from fossil fuels, incorporate recycling and composting measures, install pollinator and community gardens, and help them reduce the use of toxic cleaners and pesticides, in addition to providing spiritual resources. We do this because every faith tradition talks about the importance of caring for the earth and of being good stewards to preserve it for future generations. Every faith tradition calls for justice for the oppressed and the most vulnerable. We are called to view the planet as a sacred extension of our Creator, and even while we consume its resources, we are charged to do so carefully and with respect. And it is with this mission in mind that we would like to urge you to strongly support both SB 926, an act concerning the presence of PFAS chemicals in certain packaging, and SB 1037, an act concerning solid municipal waste, particularly the bottle bill issues. I apologize, my dogs are whining. Shh. Sorry. I've been trying to convince that I'm about to speak for about an hour, so they're a little past needing a walk. Passing both of these important pieces of legislation will protect public health and the environment, and will continue Connecticut's leadership on environmental issues. IREGen has submitted written testimony in support of both of these bills that goes into more detail about our support. But I will just say in brief, religious communities are the first line of response for many people when they experience a crisis, whether it is a health crisis or a loss of job or extreme weather disaster. In all of these situations, we provide emotional and often financial support for people. Most faith communities are approached every single week, some every single day, by people who turn to us for help. So we're uniquely interested in preventing toxic chemicals like PFAS chemicals and trash pollution, such as these single-use beverages, from being dumped into the environment or incinerated and getting into our water and our land, in part because of the health concerns that they are linked to. We see the terrible impact and the suffering that is caused by these products. And so we really urge this passage of these bills to reduce the impacts. Of course, people who are most impacted by toxins and trash pollution are poorer people with lower incomes who have fewer resources and much less support. We have a moral duty to protect this planet and its inhabitants, creating a safe and sustainable future for everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Eichel. I appreciate your commenting on the sort of spiritual aspects of stewardship of the land. At the same time, respecting the separation of church and state, of course. Do we have any questions from committee members? Anybody on the committee? I don't see anybody. Thank you very much for being with us and hanging with us this long. Next up, we have Eric Hammerling, followed by Nancy Alderman, and then Catherine Fiedler.
Good evening, Environment Committee members. My name is Eric Hammerling, and I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Forest and Park Association. My remarks are focused on SB 924 because of the urgency of the impending retirement cliff for state workers coming in July 2022, where DEEP is likely to lose over 1/4 of its existing staff. I thank the committee for raising this important topic for a public hearing. DEEP, like any organization, is only as good as its staff, and DEEP's ability to retain, train, and utilize their skills is the basis of its operational effectiveness. However, DEEP's sustainability is based upon the agency's ability to refill positions when people with skills and experience retire. The importance of this has been magnified as DEEP's responsibilities and the costs of doing business have grown at the same time that budget constraints continue to tighten. The current trajectory for DEEP is not a recipe for sustainability. And this pandemic year has put great strains on resources that were already stretched too thin. More people are using trails and visiting state parks, forests, and wildlife management areas than ever before. Fortunately, the passport to the parks has remained intact to help ensure there is a reliable stream of revenue to operate and maintain DEEP's park system. However, DEEP hasn't done a good enough job publicizing what the passport funds are accomplishing, how parks have become more accessible to the public than ever before, and many other benefits of safe, better maintained parks. CFPA and our partners at the Friends of Connecticut State Parks have suggested to DEEP over the last 2 years that an annual report on the revenues and expenses supported by the passport would help legislators and the public to both understand and value the importance of the passport. We still hope that DEEP will do this, whether or not this bill becomes law. To be clear, we did not ask for this bill to be raised, and although we support what the bill is bringing to light, we remain hopeful that legislation should not be required for DEEP to provide more detailed information annually on the passport to the parks. We're getting dangerously close to the state retirement cliff, and we hope DEEP can help us all understand how we can avoid falling over the edge. After all, our parks, forests, and wildlife management areas are essential to highlight environmental stewardship and the effects of a changing climate, especially in light of anticipated future impacts to our shoreline parks from sea level rise. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm glad to respond to any questions.
I have a question for you, sir. I wanted to just ask you to go back rewind about 10 seconds. And you're saying that you don't feel that the DEP does an adequate job letting the public know where the passport to the parks funds, how that gets used. Am I understanding you correctly?
That's correct. I think there's been a lot of information about the value of the passport, but not enough information about what the passport is actually paying for, and how the passport funds are connected to many ways that people are enjoying the outdoors. So, this is something that I think for years has unfortunately been, because DEEP is so stressed, it hasn't been able to put resources into publicizing the passport as we would like it to. Now, of course, it would help if sister agencies like DECD and the Office of Tourism also were helping to promote the passport and its value to Connecticut. But we do think that that's something that could stand some improvement. And we do believe also very strongly that if there were better understanding by the legislators and public of what the passport accomplishes, there would be that much more support for it.
So other than better coordination among agencies, do you have specific suggestions for how to publicize the results?
Yeah, there are a lot of ideas that have been talked about over time that have been difficult for DEEP to implement. There are obviously the simple, cheap ones related to, more social media presence and talking about the passport. But we would say just doing a simple annual report that really makes clear where the funds come from, how they're used, will really help to make clear what is being done with that very special and important funding mechanism. We have seen over time the passport become a critical piece of what DEEP is able to use its budget for. And I see Representative Mashinsky's hand up, and I would say one of the reasons that the passport came into existence was an outstanding report that she did with the Program Review and Investigations Committee years ago on some of the issues with funding sustainably our state parks. The passport is an absolute essential part of that, and we want to see it be able to do even more. But there are lots of different issues with publicizing, but we would say the more information that DEEP can provide to legislators to be really transparent for what it takes to maintain a park well, and ensure that the public is having a great experience, that it essentially sells itself.
Thank you, Eric. I want to get to Representative Mashinsky's question. Rep. Mashinsky, you have the floor.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you. Eric, I wanted to ask you a couple of things. What about if we had signs at the state parks and other places that were funded by the program that had the logo and said, this program funded by Passport to Parks, so people got the connection between their fee they pay on their motor vehicle and the result? That's my first question.
Yep, and I think that's absolutely a great suggestion, something that has been mentioned before. You see signs at a place like Hammonasset that are put out to let people know that the park is closed when it's filled up. Those same signs could be put to that same purpose. Thanks for coming to Hammonasset and enjoying it. Thanks to the Passport to the Parks that we all contribute to. I think there are many fairly simple things like that that could be done to better publicize what the passport is all about.
I agree, and I don't think the average constituent's going to read the report, although the legislature might. And I'm trying to think of ways that the consumer would see how their money is being used. So that's what the signs came into my head. But my other question is, even though we've already passed the law and it's been in place a couple of years now, several years now, there's still an enormous trash problem in some of the parks. I mean, unbelievable, to the point where you would be, if you were trying to have a picnic there with your family, you'd be so disgusted you might leave the park. And I don't know if you've seen that too, and if you have a suggestion on how we could use Passport to Parks to take care of that. But I still noticed that, and I expected it to get better after the program began.
Yeah, it's an excellent point, and we certainly have seen that because there's been an incredible increase in attendance at state parks, despite the fact that there is a passport to help pay for things like trash pickup, it's gotten more expensive, and there's more trash and more issues that have to be dealt with. Again, talking about Hammonasset, which on a typical year gets about 2 to 2.5 million visitors. This year was in the 2.5 to 3 million visitors standpoint. So it's really hard to keep up with the costs with all the people who are using parks. Now, of course, we're thrilled that lots of people are getting out to state parks and having those experiences. We're thrilled that at the gates to state parks, no longer do residents have to pay a fee to park at state parks. And I think that has increased the accessibility of our state parks. We've seen much more diverse attendees at our state parks, which has been fantastic. And there are many, many benefits. But because there are additional people coming to parks, there are issues that come along with that, and trash is one of them.
Okay, and then also asking what you think about more signs to get folks to take care of their own trash and put it in a convenient dumpster. I mean, even signs in different languages that would say that, I think would help. But when you come to a site and everything from the previous picnic has just been dropped on the ground, I mean, how could DEEP ever keep up with that, even if we fund them? So, prevention is what I'm saying. Maybe we spend some money on prevention and education.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think, there are PSAs that can be done on, etiquette of using our state parks, and so many things that we would love to see tried, because that will be a part of the solution. But it always will take funding to ensure that parks are well tended to, and thank goodness the Passport helps with that.
Okay, thanks, Eric, and thanks for helping to pass the bill in the first place.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rep. Mashinsky. Representative John Michael Parker, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just very briefly, Eric, thanks so much for being here with us. As a state rep from Madison and someone who spends a lot of time in Hammonasset, I want to thumbs up to your testimony there. As I've had a lot of and sort of relatedly, I talk a lot with our co-chair, Senator Cohen, about even more support for our parks and Hammonasset specifically. And so I'm grateful that this bill is going to be a part of that. So thank you for being here, and thanks for all your work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And of course, as you know, there are seasonals who are doing an awful lot of work that's critical in our state parks, and the Passport, that's one of the main things that it does support, is all of our seasonal workers who are doing so much great work between April and October. And of course, that there are positions at Hammonasset that we would love to see become secure positions. And we'd love to see the Passport be a part of that as well. So, and anyway, that said, we ask a lot of something that is generated by just a $5 fee per vehicle that people pay as part of their license, their vehicle registration. And there is a limit on what that can do. But it certainly is put DEEP in a much better place than they were, 5 years ago, when we were talking about closing campgrounds and moving to passive management of our parks. That's unacceptable, and I think we're in a better place, but we're still not all the way there.
Thank you, Eric, for pointing that out. Senator Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At the risk of jinxing the bill, I really started the conversation with the leadership group maybe a month and a half ago. And one of the reasons we were having the conversation was that I had said, we spend a lot of time talking about the governor's budget, every governor's budget. And then there's a reaction to bills. But there's never really any quiet time when we can actually sit down with an agency and talk about the future, talk about the implications of the present. And between Passport to Parks and the implications of retirements over the next year or two, I thought, as much as I don't like to do it, if the legislature compelled them to kind of open up, they would have no choice. I've been in the legislature for 20 years, and this goes back to former Governor Rowland and former OPM secretaries, and you don't see it on camera, you don't hear it in testimony, but you get the real strong sense many times that there's a limit as to how much people can say. And so we have a co-equal responsibility to Connecticut's public, no matter where the state parks are. And I think over the last year, we've all been able to kind of run on the benefits of the parks and have to deal with the fallout of the condition of the parks. And so I thank you for being here and testifying in support of it. And like you, I want to work with the agency. I want to work with this administration, just like I wanted to work with others to try and find the right balance. But it can't be continuing to reduce personnel at the cost of these real jewels that were, as I was saying to Senator Cohen the other day via text message, many people in the state of Connecticut left most of this real estate to the state of Connecticut. Rocky Neck State Park, I believe, was a gift of Litchfield Morris residents. Topsmead State Park was a gift of the Chase family. And so we have an obligation here, and it's not up to an individual, one single governor, to be able to stymie that effort to keep it all up. So again, thank you for being here, and I'm hopeful the bill will pass.
Thank you very much for raising the bill and for your appreciation of a really critical subject. Without the ability for DEEP to have the people in place to maintain parks, forests, wildlife management areas, that's just the kind of thing that can't be done remotely. It's done by people on the ground, boots on the ground, and I really appreciate your ensuring that this question will be asked and hopefully answered.
Thank you, Eric. Seeing no other questions, we're going to move on to Kelsey Wentling, followed by Nancy Alderman.
Thank you.
Kelsey Wentling, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Senator Cohen and Representative Gresco, ranking members Minor and Harding, and honorable members of the Environment Committee. My name is Kelsey Wentling. I use she and her pronouns, and I'm here today on behalf of the Connecticut River Conservancy. And I'm here to testify in support of Senate Bill 1037 and Senate Bill 1031. Starting with 1037, I know we've heard a lot of testimony about the bill already today, so I want to offer the perspective of what we're seeing from the Connecticut River. Each year, we host the largest cleanup in all of New England. Our volunteers go out to their rivers and they pick up thousands of bottles. Every year, beverage containers are the most collected or one of the most collected items that we find. In my written testimony, I cite some research that demonstrates that where container deposits are in place, there is a direct decrease in containers littered in those areas. When the bottle bill is expanded further to include more types of containers, it reduces this litter even more. In front of this Environment Committee, I want to ask that we acknowledge that costs to the environment are also very real costs. Littered containers can release toxins, break down into microplastics, and degrade water quality. And all of these things have corresponding economic costs down the road. Though this has been an issue for decades, technological improvements and educational campaigns have yet to reduce the number of bottles we're finding in our rivers. Finally, about 1/5 of the bottles we found last year were nips. When we find them in or near the river, we're not finding just a couple of nips. We're finding them by the dozens and we're finding them by the hundreds. We need an incentive for people to return these nip bottles. I also want to speak in support of Senate Bill 1031, which relates to a certificate program for road salt applicators. The USGS in Connecticut conducted a multi-year study to look at the potential effect of road salt application on the quality of streams near I-95. After assessing 4 watersheds in the area, USGS found that sites within more urbanized watersheds had higher concentrations of chloride. They linked this correlation to higher percentage of impervious cover and so greater application of road salt. A lot of juvenile fish species hatch and grow up in the spring, starting right about now, which is also when the study reported an uptick in chloride levels as snow and residual salt melts into the rivers. While I do support this bill, I think the language needs to be broadened. The bill requires a report on goals and recommendations to reduce the impact of salt on private wells and public drinking water supplies. This language should also be rewritten to include surface and groundwaters, where we know road salts impacts these freshwater ecosystems. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelsey, very much. Can you just elaborate a little bit on that very last point you made about the road surfaces, please? Because I know you were
Yes.
trying to respect the 3-minute mark, which I appreciate, but I think that bears some explanation.
Sure. So the bill speaks specifically to private wells and public drinking water supplies, but it makes no mention of surface water and groundwater. And as actually previous testimony identified, there are certain issues that we're concerned about sodium chloride getting into these freshwater ecosystems and disrupting them with impacts for the species that live and thrive there.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Are there any questions from anybody on the committee? Don't see any. Thank you, Kelsey, for your time and your wonderful advocacy. Next up, I'd like to ask, please, Nancy Alderman to come and join us. Nancy, are you with us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we
I
can.
just unmuted. Okay, fine, thank you. And I don't see myself, but
Yeah.
oh wait, maybe I'll do that. Does that
There you are.
work?
There you are.
Okay, all right. I'm glad to be with you. I'm here to talk about the bottle bill. And I have listened since 10 o'clock this morning to all the testimonies. And I just want to say a part of the bottle bill never got discussed at all. And that upsets me a great deal. There are two reasons to expand this bottle bill. One has been, which is to get all these bottles out of the waste stream. But the other part that is equally important is the plastic issue. And that hasn't been addressed at all. And it's extremely important. So we all know that we're in a plastic epidemic. And that means that when plastic gets into the oceans or whatever, it breaks down to microplastics, that the fish eat it. We are now eating the fish. And in a state that allows sludge to be used as fertilizer, the microplastics are in the soil and are getting taken up by food. So plastics are a problem and they are affecting health. So let's now look at the bottle bill. So the bottle bill now does not take in juices. If you go down the aisle, I don't know how many of you shop in a grocery store, but juices take up an entire aisle. They are all in plastic. They are not now in the bottle bill. Now, if you go down the iced tea aisle, they are the whole aisle of iced tea. Most, not all, are in plastic. If you go to the sports drink aisle, it's a whole aisle, and those are all in plastic. We have got to get that into the bottle bill. They have got to include the iced teas, the juices, and the sports drinks. We do not need the liquor bottles. They are glass. They should not be included in this bill. Glass has a value, and there should later be a glass bill where the glass can be collected separately, but not now. That's not now. Now we need a bottle bill that extends itself to get all this plastic out of the waste stream, which is enormous. It's enormous and is costing our towns a great deal of money. And it's also affecting health. And so I don't know why, because it's been hours and hours of testimony. I'm not sure I understand why there was a disconnect to this. And also, Representative O'Day comes from New Canaan and Wilton. Those people care greatly about plastic. In fact, New Canaan, I'll just finish the sentence. Can I finish the sentence? I don't know. Well, I don't care.
You can wrap it up, Ms. Alderman. Thank you.
Excuse me?
Go ahead and finish your sentence.
Oh, okay. What I was going to say is that New Canaan passed a single plastic bag bill. They cared so much about reducing plastic, and Wilton really cares about it. This bottle bill will reduce plastic enormously, and he's representing towns that really care about this. And I'm surprised that he's so against it. I was shocked by his testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Alderman. I don't know that Representative O'Day. I'll let him speak for himself. I don't know that he said that he's against it, but I'll let him speak for himself. I see his hand up, but first we'll go to Ranking Member Representative Harding.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I'll let Representative O'Day speak for himself, but I think, and I do appreciate your testimony. Thank you. But the one thing I'll say is that just because there's questions and we're trying to decipher how this is going to work, which is completely complex. We've had very intelligent people on many sides of this issue present their issues with this particular bill and the complexities of it. Does not mean someone is against or for the environment or plastics or anything like that. And I would certainly advise anybody to caution in insinuating a person feels one way or the other on a particular issue because they're asking questions on possibly one of the most complex issues this committee is going to be addressing all session. So I'll just leave my comments to that. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Harding. Representative O'Day.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman. I appreciate it. And Ms. Alderman, I greatly appreciate your testimony. And I am actually in favor of a bill to fix the bottle situation. This has been too long of a problem. And I actually am in favor of a bill to make the system better. And I'm hoping to work with our chairwoman and chairman and members of the industry that are involved. I am absolutely in favor of a bill to fix the bottle bill. So if I gave that impression, I certainly didn't mean to. I was in favor of the plastic bag ban in New Canaan, and so I am absolutely in favor. I just am hopeful that we include people at the table that haven't yet, I think, had enough of an input on the current legislation. So, but I'm confident in working with the chairs that we can make this bill better, and we can certainly improve the situation. So, and I do feel terrible that it's 8:30 and we're only getting halfway through the testimony. But I do want to make it better, and I do want to get plastics out of it. I don't use plastic cups anymore. I try to stay away from it. I use my metal drinking, and so I am very much pro-environment. So anyway, sorry everybody, and thank you for your testimony, ma'am.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to hear what you had to say. That makes me very happy. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you, Ms. Alderman, as always, for your kind testimony and advocacy for the environment.
I just want one more thing. We've done a lot of work on NIPS. We are 10 physicians and public health professionals, and one of us has done a lot of work on NIPS. And if anybody has questions on NIPS, I sure would like to answer them.
Thank you, Ms. Alderman. I think committee members will be, well advised to contact you if they have further questions on the bill. So appreciate that, and again, appreciate your time and testimony tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Kat Fiedler, followed by Janine Getz, followed by Shahil Kentasaria. Hi, Kat, welcome.
Hi, thank you, Senator Cohen, and good evening, distinguished members of the Environment Committee. My name is Kat Fiedler, and I'm a staff attorney with Save the Sound. I'm here to testify on Senate Bill 924, which calls for necessary preparations for the upcoming 2022 retirement cliff that will impact DEEP's ability to protect and improve our environmental resources and public health. As you know, all state agencies are poised to suffer from significant retirements prior to July 2022, with an average of 40% of all state employees eligible to retire and significant disincentives to delay that retirement. DEEP 2 will be subject to such retirements, as Eric stated earlier. There could be upwards of 26% of DEEP staff leaving the department by that time. And this cannot be exploited as an opportunity to find budget savings through reduced staffing. Save the Sound is concerned with DEEP's ability to fulfill its critical environmental enforcement role, both within environmental quality and environmental conservation branches. Enforcement is inherently resource intensive, and it does require people. The hiring and training of enforcement staff must be prioritized. In fact, it could take 3 to 7 years for enforcement staff to be independent and effective due to the complexities and direct knowledge the roles require. So we may already be behind in preparing for this. DEEP has already consistently been asked to do more with less, as you know as well. This bill acknowledges this by calling for the consideration of cuts and impacts that are already baked into DEEP's resources today. The status quo is already not good enough when we consider the enormous environmental challenges that we face. And I truly commend DEEP and its great staff for being able to achieve such environmental outcomes with its growing responsibilities despite these resource limitations. But these constraints, only to be further aggravated, are not without consequence. And even when we see environmental progress that has been sustained, there could be soon a breaking point. SB 924 highlights the important planning needed, and DEEP has begun to prepare for this retirement cliff, and deference should be given to DEEP staff in managing under limited resources. But it's also clear that more can be done. DEEP has cited the statewide review for efficiencies, but that review and any directives won't capture the particular nuance of DEEP's responsibilities and resource needs. Preparation needs to be done at the programmatic and departmental levels, and any such efforts undertaken thus far have not been transparent to the public. The 20 by 20 initiative included a goal related to succession planning, but upon that initiative's conclusion, it did not include any detailed outcomes beyond participation in that statewide survey. It's also critical, as Senator Minor stated, that the legislature be fully informed about the impacts of these retirements and resource cuts. The legislature has the authority to support DEEP's functioning through budgetary decisions and other legislative directives. And this committee in particular must also be aware of the solutions available when presented with proposed environmental rollbacks rooted in resource concerns, as you see every single session. The cliff is looming, and potentially an environmental cliff as well, and change is inevitable, but we can still make sure that DEEP has the resources it needs to protect the environment. I will add that in my written testimony, I do provide a link to a longer report prepared by Save the Sound on this issue, and I appreciate your attention to this critical juncture that we're at. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Kat, for your testimony. And I agree, we have to be mindful as we head towards that precipice. Anybody, or precipice, wow, it's late tonight. I thought that sounded wrong as it came out. We'll see what else I say as the evening goes on. Is there anybody who has any questions? Nope, no questions or comments. Thanks so much, Kat, appreciate it. All right, is Janine Getz with us? I don't see her. We'll come back if needed. Next we have Shahil Kantasarian, followed by Susan Collins, followed by Ann Godwin. Shahil, am I pronouncing your name correctly?
Yes, Sahil. Yep.
Welcome.
Good evening, everyone. I've also been on since 10 a.m. My name is Sahil Kandasaria. I'm a Redemption Center owner, probably the only owner on so far. I think we only heard from industry professionals. But a little bit about myself. I started working at my Redemption Center at age 12. I'm 31. So I've worked 18 years in the Redemption Center industry, probably the most on this phone call regarding the bottle bill and the redemptions. In 1980, when the bottle bill kicked off, the minimum wage in Connecticut was $3.10. Newsflash, in 2021, the minimum wage will be $13. That is a 319% increase in just your labor cost. And guess how much increase we've gotten in the handling fee since? A big old zero. Show me one business model that your labor rate can go up 300% and your bottom line can't go up even a 1/10%. None. You'd be out of business. So what do the redemption centers do? We specialize in taking in bottles and cans and containers that the grocery stores and liquor stores don't want to take. We're the most convenient way to deposit your bottles. We take virtually every single bottle, probably 98% of them that are out there, even the oddballs that no store wants to touch. Our average receipt at our center is about $35. Like I said before, we're much faster than the RVMs. We can have customers bring in 1,000 bottles. They'll be out in about 2 minutes. Representative O'Day's bottles will take care of them in about 20 seconds. They'll be walking out the door. You won't have to wait in the line. So we specialize in fast containers, moving containers fast. 50% of the consumers that come to our redemption centers are minorities, and they're underprivileged minorities. They use this money to pay for gas, put food on the table. We have, elder citizens that the Social Security is just not cutting it anymore. There's Boy Scout troops, fundraising groups, First Robotic groups out of all sorts of high schools. We have the Southington Robotics team. We have football teams. So the bottle bill supports more than just the average citizen. There's civic groups, there's underprivileged, there's even people just looking to do the good thing and just return your bottles. But the handling fee at its $0.50 isn't going to cut it. We need that $0.50 increase to really make this viable. Me and my partners are ready. We already have plans in place to open another 10 to 15 redemption centers. We have $250,000 machinery already placed coming in South Windsor in a couple months. So we're already there. We just need this bill to pass, and we will have 10 to 15 centers scattered throughout the state. We will own this market. We're ready to move. We just need this legislation to move. I've been at lobbying for the last 6 years on this topic. So the handling is one piece of it. Another piece, I got a live demo here. This Red Bull container over here, I think my virtual background is not working, but when it comes to the expansion, let me see if I can get rid of this real quick. I guess can't, but basically I'm holding a Red Bull container here, and right next to it is a Costco coffee container. They're essentially the same containers, except one of them has no 5-cent deposit on it and the other does. Let's just say we get tens of thousands of these containers that show up a week at our redemption center, probably in the neighborhood of 1 to 2 tons. instead of actually getting redeemed, they just get garbaged. So we're throwing away containers that show up to the redemption centers every day. These Gatorades, these fruit juices, iced teas, coffee cans, that we literally just junk them. They do not get recycled because there's no 5-cent deposit on it, and we're not legally obligated to take them.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I see you have a couple of questions. Representative O'Day, followed by Representative Gresco.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And sir, thank you so much for your testimony and sticking around. Where's your, I see that you're from New Britain. Where are your redemption centers or center?
So I'm speaking on behalf of my center, but I also speak on behalf of the other 8 redemption centers that are in the Hartford County. My redemption center is personally located in New Britain.
Okay. Any plans to move, to have one down in Fairfield County or close to New Canaan?
At the penny and a half, absolutely not. I don't think anyone can make that.
No, just to be
case
clear,
for any redemption.
yeah, no, I am very much in favor of raising the redemption to 3.5 cents. And so I am, and in fact, I probably could be convinced to go a little higher. But my point is, you know, what do you think with, if it's 3.5 cents, would you, do you think that there would be more redemption centers closer in Fairfield County?
I think 3.5 cents, like I said, Fairfield County and New Haven County are pretty much untapped territories. Most of the redemption centers, I believe there's 12 of us around. There's 8 of us in Hartford. There's 1 down in Stratford. There's 1 in New Haven. So I think the next hotbed's probably going to be in the Fairfield and New Haven counties where we'd be starting our expansion first, because the Hartford County is already kind of saturated in terms of redemptions.
Well, hoping we get that, get down in Fairfield County, and I promise you I will support that increase in the redemption handling fee. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative O'Day. Representative Gresco, my co-chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sahil, you answered one of my questions already. Is you know, would you be willing to expand if we increase the handling fee? But I had a question about your day-to-day operations, and if this bill goes through, and at some point the redemption value of what you're paying to your customer goes from a nickel to a dime. One day it's going to happen. In other words, I'm saving up all of my bottles because I know in a month it's going to go from a nickel to a dime. Would you be able to handle that increase in the outflow of money from your establishment?
Yeah, I mean, at the current rate, I mean, you've seen what Fed Jerome Powell is doing with the money. You could basically go into a bank and get money at near zero rates as a business. So we don't see any issue of carrying heavy capital costs and going from the 5 cent to 10 cent when it comes to our capital expenditures.
That's my question. So I wanted to find out. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. I think Representative Mashinsky has her hand up, followed by Senator Minor.
Sahil, I wanted to ask you a question brought up by the graduate student, Mr. Reyes, who talked about there wasn't any redemption centers in Hartford, downtown Hartford. Do you think you could put one there in the dense urban center? If
So I was kind of
had the
confused
3.5
by
cent
sorry
handling
to
fee?
cut you off. I was kind of confused when he mentioned that. Hartford's probably the only city that has 3 redemption centers in it. So I was kind of confused when he said there was no redemption centers. It's probably the only city in all of Connecticut that has 3 of them there. So there's one in East Hartford, there's one in Hartford, and there's one in West Hartford.
Okay, is the one in Hartford accessible if you do not have a car?
I think it's on a major street. Like I said, a lot of our customers actually they either take the bus, they walk. There's the shopping cart collectors that, you know, kind of make a full day job out of just collecting cans and bottles. So most of our places are pretty accessible by even if you weren't driving, you could still get there.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so that was kind of where I was going to go. It seems to me that the issue isn't necessarily just of convenience. It's about whether all populations have the same access to get their nickel back. If I drive from Litchfield to Hartford to the Capitol, sometimes I would go over 44, 202 Albany Avenue and then cut through. And you'll see a couple of gas stations, some very small grocery stores. But it certainly doesn't appear to me that there's anywhere to really redeem that nickel. And we've had at least 2 people testify that that's their concern, that it is in essence, it's a stranded cost of a bottled drink because that's predominantly what's available to them. They don't have the same availability. Many of them live in kind of a food desert area anyway. So what would your vision be in terms of how we might help some of those folks that feel that way? I mean, it's certainly not going to walk over a bridge to cross over the Connecticut River to go to East Hartford.
So you're talking when it comes to where to place these redemption centers, or how do we make it even more convenient? I think we're already offering a pretty convenient system. Like I said, we had accept all containers, almost 98% of them. Our hours are pretty long compared to the RVM operators. We don't impose any of those 150 container limits that most of the grocery store operators went to during the coronavirus pandemic. Actually, at the height of the pandemic, our redemption centers were redeeming over 100,000 containers a day. You know, we were pumping out volume while putting our lives at risk in the height of the virus and our employees' lives.
So through you, Madam Chair, I'm not trying to make this your problem, and I'm not trying to blame you for where we are. I'm trying to get a better understanding about what the expansion options are, the opportunities might be, as we look at the next phase of our Connecticut policies. And it sounds to me like one consideration needs to be people that are not as able to transport and make use of redemption centers. I take what you're saying, that you have one and you think it's relatively centric to what people in Hartford might need, but it's not what people in Hartford think, perhaps. Is there room for more if there was more money in it?
I think there's plenty of room for more. I'm only speaking of Hartford because that's the county that most of the redemption centers serve in. I think we'd willingly be in other counties, but at $0.50, we could barely keep, like I said, we reduced our staff count by 50% during the height of the pandemic. We were working 12 to 14-hour days just to process the volume because we can't onboard even one more employee at the current minimum wage Connecticut has. And it goes up $1 till it hits 15. You're not going to make any money at 1.5. You're barely going to keep the doors open. So unless we're talking 3.5 or higher, you're not going to see anything.
And I guess I just want to be clear, and based on your experience, there isn't room for another redemption facility in, let's say, downtown Hartford, in addition to the one that you currently have open.
So I don't personally own the one in downtown Hartford. It's a colleague. I don't think he'd have an issue if there's another one downtown. I think the city of Hartford, there's enough population there that you could sustain another redemption center.
At the right amount of money.
At the right amount. It all comes back to, it's not like we're making a killing in this living. We just need to make enough to even keep the doors and our employees paid.
I got you. Thank you. Thanks for being here.
Thank you, Senator. And thank you, sir, for your testimony this evening.
Thank you, everyone.
All right. We have Susan Collins, followed by Ann Godwa, followed by Manish Modi. Susan, welcome.
Good evening. Thank you, Chairs Cohen and Gresco and members of the committee. I'm Susan Collins, president of the Container Recycling Institute. We're a nonprofit that studies packaging recycling programs, and we're in support of 1037. We also maintain a database of beverage container statistics. And so in choosing what to talk about today, I hope to talk about some things that will add to the conversation. And believe it or not, there are some provisions of this bill that we haven't talked about yet today. So I'm going to cover two things really. The perspective on the size of the expansion and the 4 stages of the architecture of the bill. So first, on the size of expansion, it's actually more modest than people seem to be talking about today. The coverage of the existing program in terms of total beverages that are sold in the state 77% of them are currently covered by the program. Now, the program is underachieving in terms of redemption rate. So the capture rate is only 39%, and it really should be about double that. But let's start there with just the coverage of the existing program is about 77%. Then when the first expansion goes forward in 2022, adding non-carbonated beverages and NIPS, that would give you another 12% of the containers that are sold in the state. Then the last expansion in 2024 to wine and spirits would bring in another 4% of the beverages that are sold in the state. That's by unit count, 4% of the beverages. What's important about that, though, is that those containers are 33% by weight of all the beverages that are sold in the state. And that's why the municipalities are so interested in that part of it, because of the glass weight, the heavy bottles that they don't have a good market for unless they're handled in this very, very clean way. So that's the perspective on the size of expansion. The other thing that I wanted to mention was the architecture of the bill, how it goes forward in 4 stages, and how the sequence of the changes is critical. The architecture is designed to build new recycling access points quickly. And again, it's very thoughtful, the order of things. So the first one, stage 1, in July of 2021, first, there would be an increase in the handling fee. This will help new facilities open up, and the redemption rate will likely increase a little bit. It immediately adds revenue sharing with distributors on the first day of this new change in the program, in the first stage. It would have a positive impact on jobs starting in 2021. It also adds the possibility of bag drop, which we haven't talked about today at all, and improves manual take back and has enforcement for manual take back. All of these things, the RVMs, the additional redemption centers, and I only got through stage 1.
Well, I do appreciate your testimony. Could you expand a little bit on how you think, in sort of a summative way, how you think all of these pieces can come together to solve the problem?
Right. The key is that it builds the infrastructure first. It gives money to the distributors first, and because it increases the handling fees first, it builds the infrastructure. All these frustrations that people have been talking about today about not having enough consumer convenience and not enough access, that's the first thing that gets put in place. Then that infrastructure is there when the expansion rolls around and when the deposit is increased from 5 cents to 10 cents. So stage 2 is the deposit value increases to 10 cents. Then stage 3 in July of 2022 is the expansion. So you've got a full year to let the infrastructure build. Then the expansion happens. Then the next level of expansion doesn't happen for 2 more years. So all this time is there for the infrastructure to be building and for people to not be so frustrated by this law.
Okay, I really appreciate your testimony. I don't see any questions from the committee, so thank you for your time tonight and your patience.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Ann Gadwa, followed by Manish Modi, followed by Donna Hansey. Welcome, Ann.
Hi, welcome. It's nice to see everybody. Good evening, Senator Cohen, Representative Gresco, ranking members, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Ann Gadwa, and I am the Advocacy and Outreach Organizer with Sierra Club Connecticut. On behalf of our 40,000 members and supporters here in the state, I thank you for the opportunity today to testify in favor of Senate Bill 926, Senate Bill 930, and Senate Bill 1037. As you know, Connecticut is facing an unmanageable and unsustainable waste stream that threatens human health, our ecosystems, and our environment. Toxic pollution created by trash incinerators is often disproportionately borne by environmental justice communities. The following bills would make a significant contribution to lowering the amount of material in our waste stream and addressing these problems. Beginning with Senate Bill 926, we strongly support this bill. PFAS is a forever chemical that's alarmingly prevalent in our environment, our wildlife, and in human bodies. They're a hazard to human health with potential health effects, including liver damage, asthma, infertility, decreased response to vaccines, and risks to pregnancies and newborn babies. We should be limiting our exposure as much as possible. Studies show that most Americans get exposed to PFAS through their diets, so limiting our citizens' exposure to this unhealthy and pervasive chemical by banning it from food packaging is something we should absolutely do. There are plenty of other safe and affordable types of food packaging that can be utilized. This bill should absolutely pass to protect our citizens and our environment from the dangers of PFAS chemicals. We support Senate Bill 930 with a couple added recommendations. Connecticut should absolutely be supporting any municipality that wants to start a curbside compost collections in their town, and we are encouraged to see this bill would support a pilot program for just that. We're glad that the 2013 food waste language is being updated, but we'd like to see the language of the bill amended. Industries such as universities, hospitals, food courts, and stadiums should be required to send their organic waste to a compost facility as well. There should be no geographic limits on the proximity to said composting facilities, and the threshold should be lowered from 52 to 26, lowered to 26 tons per year. This would significantly reduce the amount of food waste in our waste stream. Finally, we strongly support HB 1037. Our original bottle bill was revolutionary at its time as a way to reduce litter and encourage recycling. And now in 2021, it is facing some challenges that need to be addressed. The 5-cent deposit fails to create an incentive to recycle. Incomplete coverage of beverage containers leaves millions of them in our waste stream at a high cost to municipalities. And there's a lack of convenient redemption options and insufficient handling fees to support the program. This bill would address some of those issues. 10-cent deposit is much more of an incentive to redeem these beverage containers. Expanding the types of containers that have the deposit both gets them out of the waste stream and reduces the litter and pollution they create. Increasing the handling fee can benefit retailers and redemption centers, and this bill could modernize and strengthen our recycling infrastructure, which protects our environment, human health, and saves the state and municipalities. We urge the committee to pass this bill. I thank you for the opportunity to testify here today and for raising these important bills, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks so much, Ann. Nicely done. And I appreciate your time, testimony, and advocacy. I don't see any questions from the committee. So thanks again.
Yeah, thank you. Good luck the rest of the night.
Thank you.
Keep up the good work.
Right, next we have Manish Modi, followed by Donna Hampsey, followed by Kip. Our friend Kip. Is it? I think we have number 51 here. So I think we're going to skip and go to Donna with CCM. Welcome. Thanks for your patience, Donna.
Hi, good evening, and thank you all for your patience. I've been with you since 10 a.m., so I am sure you're all just really excited to hear from me as another speaker on the bills before you. So Senator Cohen, Senator Minor, Representatives Gresco and Harding, I appreciate the opportunity to testify before you this evening on a couple of bills before you: Senate Bill 928, Senate Bill 930, and Senate Bill 1037. CCM would like to begin its comments by just first offering Commissioner Katie Dykes and the entire staff at DEEP many thanks for engaging municipalities in conversations within the Connecticut Coalition for Sustainable Materials Management over the last year, with a real focus on trying to find solutions to the state's waste management crisis. Additionally, we would like to thank all of you for offering the opportunity for us to really work through these proposals and potential solutions through the legislative process. CCM supports expansions within Senate Bill 1037 to the deposit law in Connecticut and recommends adding language to ensure that any new revenue is protected and recycled, the pun is intended, back into the system, and to support important infrastructure and process improvements as one piece of the greater menu of solutions that the state must consider to mitigate waste management, the rising waste management costs. Specifically, CCM supports and thanks the committee for including liquor and wine bottles this year. We would also encourage the committee, and we have made these points before DEEP, to eliminate glass from the stream altogether. We feel that it's critical as a state that we seriously consider a source-separated system for glass to not only alleviate costs to communities, but to also assist in reducing contamination to the stream. Including beverages, glass beverages in the bottle bill is one step to removing the glass, but we think that we can go further by, again, creating a source-separated system for glass. Additionally, CCM supports to find solutions for the removal of organic waste from municipal solid waste stream, And while we understand that there are many complexities around the organics removal, CCM would like to just caution that the devil is in the details, and that we really want to ensure that any conversations around organics really takes into consideration, or at least ensures, that towns are not saddled with expensive hauling costs for source separation and curbside collection of organics. CCM and its membership continues to stand ready to be at the table to discuss this and the many menu of options presented by the CCSMM and by this committee over the course of the next couple of months. Let's not allow perfection to be the enemy of progress here. It is critical that we explore ways to establish new markets in the state as an economic development opportunity, get serious about removing glass and organics from their stream. We must implement small but significant changes to our current system now, and CCM encourages the committee to support these bills before you as first steps in that progress. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks so much, Donna. I see Representative Mashinsky has a question for you. Representative.
Hey, Donna, I'm trying to see what you're hinting at here. Are you hinting that CCM would approve of a second bin that would just be for glass? Is that what you're hinting at?
We had a lot of conversation around the table about this, and yes, I think ultimately, if opportunities to source separate were real, like for example, I know in Milford, Simple Recycling picks up textiles. They have a contract with Oak Hill, and Ben Blake was explaining that Simple Recycling comes and picks up textiles curbside. And they do that obviously because the textiles have value, and so they do it for free. So in this case, I guess really what we're trying to consider is a source separated system, but one again that doesn't leave us with the cost of hauling it, but instead it creates some value with glass. For example, with urban mining and them being, coming into the state, we think there's a real opportunity there to at least start there.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So how much confidence do you have that when we take the next step in this process, increase fees, increase rates, that the state is going to keep its hands off the money?
That's a really good question, Senator Minor, and one that my members are pretty concerned about. I think that's why we were really specific about adding or encouraging the addition of language to protect those funds. We are not very confident that the funds won't be swept by the state.
So one of the things that I was intrigued about by the Oregon model was the state actually steps away from that responsibility, and that the internal components of solid waste management, especially as it comes to materials hauling, really gets vested with a nonprofit whose sole responsibility is to improve the program. The Pink Care program, and I've been critical of Pink Care from the standpoint of the amount of money it seems to raise, other than that, seems to work pretty well. I mean, I don't hear anyone squawking that there are paint cans all over the place, and to a great extent, they're not even part of the household hazardous waste landscape anymore, and they used to be a predominant subject of household hazardous waste. Would CCM be willing to talk about an alternative solution that provided the same opportunities for municipalities, perhaps even better, and what I think is an important disconnect with Connecticut's general fund over a period of years?
So we are, without having spoken to my membership, I will say that the Oregon model obviously has come up many times as another option to our current system. And in all honesty, we've never really delved into it in real detail as a viable option, and not for any other reason but that we've just been consumed by the CCSMM process. But that's not to say that we were approached by the American Bottle Association about their proposal, and are currently, reviewing that and trying to understand what their model would look like. So I don't think that we're opposed to finding a solution. And just as long as, we're always concerned and want to be at the table when decisions are made, or at least having some say in what's going on, or at least not even just a say. I mean, I guess more just being at the table to be heard. That's all. If there was a not-for-profit that took over the system.
And so, in crafting the title for 1037, it was really an attempt to acknowledge that this is a bigger deal than just the bottle bill.
Mm-hmm.
And, from my prior municipal history, it's been an issue for a long time. And it just seems to me that I'm excited by the fact that we're having this conversation. Even in the COVID environment, it has given us an opportunity to think about the possibilities. I would just as soon see us perhaps take a look at an alternative concept that provided a little more surety, to my mind, than what the state of Connecticut seems to offer so far. So I'm happy to hear that you'd be willing to participate in that conversation. I get a sense that Representative O'Day may be kind of spearheading that process for our caucus, and I'm willing to work with him in that process as well. And then at the same time, with the other committee leadership, to try and see if we can hammer out a bill that shores up our redemption center issue currently, and then looks at some of these other commodities maybe a little bit differently. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator Weiner.
Thank you, Senator Weiner. Yes, I'll look forward to those discussions. And thank you so much, Donna, for your time and testimony.
Thank you. Have a good night, everyone.
You too. I am going to, I see Diane Lewis has joined us, I believe. I hope she didn't fall off again. I know that she was having some trouble.
I think she might have renamed herself. I do see a Diane Lewis without the number in front of her.
Oh, okay. Okay. Diane, you'll be up next. Are you with us?
Can you hear me?
Yes. So Diane, you're up next, followed by Kit Kolosinskas, and followed by Janice Fleming Butler. Welcome, Diane.
Hi. Good evening, Chairman Christine Cohen and Chairman Joseph Gresco and members of the committee. My name is Diane Lewis. I am a mother, grandmother, case manager for a reentry program, and lifelong resident of Hartford. I'm also the communications director for the Voices of Women of Color. I'm speaking to you today in opposition of Bill 1037. When I was a young mother on welfare living in the city housing project, in order to maximize my food stamps, I knew I had to travel to the closest suburb to buy groceries. I would take the bus to West Hartford and take a cab back home. I know you're wondering why I had to travel so far. It was because the smaller neighborhood stores couldn't compete price-wise with the major food chains. Over the years, my situation changed and my children grew up, but accessibility to food stayed the same. Some people call it a food desert, but it's not. That would suggest that being able to access healthy and affordable food is natural. It's not. It's a social and economic issue. What we're experiencing in Hartford is food apartheid. I oppose any bill that would increase the price of groceries and beverages. Low-income families, mostly brown and Black, will feel the most impact. This bill would add further hardship to families that are already suffering in the worst way. Also, as I said earlier, I am a case manager for a reentry program. So I work in workforce development, and we have a workforce development plan, and it does not include a redemption bottle center. So I would scrap the whole bill and come back to the community and decide and let our input and listen to some of our input on this bill and what harm it would do to us. I'd like to thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Diane, for your time and your testimony this evening. I appreciate your patience, and I do not see any questions from the committee, so you have a good night.
Thank you, you too.
Okay, next we have Kip Kolasinskas, followed by Janice Fleming Butler, followed by Patricia Taylor. Welcome, Kip.
Great, thank you. I apologize for a broken camera. Dear Co-Chair Senator Cohen and Representative Gresco and esteemed members of the Environment Committee, I appreciate this opportunity to submit testimony in support of HB 6498 with some revisions. I have also supplied written testimony. My name is Kip Kolasinskas. I'm co-chair of the Working Lands Alliance. I'm also a member of the Connecticut Council on Environmental Quality and a professional soil scientist and conservationist for the last 40 years. I appreciate the intent of 6498 to ensure that the state does not continue to incentivize an activity that directly contradicts the efforts to protect Connecticut's most valuable farmland and is inconsistent with some of our other state policy goals. Connecticut has ambitious climate goals and is making good progress in reducing greenhouse gas emissions through a range of activities, including increasing the share of renewables. We do need to keep in mind that the real goal is not cheap renewable energy, regardless of the consequences, but sustainability to maintain a quality of life for all species now and for future generations. This legislation, as well as other actions, can help us consider the unintended consequences of our current energy and climate strategies and the possible trade-offs to consider. Without changes, Connecticut's current policies and regulations will result in thousands of acres of most productive and climate resilient land being converted to large-scale solar arrays. Conversely, the pandemic and climate emergencies have shown that Connecticut and the region's food system supply chains are fragile. Investing in a sustainable local food system with our farmland as an important part will aid in the state's efforts to become more resilient. In a changing climate, the Northeast will be one of the few regions most suitable for agriculture and people. Our forests and farmland are part of our green infrastructure and critical to maintaining a healthy environment. Our Connecticut's farm fields are only about 5% of our state's use, and less than that is prime and important farmland soils, our best soils. 6498 is the first of many steps that we can take to support more rigorous review of solar siting. So some of the pieces are that we would like to see, and what's listed, and I agree with, is to lower the review threshold to 1 megawatt and 65 and greater. So that closes a loophole or a gap that currently exists. And the bill also appropriately puts the onus on decommissioning on the developer, not a landowner. And this is probably a requirement we should have for other commercial and industrial developments. Respectfully ask the committee to consider some additions of changing the language where it talks about DEEP and Department of Ag looking at material effects, of changing that to substantial adverse environmental impacts. Also, that a siting council should have a representative that understands ag and forest and establish a greenfields conversion solar mitigation fund. We also certainly support some efforts on a stakeholder process to improve our permitting in Connecticut. If passed, this will be one of the first steps the state can take to further Connecticut's efforts to protect farmland and forest land. Thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony for HB 6498. Thank you. And I also appreciate all of your attention and great questions. I've been here since 10 a.m. myself, so thank you.
Thank you, Kip. I appreciate it. Do you think there's any conflict with the farming community on this? I know that some of our farmers have been taking, portions of their fields that haven't been in use and putting up solar arrays. Do you think there's conflict there, or do you think that that's not what would be considered usable farmland?
Right. So there are a bunch of issues there. First of all, it's certainly possible that there may be portions of of a farm that would have less of an impact. There's also one of the things I work on the state is land access for new and beginning farmers and farmers who want to expand their business. We have a listing on Connecticut FarmLink of over 300 people that are looking for additional land to farm. So even if they're not interested in farming it, there's somebody that might be willing to farm it. There's also a misconception that a lot of the land that's going into solar leases is owned by farmers, and there are a lot of the land is actually owned by non-farmers, non-farming landowners. And by taking some of this land out of production, it basically creates competition for land in the community. And oftentimes beginning farmers get thrown off fields and it goes to farmers that can pay more. So it has a lot of unintended consequences and basically creates conflict. So there's a lot of issues there.
Okay. All right. I appreciate it. I think I'd like to have more conversation around
Sure.
that. Representative Gresko, my co-chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to dovetail off of your question, Kip, there are instances probably existing now where a farmer is financially just hanging on and wants to try to do the right thing and not sell to a condo developer, but wants to supplement his income by allowing an array to come on part of his property. I mean, there's no requirement for the farmer to even consider any of this if he wants to sell to a condo developer. So I'm just looking for a way to strike a balance between all this, because I wouldn't want to lose the whole thing when I could just, have maybe compromised and sacrificed half of it for a renewable energy source.
Yes, it's certainly possible that as part of a business or a succession plan that someone might consider that. And though I would say of the idea that, well, if it's not going to stay as farmland, and again, in Connecticut, we're fortunate to have alternatives of people that want to farm, and we have a very well-funded state farmland preservation program. So there are other options out there for people, and that there is also the potential there for, for potential co-use as some of the agricultural land. But if we're to go into development, we do have planning and zoning regulations for cluster development. So there may actually be more likelihood that the land gets able to be used for agriculture in a large scale development than perhaps if you put 100 of your 200 acres into a solar array. And I know that the solar community talks about, oh, well, it could be turned back into agricultural land. And if the right best management practices are used, that is a possibility. And though that's an unproven process, because nowhere in this country has actually anyone decommissioned a large scale solar array and tried to farm it again. So I think that, again, every family situation is different. And I would just want to make sure that they're aware of all of their options and of what the consequences, and from a state policy perspective, that we're not incentivizing putting this on land that is so precious and finite, and that we have other ways to help farmers that may be struggling or considering going out of business.
Thank you, Kip. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. All right, Kip, I don't see any other questions, so thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your time.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, next we have Janice Fleming Butler, followed by Patricia Taylor, followed by Sam King. Welcome, Janice.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair Cohen and Chairman Gresko and other distinguished members of the Environmental Committee. Thank you for having us this evening, and I hope during these trying times that you and your family have been safe and healthy. I want to get right into this thing and clean up some stuff on my first few minutes. Senator Milner, you was correct in asking Mr. Shahi in terms of proximity of given what the ladies, Kamora and all of the ladies from the Voices. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm from Strategic Outreach Solution, the only Black women-owned lobbying firm in the state of Connecticut. My client is Always, but most importantly, I'm a resident of the city of Hartford and work closely with all of the women you met this evening. Senator Minor, David did not misspeak. He may have mispronounced, but he did not misspeak. The redemption sitters that Mr. Shahi is referencing is in Hartford region, which means that South Meadows is not in any of the neighborhoods. In fact, the way we would have to go over the bridge to East Hartford to redeem the bottles is the same way we would have to go over the bridge to the South Meadows to redeem the bottles after taking 2 buses. So I don't know any woman with 4 or 5 kids that is going to be walking, because we're not in a community with people who have predominantly cars. And I think you'll hear more about that later, walking over a big bridge, past a prison, past a bellsman to redeem bottles that's going to bring in very little redemption, that it doesn't change our lives. A dime doesn't change our lives. We've heard the consistent testimonies about the food insecurities. And so I would challenge this committee to consider having large operators not frown upon urban communities, but in fact, go to urban communities, because the way our zoning laws are set up, there will be no redemption centers in communities and convenience stores. They don't have the square footage, and our new zoning laws don't allow it. I also want to go back to what Mr. Luis Rojas Rosado had said. And one of the things that Black women have learned to do in situations around environmental issues is to bring receipts. This morning, I went to Stop and Shop in Bloomfield. Here's the receipt. Here's what I paid. I went to Stop and Shop today in Bloomfield at 907, $319.21, and paid $4.26 for Dasani water, because I'm still confused on why we're talking about glass, unless our next step is to begin to put redemption on food jars. So I want to bring us back to plastic, because that's what we use in urban communities, and you can't buy water nor Gatorade in a bottle, in a glass. I bought this at Stop and Shop. I bought 2 sparkling waters, which was actually on sale, 2 for $1. And all of these things only cost me $4.32. I want to bring you back to 10 o'clock this morning when Kamora talked about buying food on Albany Avenue at a higher price. Here's the receipt for Albany Avenue. I wanted to respect the convenience store because it's not about them.
I just need to interrupt because the 3-minute timer went off.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Gaia. Can you just summarize maybe Janice in a second?
The cost in urban communities was $9.21. So it's not a figment of our imagination when we say we're paying a double cost up front. And when you put 10 cents on it, the convenience store is going to raise the prices. It is not a luxury to have a sports drink. It is the only choice we have. And so I oppose this bill. There has been many voices that you have never heard before. There needs to be diversity around this conversation. Mr. Lewis could not present his coalition.
So Janice, it looks like you're going to have some questions. So I think you'll have an opportunity. Senator Minor, followed by Representative Mashinsky.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you for being here, Janice. I'm trying to figure out how we can get at this issue of redemption statewide. I think when Rep. O'Day was talking with someone, I think the gentleman said that, in order to locate one of these facilities in downtown Fairfield County, let's say, you probably couldn't even do it with a redemption rate of $3.50 cents. Joe Gresco is going to collapse. And so I would imagine Hartford is the same way. Should should a target goal of locating opportunity like this be a part of a bill that we pass out of the Environment Committee, so it's not, it doesn't get kind of lost, I guess?
The problem, as I was stating about the zoning laws and why municipalities and private entities need to be at the table, is because we just went through a whole new zoning overhaul. And our zoning is requiring and looking for single family housings. We have over 20 NRZs that have plans already designed and are being implemented in the community. We have conversations with the Health Hub that is trying to bring in a larger operator. I don't see redemption centers fitting in this. And I'm surprised that we haven't talked about the health issues similar to what the package stores are experiencing, what will happen in urban communities given the density. Unless you have a system that can house them within the building, this is absolutely isn't going to work. And this is why we need larger grocery stores in urban communities. So to answer your question, I don't think we're even there yet, because the square footage in convenience stores will not allow a robust program. We have small stores that we're shopping out of. It would not allow the square footage for robust programs, and having them on the street, it doesn't make sense, and it doesn't stop litter. The kid who's going to the corner store to buy a juice, when he's walking down the street, and this is why I keep going back to the municipal issue, he's not holding that bottle till he goes to Stop and Shop. There's no, so we can talk about what's happened currently, and we could talk about what can't happen in the future until you deal with the food desert. It's a real conversation. There's no zoning, there's no space in terms of, and this is why it's in South Meadows. South Meadows is an industrial space next to a prison, and because our zoning laws don't allow that. So each municipality in and of itself have different zoning laws and different plans in terms of development. I heard economic development as one of the solutions for redemption centers. That wouldn't work here, because our economic plan in North Hartford and everywhere else is about housing, and it's about shared spacing. There's no economic discussion, and no one's going to want to, you're going to get more pushback than us. No one's going to want to scrap their plan to bring in jobs that people are assuming that we want. The job, the gentleman said, brings it to $13. The state a few years ago required $15. The plans in the city of Hartford requires that people are paid between $15 and $20. So why would we opt for jobs that's $13 and we still aren't redeeming the bottles? This committee, we're at 60% of redemption. It's not going to go to 80% when you put 10 cents on it. Our seniors are not bringing these bottles back. They can't carry them. We're not bringing them back because we have children and no transportation. So this benefits redemption centers. This clearly benefits the state general funding, but it impacts the people we are talking about, especially in a time of a pandemic. So no, I'm sorry, Mr. Milner. Senator Minor, we're not there yet. I've been here since 10 o'clock this morning. We're simply not here yet. People have not done an outreach and included enough people in the community who are impacted the most in the conversation. And, I listened to Deep this morning. I listened to the director of Citizen Campaign for Environment. No one's checking for us, because here's the thing. Had he done the outreach, the group, the Voices of Women of Color, Urban League, Blue Hills, all of them would have known about this, and they have not. So there's tons of work to do. This bill is not ready for anything. And let's not get to the unit-based pricing. We'll save that because we'll be back for that. That will not work as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Minor. Nice seeing you, by the way.
Thank you, Senator Minor. Representative Mashinsky, followed by Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Janice, I appreciate what you're saying. I used to live in Hartford when I was.
It was very different then.
Well, it still didn't have a big supermarket, so I used to have to go out of town like you did to get my groceries. But when you bring home a full bottle, it's heavier than when you take back an empty bottle. And I was still able to take back my empties and return them. They're much lighter weight than the ones I brought home that had liquid in them. And in my Stop and Shop, in my area of the state, it does have a reverse vending machine. You just feed the things in there.
How lucky are you?
Well, are you saying the Bloomfield Stop and Shop does not have a reverse vending machine?
I'm saying the residents of the city of Hartford don't have transportation to get to Bloomfield, but I do. I'm saying that in proximity, that it doesn't make sense. I'm telling you that women being together to bring people to the grocery store and they're not carrying no plastic bags with them because we only have room for their food. And I heard you engaging David about jobs. And so, you know, I heard from Diane, who is actually in workforce, ma'am, $13 is just not going to get it in this community no more. The state is up to 15 now. So
no, I hear that. And I do a lot of work on workforce where I'm trying to get people $20 an hour at least. So I understand that part.
Okay.
But I'm thinking you don't necessarily have to have a redemption center in a small store. You could have a reverse vending machine. You go to places in Europe where people are cashing in their bottles to get their bus tickets. And, you know, they're actually making money. I have poor people in my district that make money off the containers. They bring them in a big bag and then they get enough money to buy, you know, help pay their electric bill or whatever. So they use it as a money-making activity.
Right, and everyone doesn't want to choose that as a hobby. And some of us are busy being parents, mothers, employees, and that's just one extra thing that we have to do. I want to go back again to the square footage because I hear you. We don't have vending machines now. There's only room for all of the things that are unhealthy, potato chips, these juice bottles. There's no room in these spaces, as you acknowledge, you know, it was small stores. That's still the case. So there's no room for these ideas. And so I think this body of people are really going to have to talk to municipalities, because I can assure you, Mayor Luke Bronin, this isn't in his plan, and nor is in a neighborhood's plan that's working closely with the city of Hartford on their plans.
Okay, so even if the deposit did not change and it was still 5 cents, you wouldn't want to have reverse vending machines in Hartford so that people could collect these bottles and get themselves a little extra cash like people do in my town?
Well, I'm just a lobbyist, and what I've done for the last 3 weeks is going out to the community and taking their message so I can bring it for you. I don't think that my message matters, even though that I'm a resident right now. I'm in the role of being paid. So what I'm hearing from the residents of the city of Hartford is that they want transformative, creative ideas, and that is not one of them. They want to stick to their plan that they have for their neighborhoods and continue to recycle like good residents. I also heard the conversations around NIPS. That's where we share with suburban communities. Mr. Lewis alluded to NIPS being an issue in urban communities, but my grandmother lives in Avon, and I often take the trail in the reservoir, and I've seen several nip bottles, and that's a suburban community. So that's a uniform problem. What we're talking about is access. And a lot of these things is all we have in our community. So, you know, we want to keep going back to redemption, but I want to keep bringing you back to food insecurity, because those things just can't happen until we address that bigger issue effectively.
Okay, well, thank you for coming, Janice.
Absolutely, thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Representative Shinsky. Representative O'Day.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just for the record, to be clear, I pulled over, so I'm parked safely. I was listening, and I wanted to just say thank you, Janice, for your testimony and being here all day. I didn't much to think I had left. I was listening. I'm just traveling from my office to home, but I wanted to pull over and say thank you. And I used to live in Hartford for a few years, right across from the Wadsworth Athenaeum, and your testimony is very powerful. We need to work on it. So the bill. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I also appreciate your comments today and taking serious what the women were saying in terms of access. Thank you today. Thank you, sir.
Janice, can I just ask you, and I see Representative Reyes has a question also, but I asked this earlier of Kimora, and I'm just wondering, you know, we talk a lot about let's just keep things as is, the recycling. You know, you're saying urban communities have a difficult time, you know, redeeming their bottles and cans. But recycling, it comes at a cost too. That's why one of the reasons we're addressing this. I mean, it's the tipping fees have gone up exponentially. We heard testimony that recycling used to garner money for municipalities. That's no longer the case. The tip fees are nearing $100 a ton. We have an issue with the Mira plant, obviously, in Hartford closing down. Which is only going to worsen matters unless we really address this waste crisis. And this is one of the potential solutions to take some weight out of the bins, which, you know, that weight leads to more cost. That cost leads to higher taxes for our taxpayers. So I'm just wondering, do you have any thoughts on that? Because I don't know that a lot of people are associating the fact that we're trying to take that weight out so that it relieves some of the burden on municipalities and ultimately on the taxpayers.
Yes, I do understand that, but I don't know if you're hearing, and I say this respectfully, what I'm saying and please take me serious when I say you can't get the solution until you have everybody at the table. Right. And what I'm hearing from a lot of these conversations is many of us have not been in urban communities to actually, in fact, study this issue or even taken a tour. You know, I get, we don't want our seniors dealing with heavy glass, but we can't even, what we're buying is not in glasses. So we're talking about self-interest right now. What we're talking about is a community who don't have access. So no matter how you slice it, no matter what the problem you are trying to solve in terms of the handling fee does not make their lives better or worse. You're talking about people who struggle every day. And Kimora painted a prominent picture when she said 20 bottles is $1. Mr. Shani talked about $35. I don't know if you guys seen the rent in urban communities lately, but a 1-bedroom is going for $1,050, cold flat. And so women aren't trying to worry about bringing back bottles for 35 cents. They're trying to get a job for $20 an hour so they can put food on the table. The glass thing is an issue that concerns me because now I'm worried that we're going to start thinking about putting it on mayonnaise, pickles, and now we're dealing it with food and we're going to a slippery slope. And we've seen where people are in this pandemic. And now we're thinking about doubling down on them at a time when they're actually, you know, instead of asking the voices of women of color for oil for their furnaces and to help them with their lives, they're asking them for gift cards for the food store. You know, so even a dime seems unbearable given what I've been hearing from women all for the last 2 weeks speaking on this issue and talking to them. It's just, I'm sorry. I am very solution driven and I love to have a compromise. And many of you I have reached out to before this public hearing because I was at your environmental educational forum and I did not see anyone there that can bring an urban perspective to prepare you for this. So I reached out to you, but many of you are really busy. So that's why I want to thank Representative Chaffee and Senator Kushner for making the time to meet with me prior to discuss this, because Senator Cohen, this bill it's really dead on arrival for urban communities. And like I said, you guys really are going to need to look back at that unit-based pricing, because, you know, where some communities, we have people living on top of each other, 12 and 15 people. How many plastic bags are they supposed to buy for mattresses? These are the things we're not quantifying, right? We're not you know, the plastic bag is a very classic example. Black and brown families have been recycling those for 1,000,000 years. Representative Reyes, I'm sure his abuela had a cabinet in her house filled with plastic bags that she used when people came over to get food. She put them in them and so forth. So have I. We used them for our garbage cans. We would pack food in them. Those things would travel in our community 10 and 15 times. And more importantly, women, elderly people would hang them on their bedroom doors because they couldn't get up and down to go put their napkins and their tissues in the garbage can. So we was recycling those bags. And now we're paying 10 cents for something we was doing better than everybody else. We recycle plastic butter bowls and use those to store rice and beans. We recycle. This idea that we don't recycle because we can't solve the littering problem and then to impose another fee is problematic.
Thank you, Janice. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague here, Representative Reyes. It looks like he has a question.
Thank you, Chairman Cohen. Good evening, Janice. How are you?
Good evening, Representative Reyes. How are you this evening?
Good. I come from a different perspective because Waterbury, for as large a city as we have, we're very fortunate to have three stopping shops and quite a few ShopRites and some very large, bigger than Seatown type of grocery store. So we don't have the challenge that it seems that Hartford has by not having a Seatown in town. So we have a little different urban setting when you start painting that picture. But I wanted to address it from an environmental position with you, because I wanted to talk about when we start complaining about why our neighborhoods look like they look, with garbage all over the place, and then that situation now brings the rodents and everything else, and that bag of chips, that little drink that you buy at the store. Me personally, I'm very frank about this. I'm very sick and tired of cleaning my own street, which I've been doing for 30 years. This is beyond education. Sometimes it's just as simple as people don't really value the neighborhood they live in. What do you say when I talk to you about the environment piece, where we need to get this plastic, all this garbage off the streets? And just give me your perspective on that.
Okay, first I want to tell you that I have organized in your community too in a housing project that wasn't that close to a grocery store. So I'm quite familiar with Waterbury as well. Second of all, I don't know how if there's a mindset with litter that already exists, when we have redemption centers and they're full and no one's enforcing them and no one's cleaning up, where do you think the litter is going to happen, Representative Reyes? We're talking about a culture of litter. We're talking about convenience stores, owners who don't live in the community and already don't take care of their property already. We're talking about a lack of enforcement from the state side to even deal with kids being, bodegas not selling cigarettes to kids. And so I don't know how I have to disagree with you when you suggest, here's where I agree with you. I pick up litter too in front of my house. And I hate litter as well. So I hope everyone gets that. But I also have to be like, some of this stuff is very basic to me. And I don't think a redemption center is going to stop the trash that you and I have to pick up. Because one, I live across from the park. So my trash comes from when people just throwing it out the window. And so unless the state has a full strategy that also holds the bodegas accountable and have the money to deal with real enforcement, what you are suggesting and raising will continue, unfortunately.
Thank you. Thank you, Jen.
Certainly are welcome. And I would love to continue to engage you in this conversation.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Reyes. I don't see any other questions, Janice, and I thank you for bringing your perspective. Can I just ask you, I think you said you, your firm represented, did you say always?
Yes, ma'am. I mean,
Okay.
sorry, Madam Chair Cohen isn't got late and I'm starting to have my home manners instead of my
Oh,
political.
that's okay. That's okay. Thank you so much. Again, I appreciate
And I would love to
your
continue the
perspective.
conversation.
All right. Okay, next we have Patricia Taylor, followed by Sam King, followed by Martha Kelly. Welcome, Patricia.
Good evening, Senator Cohen. Is he still here? Representative Gresco and members of the committee. My name is Patricia Taylor, and I'm director of the Plastics and Waste Reduction Project for Environment and Human Health, Inc. You heard previously from Nancy Alderman, who's president of VHHI. Our mission is to protect human health from environmental harms. In my role under that mission, I've submitted written testimony in support of Bill 1037, which will expand and modernize bottle redemption in Connecticut. I've also been listening to this hearing since 10 a.m. So I'd like to let my written testimony speak for itself and spend my time amplifying on previous testimony by Nancy Alderman and others who spoke to you about health and the environment. In recent independent research, plastics and microplastics have been found in air, soil, and waters, including municipal drinking water, bottled water, rain, snow, wells, streams, rivers, lakes, and ocean water, algae, shellfish, fish, marine mammals, human placentas, and human stool samples. It's clear that each of us are directly exposed on a continual basis through multiple routes to plastics and microplastics. This risks our health and so costs us deeply on a daily basis. Most plastics, including our beverage containers, are not redeemed or recycled at the present time. And Connecticut is facing an immediate crisis over what to do with our trash, even as the costs of handling our garbage has gotten more expensive. Increases in tipping fees are having huge negative impacts on municipal budgets. Connecticut is drowning in a sea of plastic waste. And up to this point, we've incinerated that plastic in our municipal solid waste stream. Now we will have to truck a lot of that plastic to out-of-state landfills where it will pose different health threats because of ground and wastewater contamination from those landfills. Most of those landfills and our incinerators that burn most of our waste are located near or in vulnerable communities, some of them communities of color and all of them low income. We must reduce this flow of plastic waste. Research conducted by the Container Recycling Institute, you heard from Susan Collins, shows that increases in the categories of bottles that may be redeemed and increases in deposit fees will increase redemptions. Increases in handling fees will better fund the sort of redemption infrastructure and changes to that infrastructure that the just previous speaker talked about. And I encourage you to look at the sheets in terms of partially funding that redemption infrastructure change. And I also really do also encourage you, after sitting in on the Connecticut Zero Waste Coalition that has to do with environmental justice, that you bring those communities that are struggling to the table early in the process to discuss infrastructure changes. And if you can make that part of this policy, then make it part of the policy. Bill 1037, in the meantime, provides immediate relief and remedy to the risk and to the solid waste management problem. And I urge you to pass it. Don't be distracted or delayed, and leave room to improve, much as you have in the 1978 legislation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Patricia. I don't see any hands up. I thank you for your time and testimony.
You're welcome. Have a good night.
You too. I don't see our the next folks on the list, and I'll just call them out in case they are joining afterwards. But Sam King, Martha Kelly, Melinda Tejas, and I do see Shelby Williams. So Shelby, you are next. Welcome. After Shelby will be Ben Portion.
Thank you and good evening, everyone. If you can give me one moment to adjust my mic, and then I will begin. Greetings, Madam Chairwoman Cohen and Chairman Gresco, and members of the Environment Committee. My name is Shelby Williams, and I am the field organizer for the Voices of Women of Color. Our mission is to create safe spaces for women of color to come together in one voice as one community for the liberation of all oppressed people in the areas of housing, public health, education, and employment. Today, I'm here to express my opposition to SB 1037 and act concerning solid waste management. As the field organizer for the Voices of Women of Color, I know firsthand the struggles that many families in urban communities are faced with during these trying times. Normally, during the months of November and December, we provide funding for folks to keep their heat on during the winter months. However, in the last 4 years, we are getting requests for food cards and rides to grocery stores, as previously stated by some of our Voices of Women of Color members outside of their communities. Folks are willing to bundle up in their homes so their families can purchase food. In the city of Hartford, many of the residents do not have transportation. As such, they purchase unhealthy food and beverages at their local bodegas at higher prices. What they pay for a bottle of Lipton tea, sports drinks, and other bottled beverages is at a higher price than other families in our surrounding towns. Moreover, our seniors, many who are disabled, rely on bottled water and other drinks so they do not have to walk up and down the stairs of their homes to get something to drink. Many of them are on fixed incomes and do not have the luxury of having someone assist them with their daily needs. Expanding the bottle redemption fee to 10 cents will not help them. Instead, it will cost them more upfront. The seniors I serve recycle. They use the recycling bins, and we make sure they can pull the recycling bins out for the pickup weekly. In all the years I've worked with the most vulnerable people in the city of Hartford, no one has ever asked me to take them to the store to redeem bottles. In fact, many of the residents struggle to purchase recycling bags after the legislation voted to charge 10 cents for plastic bags, something Black and brown women have used and recycled for years. Before the state mandated the 10-cent fee for plastic bags, Black and brown people use plastic bags in their bathroom as trash cans, as overnight bags, and to pack lunches and dinners in them, and I too can attest as a Black woman. Plastic bags in Black and brown families did not get thrown out. They travel from house to house and were used numerous times before they make their way to our trash cans. And now you want to make the same mistake. You want people who are struggling to come up with 10 cents more for beverages. Do you think that this will stop the litter? Do you think the kid who walks into the bodega to get a sports drink will hold on to that bottle until he gets a ride to the stop and shop to redeem it? The short answer is he or she will not. I ask this committee to come up with a plan that does not cost poor people another cent. We are struggling to make ends meet, and this feels like another added cost. Please do not make our lives more of a struggle during the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you for your time. My name is Shelby Williams, and I am open to discuss this further with anyone who is of concern, as my greatest work is done in the greater North End of Hartford community. Thank you again.
Thank you so much, Ms. Williams. I see you have a question from Representative Mashinsky.
Hi, Ms. Williams. Connecticut's drinking water is actually the #1 cleanest drinking water in the whole United States. We have the highest and best rating for drinking water. And I'm wondering why your seniors are purchasing water rather than drinking it from the tap, which would be very much cheaper than purchasing the water.
So with collecting that kind of opinion from community voices, especially with the aged community, the aged Black and brown community in the North End, their way of life, as I've, deeply expressed, in my testimony, is different than other communities who may prioritize differently in their beliefs regarding the cleanliness of water and their preferences. I don't think that consumer preference and where they get water is, the issue here. It's in regards to our means of recycling and what we as a community have been doing for decades in recycling and utilizing these resources, and now being almost punished for this. So in preference, even though we do have clean water, it's really not about that. It's about the consumer not being burdened with already their habits in recycling and now kind of being limited to those things that we've relied so heavily on in our lives.
Okay, if you knew that the materials going in a recycling bin are not actually being recycled, would that make a difference?
Well, you see, we recycle in just reusing. We don't, like, when it comes to the litter issue, and recycling like bottles, we recycle our plastic bottles, our bottled waters and things like that. And I've been in many homes where I've done the kind of work that I do, where I've seen other, Black and brown families, especially aged brown and Black communities, recycling their bottled waters and doing their part. The litter situation, I don't think shows causality of the consumers in those communities. If I'm expressing myself well enough, I hope you can understand.
Yeah, I'm just trying to compare my Black and brown and low income people with the ones in Hartford and trying to figure out why it's different in my town. But in my town, if a teenager throws a bottle on the street, a senior picks it up and cashes it in. So that doesn't happen in Hartford?
So for me, I'm West Indian, I'm Jamaican. I'm a member of the West Indian Social Club, and I can speak on behalf of the West Indian community as well, that we do prioritize in recycling. And the litter situation is more of a means of poor lack of, upholding loitering laws and the type of municipal movements we've been making in the initiatives that were pushed by NRZs to hold the city accountable to more littering solutions. This is a town city issue with the littering, and given the intense amount of littering that is experienced in the inner cities, I think that is a town issue and should be held accountable to what municipal NRZs have been pushing for a very long time. I'm very familiar with the littering issue, as I've worked closely with Miss Denise Best during a time where she was still active as NRZ chair in Upper Abilene and was pushing for these things. So I can tell you that the causality is not that. That is not the correlation, I would say. When we do recycle bottled water, we do recycle our bottled waters, our sodas and things like that. I recycle all of my bottled water and things like that. And so do many West Indian communities. So I hope that could answer your question.
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
No problem.
Thank you, Representative Mashinsky, and thank you, Ms. Williams, for your time and testimony this evening.
Thank you so much.
Next, we have Mayor Florsheim, followed by Michael Trahan, followed by Mike DeFeo. Welcome, Mr. Mayor, twice in 1 week.
Twice in 1 week, yes. Thank you, Senator, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for having me back with you again. I hope to be back with you soon, and thank you for your service to our state on this very long day and long night for all of you. I will aim to be very brief. I'm here on behalf of my role as mayor of the city of Middletown. I was also proud to serve as co-chair of the CCSMM Increasing Recycling Working Group, along with my colleague and neighbor, Laura Francis of Durham. And I'm here, you have many important bills before you. I'm here in particular in support of the expanded bottle bill. This was something that we were really, I became interested in and more interested in through the course of our work in the subcommittee. And I'm here to support it for many of the reasons that you've already heard from my municipal colleagues earlier today. From both sides of the aisle. This would significantly decrease municipal recycling and waste management costs by taking especially the heavier items out of the municipal waste stream. We heard earlier about the impact that this is going to have on littering. And one thing that I want to emphasize in particular that I hear from my constituents that I encounter on a day-to-day basis is littering of nip bottles, the small 50 milliliter alcohol bottles. And my initial impression is that those were in this bill. I heard earlier that it was a little bit unclear. And I would just encourage the committee to ensure that those do stay in the bill and that is clarified. I think that would be an important step in the right direction. We see them in our downtown. We see them on our rural trails in Middletown and kind of everywhere in between. And one of the things that I really enjoyed about working with the CCSMM working group on increasing recycling is the approach that committee took to really canvassing and surveying best practices in other states and seeing what worked and what didn't relative to what we were doing well and what we needed to improve on here in Connecticut. And one of the most compelling things that I took away from that was the approach that Maine has taken on NIPS in their program. That once they added NIPS to their bottle bill redemption program, they saw their littering problem significantly decrease, and to both create an incentive for these bottles to be returned. That's something that is it makes economic sense for people in my city and cities across the state, and is also going to go a long way to reducing the nuisance littering. So I would encourage the committee to keep that as part of this legislation. I would also mention that we've heard a lot about redemption centers. That was an interesting topic that we looked into as well. The state, and I'll wrap up very shortly, the state that had a lot of success with that was Oregon, which I think is telling, but also it's a very differently zoned, very geographically different state. We've heard about the limitations of establishing new redemption centers in a state that looks more like Connecticut. And I would just encourage everybody to keep that in mind and keep the expansion of access to grocery stores in mind as well. But fully supportive of this bill and happy to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It looks like you have a question from Senator Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know if you were able to listen to the testimony of a couple of the more recent speakers' voices of women of color. And, I think they were pointing out one of the flaws in this conversation, which is we're talking about recycling rates based on a nickel, and they're talking about much bigger issues, right? So when we talk about going up on the redemption rate, I think we heard that they believe there are real problems even trying to cite facilities to redeem in urban communities like Hartford. Did you discuss that at all when you were, I guess, looking at how we improve our recycling program in the state of Connecticut?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I did catch the last two speakers, and I thought that those were they raised a lot of points that need to be considered by this committee and should be considered in a final bill. It is something that came up during our conversations in the working group, just making sure that there weren't high barriers to be able to do redemption, and frankly that there weren't high barriers across the board for consumers to be able to recycle effectively. And I think we've heard also today about how when we think we are recycling, we're not always doing that, and that's that system that we really need to fix. And so it's true, like I said, a redemption center model isn't necessarily as applicable in a state that looks like Connecticut as it is in a state that is as spread out and as zoned differently as Oregon. At the same time, we know that food deserts are an issue in many. It's certainly an issue in the north end of Middletown, much as it is in the north end of Hartford that we heard about that earlier. If we can address that problem and also bring in the reverse vending machines to grocery stores in our community, that's something that where it's a win-win, I think, for the environment and for the economy and for the residents. You have many bills before you and many opportunities before you this session, I think, to help improve the conditions of working people and poor people in our state. And I would encourage, and I will be testifying on those as well, encouraging you to support those bills. I think that this bill is a win for environmental justice. I think it's something that can take us in the right direction and should not come at the expense of other efforts by this body and by our municipal governments to help support working people and people of color, including the voices that we heard from earlier tonight.
So, I think to some degree, we've heard a lot of testimony from folks that have sounded a lot like you, and that kind of the vision is to move forward. And yet in some communities, it's a very different vision. Not that they don't care about the environment, but for them, the reality is that there are some people who believe adding a nickel to anything is no big deal. And adding a dime is no big deal. And for you and me, it's the choice of whether we redeem it or we don't redeem it, right? I can take it and put it in the blue bin and it goes to the state of Connecticut. But what I heard in the voices of those ladies was we don't have an option. For us, it just costs 5 cents or 10 cents more. And, I appreciate, your testimony that there are other bills to deal with their income or anyone's income. But this is the subject matter before us. And so I maybe not tonight, because, this is going to go on for a while, but I certainly would be interested in hearing from you how we reconcile those issues, because certainly it's a significant population. So I'm sure the committee would be happy to, get something from you in the future if you've got some ideas on how we can reconcile those two things. So thank you, Mayor.
Sure. Thank you, Senator. And what I would say, and I'm happy to follow up with the committee about this, is that we can look to the other states that have implemented a 10-cent deposit. And I don't think that is, frankly, I don't think that that's the most important part of this bill. I think that making sure that we are including, expanding the number and the scope of types of beverage containers and other containers that can be included in this bill. I think that is a fundamentally sort of more important thing, and also expanding access to redemption opportunities than increasing the price. But I think that the increase of the deposit, you can look to the research that's been done in other states where they have gone to 10 cents and see that the impacts are again beneficial for both consumers and for the environment.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I see you have some more questions from Representative Chafee, followed by Representative Dillon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Mayor. Just wanted to thank you for sticking it out throughout the day here and all the work you're doing in town. I agree wholeheartedly that nips are a major issue. I know anytime I walk along the road, I see them littered everywhere, which raises other concerns about people driving and drinking nips, but that's another topic of discussion. But I just wanted to say thank you for speaking with us tonight, and I'm sure we'll talk soon. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Representative Chafee, and we're very proud to have you representing Middletown in your first term. So thanks so much.
Representative Dillon.
Good evening, Mayor. It's really good to see you.
and I was glad to hear your testimony. I was interested in some of the testimony from the women from Hartford too. And I have to reflect on it and maybe read some of the written statements. You know my district very well, actually, from a previous job. So I actually met with some folks, and I just am not getting the same read at all. And so